Chapter 2251. Are you interested in following me? Han Fei sighed at himself. His soul power had exceeded 5 million, his strength had soared, so had his comprehensive combat power, and his foundation had been tempered well recently. However, he was not strong enough. Although the young master of the Crab King city had already turned his origin sea into a star after he was attacked just now, his first thought was to run. Realizing that he couldn't escape, he actually called Third Uncle. Good lord, what else could he be if not a fucking idiot? In this day and age, being able to transform one's origin sea into a star didn't mean that he was strong. It might just be because of the accumulation of resources. Maybe he was still a coward. But in any case, this young master of the Crab King city was already a piece of cake in Han Fei's eyes. However, after all this fighting, he had killed 7 or 8 weaklings, but the main character hadn't been killed. How embarrassing was that? However, Han Fei sighed this so loudly that his sigh echoed tens of thousands of kilometers in the void. In the eyes of Zhou Jingjing, he seemed to be pretending to be something. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing had already recalled the sea establishers she had released. This was no longer a battle that sea establishers could participate in. She didn't have a chance to recall her men just now because she was surrounded and didn't dare to act rashly. Who would have expected that Zhang Daqian was such a ferocious person? In the blink of an eye, he killed 7 or 8 sky-opening realm cultivators, and even the young master of the Crab King city, a star transformation realm powerhouse, had his body destroyed. Although he wasn't killed, he was still a star transformation realm powerhouses. He wasn't easy to beat. Anyway, it was not until this moment that Zhou Jingjing realized that this guy was just teasing them. A late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse who could erupt with ultralight speed robbed our small whale fortress. And he did it 17 times in a row. However, in any case, Zhou Jingjing felt that Han Fei had saved them. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if they were taken away by the Crab King city. However, she didn't know that Han Fei was actually returning the favor. Han Fei's understanding was that he used the giant whale fortress to temper himself, only to attract the people from the Crab King city. It would be fine if the people from the Crab King city were easy to talk to, but they wanted him to surrender and kill the emperors of the Great Whale Fortress. This was too much. A sea monster fortress was not as simple as having only a few strong masters. The destruction of a sea monster fortress was very likely the death of many ordinary people. Of course, they were mostly humanoid creatures, demonic plants, sea beasts, and other messy races, but they were still living creatures. At this moment, Han Fei's 10,000 feet phantom appeared, which dazzled Zhou Jingjing and the others. They felt helpless, thinking that they couldn't beat him at all. On the other side, the third uncle that the Crab King city called had already appeared. He appeared only slightly more slowly than Han Fei. Perhaps because Han Fei's strength was not low, even if the young master of the Crab King city had a protective jade slip and crushed it immediately, he still failed to catch up. If he were just an ordinary sea establisher, he might have died. In the void, a middle-aged burly man in crab armor appeared. How dare you touch my nephew? I'll kill you no matter how far you run. Roaring at Han Fei, the middle-aged man still clamped open the void and broke the sealed void first. Then, he reached out and grabbed, and the surrounding void twisted, and the body of the young master of the Crab King city quickly reorganized. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing shouted, "Zhang, hey, run! The Crab King city is not far away. Run!" Han Fei glanced at Zhou Jingjing and thought to himself, this person is not bad, she even reminded me to run. However, this time Han Fei wasn't particularly worried. Although the Crab King city was a mobile castle, they didn't have a monarch. Otherwise, if every mobile castle that appeared had a monarch, how many monarchs would there be? Han Fei had been wandering in the wilderness for 5 years. He had explored thousands of secret realms and stuffed countless resources into his origin sea, including mines, ground veins, spiritual springs, spiritual fruits, and demonic plants. Up to now, Han Fei had always felt that according to the law of conservation of energy, no matter how many things were stuffed into his origin sea, once he made his origin sea return to the origin, everything in his origin sea would be reset, but the overall energy would remain unchanged. He firmly believed this. Therefore, for others, this wilderness was a trial, but for Han Fei, it was a treasure house with countless resources waiting for him to collect. Unfortunately, it was a little slow to collect them alone. Occasionally, Han Fei would rob. Of course, Han Fei spent most of his time looking for people to temper himself. Han Fei had already found 7 or 8 sea monster fortresses like Zhou Jingjing's. Every group of sea monster fortresses would give up on taking revenge on him after fighting him for a while. Originally, Han Fei was only going to temper himself with the giant whale fortress for another 5 or 8 times before he left. Who knew that he would attract the attention of the Crab King city? Han Fei turned his head and glanced at them. Stay away. After saving his nephew, the third uncle of the Crab King city rushed at Han Fei without hesitation. This person was not in the sky-opening realm like Zhou Jingjing and the others, but a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm. Han Fei activated his Great Dao and unleashed a terrifying force, charging at this person at an ultralight speed. Bang, bang, bang! While running, Zhou Jingjing and the others looked at the scene behind. They had thought that he was a hidden late-stage star transformation powerhouse, a big shot who could challenge the Crab King city. However, at the moment when the two of them collided, Zhou Jingjing was speechless to find that Han Fei was sent flying, or rather, he couldn't resist the guy at all. Every time Han Fei hit Third Uncle, he might have been beaten 10 times. Ripples appeared in the void, waves exploded, and the seabed collapsed again and again, all caused when Han Fei's body was smashed by Third Uncle. The middle-aged man shouted, "You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet? Then how did you comprehend the ultralight speed? Hiss?" Zhou Jingjing and the others ran as fast as they could. When they heard their conversation, they were dumbfounded. Next to Zhou Jingjing, a person was shocked. He hasn't turned his origin sea into a star yet? How is it possible? He hasn't turned his origin sea into a star, but he killed a star-level powerhouse so easily. Shit, how can he be fine after being beaten for so long? He. Although Han Fei was beaten up, he sneered. "Hey, if you can't kill me today, my Chiliocosm will be a mortal enemy of your Crab King city." Bang. Han Fei was hit more than 50,000 kilometers away. His internal organs were rolling, and he kept coughing. However, Third Uncle's expression became more and more solemn. Because his strength was about to be gone, he didn't dare to attack with all his strength. He wanted to give his nephew time to run and buy time for his original body to come over, so he was just beating this person up. However, he didn't expect Han Fei's physique to be so strong. Ordinary sea establishment powerhouses would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. But this person could withstand his soul attacks, and his body was even more terrifying. He felt that this guy was comparable to his original body. What kind of opportunity did this monster get? Zhang Daqian, I'll remember you. The next time I see you, you will die. Boom. This person launched a star explosion with a single blow, and 100,000 kilometers of turbid waves filled the air. Han Fei was sent flying 100,000 kilometers like a meteor by the last blow of the person. He felt that all his bones had been shattered, but his face was filled with a crazy smile. He roared, "Crab King City, wait for me, cough, cough." The strong master dissipated, and Han Fei panted to steady himself and murmured, "So strong. This is what I call whetstone." Awesome, this battle of a few seconds is comparable to 10 battles with Zhou Jingjing and the others. TSK Buzz. When the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, Han Fei's injuries quickly recovered. Zhou Jingjing and the others had already run millions of kilometers away from the battle between Han Fei and the strong master of the Crab King city. At this time, they didn't dare to be negligent at all. If the people of the Crab King city really arrived, they would be doomed. One day later, huff, Zhou Jingjing heaved a long sigh of relief. After they ran at full speed for a day, no one should be able to catch up with them, right? Well, Zhang Daqian must be a lunatic. They dare not chase him again. She felt that the battle between such strong masters might last for a period of time. Their attention should not be on her small whale fortress in the short term. However, after this battle, the Crab King city would definitely try their best to hunt down my giant whale fortress. It seemed that I had to change to another wilderness sea area. Zhou Jingjing stabilized her breathing and sat cross-legged, preparing to recover. Just as she sat down and hadn't had the time to activate her cultivation technique, she heard a voice behind her say, "Hey, are you leaving just like that, without even saying goodbye?" Buzz. At that time, Zhou Jingjing almost collapsed. "Can you stop fooling around? Why are you haunting me?" Zhou Jingjing didn't know what to do. She was on the verge of breaking down. In frustration, she simply said, "Brother, fellow Taoist, when did our great whale fortress offend you? You are a super powerhouse. Why do you have to mess with a small great whale fortress like mine?" Zhou Jingjing quickly got up and moved away from Han Fei, her eyes vigilant. However, Han Fei nodded thoughtfully and said, "Are you interested in following me?" Chapter 2252, Shit, it's the second day with you. Zhou Jingjing was stunned. Although she didn't know why Han Fei had been chasing them, she had some guesses. He probably wanted their emperors to fight him. As for the sky-opening realm powerhouses, in addition to normal cultivation, by sparring, tempering, and experiencing hardships, they could stabilize their cultivation and even improve their comprehension faster. She felt that Han Fei was probably thinking this. The only thing she didn't understand was that he could easily kill a star transformation realm expert. Why did he need them to spar with him? Han Fei smiled. What do you think? Han Fei didn't really want to find a few lackeys for himself. It was mainly because he couldn't really attack the Crab King city alone. Even if there was no monarch in the Crab King city, that third uncle of the Crab King city was already very powerful. He had definitely reached the level of the top 10 lords. Besides, there was definitely more than one powerhouse like this in Crab King City. How could there only be one late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse in a mobile castle? If that was the case, as long as someone could hold back the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, the mobile castle would be doomed. However, from the words third uncle used by the young master of the Crab King City, Han Fei estimated that there were at least 3 late-stage star transformation realm super powerhouses in the Crab King City, which made much more sense. If it were the previous Han Fei, he would definitely be unwilling to join forces with these people. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. But now, he should be able to deal with one powerhouse. If there were really more powerhouses, Blood Fiend should be able to deal with one too. Of course, if the other party had a third sky-opening realm powerhouse, Han Fei still wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, this also served the purpose of tempering himself. Otherwise, if he could deal with the mobile castle alone, how could he be tempered? One of the reasons why Han Fei suggested that Zhou Jingjing and the others follow him for the time being was to attract the attention of others. The mobile castle and the sea monster fortress both located their targets via stargazing. Although the big stars in the Sea of Stars were far away and they couldn't cross the Sea of Stars, as long as they confirmed that the other party was a cultivator and chased in that direction, the probability of encountering him was extremely high. However, what could be observed was usually flickering stars. If it were a lone star, it would be very difficult to observe. For example, there was originally only one star in a certain starry sky, but many stars suddenly appeared. This way, it could be confirmed that there were cultivators here. However, in the starry sky, countless lonely stars hung high. Who knew which star corresponded to a specific cultivator? In the vast sea of stars, even if the cultivators representing the stars could move because the distance was too far, it was generally not easy to detect. Therefore, mobile castles and sea monster fortresses were only good at discovering group targets. It was mostly luck that they occasionally found lone targets. Zhou Jingjing looked at Han Fei solemnly. Why? You are strong enough to fight a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Why do you still need us to follow you? Aren't you a loner? Han Fei grinned and said, you should have guessed what I'm doing, right? Zhou Jingjing said, you're tempering yourself with battles, so you need high-intensity battles. The stronger the enemy, the better. Of course, they can't be too strong. Han Fei smiled and said, smart, therefore, I need bait. Not only to attract the attention of the Crab King city, but also the attention of the strong masters of other sea monster fortresses. Zhou Jingjing's teeth hurt. How dare he use the word bait so blatantly? Besides, it was bait. If they weren't careful, they would be doomed. Zhang Daqian was too ruthless. She shouldn't have tried to save him before. But Han Fei added, don't worry, I can give you a certain reward for being bait. We can split the resources we looted. I'll take 70 and you take 30. The strong had the right to set the price. Han Fei didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Jingjing. What he didn't say was that this share was only targeted at ordinary looted materials. If it were a robbery at the level of the Crab King city, he believed that he would at most give 5% of the resources to Zhou Jingjing and the others. After all, they would just bait. Zhou Jingjing couldn't back down now. She could only agree, although she knew that agreeing to Han Fei was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was very dangerous. Zhou Jingjing asked, then can you return the previous resources to us? Han Fei frowned. Why should I return the resources I snatched with my own abilities? Zhou Jingjing. At this moment, Han Fei, Zhou Jingjing, and the 4 sky-opening powerhouses were watching a giant shark fleeing. Yes, they had looted another sea monster fortress. Harjin beer squaw is 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 beer squaw. Zhou Jingjing said, it's been 3 years. We've robbed at least 70 to 80% of the sea monster fortresses in this sea area. The Crab King city has been lured over more than a dozen of them. Zhang Daqian, if you want to polish yourself, why don't you change places? In the past 3 years, Zhou Jingjing felt as if she was walking on thin ice and was living in fright every day, although the resources they gained in the past 3 years were comparable to what they gained in the past 100 years. However, the reputation of the Chiliocosm had already spread throughout this sea area. All the wilderness camps, islands, ships, and fortresses here knew about the Chiliocosm. Yes, after following Han Fei, the name of the giant whale fortress was no longer used. The main reason was that Zhou Jingjing didn't want to ruin her reputation. Otherwise, when others met her in the future, they would probably swarm up to kill her. But Han Fei didn't care. He even had the terrifying idea of making the Chiliocosm a legend in the wilderness. When others heard that it was the Chiliocosm, their first reaction would be either to run or to attack it together. On the side, an emperor also said, yes, Boss Zhang, you just heard that just next to our sea area, the seabed collapsed, revealing a huge ancient mountain range where countless strong masters gathered. That place will definitely be able to temper your cultivation. Han Fei nodded slightly. Then let's go to the ancient mountain range. Zhou Jingjing, can we not go there? Well, fine, let's go. Seeing Han Fei give him a look, Zhou Jingjing gave up. She just felt that with Han Fei's personality, if he went to the ancient mountain, he would definitely have conflicts with many people, which would be even more dangerous for them. Han Fei nodded slightly. We'll set off tomorrow, but for now, let's wait a little longer. Hearing that Han Fei wanted to wait a little longer, the sky-opening powerhouses around Zhou Jingjing all frowned. They all knew what Han Fei was waiting for. He was waiting for the Crab King city. Buzz. When the void fluctuated slightly, Zhou Jingjing suddenly shouted, all of you, go to the camp. 3 years ago, Han Fei had said that Zhou Jingjing and the others were just bait. In the past few years, Zhou Jingjing and the others had been excellent bait. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be afraid, because at the level of the Sea Monster Fortress, they could only spar with Han Fei and no one could beat it. However, there were some exceptions, which were the Crab King city. Now, everyone in the vast sea knew that the Crab King City had a conflict with a sea monster fortress called the Chiliocosm. The Crab King City had tried to kill it a dozen times but failed to destroy the Chiliocosm. At this moment, the void trembled. When Hanfei saw the figure that appeared in the void, he couldn't help but grin. "Oh, Xuanhuan, Third Master Xie, are you alone today?" Third Master Xie's face trembled. "I knew it was you, Zhang Daqian. If you have balls, don't run this time. I'll kill you," Hanfei sneered. "Come on, I've got some comprehension today." "I won't run unless I fight 30,000 rounds, Third Master Xie said. "You said that. Take this, knock knock knock, bang bang bang." In terms of strength, Hanfei was naturally inferior to Third Master Xie, but his body was tough. In the past 3 years, he had fought with Third Master Xie 7 or 8 times. In addition to Third Master Xie, Hanfei had fought Second Master Xie 5 or 6 times. In terms of strength, Second Master Xie was at least 20% stronger than Third Master Xie. Hanfei could only hold on for 100 seconds before he had to run. However, in the hands of Third Master Xie, Hanfei could barely hold on for more than half an hour. But this time, half an hour later, Third Master Xie was a little shocked. "Have you turned your origin sea into a star?" Hanfei sneered. "If I have, how can you beat me?" In fact, in the 8th year of his training in the wilderness, Hanfei finally consolidated half of his foundation. Half a month ago, he had an epiphany, and his strength soared by 20%, or because of the consolidation, his normal combat power had recovered and even increased by 20%. This 20% was not a joke. This was his own strength without using the power of his great Tao. Although it was only 20%, it was a breakthrough success. This was because Hanfei discovered that as his soul and physique became more and more balanced, the effect of consolidating his strength became more and more obvious. After the real ultimate balance was reached, Hanfei believed that his basic strength might directly soar by more than 50%. An hour later, Hanfei's blood was surging. Although he couldn't fight anymore, it felt really good. Third Master Xie was really reckless. He could beat him up every time. This time, Hanfei felt that it was comparable to 10 years of cultivation. Suddenly, Hanfei subconsciously pinched his fingers and his face changed slightly when he saw the sky. It had been exactly 1 day since the last time the 9-Palace Luck Ruler measured his luck. Shit, it's the second day. Chapter 2253, an ultra-light speed fight. In the 2 consecutive battles today, although Hanfei's battle with Third Master Xie was very beneficial, it took too long and he accidentally exceeded the time. Hanfei knew that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Zhou Jingjing, run." Others could enter the origin sea of the giant whale, but not Zhou Jingjing. This was because Zhou Jingjing was stronger than the giant whale. The reason was simple. For example, although Zhang Daqian's octopus body was known as the Chiliocosm Sea Monster Fortress, it never took anyone in. At first, in order to attract attention, Zhou Jingjing didn't run away. She only stayed far away after Xie-san came. However, she didn't stay far enough. Firstly, Third Master Xie was occupied by Hanfei and had no time to care about her. Secondly, although Zhou Jingjing had been acting as bait in the past few years, she had learned too much from Hanfei's battles. She discovered that the great techniques in Hanfei's hands seemed to never run out. Besides, the great Dao Hanfei mastered was very complicated and his combat style was unusual. Therefore, although she didn't know how Hanfei had grown in the past few years, she felt that she was growing rapidly, gaining more resources, understanding more combat skills, and using the Great Tao more skillfully, and her strength had increased by at least 30%. Under such circumstances, Zhou Jingjing certainly didn't want to miss it. She had to watch the battle from the side every time because the Crab King City didn't dare to easily send ordinary sky-opening realm powerhouses to kill Hanfei, so no one would disturb her. However, this time, something unexpected happened. A crack suddenly appeared in the void, and Xuanhuan, the second in command of the Crab King City, who Hanfei was also familiar with, rushed out of the void. Xuanhuan shouted, "Zhang Daqian, we failed to catch you every time no matter how hard we tried. Do you really think our Crab King City didn't learn any lesson?" Zhou Jingjing was shocked. What happened? Why were they caught this time? Didn't Zhang Daqian have a way to avoid the Crab King City's pursuit? Buzz! Hanfei activated the Great Tao of Space. As the void distorted, 3 times the speed of light erupted. When the speed of light erupted, Hanfei's figure trembled, and an invisible black fog dispersed. Xuanhuan shouted, "Only 3 times the speed of light, can you escape?" At that moment, Xuanhuan disappeared and forcibly broke into Hanfei's twisted void. He also erupted with ultralight speed, but it was faster than 3 times the speed of light, probably nearly 4 times. Third Master Xuanhuan roared, "Zhang Daqian, let's see how you can run today." Buzz! With that, Third Master Xie also activated an ultralight speed. However, his ultralight speed was only 4 times. Even so, he was faster than Hanfei. The main reason was that he didn't master as many Great Taos as Hanfei. Therefore, even though he had turned his origin sea into a star for a long time, his understanding and exploration of ultralight speed was only slightly better than Hanfei's. Over the years, although Hanfei's understanding of ultralight speed wasn't deep, He basically understood that the ultralight speed a sky-opening realm cultivator could erupt was usually less than 10 times the speed of light. 10 times the speed of light was like a watershed. It was difficult for ordinary sky-opening cultivators to break it through. This was also what Senior Brother Azure Dragon had taught him during the last meeting of the Void Temple, but he didn't say it very clearly. He probably wanted him to explore it himself. Under such circumstances, he definitely couldn't run away. With Han Fei's current strength, he couldn't even defeat Third Master Xie. Now that Second Master Xie came too, he would be completely crushed. If the two of them fought him together, he probably couldn't even last 100 seconds. As soon as he ran tens of millions of kilometers, he was stopped by these two people. However, after fighting for less than 3 seconds, Third Master Xie's expression suddenly changed. No, it's not right. Zhang Daqian is at least 30% weaker, and his physique is not as strong as before. Second Master Xie immediately shouted, "Big brother, let's take down Zhou Jingjing first." Zhou Jingjing, who had already run tens of millions of kilometers with all her might, had no idea what was going on behind her. At this moment, she could only run. If she was one step slower, the consequences would be disastrous. She thought that she could run away this time, but in front of her, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure grabbed at her at an ultralight speed. Zhou Jingjing hadn't even understood ultralight speed. Faced with this grab, she had no chance to fight back at all. She knew in her heart that it was over this time. The boss of the Crab King City, Ji Wuyin, was here. It was impossible for her to escape. At that moment, when Zhou Jingjing thought that she would die this time, a voice sounded in her ears. "Open your mind." Huh? This voice, like a straw to clutch at, ignited the hope of survival in Zhou Jingjing's heart. Twin in one. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jingjing blacked out and appeared in an unknown world. She immediately realized that this should be Zhang Daqian's Origin Sea. Unfortunately, this Origin Sea was not open to her, so she couldn't feel this Origin Sea. Outside. The moment Han Fei recalled Zhou Jingjing, the big hand of Jie Wuyin, the boss of the Crab King City, had already reached him. At this moment, Jie Wuyin was also shocked. This guy's speed had completely exceeded the range of ultralight speed. This should be a great technique that could separate the two worlds. As far as the Crab King City knew, Han Fei had never used such a great technique. Otherwise, how could the Crab King City not have a solution? Bang! Han Fei felt a terrifying power entering his body. This power was disintegrating the power in his body, and even wanted to interfere with the eruption of the Great Tao in his body. Fortunately, Han Fei's body was strong enough to seal the power in his body. Cough. Han Fei twisted the void, but he was still sent flying by Xie Wuyin's palm. He swallowed a mouthful of essence blood. Xie Wuyin sneered. "Zhang Daqian, with the three of us here today, you can't escape." At this moment, Han Fei ignored him and was wondering if he should use Blood Fiend or the Great Tao of Time. If he used Blood Fiend, there were 3 people on the opposite side, so he still couldn't escape. Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind and accelerated the time around him. Swish, 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 swish! Jie Wuyin saw that Han Fei's speed suddenly soared, exceeding 4 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye, even reaching 5 times the speed of light. Jie Wuyin was dumbfounded. Did this kid really not turn his Origin Sea into a star? In his life, he had never seen a strong master who hadn't turned his Origin Sea into a star unleash such a fast speed. These were not the sword cultivators and boxers of the East Sword Pavilion and Fistlight Mountain. Even if your instantaneous outburst could be so fast, how could you run so fast? Xie Wuyin was speechless. This guy was completely fine after being slapped by him, and he could continue to unleash his power under his grade of corrosion? Bang! When Xie Wuyin chased him, he broke through a light blue barrier and immediately felt that his speed had slowed down. His terrifying speed that exceeded 7 times the speed of light had dropped to only 4 times. The Great Tao of Time? Xie Wuyin was shocked. Why did he suddenly use a fucking time technique? Fortunately, the Great Tao of Time couldn't block him for long. After only 2 seconds, Xie Wuyin suddenly shattered the power of time, but Han Fei was gone. In 2 or 3 seconds, fleeing at 5 times the speed of light, Han Fei had already run millions of kilometers. It would be difficult to catch up with him. At this moment, Second Xie and Third Xie came. Third Xie asked, "Boss, where is he?" Xie Wuyin said, "He ran away. He took Zhou Jingjing Yu away." Hiss, Xuanhuan asked. "Boss, you didn't stop that little punk?" "Wait, how did he cross thousands of kilometers so quickly and reach you from our side?" Xie Wuyin said. "This guy's identity is definitely not ordinary. He hid a lot of things. In the blink of an eye, he crossed such a long distance. I can't do it. Even someone stronger than me who is about to reach the longevity realm can't do it. This guy must have a secret technique to save his life. Besides," Xie Wuyin said leisurely, "he actually walked the Great Tao of Time." "Xuanhuan, right? Xuanhuan, right?" Xuanhuan exclaimed. "The Great Tao of Time, then? Have we offended someone we shouldn't have?" Xie Wuyin shook his head slightly. "He might not be from the Time Temple. This person's Great Tao is too impure. He can enter every Great Tao, so he might not necessarily be from the Time Temple. Have you heard of the people from the Time Temple cultivating these messy Great Taos?" Xuanhuan and xuanhuan shook their heads. The Great Tao of Time was extremely powerful. If xuanhuan had known that Han Fei walked the Great Tao of Time in the first battle, he wouldn't have chased him even if he was beaten to death. In the wilderness, there were many sky-opening powerhouses. Generally, as long as they hunted a sea monster fortress, they could replenish their lost resources. Who was willing to offend a person who had mastered the Great Tao of Time for this? Xuanhuan asked. Boss, what should we do now? Even if that kid is not from the Time Temple, he is extremely ruthless and keeps hindering us. Will he come back to take revenge on us? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, it seems that he didn't hide so many abilities just to target us. This guy is probably using us as whetstones. Hiss. Xuanhuan was furious. I'll tear him apart. How dare he use the Crab King City as a whetstone? Is he tired of living? Xuanhuan glared at him. If you don't have the ability to keep him here, stop yelling. My Great Tao of Corrosion left a mark in his body. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to break it for a while. I'll chase him and not give him a chance to catch his breath. Whether I can kill him or not, at least I can't let him stay in the sea under our command. Chapter 2254, Ancient Mountain Range 7 days later. On a certain sea area, Han Fei cursed, son of a BTC, this old guy just won't let me go. I just used your Crab King City as a whetstone, but I didn't grind you bald. Why do you keep chasing me? Han Fei had once killed An Taiping and Chu Shu Kung, so he thought he could resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. But in fact, when he really fought Xuanhuan, he found that not only was this person strong, but he was also comparable to a strong master like Chu Shukang. His Great Tao was also very insidious. When this Great Tao entered his body, he used the essence of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, but this thing could still resist it. Until today, this corrosive power in his body was finally obliterated by him. The moment the Great Tao of Corrosion disappeared, Xuanhuan, who had been chasing Han Fei all the way, frowned and stopped chasing. He murmured, disappeared? How can it disappear? Even the remnants of my Tao runes are gone. How did that brat do it? See, exciting. Han Fei knew that he had escaped the pursuit. He recalled the direction in which he escaped and roughly estimated his location based on the time and speed he traveled. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't expect that he had run so far in the past few days. He was almost out of the territory of the Crab King City. Now, Han Fei's location in the wilderness was very far away from the chaotic wasteland. The only place closer to here might be the Ghost Strait. However, the Ghost Strait was about half a light year away from where he was. However, the ancient place that Han Fei had heard about in the Crab King City seemed to be here. Han Fei estimated that as long as he walked to the neighboring sea area, he should be able to find the so-called Ruins of Gods in half a month. As for the Crab King City, he couldn't beat them yet, mainly because their boss was too powerful. If this whetstone could break the knife, what was the point? Therefore, Han Fei simply gave up. Didn't they say that there were many strong masters near the ancient mountain range? Then he would go there to take a look. However, before going to the ancient mountain range, Han Fei released Zhou Jingjing and the others. Zhou Jingjing's first reaction was, have you escaped the pursuit of the Crab King City? Han Fei sneered. The Crab King City is nothing. I released you today to return your freedom. Zhou Jingjing thought to herself, I've watched you being beaten up by the Crab King City countless times, but you said as if the Crab King City is nothing in your eyes. Huh? Zhou Jingjing was suddenly stunned. Give us back our freedom? In the past few years, although Zhou Jingjing was living in fright, she had experienced the benefits of relying on the strong. Although Han Fei used them as bait, Han Fei could sweep his opponents every time, and they could always benefit in the end. This was much better than when they served as a sea monster fortress. Now Han Fei was going to return their freedom? Han Fei said leisurely. I'm going to the ancient mountain range to take a look. Although you are strong, it's too dangerous there. I can't guarantee your safety. So, what's your choice? How can I choose? Zhou Jingjing was a little confused. Haven't you already decided? What do you mean by how I should choose? Wait, Zhou Jingjing suddenly woke up. It didn't seem to be the case. Although the ancient mountain range was dangerous, in the wilderness, where was safe? As people from a sea monster fortress, they were already quite strong in the wilderness. And a place like the ancient mountain range must have a lot of strong masters exploring it. However, no matter how many strong masters explored it, as long as they were careful in the vast wilderness, no strong masters would really notice them. Besides, most of the time, the strong masters they encountered were at most at the same level as them. As for the stronger ones, they wouldn't bother to rob an ordinary sky opener. For people like Han Fei, robbery was fake, but tempering was real. Zhou Jingjing's eyes glittered. Can we continue to be bait? Han Fei grinned and said, okay, but I won't give you a raise. Besides, I'm afraid there will be more and more enemies in the ancient mountain range. You have to be mentally prepared not to come out to hunt for a long time. In fact, Han Fei didn't want to dismiss this bait for the time being. After all, they had cooperated so well. There were still decades. It would be troublesome to find new partners. Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and said firmly, we can continue to be bait. For some reason, Zhou Jingjing felt that this was an opportunity. She knew what Han Fei meant. He meant that there were many strong masters in the ancient mountain range, so there would naturally be many enemies. Han Fei gave them a choice and allowed them to leave freely. In fact, Han Fei hadn't completely understood the law of survival in the wilderness. As long as there was meat to eat, as long as there was a chance to rise, many people were willing to pay a price. Being bait for Han Fei, their harvest was hundreds of times more than what they hunted. Why didn't she be bait? Han Fei smiled. Okay, if I can't guarantee your safety one day, it will be the time for us to part ways. As for whether you can leave safely or not, it's none of my business. Originally, Han Fei had another plan, which was to find another team of people as bait when he went to the ancient mountain range. In the past few years, he found that Zhou Jingjing was not bad. Most of the resources she harvested were supplied to the people in her camp. However, not everyone was like Zhou Jingjing. He wanted to find some vicious people as bait, so it didn't matter if they died. But since Zhou Jingjing was still willing to be bait, he had nothing to be unhappy about. After all, they cooperated well. Half a month later, under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei found the location of the ancient mountain range very accurately. However, the territory occupied by this ancient mountain range was beyond Han Fei's imagination. Han Fei had thought that it was just a mountain range. As an ancient ruin, it was at least as big as the Grand Myriad Mountains. But in fact, that was not the case. For example, at this moment, the demonic conchs that were about to attack Han Fei trembled under Han Fei's suppressing pressure. The leading demonic conch said nervously, "My lord, this ancient mountain range has been named the Ruins of Gods by many explorers. We can't calculate how big the periphery of the ruins is. Occasionally, strange phenomena will appear here. It's said that someone once saw a godly weapon here. There are also rumors that someone picked up a large pit of mystic yellow soil here. There are also rumors that a heavenly spiritual treasure and an ancient demonic core have been dug here. As for the real ruins of gods, we've really never been there. It's said that anyone below the sky-opening realm will definitely die if they enter." Han Fei asked, "Why are there no sky-opening powerhouses in such a big place? From what you said, there seems to be a lot of good stuff in the periphery." The demonic conch smiled bitterly. "My lord, that's because there are more opportunities in the places outside the ruins. I heard that half a year ago, someone obtained some opportunities there and directly reached the longevity realm." Reach the longevity realm? Han Fei was confused. How could it be so simple? Okay, leave, Han Fei thought to himself. Digging for treasures is my strength. With the vast ocean navigator, I don't necessarily need to go to the inner area immediately. According to the demonic conch, the inner area was extremely dangerous, and the outer area seemed to have a lot of opportunities. Anyway, the ruins of gods had been discovered for a long time, so he didn't need to rush over. Under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei began to dig around. 3 days later, bang, Han Fei dug through a mountain only to see a red crystal soaring into the sky. Han Fei grabbed it. However, the extraordinary light didn't disappear but formed a red cloud that spread out. This obvious energy fluctuation radiated out at a speed faster than light. Han Fei was dumbfounded. At the same time, people nearby and some distance away swept in Han Fei's direction. Huh? A treasure was born? The strange astronomical phenomenon is beyond my perception range. It seems to be a good treasure. Which bee-starred is so lucky? Why can't I find any treasures? Han Fei stared at the red crystal in his hand, and information popped up in his eyes. On Nam, divine crystal. To introduction. The blood of a god. It lost its vitality and finally solidified into a magical crystal. The crystal contains the Tao runes of a god. From it, one can see a trace of the great Tao of a god. It can also consolidate the soul and flesh. C8 level, spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Ordinary, quality. Ordinary contained blood chi a effect. This divine crystal can replenish chi and blood and help with cultivation. Its effect is extraordinary. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. So it was just a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? Shouldn't the blood of a god be at least at the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure? Han Fei thought for a moment. This divine crystal seemed to only help temper the body because it contained blood chi but nothing else. Quickly putting this thing into his origin sea, Han Fei didn't use it immediately because he knew very well that tempering his body wasn't something that could be done overnight. He was here to hunt treasures, not to cultivate. There was no telling if it was because of the special environment here. There were many treasures here. But even if Han Fei confirmed it with the vast ocean navigator, he still dug out some small pieces not quite valuable. 2 more days passed. Han Fei dug a mountain and saw a green jade in his hand. However, as soon as he grabbed it, the mountain collapsed and caved in, destroying the surrounding 100 mountains. Similarly, more than 100 mountains collapsed, forming a force that rippled in all directions, as if to show that the thing in Han Fei's hand was extraordinary. When Han Fei took a closer look, his eyes glittered. It was the heavenly Tao Jade essence. The 10,000 scale monarch once rewarded him with one. The effect of this thing was equivalent to 100 years of body refinement. Chapter 2255, A Sacred Bone. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. In just 5 days, he had obtained 2 body-refining treasures in a row. If he had known that there were so many treasures in the ruins of gods, he would have come long ago. Why would he wait until now? Tisk, tisk, I'm rich, I'm definitely rich this time. Han Fei's mood at this moment could only be described as excited. Digging treasures, this was the real digging treasure. Any random digging brought him a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. This was simply a heaven-sent treasure trove. 3 days later, Han Fei dug towards a high mountain. This high mountain was extraordinary, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary mountain. Others probably thought so when they encountered it. They all thought that there was some treasure suppressed below, so they came to dig it, causing many holes to be dug on it. However, Han Fei was sure that they hadn't dug out any real treasures, or the vast ocean navigator wouldn't have pointed here. Therefore, Han Fei also began to dig. This mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, and the rock walls were extremely hard. The other mountains were in the shape of peaks, but this mountain was in the shape of a pillar. Clang, 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 knock, knock, knock. Perhaps this mountain had been dug many times, so everyone knew that there was nothing good here, so no one came. Although Han Fei kept digging and knocking, it attracted no attention. Han Fei dug all the way from the top of the mountain to the underground and kept digging from the underground. It took him 5 days to see a bone that was enveloped by a barrier and emitting a strange brilliance at an unknown depth underground. Huh? A bone? Han Fei frowned. He had thought that he was looking for a peerless treasure, but he didn't expect this treasure to be a bone. What was the use of a bone? It couldn't be eaten or used. Of course, this was just Han Fei's complaint. How could a bone that was so well hidden and so difficult to dig up be ordinary? Han Fei wanted to reach out to grab the bone, but when he grabbed it, his void hand was melted by the light emitted by the bone. Fuck. Han Fei cursed and looked shocked. It was just a bone. Was it the bone of a god? When Han Fei approached again, he found that there was a force trying to break through his defense and invade his body. But the strength of this power was still within his tolerance. As Han Fei got closer and closer, he finally dug open a rock wall. As if digging through a barrier, a dazzling golden light instantly broke through the passage and enveloped him. Hiss, Han Fei gasped. He felt that there was an extremely terrifying power that made his body and soul tremble. Didn't they say that this is only the periphery of the ruins of gods? I haven't even been inside yet. How did I dig out such a thing? Han Fei felt that his blood was almost boiling, surging like a tide, and the sound rumbled. His flesh and blood trembled spontaneously, and the chaotic chi emitted from his body narrowly stopped the dazzling golden power from drilling into his body. However, this persistence lasted for less than 100 seconds. Han Fei felt that the rock wall under him and the mountain above his head trembled faintly. Not good. Han Fei was shocked. He had dug too deep for this bone. If the mountain collapsed, he would be buried immediately. Although Han Fei wasn't afraid of being buried, the rock wall here was firm and seemed to be contaminated with special Dao runes, so it was extremely difficult to break it directly. It would take him at least 5 or 6 days of digging before he could dig a way out again. Then there must be another group of people surrounding the mountain. Unfortunately, the more you wanted to escape from something, the less possible you could escape from it. With a bang, stone chips flew behind Han Fei and completely blocked the way. Han Fei formed a seal backhand and set up a gravity field to block the overwhelming force. Then he leaned against the bone. When Han Fei looked at the bone again, some information popped up. A name's a sacred bone introduction. Introduction. Most of the sacred bones are broken, and necrotic bones of gods. When this thing was formed, it no longer belonged to the gods, but has a trace of divinity. The sacred bones may contain the blood, chi, divine will, divine might, divine techniques, and divine marrow of the gods. Ordinary people can't try it easily. Once one can't withstand divinity, he will be enslaved by divinity and become a carrier for the recovery of the gods. Level, divine, quality, ordinary contained. Unknown. Effect, unknown, kiss. Seeing this information, Han Fei didn't know whether to be happy or scared. If he wasn't careful, he might be enslaved by divinity. Didn't it mean that this thing was very likely deliberately left behind by a god? The purpose was to be found and then revived with the help of others. In essence, what was the difference between this and possession? Han Fei was horrified, so the power that was crazily trying to drill into his body was actually a kind of divinity. Son of a bee, teach. You've been dead for tens of thousands of years, and you still want to possess me? Let me refine you. Yin-Yang Millstone. At that moment, in Han Fei's body, the Yin-Yang Great Millstone was formed. All power would eventually become the purest power after being absorbed by the Yin-Yang Millstone. If the Yin-Yang Millstone couldn't resist it, he would resist it with his own force. Below, Han Fei was frantically resisting the erosion of divinity. Outside, the entire mountain seemed to have become a golden mountain, shining brightly. How could such a magic scene not attract attention? In just 3 or 5 days, many strong masters discovered the opportunity and rushed here. Someone was surprised. Isn't this mountain already riddled with holes? Why is it suddenly shining with divine light? Someone was surprised. What a majestic scene. There must be a treasure here. Someone was excited. A peerless treasure has finally appeared in the periphery. If we can get it, we might be able to reach the sky in a single bound. Most of the people who came rushed into the body of the Golden Light Mountain, but many parts of the mountain collapsed and they couldn't find the way. Secondly, when some people dug into the mountain, as they dug, their eyes kept flickering, and they could vaguely feel the golden light appearing in their minds, as if the great technique in the sky was about to be comprehended by them. Someone was overjoyed, thinking that this place was a divine treasure, and the treasure light entered his body to help him comprehend a great technique. Someone was shocked. Sometimes his consciousness was beyond his control. Where did this terrifying power come from? Why did it appear? Would it be harmful to him? There were all kinds of situations, but no one who rushed into the mountain was willing to retreat. Even if someone wanted to retreat, he had a resistance in his heart, as if there was a voice deep in his heart calling him, "Stay and continue digging. I have a feeling that great luck is coming to me." More and more people came to this mountain. Under the mountain, Han Fei had a hard time resisting. But at the same time, Han Fei was surprised to find that Little Black and Little White had advanced after only one day. Well, Han Fei sensed that not only had Little Black and Little White advanced, but he also discovered that the divine power purified by the yin-yang millstone slowly fused into his flesh and bone marrow, producing a drop of golden jade marrow in just one day. This phenomenon made Han Fei exclaim. He had cultivated hard for 300 years and only produced 8 drops of golden jade marrow, but under the brilliance of this bone, 1 drop was born in only one day. Han Fei was horrified. If he cultivated here, his physique would soar by leaps and bounds. This rise was brought by the golden jade marrow, which laid a solid foundation for him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. On this day, Little Black and Little White upgraded again. Han Fei's golden jade marrow produced another drop. At this moment, Han Fei didn't want to leave. He knew that he had indeed encountered a great opportunity this time. Under the light of the sacred bone, his cultivation speed was directly increased 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. In addition to the growth of the golden jade marrow, Han Fei felt that his flesh and blood had been strengthened a little. Han Fei estimated that according to this kind of cultivation nourishment, he didn't have to forcibly transform his soul and body to consolidate his foundation. But Han Fei didn't know that outside, the flames of war were raging. Someone went crazy and laughed. "Mine, all mine. I foresaw a divine path. I foresaw a divine path." The man was swallowing the infinite brilliance crazily, and his strength was indeed soaring. "Bullshit. The divine path is mine. Who do you think you are?" In such a situation, not only this person appeared, but others also seemed to have seen a divine path. Seeing that someone wanted to snatch the path to become a god from them, how could they let it go? For a moment, a battle broke out here. In the following days, the people who went to this mountain saw that the people here had already gone crazy. The mountain was barely flattened, but the golden light didn't dissipate. Seeing the guys who said that they had encountered a divine path fighting crazily, the latecomers didn't dare to enter. Someone sighed. "They're crazy. These people have gone crazy. This golden light is too dangerous. We can't touch it." Someone sighed. "They keep saying that they saw a divine path. Is there a divine-level treasure suppressed below?" Although many people were afraid of the golden light, they were unwilling to leave because they really wanted to see the secrets of this place. On this day, on the 10th day after Han Fei activated the yin-yang millstone, his 3rd drop of golden jade marrow was born, and Little Black and Little White upgraded again. This time, Han Fei suddenly heard a voice. "Those who inherit my Tao can become gods." Chapter 2256, Ruins of Gods. Who is it? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The voice that suddenly appeared in his ears made him vigilant. It was a desire from the bottom of his heart, making him eager to obtain power. That feeling was right in front of him. Was the sacred bone tempting him? Han Fei frowned and sneered. "What condition? You only have 1 bone left, and you still want to seduce me? Emperor Sparrow, come out for dinner." This kind of malicious enticement was also evil. This power caused many people to fall into chaos. And the Emperor Sparrow was born with the ability to swallow this power. Therefore, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he understood Han Fei's purpose. "Ha Fei." As the Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth, a tremendous amount of golden light poured into his body. In Han Fei's heart, the Emperor Sparrow's voice sounded, "Very pure divine power." "This is probably the residual power of a god, right?" Han Fei said. "I don't know. Anyway, it's not bad to cultivate with this power." The Emperor Sparrow said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate with this power for long. Although this divine power is good, if you absorb too much of it, it will inevitably affect you. Fortunately, you still have the yin-yang millstone. Otherwise, you might have gone crazy and might even be parasitized by this divine power. In the distant future, there might be divine power awakening in your body." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Then, what should we do? Give up this thing?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "If you can use the spiritual fire of the world to forge it, you might be able to forge it into a weapon. It's at least a godly weapon. Otherwise, I advise you to give up. Things left behind by gods are not easy to take." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm good at refining. As it happens, I still have a lot of useless refining materials in my origin sea." Han Fei said, "Got it. Go back and rest. I'll deal with it." The Emperor Sparrow asked, "Are you sure you can deal with it?" Han Fei said, "If I can't, I'll just leave." After recalling the Emperor Sparrow into his origin sea, Han Fei condensed a void hand again and grabbed at the sacred bone. Unfortunately, his terrifying power still shattered when it was about to touch it. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He extended his hand, and the demon purification pot appeared in his palm. Han Fei, who could use part of the power of the demon purification pot, asked the demon purification pot to extend a small vine and grab the sacred bone, dragging it into the demon purification pot. How could the sacred bone be willing? It showed its powerful will to resist the demon purification pot. At that moment, a strange scene appeared in the outside world. The golden halo finally dissipated, replaced by a divine void shadow that was covered in strange Tao patterns. The sky-opening powerhouses who were fighting fiercely stopped at the same time and bombarded the mountain as if they wanted to drill through it. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei felt some tremors underground and couldn't help frowning. What happened outside? It seemed to be quite loud. Master Calabash, use all your little vines. A few small vines of the demon purification pot moved at the same time and began to drag the sacred bone. Sure enough, the sacred bone couldn't resist the power of the demon purification pot and was dragged in. Huff! Han Fei was relieved. Fortunately, he didn't try to pick it up directly, or he would be troubled by it. As for body tempering, Han Fei knew it very well. It was incredible that a drop of golden jade marrow could be produced in a few days. At the moment he heard that voice, his heart was stirred and he had an inexplicable impulse. After all, the power he absorbed had been tempered by the yin-yang millstone. But in any case, he had gained a lot this time. Cultivating here for 10 days was better than cultivating for 10 years normally. Since he couldn't grasp the power of the sacred bone in the end, he would refine it. Refine. Han Fei didn't care what was needed to refine the sacred bone. As soon as the demon purification pot was opened, he casually threw a lot of treasures in his origin sea in. He didn't know if he could refine a godly weapon, but he knew that it would be good stuff. 2 hours later. The trembling power at the bottom of the sea was getting weaker and weaker. There was no telling if it was because the sacred bone had been completely refined, but Han Fei seemed to hear a roar. At this moment, half of the materials that Han Fei had stored in his origin sea over the years had been absorbed. More than 500,000 wisps of chaotic chi had been swallowed, and more than 20,000 wisps of immortal chi had been swallowed. Buzz. When a pair of black boxing gloves with weird dark golden patterns appeared in front of him, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Nama God-slaying boxing gloves. Introduction. It's made of a sacred bone, supreme green essence, ancient dragon veins, and ancient star jade. The gloves give birth to natural Tao patterns and can unleash 30% extra power. The god-slaying boxing gloves is bloodthirsty, soul-eating, and carries demonic energy. Once the god-fiend chi enters the body, it can cause chaos and madness. Quality, high-quality godly weapon. Attach soul. None will affect bloodthirsty, soul-devouring, chaos. Recastable, unrefined. 1 refined and remarks. 1 refined. It produces the Tao pattern of heaven and earth, and its effect can last for a long time. Seeing this pair of boxing gloves, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. Although he majored in the saber, his saber technique was too simple. Once something happened, it was very easy for him to be recognized. And he was also good at fist techniques. He could pretend to be a person from the Fistlight Mountain for convenience in the future. Han Fei grinned and waved his hand, and the boxing gloves came to him. It required a lot of chi and blood to bind a high-quality godly weapon with blood, but what Han Fei didn't lack now was chi and blood and lifespan. Besides, his current strength was not weak, and his chi and blood were quite rich. After only using the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique 5 times, Han Fei subdued the god-slaying boxing gloves. Bang! After 5 days, when Han Fei finally came out of the depths of the ground, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before he could run, the void was caught in a strange array. A barrier? Han Fei was horrified. He looked down and found a huge pit under him. The pillar-shaped mountain was gone, and an abyss dozens of kilometers deep had been blasted out of the ground. For a moment, 7 red-eyed strong masters charged at Han Fei. Am I ambushed? Han Fei didn't panic, but he didn't expect to be ambushed. Did what happened below attract the attention of the outside world? The only thing Han Fei could think of was that the sacred bone had attracted many people. Chila I. Someone swept past Han Fei, and the void was shattered. The void storm surged like a wave, covering the place where Han Fei was. Although Han Fei also wanted to temper himself through fighting, there were obviously many people here. This void had been sealed by an unknown barrier. How could he feel at ease if he didn't kill those enemies? Therefore, when the first sky-opening realm powerhouse passed him, Han Fei also swept to the side, grabbed a long void knife, and passed this person. Both of them were extremely fast, as if they were evenly matched. Bang! Half of the man's body exploded. Han Fei wanted to preserve his strength, so he didn't use all his strength. Even so, Han Fei felt that it was impossible for the man to recover without 3 or 5 seconds. As for the other 6 sky-opening powerhouses, someone roared, "The divine path is mine. No one can take it away." Someone burned his essence blood crazily, trying to seal Han Fei with his own essence blood. Fuck, he's risking his life? Han Fei realized that something was wrong. They seemed to have gone crazy. Half of the body of the person behind him had exploded, but the first thing he did was not to repair his body but to turn back and attack him crazily. Is he really crazy? Han Fei frowned. These people seem to have lost their minds and were fighting desperately. If these people are crazy, who set up the barrier? Han Fei shattered the blood seal on his body and punched through a sky-opening realm powerhouse's soul. Bang, bang, bang. On Han Fei's fists, bloodlight surged. His strong physique, overwhelming blood, chi, and the domineering god-slaying boxing glove seemed to be telling his background. Behind the scenes, on the head of a giant turtle, stood a few young powerhouses. A young man exclaimed, "Is he from the Fistlight Mountain? Why would the people of the Fistlight Mountain be here?" Someone frowned and said, "He must have come to the wilderness to gain experience and happened to get the news about the ruins of gods. This person's physique is so strong that he can withstand the attacks of these lunatics. His combat power is strong and he can kill in each blow. It seems that he is undoubtedly a late-stage star transformation cultivator." Someone frowned and said, "Since he's from the Fistlight Mountain, should we fight him? This person must not have shown his full strength. If he unleashes his full strength, I'm afraid he's not weak." However, a man in a black robe sneered, "What's the big deal about the Fistlight Mountain? Since he has got a treasure, he should foresee the fate of being killed. Besides, when has our ghost straight ever been afraid of the people of the Fistlight Mountain?" The young man raised his hand slightly. "Prepare to activate the demonic sound soul annihilation array." Chapter 2257, Soul Refinement, Tao Powerhouse. Although Han Fei showed a strong side, he wasn't too strong because he knew that there must be a strong opponent behind this array. Otherwise, what could these guys who had lost their minds do to him? If he guessed right, these people lost their minds and shouted about the divine path probably because of the golden light, and the person who set up the array probably wanted to take advantage of the situation. How could this little trick escape Han Fei's eyes? Therefore, he placed his strength at the edge of the star transformation realm, and occasionally showed the strength of a relatively powerful star transformation realm powerhouse. It would be fine if he could scare away the powerhouses behind the scenes, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't mind seeing who could have the last laugh. Bang, bang, bang. After all, these strong masters who had lost their minds were fighting him with all their might, and it was a 7-on-1 battle. Although they were all killed by Han Fei in the end, Han Fei was quite tired. However, thanks to his strong physique, Han Fei tried to absorb the surrounding power. The powerhouses behind the scenes certainly didn't want to see this scene. At this moment, on the giant turtle, someone frowned slightly. This person's physique is extremely strong, his combat skills are ferocious, and he's good at close combat. He has a strong resistance to many great Daos. He must have already turned his origin sea into a star. I think the range of his star is 500,000 kilometers. What do you think? More or less. Not bad. Unfortunately, he has already turned his origin sea into a star. I can't see his star bead. It's difficult to kill him directly. Someone sneered, then lure him to use his star bead. Although he's not weak, he's still far away from Xuanhuan. Everyone looked at the man under the black robe who said indifferently, "I'll have a try." An old man in the crowd said, "The Fistlight Mountain cannot be underestimated. Xuanhuan, be careful. The others, be prepared to take action if necessary. This person is suitable for sharpening our knives." The people on the giant turtle grinned and nodded slightly. However, their eyes were full of contempt. They didn't think that a body cultivator could block the soul technique of the ghost straight. Besides, they felt that no matter what, they had to wait for this kid to survive the demonic sound soul annihilation array. If he couldn't even resist the array they set up, there was no need to talk about the rest. On this side, Han Fei had just killed the 7 crazy sky-opening powerhouses when the void suddenly trembled and ripples appeared in the seawater. Woo! As if sobbing, the seas trembled. At first, Han Fei only felt that a sound wave hit his soul, making him slightly uncomfortable. Then, the sound wave became stronger, faster, and more mysterious. Woo, woo, the void trapped by this strange array was completely disrupted by the sound waves, causing killing intent to fill all directions. This was a kind of array that directly attacked the soul. Han Fei snorted, and a large number of ownerless souls on the surface of his body formed a protective barrier. At the same time, soul-controlling arrays kept materializing around him. Bang! Usually, when a sound wave came, the chaotic barrier around Han Fei would shatter once. So did the soul-controlling array. However, ownerless souls and soul-controlling arrays were simple means that Han Fei was used to, which could be maintained forever. As long as the power of this soul annihilation array didn't exceed his, he would never be seriously injured by this array. On the giant turtle, someone exclaimed, "This guy knows arrays." The use of ownerless souls is not simple. It requires him to have a certain amount of knowledge on the soul, so he can control ownerless souls like this. As expected of a trial taker from the Fistlight Mountain, he's quite capable. Someone was praising Han Fei when he suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Xuanhuan has taken action." A giant whale phantom suddenly appeared in the sealed array barrier. This giant whale jumped out of the water, rolled its body, and charged at Han Fei. On the giant turtle, someone smiled and said, "Ancient whale soul-crashing technique." Xuanhuan used a great technique from the beginning. In the field, Han Fei looked up and saw a huge whale charging at him as if it were real. But Han Fei could feel that it was not a burst of power, but a burst of soul. The whale was still in midair, but he already felt a faint pain between his eyebrows. Han Fei couldn't help but look solemn. What a powerful soul impact. Before the giant whale approached, he felt that his soul seemed to be leaving his body. Han Fei could immediately be sure that the person who could exert such explosive power was definitely the kind of person who focused on soul cultivation. From a raise to the giant whale technique, the other party had been attacking him with the soul technique. Do I look so easy to fight? Power condensed on Han Fei's fist, and the power of the ownerless soul wrapped his arm, and soul power surged in the depths of his chi. A fist mark burst out, and Han Fei's soul power, which even contained a trace of invincible fighting intent, instantly imprinted on the giant whale's head. Bam, bam, bam! The waves rippled into an arc and burst out like light spots. The two were in a stalemate for dozens of seconds, and the giant whale was melted by Han Fei's hundreds of fist marks. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. This person cultivated both body and soul. His soul power didn't seem weak either. It was rare to meet someone who cultivated both body and soul. Excited, Xuanhuan stepped into the barrier and was about to confront Han Fei. Unexpectedly, it was his step into the barrier that caused the barrier to tremble. With a thought, Han Fei pointed 2 fingers at the array eye, causing the demonic sound Soul Annihilation Array to suddenly tremble. Swish! With this tremble, Han Fei turned into a stream of light and was about to appear outside the demonic sound Soul Annihilation Array in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Han Fei felt killing intent emerging from outside the array. If he went out from there would definitely be strong masters attacking him. Therefore, Han Fei tapped his foot, the space distorted, and he retreated more than 100,000 kilometers. In the dark, someone was surprised. This guy's perception was so sharp. It seemed that he had once cultivated arrays. In Xuanhuan's opinion, Han Fei had killed 7 sky-opening realm powerhouses in a row, withstood the demonic sound soul annihilation array, and even blocked his attack. He must be able to take the upper hand over Han Fei. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came in, this scene appeared. It turned out that he had almost let the enemy escape. This guy was stronger than he imagined. Therefore, at this moment, Xuanhuan said indifferently, I almost let you run away. Your ability to grasp opportunities is extremely strong. Your chi and blood are overflowing, your physique is unparalleled, and you cultivate both body and soul. You are indeed worthy of being a heavenly talent of Fistlight Mountain. Fistlight Mountain, Han Fei thought to himself. Although I consciously wanted to pretend to be from the Fistlight Mountain, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. As soon as I attacked, I was mistaken as a disciple of the Fistlight Mountain. Han Fei was waiting for an opportunity. The Blood Fiend couldn't attack now. God knew who was waiting for him outside. He wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Han Fei's eyes glittered, and he deliberately made his blood boil as he said fiercely, Are you the person behind the scenes? Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Sort of. Unfortunately, although I admire your strength, you're destined to never walk out of here today. But if you can beat me, I can consider giving you a chance to live. Shameless. My fists can shake the mountains and stars. Do I need you to give me a chance of survival? As he spoke, Han Fei had already taken action. He had never fought a powerhouse who specialized in the soul. Body refiners and soul refiners had always been on opposite sides, just like divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Han Fei had been looking forward to the battle between the two when he heard about the extreme body refining and the extreme soul refining. Today, although he wasn't an extreme body refiner, and the other party wasn't an extreme soul refiner, in essence, the two parties respectively specialized on body and soul, so he could try it in advance. Han Fei punched out, his fists like a flood serpent going to sea, like a dragon soaring to the sky, enshrouded in blood, extremely ferocious. Seeing Han Fei punch, the strong masters on the giant turtle all exclaimed. Someone said, Body refiners are extraordinary. I'm afraid no one with our bodies can block this person's fist mark. Unfortunately, the limitation of body refinement is too great. It's impossible for him to attack us at close range. Someone sneered. That's not necessarily true. Everything depends on strength and realm. What you said is only those in the same realm as us. Someone retorted. Also, this person cultivates both body and soul. As far as I know, many people on Fistlight Mountain walk this path. Someone shook his head. It's so difficult to cultivate both body and soul. This person must be very talented to be able to cultivate to this point. Otherwise, if his body and soul are mediocre, he might as well cultivate one Tao. It's several times more difficult for someone who cultivates both body and soul to reach the longevity realm than pure body refiners and us. Looking at the chattering people on the giant turtle, not far away from them, a man wearing golden armor, flowing cloud boots, and a jade sword at his waist sneered in his heart. The man sneered in his heart. What do you know? The Tao of balance is the strongest Tao in the world. It's the best way to cultivate both body and soul. These people from the Ghost Strait are destined to be useless. While they were discussing, the two had already collided. Han Fei's fist marks were unparalleled, and as the center of Ruo Yuxuan's eyebrows lit up, 30,000 phantoms appeared in the entire barrier, each holding a golden bell and beginning to ring it. Chapter 2258, Immortal Yang, Soul Bang. Bang! 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 Han Fei's fist mark burst out like starlight, and the phantoms that filled the sky were shattering at an incredible speed. However, no matter how the bell-ringing phantom shattered, Han Fei still felt something different. This person's soul power was so powerful that there must be illusions in his attacks. In Han Fei's view, the bell-ringing phantoms were not the key. What was the key was that countless sea demons were charging at him from all directions. These were not feints, but real attacks, a kind of soul attack. This meant that the other party's soul power was so powerful that it could create illusions to bewilder him and also erupt tide-like soul attacks. Huh? That's not right. When Han Fei's fist mark broke the technique, he suddenly noticed something strange. Although a person's soul power could be very powerful, only people like him who were not proficient in soul combat would directly attack with the power of the soul. And those who really specialized on the soul had many soul techniques. Although these techniques were different, they were mostly to control physical things with soul. It was just like how he controlled the million knife art. Only with such a combat technique could he not lose his soul and unleash combat power at the same level. At this moment, the only thing he had to consider was whether he was mentally exhausted. From this short confrontation, Han Fei seemed to understand what a powerhouse who focused on soul cultivation was like. Understanding the key, Han Fei naturally understood that the so-called sea demon beast shadows in front of him were just illusions created by the other party's soul power. In fact, these things should be swords and knives or even pure seawater. As long as they carried the spiritual energy and chaotic chi of the sky-opening realm, even the most ordinary water drops could unleash the combat power of the sky-opening realm. Therefore, after Han Fei realized this key, he smiled. He suddenly clasped his hands, and his body began to emit golden light. In the blink of an eye, a golden body of will appeared in front of him. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The sea demon ferocious beasts charged at Han Fei one after another, but none of them could shake Han Fei. Seeing this scene, many people on the giant turtle were surprised. What power has this guy shown? How can he block such a high-intensity soul-piercing of Yuxuan? It's a will, a golden body of will. In a sense, it can also be called a Dharma idol. Of course, this is a self-defense method he condensed without cultivating a Dharma idol. It's not yet a Dharma idol. Suddenly, the young man in golden armor said, "This person doesn't cultivate both body and soul. Like you, he cultivates balance. However, you are more extreme and think that the body is enough. Therefore, you don't know much about balance. But this person is different. He pursues the balance of body and soul, but so far, his body may be stronger." Way! That's right. At this time, an old man walked over from behind them. This guy does walk the path of balance, and he's a person who dreams to walk on the path of extreme balance. However, who can really walk on this kind of extreme balance? But in any case, his soul power is indeed not weak, and he knows how to resist strong soul refiners. It seems that this guy's identity is not simple. The golden-armored young man smiled faintly, but his strength is just not bad. He's narrowly qualified to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. However, since he's here, he's probably going to give up this competition. When Han Fei showed his golden body of will to defend his soul, Ruo Yuxuan stopped because he knew that ordinary attacks couldn't shake Han Fei anymore. Therefore, the phantoms that filled the sky disappeared, and the demonic beasts disappeared. Ruo Yuxuan said indifferently, "Interesting. Your means of resisting soul attacks are not bad. However, next, I will tell you a piece of truth. If you keep defending, you will eventually fail." Soul attracting. A pair of scarlet eyes seemed to appear in front of Han Fei. The sudden appearance of these eyes shocked Han Fei and made him momentarily absent-minded. Then Ruo Yuxuan continued to shout, "Inner demon birth." Han Fei was in a daze, and the scene in front of his eyes changed. Opposite him, there was a terrifying suppressing pressure. Someone was watching him. When he looked up, he found that it was the 10,000 scale monarch. The 10,000 scale monarch shouted, "You think you can subvert the 10,000 scale race alone? How dare you call yourself the human emperor? Today, I'll imprison your soul and let you witness the human race being enslaved for eternity." At that moment, Han Fei felt inexplicable anger, irritation, and unwillingness. Han Fei immediately wanted to crush the void mark. However, when he scanned his sea of consciousness, he suddenly recovered some clarity. Why did I find the 10,000 scale monarch? That's not right. Han Fei's soul trembled and he was about to wake up. Ruo Yuxuan was surprised and felt that his soul-attracting and hallucinatory powers were about to be shattered at any time. Immediately, Ruo Yuxuan shouted in a low voice, "Demonic barrier." Han Fei was almost sure that he was in an illusion. He was about to break free when he felt the 10,000 scale monarch reach out to him. The destructive power seemed to be trying to make him feel powerless. The real feeling made Han Fei a little absent-minded. Was what he saw just now, or saw now, an illusion? Unfortunately, Han Fei had seen how magnificent eldest senior brother was, and had also witnessed the attacks of the 10,000 scale monarch and the others. Therefore, when he saw this strange illusion, he immediately reacted. Buzz, Han Fei's pupils were suddenly constricted. He took a closer look only to see a soul handmark right in front of him trying to slap his head. Xuanhuan was also shocked. From the moment he tried to attract his soul power had already seeped over. How did the other party react so quickly? Seeing that the situation was not right, Xuanhuan immediately tried to disturb Han Fei's consciousness one last time. He shouted in a low voice, "Fire of Karma." As soon as this voice sounded, even though Han Fei had woken up, he could still feel the pain in his head that was about to explode. It was the scorching of his soul, as if his sea of consciousness was burning. It was as if what he had done had begun to backfire. Han Fei wanted to reverse time, but in this way his great Tao of time would be exposed. He endured this intense pain, and his body burst out with dazzling golden light. Buzz! A phantom Dharmakaya rose from the ground, but this Dharmakaya was quite ferocious and wasn't Han Fei's own Dharma idol. This was the Dharmakaya Han Fei inherited from the Martial Emperor of the Martial Emperor City. Since Han Fei comprehended the Dharma idol, he had never used the Dharmakaya again. But now, Han Fei discovered that this was a great opportunity to gain experience. Although he didn't know how strong the soul of the person opposite him was, it shouldn't be much weaker than his. Furthermore, the other party was very good at soul attacks. He actually felt that he couldn't resist this guy's series of soul attacks. At this moment, Han Fei remembered the extreme body refining. The extreme body refiners replaced the soul with will and could almost ignore all soul techniques. The Dharmakaya carried the will of the Martial Emperor, and Han Fei secretly fused the invincible will into it. For a moment, this body shone with golden light, and the 100-meter-tall giant's eyes spewed out golden flames and instantly punched out an ultra-light speed fist mark. Bang! Bang! In an instant, there were two consecutive explosions. One was the obliteration of the soul handmark, and the other was Xuanhuan's body exploding and being hammered into powder. Han Fei and the Dharmakaya shook their heads at the same time to escape the intense burning pain of the karmic fire. However, Han Fei thought that the other party would regather his body and fight him again. However, to his surprise, in the void, a soul shadow said, "What a powerful Dharmakaya and what a strong will. However, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this. I've already cultivated a yang soul. My soul has left my body and never dissipated. What's a mere body worth?" At this moment, on the giant turtle's back, many people's eyes glittered. Xuanhuan was forced to use his yang soul. This person is extraordinary. I didn't expect Xuanhuan to be forced to this point. However, this person has the help of his Dharmakaya too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated. I'm a little curious about what kind of Dharmakaya this is. It doesn't matter what kind of Dharmakaya it is. With Xuanhuan's yang soul, this person clearly lacks the methods of soul attack. Xuanhuan is already bound to win this battle. Fuck, this was the first time Han Fei had encountered such a situation. Even when he killed An Taiping and Chu Shukong, he had never encountered such a situation. But at the same time, Han Fei's heart stirred. The fifth divine pill on that little vine could help one's soul leave his body. It seemed to have the same effect as this person's yang soul. Unfortunately, the divine pill was still a little short of maturity. However, Han Fei frowned. How could he kill this person? Since the other party didn't need a body, he just needed to destroy his soul. Now, the only thing Han Fei didn't know was how strong his soul was. Han Fei didn't think that the other party was weaker than him because the other party's soul attack was too strong, so he could only resist it. He could use the yin-yang infinite saber, the 100-beast soul devouring, and the heavenly god stab, as well as the ownerless soul as support. But that was not a great technique. In the past, Han Fei felt that he was already extremely strong. His great techniques could cut the body or destroy the soul. In the same realm, there were few people whose soul could compare to his. Besides, he wasn't good at soul techniques, so he didn't pay much attention to soul techniques. Now it seemed that among the countless races in the infinite ocean, there were all kinds of people. The drawback of his lack of soul combat skills put him in trouble when he faced a real soul refiner. It seems that I have to make up for this shortcoming. Roar. Han Fei roared, and it sounded like 10,000 beasts roaring at the same time, and the great technique was picked up by Han Fei again. Chapter 2259, Erupting a God-Slaying Boxing Gloves. Although Han Fei's soul attack technique was ordinary, the strength of his soul was high. Therefore, when this sound sounded, Xuanhuan naturally blocked it with soul power. Rumble. There were repeated explosions between the two of them, wave after wave. Then, Han Fei pointed his finger and used his hand as a spear and his soul as a stab. However, this level of attack was nothing to someone like Xuanhuan, who was very good at soul power. However, this was enough to surprise Xuanhuan and the audience. Someone frowned. This person's soul power doesn't seem to be weak. He can actually fight Xuanhuan with such little technique. I want to know how much soul power he has. The old man from the Ghost Strait exclaimed, since he pursues the Tao of balance, he must also pursue the perfect compatibility of his body and soul. Therefore, his soul shouldn't be weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't match his Tao of balance at all. What he lacks is just soul techniques. After that, the old man looked at the golden-armored man beside him with a smile and said, the gate of heaven is very good at this Tao. It can be said to be the best in this field in the East Sea Divine Realm. I believe you know it, right, young Master Yi? The golden-armored man said indifferently. This person is not bad. If his soul can keep up with his physical combat skills, he might have a 50-50 chance of winning. But now, it's a pity. Suddenly, the golden-armored man's pupils were constricted, because there seemed to be a variable in the situation. The finger that Han Fei pointed out suddenly emitted divine light in midair. Everyone felt that the finger was not as simple as a soul attack. Huh? Immortal Qi? Everyone couldn't help but wonder, what was the use of the immortal Qi here? This was the power of the sky-opening realm combined with the operation of the Great Tao, used in normal combat. When the immortal Qi burst out, it would at most add some power. What damage could it cause to Ruo Yuxuan? No, there's also fiendish Kai. Look, everyone immediately saw the two powers that burst out of the finger, but even so, what was the use? While everyone was puzzled, Han Fei smiled coldly. All laws forbidden in this space. At that moment, Ruo Yuxuan's soul was about to unleash a soul technique, only to find that his soul power couldn't condense into an attack. At that time, the immortal fiend saber pierced through his young soul. Originally, such a blow was impossible to kill Ruo Yuxuan, but Han Fei's blow directly penetrated the endless void. Buzz! Ruo Yuxuan's yang spirit was not his body after all. Han Fei might not be a match for him in terms of soul technique, but once his power was imprisoned, the consequences could be imagined. Stop! How dare you! Ruo Yuxuan's soul was directly sucked into the endless void. The big shot behind him couldn't sit still anymore and took action immediately. Just as the endless void was about to close, he suddenly appeared, tore open the endless void, and pulled out Ruo Yuxuan's yang soul. Buzz! However, he didn't expect that Han Fei's goal wasn't to kill this person at all. He knew that there must be many strong masters watching the battle outside the barrier. It didn't matter if he could defeat Ruo Yuxuan or not. Therefore, taking advantage of the moment when the strong master behind the scenes took action, Han Fei directly erupted at an ultra-light speed and left the barrier with the help of the turbulence just now. No one expected this. Who could have expected that when Han Fei was about to kill Ruo Yuxuan, he would decisively give up and choose to retreat from the barrier? As soon as Han Fei appeared and scanned around with his perception, he saw a giant turtle floating on the sea. On the shell of the giant turtle, there were more than a dozen people, all in the sky-opening realm. These people were not like the strong masters in the ordinary sea monster fortresses. Han Fei knew his combat power. Even if he didn't activate his great Tao, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. However, after a battle, he almost failed to take down a powerhouse of the same level. This person even cultivated the Yang Soul, which almost defeated him. Han Fei had no complaints about this, but it made him deeply realize that he was greatly lacking in soul. However, when he fought Ruo Yuxuan just now, it was more to challenge his upper limit combat power under normal circumstances. It turned out that he was not invincible in the same realm and even had a big drawback. He hadn't even participated in the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, and he had already encountered such an enemy. If he really participated in the 10,000-year competition, would those people be stronger than Ruo Yuxuan? Would there be a combat power that was even more difficult to resolve than the Yang Soul? Or would there be a strange great Tao that even he didn't know? This realization benefited Han Fei greatly. However, these people were watching the show as if he was a monkey in the zoo. That's too much. At this moment, seeing Han Fei come out, a group of strong masters rushed out and surrounded Han Fei. Someone said, "Humph, you want to run? If you don't hand over the treasure, you will die miserably today. You're quite capable, but do you think you can escape from us alone? Hand over the treasure and we might spare your life." Han Fei glanced at everyone. Yes, these people had set up a large array, obviously waiting for a treasure to appear. At the same time, they sealed the outside world's perception of this place so that they could monopolize the treasure. However, they didn't know that the sacred bone had been refined into the god-slaying boxing gloves, nor did they know that that thing couldn't be picked up easily. Speaking of which, he had saved their lives. Han Fei glanced at these people and found that except for the old man who saved Ruo Yuxuan just now and the golden armored man, the others didn't seem to be stronger than Ruo Yuxuan. When Han Fei saw the situation outside, he felt much more relaxed. Since there was no stronger powerhouse, it would be wishful thinking if the other party wanted to kill him with the power of his young soul. Han Fei's heart stirred. Anyway, he was here under the identity of Zhang Daqian, and he was famous for being the owner of Chiliocosm. Now that he had crossed territories, few people should know him. In that case, he might as well eat them all in one go. As it happened, Han Fei needed soul techniques to make up for his shortcomings. Now was a great opportunity. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately took action. Han Fei decided to take action because he didn't think anyone here could kill him. Although these people were strong, the old man was the only late-stage star transformation powerhouse here. No matter how strong that person was, Blood Fiend alone was enough to resolve him. As for the remaining people, so what if all of them had cultivated the young soul? They had cultivated the young soul, but he hadn't revealed his true strength either. Therefore, Han Fei directly activated his great Dao. His eyes narrowed, and he erupted with an ultralight speed. He stomped and disappeared. In the next moment, the body of a sky-opening realm powerhouse from the Ghost Strait exploded. In this group, Han Fei could only see 3 people's life marks. Therefore, with this punch, the great Dao rumbled, and the person died on the spot without knowing anything. This person probably never thought that when he died, he wouldn't even feel anything. Not good. This person has hidden his strength. In the blink of an eye, the old man who had just fished xuanhuan out of the endless void and hadn't had the time to return, looked outside the barrier in shock. He looked at the powerhouse who seemed to have completely changed into a different person and revealed a look of disbelief. He never expected that he would be wrong. This person was actually a super powerhouse, the old man shouted. Everyone, activate the soul technique. Xuanhuan was about to say something, but at the next moment, Han Fei shouted, all laws forbidden in this space. Swish, swish, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, 2 more heavenly Dao cracks appeared in a row, which meant the death of 2 sky-opening powerhouses. Under the siege of so many people, Han Fei slaughtered as if no one was around, which horrified the people of the Ghost Strait. This person disguised himself so well. The golden armored man's expression changed drastically. As soon as this person came out, he knew that he had been ambushed and that the crazy ones were just bait. From the beginning, he just wanted to run. But after he came out, he seemed to find that the comprehensive strength of the Ghost Strait's team was not very strong, so he decided to attack. Besides, this person was quite decisive. When he found that there was only a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm here, he attacked without hesitation. This meant that the other party at least had the power to resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. The golden armored man analyzed the key to the problem in the blink of an eye, so he didn't fight Han Fei. Instead, he secretly retreated to avoid confronting Han Fei. At this moment, the old man from the Ghost Strait returned, but as soon as he left the barrier, he found a blood fiend standing in front of him. The blood fiend reached out and grabbed, and a river of murderous aura swept over. The boundless murderous aura instantly broke through the ceiling barrier. The old man changed space and immediately released the wrath of God at the blood fiend, trying to attack his soul. However, he discovered, to his shock, that this thing had no soul at all and actually ignored his soul-attracting attack. Not good. A super puppet in the late-stage star transformation realm. The old man was shocked. One of the most hated battles in the Ghost Strait was fighting puppets. This was because they were immune to soul attacks and not easy to fight. At this moment, Han Fei killed 3 people in a row. Someone's young soul left his body, but all laws were forbidden in this space and it couldn't attack Han Fei's soul. But Han Fei was different. With a flip of his hand, a pair of gloves appeared in his hand. As soon as the gloves appeared, Han Fei's strength soared by 30%. Furthermore, when he punched out, a strange godfiend chi was injected into the young soul. Then, a strange power seemed to corrode the young soul. The latter's eyes were red and ferocious as he shouted, "Divine path, I see a divine path." This person had obviously gone crazy. Chapter 2260, Double Kill Han Fei might not be a match for a strong master like Pan Litian or the old man from the Ghost Strait, but he was more than enough to deal with others in the same realm. Of course, these people focused on the power of the soul and might have cultivated the young soul, but in the face of Han Fei who was using all his strength, they had too few means to use. Activating the Great Dao at an ultralight speed, these people's bodies could be destroyed with only one punch for Han Fei. However, his god-slaying boxing gloves had a maddening effect. Perhaps the remaining power of the god could corrode people's minds and make them feel that they had seen a divine path. Good lord, being hit by this punch, they would lose their minds and fall into madness. No matter how many soul techniques they had, they were useless. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei attacked 4 people in a row. Among the 4 of them, only one could barely resist the maddening power, but the other 3 all went crazy. After they went crazy, they seemed to feel that they had seen a divine path. As soon as they saw each other, they fought. For a moment, the crazy ones were fighting fiercely. At this moment, someone was shocked and quickly came back to his senses. He took out a certain protective jade slip. Han Fei had been dealing with them carefully from the beginning. If such a strong master who was good at soul attacks was really summoned, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat him. It wasn't that he was a coward, but that he didn't know enough about soul techniques. This Yang soul technique was definitely not ordinary. Just Xuanhuan's soul technique had almost made him fall for it. If this strong master really came, he probably had no other choice but to escape. The man had just taken out the jade slip, trying to shatter it, when he suddenly felt a pain in his head. In the next moment, his head was gone, as if it had been forcibly torn off by something. Han Fei didn't expect this either. He thought that these people were at least in the sky-opening realm. No matter how weak their bodies were, they shouldn't be so fragile. However, Little Black bit this guy's head off so easily. Suddenly, Han Fei realized that in the past few days he had been using the yin-yang great millstone, and the power of the sacred bone had to be purified by the yin-yang millstone before it flowed into his body. Little Black, Little White, and the others also benefited a lot. They directly reached level 99 and were only one step away from opening the sky. It turned out that it was not that the other party became weaker, but that Little Black became stronger. This person failed to crush the jade slip. Han Fei jumped and appeared here. Taking advantage of the moment when his young soul had just left his body, he punched through the sky and beat this person into a lunatic. Crack. Unfortunately, Han Fei still underestimated these people. Although he was fast enough, these people didn't look like strong masters from a sea monster fortress. Otherwise, how could he still have the time to take out a protective jade slip? Buzz. When a 1,000-foot-tall giant suddenly appeared, he immediately glanced at Han Fei, his eyes glowing purple, and he shouted, "Purple prison cage." Swish. At that moment, Han Fei clearly saw those people heave a sigh of relief. Then, Han Fei found that he couldn't use super light speed anymore, and a purple mist appeared around him. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and Han Fei felt a great threat because it was not ordinary lightning, but soul lightning. Boom! Having lost the ultralight speed, Han Fei was hit on the head as if his sea of consciousness was attacked by a strange force. He couldn't help but groan and bleed. Han Fei immediately mobilized the ownerless soul in his body, stepped on the soul-controlling array, and punched the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The barrier of the soul-controlling array and the ownerless souls shattered again and again. In the blink of an eye, there were at least a dozen times. However, before the purple lightning cage was broken, a massive number of soul knives appeared in it, trying to penetrate his soul. If he guessed right, among these people, there should be someone else who used a protective jade slip, trying to use a late-stage star transformation powerhouse to kill his soul. Damn it, Fuse. Fuse, Han Fei was furious. If the other party really took out 8 or 10 protective jade slips, wouldn't he have to face the continuous soul attack of a super powerhouse in the late star transformation realm? At that time, even if his body didn't die, he would be struck silly by the other party. The demon purification pot would help him protect his soul, but it was only relative. More importantly, the demon purification pot would help him sweep away all souls that tried to invade his sea of consciousness. However, his soul would still be attacked. With this in mind, Han Fei thought to himself, I must not be at a disadvantage, or there will be no hope of a comeback. Chirp. After a bird cry, Han Fei's eyes turned red. The Emperor Sparrow fused with Han Fei without revealing his figure. Seeing the situation, the Emperor Sparrow couldn't help taking a breath. Did you provoke a group of guys who are extremely good at soul attacks? Han Fei asked. Can we beat them? The Emperor Sparrow said, yes, but let me use your body. Han Fei said, take it. Han Fei agreed readily. He called the Emperor Sparrow out at this time naturally because the inherited techniques of the Emperor Sparrow were all soul attacks, and most of them were super strong soul attacks. This meant that the Emperor Sparrow was also very good at soul attacks. At the same time, the Emperor Sparrow also had a super strong body. In any case, it should be easier for the Emperor Sparrow to deal with the current situation than him. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly straightened his body, stood straight, and looked dignified. He glanced across like an emperor looking at the world. As the Emperor Sparrow's gaze swept across, the 3 phantoms outside the arena immediately shattered one after another. It was a soul-level clash, and the Emperor Sparrow forcibly messed up their minds with the frenzying eye. The protective jade slip could only release one blow. Now that the Emperor Sparrow disturbed their minds, the array here collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. When the purple mist cage exploded, the infinite soul knives and the golden soul lock that was about to buckle suddenly shattered. How is it possible? On the other side of the Ghost Strait, the group of people exclaimed. Why did this person suddenly erupt and break 3 late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses' soul attacks in a row? In the next moment, someone met Han Fei's eyes and said in horror, we can't. Before he finished speaking, the people who were looking at Han Fei suddenly fell into madness and froze on the spot. Then, Han Fei shouted solemnly, devil arrival. Aha. At that moment, the 3 of them were burning with dark blue flames. They attacked randomly in the void, as if there were enemies in the void. Then, Han Fei continued, ominous possession. A large amount of ominous aura spread out from Han Fei's body and entered the people who had gone crazy. 7 people in a row were enveloped by the ominous aura. Immediately afterward, these people completely lost their minds. However, although they lost their minds, unlike ominous creatures, they were controlled by the Emperor Sparrow. As the saying went, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. 1 second ago, Han Fei was still trapped in the purple thunder cage, and the next second, the Emperor Sparrow broke out of the cage with Han Fei's body. At a glance, many people fell into madness. Of course, among these 7 people, 3 were affected by Han Fei's fist mark and fell into a frenzy. But anyway, these 7 people had all lost their minds and used all kinds of soul techniques on their companions. What a strong body. Originally, the Emperor Sparrow wanted to use the Heavenly Fiend battle body, but he found that Han Fei's body, after activating the Great Tao, was much stronger than his Heavenly Fiend battle body. This made the Emperor Sparrow speechless. Why did your body suddenly become so strong? The words of the Emperor Sparrow were imprinted in Han Fei's soul. Han Fei, who had nothing to do, clicked his tongue when he saw the Emperor Sparrow fight. However, his body was not under his control now. Damn, as expected of a natural-born monarch. In terms of soul techniques, these people are all trash in front of you. But then, what the Emperor Sparrow showed was not only the Tao of the soul. When he attacked again, he also used his fists. As the Emperor Sparrow punched out, a sky-opening realm powerhouse was not only blown up by the punch, but his Yang soul was also shattered. The Yang soul tried to gather again, but the Emperor Sparrow punched 7 times in a row. In an instant, the Yang soul was directly annihilated. With consecutive bangs in the sky, this person was blown up by the 8 punches of the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei was shocked and exclaimed, "Isn't it said that the Yang soul is indestructible? It can't be defeated by a physical technique. How was it destroyed by you?" The Emperor Sparrow still had the strength to say, "This is the fist soul. There is no absolutely powerful body in this world, nor is there an absolutely indestructible soul. The fist intent can obliterate the soul, but above the fist intent, there is the fist soul. A great technique has a soul. When your attack has a soul, you naturally won't be afraid of these Yang souls." Han Fei was stunned. Fist soul? The Emperor Sparrow burst out at an ultra-light speed and appeared in front of another person the next moment. He punched this person 7 times and blew him up. Then, he said, "It's actually simple. When the soul and will fuse, you can produce a Yang soul. When the Yang soul and your great Tao of origins fuse, you can understand the higher level usage of soul power. Any great technique can have a soul and runes. For example, this fist soul can hurt the body and destroy the soul. In this way, you can kill both your enemy's body and soul." Kill both the body and the soul? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "When can I comprehend this double kill technique?" Emperor Sparrow, prove your Tao. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Prove his Tao? So, maybe the question he asked in the Void Temple was still so far away from him that Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others didn't tell him the answer. Chapter 2261, Impasse Again. At that time, Han Fei felt that he was about to be invincible, but in the next second he felt that he was far away from being invincible. This sense of loss was indescribable. Bang, 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 bang. In Fishing Ch2251, although the Emperor Sparrow had just entered the sky-opening realm, Han Fei was not the same. After 8 years of tempering, he would fight for half an hour every time he fought. Zhou Jingjing and the others were either so angry that they chased him crazily or wanted to avoid him when they saw him. After training for so long, he had gained something. That was why the Emperor Sparrow felt that Han Fei's body was surprisingly useful and he could easily kill the enemies with his body. The old man who was stopped by the Blood Fiend roared angrily, "Villain, stop, stopper, Soul Domain, 10,000 Demon, Forbidden Ground." The old man couldn't pass Blood Fiend and simply detonated himself. His flesh and blood stretched hundreds of thousands of kilometers, producing countless demons that swarmed at Han Fei. Blood Fiend was just a puppet after all. Although he could slowly penetrate such a large-scale soul technique, it would take too long. However, he knew one thing, protect his master. In fact, Han Fei didn't need Blood Fiend's protection. The Emperor Sparrow was having a good time fighting. Anyway, 8 or 9 of the dozen people from the Ghost Strait had been killed by Han Fei, and most of the remaining people were infected by the ominous aura and went completely crazy. The golden armored man who had been watching the battle narrowed his eyes and stared at the boxing gloves in Han Fei's hand. This was because when they came, those crazy emperors hammered the mountain crazily and said more than once that they saw a divine path. Then, Han Fei came out, escaped from the barrier, and went on a killing spree. Anyone who was hit by Han Fei would shout that he saw a divine path. Obviously, this was not brought by Han Fei. With the golden armored man's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the boxing gloves in Han Fei's hand were a godly weapon of high quality. Thinking about it, he felt that he knew what was sealed under the mountain. It was probably these boxing gloves, a pair of extraordinary boxing gloves. Besides, at this moment, Han Fei was fighting so many people alone. Even the people from the Ghost Strait couldn't resist Han Fei's fist marks when their Yang soul had left their bodies. Logically speaking, this was impossible. When their Yang souls left their bodies, except for super soul techniques, how could ordinary fist marks penetrate their Yang souls? Therefore, this person suspected that this fist mark could penetrate the Yang soul. With this in mind, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that this was at least a high-quality or even an ultra-quality godly weapon. This was a little exaggerated. High-quality godly weapons were fine, but the sea realm was huge and there were many godly weapon blacksmiths. Although high-quality godly weapons were rare, there were still some. However, an ultra-quality godly weapon was not an ordinary weapon. The appearance of every ultra-quality godly weapon would be accompanied by a storm of blood. The golden armored man flicked his finger and an invisible dust mist dissipated. Then he quietly retreated. Most people didn't know when the golden armored man left. Anyway, he was already gone when they were fighting. Han Fei noticed it, but he ignored it. It seemed that this golden-armored man was not on the same side as these guys who cultivated the Yang soul. Besides, the person left very quickly, and he had no time to chase him. But he felt that he still had the vast ocean navigator. After this battle, he would go kill this guy. In any case, the trump card he showed this time was a little big and very powerful. Han Fei didn't know if his appearance would attract the attention of the major forces. But in any case, he should minimize the impact of his appearance. On this side, although the old man in the late-stage star transformation realm had used his strongest soul technique, Han Fei was at his peak state when he activated his great Tao. Although he was facing the soul attack of the late-stage star transformation realm, it was not Han Fei who was facing the attack, but the Emperor Sparrow. As for the Emperor Sparrow, although he hadn't become a monarch yet, he had so many divine techniques and his soul resistance was even stronger than Han Fei's. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Your soul power is actually extremely high, and your will is actually not bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to comprehend the path of invincibility. It shouldn't be difficult for you to cultivate a young soul. It's only a matter of time. However, you still need to cultivate more soul techniques in the future. Anyway, you can't always rely on me when you encounter such a situation again." Han Fei thought that it made sense. From the moment he saw Ruo Yuxuan's young soul leave his body, he knew how powerful the Tao of the soul was. Only when his body was extremely powerful, so was his young soul, could he be called a true body and soul dual cultivator. Rumble, rumble. The Emperor Sparrow and the old man from the Ghost Strait fought for 3,000 rounds. In the end, the old man gave up hunting Han Fei, grabbed Ruo Yuxuan, and ran. The other disciples had all been killed. Originally, he only felt that this was a trial, and Han Fei was just a small interlude in the trial. He could use Han Fei to verify his great technique and made a demonstration to the disciples. Who knew that he would bump into a rock and lose all his disciples? At the same time, the old man discovered, to his shock, that this person was definitely not simple. He actually had a blood fiend puppet that was still so strong after becoming a puppet. Then, how strong was this person when he was alive? He must have reached the peak of the star transformation realm. The old man was horrified. A young powerhouse with a puppet at the peak of the star transformation realm? Who was he? Was he really a heavenly talent from Fistlight Mountain? After the old man ran away, the Emperor Sparrow said, "There's no need to chase him. We can't kill him even if we chase him. This person is extraordinary and is a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. If it weren't for the blood fiend suppressing him with me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him with my current means." Buzz, Han Fei took back his body and took out the vast ocean navigator. Swish the swish, the swish the swish, the Han Fei broke through the void, found 3 origin seas in a row and looted them. Then, Han Fei looted 3 more origin seas with the help of the vast ocean navigator. Unfortunately, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day, and it was counted by user. If Han Fei used the vast ocean navigator with his original body and then fished another vast ocean navigator from the river of time, he still couldn't use it because the use times of this thing was counted by his original body. Although Zhang Daqian was also Han Fei, it was Han Fei's avatar after all. In a sense, one's avatar was completely different from his original body, so he could be regarded as another person. More than a dozen sky-opening powerhouses had died here. He definitely couldn't finish looting so many origin seas in a day. Then, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler. After a round of testing, he found that the divination showed impasse. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This was something he didn't expect at all. Just a dozen years ago, he had just faced an impasse in the number 3 revived place when he encountered a strong master like the Blood Fiend. That was a powerhouse at the edge of the Tao-proving realm. But he had just experienced a battle that was at least greatly ominous. Then, he was going to face an impasse. What the hell was this place? He had only dug 3 treasures, but he had to face an impasse. At this moment, how could Han Fei still care about the origin seas of these sky-opening realm powerhouses? He rushed out with a swish and found a mountain where there was no one. Han Fei immediately said, "Emperor Sparrow, I'm afraid you'll have to use the Eye of Disaster again today." The Emperor Sparrow was stunned. "What did you do again?" The Emperor Sparrow was speechless. "Didn't you just fight?" "I've just returned to the origin sea to rest, and you woke me up again." Han Fei said, "I'm afraid I'm going to face an impasse today." The Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei had already discovered that he couldn't avoid impasses at all. Sometimes, if he deliberately avoided it, he would instead end up sending himself on the road of impasse. Han Fei cursed. He was here to gain experience and cultivate, hoping to take this opportunity to polish himself and achieve a balance between his body and soul as soon as possible. But now, he had only dug out 3 treasures and was in an impasse. Wasn't this a joke? Buzz. With a thought from Han Fei, Zhang Daqian appeared. So did Zhou Jingjing. He had planned to use Zhou Jingjing as bait, but now he might need Zhou Jingjing to save his life. As soon as Zhou Jingjing came out, she said, "Are we going to start?" However, Han Fei shook his head and said, "Look around." Zhou Jingjing looked around and suddenly raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Wow, a lot of strong masters have died here?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "The danger of this place is beyond my imagination. At least, this is not a place where you can be bait at will." Then, Han Fei looked at Zhou Jingjing. Now I want to make a deal with you. Zhou Jingjing was shocked. What deal? Han Fei grinned and said, wait outside the ruins of gods for me to come out. You're not allowed to leave until I come out. If I come out and you don't leave, I can give you a great opportunity. Zhou Jingjing was surprised. She could feel that Han Fei actually meant to let them go, but now he asked her to wait for him at the periphery of the ruins of gods. She didn't know what happened in between. She guessed that something must have happened to Han Fei, but Zhou Jingjing was puzzled. Why did he need her to wait for him? It should be meaningless to just wait, right? Zhou Jingjing asked. What do we need to do? Just wait? Han Fei shook his head slightly. I'll let my avatar follow you. All these years, you don't need to do anything. You just need to wander around the periphery of the ruins of gods, but don't go too far away. By the way, don't make enemies for yourselves easily. Don't let others kill you. Take care of your avatar? Zhou Jingjing had a guess in her heart. Han Fei wasn't sure if his original body would be fine, so he left an avatar just in case. Han Fei nodded. However, in order to ensure your credibility, you have to give me your essence, blood and soul. You should know that I have a navigator. If anything happens to my avatar, think about the consequences. Zhou Jingjing was silent for a moment. Will you control us like the mobile castles? Han Fei shook his head. No, I'll return it to you after this matter ends. After a long time, Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath and seemed to have decided something. She said firmly, okay, Zhou Jingjing had figured it out. Han Fei was very strong, so strong that he was comparable to late-stage Star Transformation realm powerhouses. Besides, the fact that Han Fei could escape from the 3 strong masters of the Crab King city proved how strong he was. Since Han Fei asked her to take care of his avatar so carefully and promised her a great opportunity, with Han Fei's personality, he wouldn't lie to her. Otherwise, how could his Dao heart be at ease? After a while, Han Fei took Zhou Jingjing's soul and essence blood and let Zhang Daqian leave with Zhou Jingjing. Chapter 2262, 9th level of void fishing. Han Fei knew that he was in an impasse and couldn't put all his trump cards in one basket. If Zhang Daqian left, he would have a way to survive because little Fatty was with him. Of course, Han Fei didn't expect the desperate situation he encountered to be so desperate. After all, Han Fei would rather entrust his hope of survival to his eldest senior brother. If it wasn't necessary, why should he die? As for whether Zhou Jingjing and the others would be in danger, Han Fei wasn't worried about that. This was only the periphery of the ruins of gods. With the strength of Zhou Jingjing and the others, it was unlikely that they would be killed in one fell swoop. As soon as Zhou Jingjing and the others left, Han Fei entered his origin sea. Han Fei didn't know how he would fall into an impasse, but now, excluding eldest senior brother, he only had Bloodfiend as his trump card. With Bloodfiend around him, the divination still showed impasse, which meant that Bloodfiend would be completely suppressed. At this moment, it was useless to rely on others to avoid desperate situations. Han Fei could only rely on himself and improve his strength. Although he couldn't improve much in this short day, he wanted to be at his peak. The treasures Han Fei had obtained so far were the Moonlight Essence. He had collected a lot of this thing. It could promote the growth of the Golden Jade Marrow. The Heavenly Dao Jade Essence could be fused into the body, directly tempered and assimilated into the bones, which could strengthen the body. The Divine Crystal contained the Dao Runes of a god. From it, he could glimpse a trace of the great Dao of a god, and it could also consolidate the soul and flesh. These 3 treasures could be said to be extraordinary body-refining treasures that couldn't be obtained easily. Unfortunately, it would take a decade or even decades for these 3 items to be completely refined and absorbed. Now, he only had 1 day. Even if he used up 1 day in his origin sea, he only had 256 days in his origin sea, which was less than a year. It was impossible for him to digest these things. Han Fei looked around at the massive resources in his origin sea, the surging spiritual spring, and the essence of the ground veins that gathered into a lake. All these years, everything he had snatched in the wilderness was here. In terms of quantity, it was probably enough for him to open up his origin sea by tens of thousands of kilometers more. There were so many of them because Han Fei had fought a lot. There were nearly 100 sea monster fortresses that he had harassed. With such a massive amount of resources, even if he consumed them all, it would probably only lay his foundation slightly more solidly. It wouldn't be easy to make him level up. Huff. It seems that I have to take that step. After much deliberation, Han Fei knew that it was time to practice the last level of void fishing. Originally, Han Fei didn't want to cultivate this last level too early because this level was for monarchs. Han Fei thought that he should wait until he turned his origin sea into a star and became 30 to 50% stronger before cultivating this technique. But now it seemed that he no longer had this chance. If he wanted his strength to soar, he had to pay a price. Cultivating the last level of the void fishing art was already imperative. However, the Ruins of Gods was clearly not suitable for cultivating the last level of void fishing. This was because the baptism of lightning had become a basic requirement of void fishing. In the past, Han Fei thought that he had to be baptized by lightning to deduce void fishing, but now it was different. Every level of its cultivation required him to be baptized by lightning. If the Ruins of Gods didn't work, Han Fei could only cultivate in the Sea of Stars. This couldn't be helped. Wherever he went in the ruins of gods, he might be in an impasse, so the best solution was to not run around. However, he didn't know what kind of lightning baptism he would have to go through to practice void fishing in the Sea of Stars. But the only thing that comforted Han Fei was that he was only cultivating techniques, not transcending tribulations. Otherwise, with the resources he had, he would probably die 17 or 18 times in the Sea of Stars. Buzz. Han Fei broke through the quagmire of the Sea of Stars and appeared in the Sea of Stars. Seeing the starry sky flashing, gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Swish. Being dragged out by Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Aren't you going to be in an impasse? Why are you in the Sea of Stars?" Han Fei said. "I want to practice a technique. I may have to experience the baptism of lightning later. I'm not afraid of the baptism of lightning, but I may be seriously injured. If I'm seriously injured or can't resist the sleeping power of the Sea of Stars, you have to take me back to my origin sea." The Emperor Sparrow held his head high, but he seemed to be a little curious. Although he could communicate with Han Fei from the Soul Sea, he had never seen Han Fei receive the baptism of lightning outside, so he didn't know this. Therefore, the Emperor Sparrow just nodded. Okay. Since he was going to practice a monarch-level technique, Han Fei certainly had to prepare something. He took out the liquid divine brilliance of 10,000 years of vitality he had used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to create earlier. Han Fei sat cross-legged, holding the divine crystal in his left hand and the heavenly Tao Jade essence in his right hand. All the moonlight essence that he had saved was swallowed by him in one breath. For a moment, Han Fei felt that his body was surging and the power of the moonlight essence was attacking his flesh and bones, trying to melt into his body. At this point, Han Fei didn't say a word. In the meridians in his body, a strange vein map appeared in the blink of an eye. When he activated the 9th level of the void fishing technique, something seemed to be wrong where Han Fei was. There were no tribulation clouds in the Sea of Stars, but he felt that the heavenly Tao runes here suddenly became abnormally rich. Buzz, buzz. A roar that ordinary people couldn't hear erupted from the Sea of Stars. This sound was directly imprinted in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei ignored the sound and continued to operate the strange vein diagram. However, it wasn't as easy to use it the second time. The first time, Han Fei just guided it with his qi. The second time, the immortal qi in his body surged like a wave, but he felt abnormal resistance. Boom. For some reason, in the darkness of the Sea of Stars, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Han Fei. Swish to cough. Han Fei trembled, and the milky brilliance on his body splashed out, scattering into specks of brilliance. The so-called light spots were none other than a part of Han Fei's body that exploded and splashed out. After only one lightning bolt, Han Fei grunted in shock. Is the lightning in the Sea of Stars so dangerous? Why does it feel like a tribulation? The Emperor Sparrow, who was just watching curiously, couldn't help but straighten his body when he saw this scene. Heavenly tribulation? No, it's the lightning pool. Did he trigger the lightning pool? The Emperor Sparrow was surprised. From this lightning bolt alone, he could tell that although this was not a heavenly tribulation, the power of lightning was quite terrifying. Perhaps this lightning bolt had at least 10% or 20% of the power of a heavenly tribulation. Boom. As soon as the lightning struck down, the second lightning struck down. Boom, a boom, a boom. In just a minute, dozens of lightning bolts struck down, which stunned the Emperor Sparrow. Baptism of the lightning pool? The Emperor Sparrow wasn't sure, but he felt that it wouldn't be easy to survive such dense lightning. After only about 20 seconds, the moonlight essence that Han Fei swallowed was completely fused into Han Fei's body under the lightning strikes. The price was that Han Fei's skin and flesh were torn and dripping with blood, and the electric arcs on his body were sizzling, almost making him an electric cocoon. More than 60 seconds passed. Crack, the heavenly Tao Jade essence on Han Fei's left hand had already cracked. Han Fei's body was completely charred, and there was probably only a shell left. 80 seconds passed. The heavenly Tao Jade essence exploded, and the last trace of energy was absorbed into Han Fei's body. And there was still the divine crystal in his hand, shining brightly. However, the power in the divine crystal was also rapidly consumed, but the frequency of lightning strikes didn't decrease. Even Han Fei was a little shocked. The lightning baptism would probably last for an hour. How long had it been? The 3 treasures were almost used up. As Han Fei expected, although the divine crystal was extraordinary, it only helped him hold on for less than 80 seconds before it exploded with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, the lightning kept striking, but Han Fei didn't have any powerful treasures. Ultra-quality spiritual stones, spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, and the essence of the ground veins were surging out crazily. However, every time a lightning bolt struck down, a massive amount of such resources would evaporate. Not long after the power of these resources poured into Han Fei's body, they were dispersed by a lightning bolt. There was no telling if it was because the level of the resources was slightly low, but even with a massive amount of resources protecting his body, Han Fei was still injured, and every lightning bolt would worsen his injuries. Boom, boom, boom. For mere seconds, Han Fei was almost blown up by the lightning. Watching this in the periphery, the Emperor Sparrow frowned and couldn't help being a little anxious. It had been half an hour. Why wasn't the lightning over yet? If it continued, he would be killed. Crack suddenly, with a soft sound, Han Fei's body cracked and then fell apart. It looked terrifying, but in fact it was Han Fei's charred body. Now, the shell cracked and then exploded. Inside the shell was Han Fei's baby-like skin. It seemed to be only a thin layer, as if the old one had faded and the new one hadn't grown yet. On Han Fei's body, divine splendor burst out. It was the liquid divine splendor of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei was now forced to extend his life with the divine splendor. Boom, boom. In the sea of stars, Han Fei was shining like a star. In the inner area of the ruins of gods, less than half a day's walk away, a middle-aged man said solemnly, "A high-quality godly weapon tainted with divinity. Are you sure?" In front of the middle-aged man, a young man in golden armor nodded. It might even be an ultra-quality one. With this thing, that person slaughtered a team of people from the Ghost Strait almost alone. By the way, that person also has a super puppet in the late stage of the star transformation realm. That puppet is extremely powerful. Even Elder Xuanhuan from the Ghost Strait can't control it. The middle-aged man sneered. It's not that the puppet is strong, but that Xuanhuan is weak. A divine weapon tainted with divinity. It must belong to our gate of heaven. Chapter 2263, Void Stealing Technique. Han Fei had been struck by lightning in the Sea of Stars for more than half an hour. His body was almost dry, and he didn't have enough chi blood or vitality. The only thing that made Han Fei feel lucky was the soaring number of golden jade essence. If only 8 drops of golden jade essence were born in his previous 300 years of cultivation, then as his strength increased, the number of opportunities increased, the swallowing of the sacred bone, the replenishment of the moonlight essence, and even the supply of the divine crystal and the heavenly Tao jade essence. This time, under the baptism of the lightning, more than 100 drops of golden jade marrow were created for him. Although this amount didn't seem to be much, plus the amount of golden jade marrow he had accumulated before, it reached 160 drops. Although Han Fei didn't know how many 160 drops were, the number was 20 times that when the golden jade marrow was first born. Besides, the lightning baptism didn't just make Han Fei produce more golden jade marrow. He wanted to use the lightning baptism to polish his body and soul and repair his foundation. If he cultivated step by step, Han Fei knew that he might have to stay in the wilderness for 40 or 50 years to completely solidify his foundation. However, it was different with the baptism of lightning. Thunder could cleanse the evil, temper the body, and purify the soul. If it weren't for the fact that he had no choice, Han Fei would never choose to practice the 9th level of void fishing at this time. In fact, Han Fei couldn't hold on anymore. Half an hour had passed, and the density of the lightning was almost halved. However, his resources were almost exhausted. The liquid divine brilliance had long been used up. Now he needed to occasionally use the heaven enlightenment divine technique to keep himself alive. However, because it was within the range of the lightning baptism, it was difficult for the heaven enlightenment divine technique to coexist with the lightning. Therefore, when the lightning struck, the heaven enlightenment divine technique would be annihilated. When the lightning disappeared, Han Fei would use the heaven enlightenment divine technique. If he had to do both, the effect would be reduced. Crack, crack, crack. When Han Fei had no powerful resources or effective replenishment, his body began to crack, and dense cracks covered his entire body. Occasionally, a certain place would explode, and golden blood splashed. Occasionally, a certain jade bone of Han Fei produced sizzling sounds under the lightning strikes. Han Fei was afraid to hear the sound of jade bones cracking. Once the jade bones cracked, it meant that the power of the lightning baptism had exceeded his limits. Ordinary body refiners might be able to rebuild their bodies often because it was very simple to rebuild their bodies. But at Han Fei's level, the price to rebuild his body was very high. What he had to rebuild was a body that had been tempered countless times. If the body fragments were still there, it wouldn't be a problem. But if the body fragments were destroyed or sealed, the consequences might be disastrous. Boom! When the power of lightning broke through his body and circulated on his jade bones, Han Fei's bones were trembling as if they would crack at any time. Just as Han Fei was extremely nervous, his body suddenly trembled. At first, Han Fei was a little stunned. Did his jade bone crack somewhere? But he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he felt that he had suddenly comprehended a lot of heavenly Tao laws. It seemed that many heavenly Tao runes were drilling into his mind. Huh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. This feeling was the best time to fuse with the heavenly Tao. If the Tao runes of the world fused with his great Tao, he could mobilize more power of the heavenly Tao for his own use. In this way, there was nothing to be afraid of in the lightning baptism. For a moment, Tao runes burst out of Han Fei's body. The path of invincibility, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of space, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, the great Tao of gravity, the great Tao of yin-yang. When many great Tao of yin-yang, when many great Taos fused with the Tao runes of the world, Han Fei felt that Si Hesert stirred and the Tao runes of the world protected his body. Boom. At this moment, Han Fei's body was like a quagmire, and lightning struck down as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Then, it was distorted by Han Fei's great Tao, purified and dispersed in his body. The eyes of the Emperor Sparrow lit up when he saw this scene. Has his path of balance reached this point? Even the Emperor Sparrow was a little surprised. Han Fei hadn't shown any talent in the Tao of Balance before. But under this round of lightning baptism, he suddenly triggered such a huge amount of Tao runes. This was a symbol of the Tao of Balance borrowing the power of the world. Being able to do this meant that Han Fei's soul and physique were beginning to balance so well that he could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. After another half an hour, the power of the lightning baptism was basically over. From several lightning strikes a second to one lightning strike several seconds, Han Fei no longer had to worry about not being able to withstand it. At this moment, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, and the injuries on Han Fei's body were healing at a visible speed. As the spiritual fruits, essence, and other things in Han Fei's origin sea were consumed, Han Fei's blood and qi gradually surged like waves. When Han Fei's muscle completely bulged and the Tao runes on his body circulated, his momentum seemed to have risen greatly. When the lightning baptism was completely over, before Han Fei had the time to look at his information, the 9th level of void fishing appeared in his mind, void stealing. When Han Fei truly understood this power, he couldn't help but gasp. This was actually a strange technique that could steal the power of others. If the time fishing technique could fish out the old body of something from the past, then this void-stealing technique could instantly deprive others of their great Tao, great techniques, actions, and even words that others had said, causing others to be unable to use the power deprived for a moment. Besides, it wasn't as simple as depriving. Han Fei could choose to use the power he had deprived. Gulp. He knew that the 9th level of void fishing should be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. There was actually such a weird technique in this world. This stealing power was obtained by fishing with the Tao runes of the world. It could be said that the void fishing technique could use the world as a hook to fish for everything. Of course, there were naturally restrictions on heaven-defying techniques. That was, every ability that was deprived didn't last long. Furthermore, at the same time, a powerhouse of the same realm could only be deprived of 3 abilities. If it was exceeded, one of the deprived abilities would inevitably fail. However, Han Fei learned that this great technique could deprive the strength of stronger people across realms. In other words, he could even deprive a certain power of a monarch-level powerhouse. However, in that case, he could only deprive the opponent of one kind of power. If he was facing someone 2 realms above him, this technique would be ineffective. Of course, it was impossible to cross 2 realms. Those 2 realms above Sky Openers were at the level of gods. At the level of gods, it might be useless to deprive others of their strength with a cultivation technique at the level of a monarch. However, in any case, the power of the void-stealing technique exceeded Han Fei's imagination. After sensing the 9th level of the void fishing technique, Han Fei was overjoyed. He had a strange feeling that this was not yet the limit of the void fishing technique. In fact, no one seemed to have mastered the 9th level. This strange feeling swept across his heart. Han Fei was overjoyed and immediately looked at his personal information. Owner Han Fei level 101. Sky Opener, bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,000 1/6 chaotic chi, 660,000 spiritual power, 5,461,258, perception range, 6.5 million kilometers, strength, 5,09698 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 99, second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 99, second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 100. Main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra quality, fuck. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked, although he knew that his physique would definitely increase greatly after swallowing the moonlight essence, the divine crystal, and the heavenly Tao jade essence. However, he never expected his physique to soar to more than 5 million waves. Is this the change in physique brought about by the golden jade marrow? Han Fei suddenly got up. At this moment, his body had almost recovered under the nourishment of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. He didn't dare to waste time, because there was no acceleration of time in the Sea of Stars. Therefore, Han Fei immediately retreated to his origin sea. As soon as he entered his origin sea, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the law of the heavenly Tao descended on him. He vaguely felt that his body had carried part of the Tao runes of the world. It felt as if part of his body had already fused with the heavenly Tao. For example, when Han Fei thought that I needed fire, he could narrowly produce flames. This was not as simple as when God said, "Let there be light." But Han Fei could obtain the power of fire from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Similarly, Han Fei could also strengthen his great Tao or even his strength from the Tao runes of the world. Han Fei tried to summon this power, but to his disappointment, he could only use the Tao runes of the world to increase his combat power by 10%. This result made Han Fei a little disappointed. This was because during the meeting in the Void Temple, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others said that with the power of the heavenly Tao, the cultivators of the Tao of Balance could increase their strength by more than 50%. But he only got 10%. It seemed that he was still far away. Han Fei estimated that it was probably because of the gap in his physique and soul. Even though he had been baptized by lightning and his unstable foundation had basically been consolidated, it was still a little lacking. In addition, the Tao of Balance was extremely difficult to cultivate in the first place, so it was already not bad that he could borrow 10% of the power. Although his physique strength had soared, his soul power was still not strong enough. Han Fei saw hope because he could also transform his soul power and physique, although this transformation shouldn't be too much or else it would still affect his foundation. However, if he transformed and tempered a little bit, plus his daily cultivation, attaining the Tao of Balance must not be too far away from him. Perhaps he might have already reached the balance before he arrived in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Chapter 2006-4, Speed Stealing. Although the 9th level of Void Fishing gave Han Fei a lot of help and increased his strength, and he could even directly use the power of the Heavenly Tao to enhance himself, however, this growth in strength was still not enough in the eyes of the real strong masters. According to Han Fei's judgment, his current strength was still not as strong as the third brother of the Crab Royal City. At most, he could last for half an hour in his hands. Therefore, although his strength had soared this time, it was still not enough to deal with a real powerhouse. One day was too short. He had already spent more than an hour using most of the resources he had. If he wanted to continue to improve his strength in such a short time, he had no choice but to continue to devour energy crystals. However, swallowing energy crystals would inevitably cause an imbalance between the soul and body, which would make all his previous efforts wasted. It wasn't easy for him to trigger the power of the Heavenly Tao, which would inevitably disappear because of this situation. Therefore, except for normal cultivation, Han Fei wouldn't use energy crystals again. Buzz. With a thought, Han Fei appeared outside. There was only one day in total. He didn't want to hide in the Origin Sea. A void node like his Origin Sea might not be able to hide from a powerhouse who could put him in an impasse at all. Once the other party found his Origin Sea, he would probably find his location. He had wanted to use the Vast Ocean Navigator to find a safe place, but when he thought that he had used up all the times of the Vast Ocean Navigator today, he couldn't help but feel that he was really stupid. But Han Fei didn't hesitate. The backlash of the Vast Ocean Navigator was the backlash of luck. He was looking for a survival chance, but if his luck suffered a backlash, it might push him into a deeper abyss. This made him a little hesitant. Whatever, it's only a day. Instead of not knowing where to run, I'd rather suffer a backlash. Without hesitation, Han Fei took out the Vast Ocean Navigator and said, "Point to my way out, Buzz." The Vast Ocean Navigator immediately turned, but the direction it pointed to stunned Han Fei. Ruins of Gods? Han Fei couldn't help frowning. When he entered the Ruins of Gods, he knew that the Ruins of Gods were divided to the inner and outer areas. There must be a lot of treasures hidden in the outer area. From his gains in the past few days, it could be seen that what everyone lacked was the opportunity to find treasures. For example, the Heavenly Tao Jade Essence could conceal its existence. For example, the Sacred Bone could even give birth to a barrier that sealed itself. Without the guidance of the Vast Ocean Navigator, it was impossible to find it in the Endless Mountains. And the inner area of the Ruins of Gods was not a good place. Some people picked up scraps near the inner area, but those who really broke into the inner area were almost all dead. This was one of the main reasons why Han Fei didn't directly target the inner area. However, the Vast Ocean Navigator was pointing at the inner area, which meant that compared to the danger he was about to encounter, the inner area was a way out. At least, it was not as dangerous as the danger he was about to encounter. Before Han Fei could think for long, his face suddenly changed. He felt an unprecedented danger. At this moment, a perception scanned where he was. Ufk. It came so fast? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Is this the fucking backlash of the Vast Ocean Navigator? But didn't it come too fast? At least give me some room to think. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei no longer held back. His great Tao burst out, and he instantly activated an ultra-light speed rushing towards the inner area of the Ruins of Gods. Less than 20 million kilometers away from where Han Fei was, 3 middle-aged men stood with their hands behind their backs. One of them looked up at the starry sky. Then, he looked at Han Fei's departing figure and smiled. This must be him. 3 times the speed of light, and he has just turned his Origin Sea into a star? I wonder who gave him the courage. He can't run away. Buzz. At that moment, the 3 of them moved. If Han Fei had seen their speeds, he would have been shocked. The lowest speed of these 3 people was 8 times the speed of light, and the fastest was 9 times the speed of light, or even faster. What did it mean? According to Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others, under normal circumstances, the speed of a sky-opening realm cultivator was only within 10 times the speed of light. Since this person's speed exceeded 9 times the speed of light, it meant that he was already on the verge of Tao proving. His strength was very likely at the level of xuanhuan. God knew why such powerhouses would appear in the wilderness. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei ran at full speed without hesitation. However, in just 5 seconds, 6 million kilometers behind Han Fei, he felt energy fluctuations. Feck, so fast. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He didn't know if it was because the other party was too fast, but he felt that the void was fluctuating and danger was coming closer and closer. Boy, you can't run away. Stop. Under this absolute speed advantage, Han Fei was helpless. It was not that he was slow, but that the other party was too fast. When the middle-aged man behind Han Fei was less than 100,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, the man pointed his finger and a starlight burst out from between his fingers. He felt that with his speed he would pass Han Fei in the next moment and crush his body, and this interception would be successful. However, at that critical moment, Han Fei suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. This person's figure that was 9 times the speed of light instantly stopped. He seemed to have forgotten everything. He suddenly lost his balance and crashed into the seabed. Boom, boom. As if countless nuclear bombs had exploded, this person's body left a deep trench under the seabed. The explosions spread out, probably stretching out for more than 100,000 kilometers. Buzz. At that moment, the middle-aged man perceived that Han Fei's speed suddenly soared from 3 times the speed of light to 6 times the speed of light. What shocked him was that this guy's ultra-light speed was so familiar. Wasn't that his special great Tao? Han Fei had already thought of how to run, but when his speed only reached 6 times the speed of light, he felt terrible. Something was wrong. There was a problem with the last level of void fishing. Although power deprivation could make the power of others be used by him, he was not others after all. His physique, strength, and great Tao were all different from that middle-aged man. Therefore, he couldn't completely copy the other party's speed. With his current body, he could carry 6 times the speed of light at most. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to be faster, but that he couldn't. He had reached his limit. Han Fei was a little disappointed, but he didn't think there was a problem. It was just that his expectations were too high. Otherwise, if the void-stealing technique was really so terrifying, wouldn't he be able to completely steal the power of a monarch regardless of his own capacity, allowing him to obtain the full combat power of a monarch in a short period of time? That would be too powerful. However, the speed theft this time gave Han Fei an unexpected benefit, which was that the premise of Han Fei obtaining 6 times the speed of light was that he had comprehended a new spatial Tao. Yes, this person used the great Tao of space to increase his speed to more than 9 times the speed of light. However, in comparison, Han Fei also knew the great Tao of space, but he couldn't reach such a fast speed. The root reason was that his understanding of the great Tao of space was not enough. But the moment he stole this person's ultra-light speed power, Han Fei immediately understood a lot about the use of the great Tao of space. His Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Therefore, the most powerful thing about the void-stealing technique was not only stealing the power of others, but also stealing the comprehension, great Tao, and even the principle of power of others. This was fucking terrifying. Didn't this mean that the more power he stole, the more he would comprehend in the end? As time went by, he might be able to fully improve his combat skills with void stealing. Han Fei was excited at this thought. Swishta Han Fei had just escaped the perception range of the strong master when 2 strong masters who were equally fast caught up with him. One of them was shocked. Elder Yi, what happened to you? The middle-aged man who had just come out of the undersea trench looked awful and said, "Take me with you, let's chase him together." Although the 2 of them were puzzled, they wrapped the middle-aged man without hesitation. Then, the middle-aged man said, "This guy is strange. He probably has more than one ultra-quality godly weapon. He can deprive me of my speed and make me temporarily forget the ultralight speed of the great Tao of space. And except for the ultralight speed of the great Tao of space, my understanding of other great Taos can reach 7 times the speed of light at most." What? Deprived speed? How can it be deprived? I've never heard of it. The middle-aged man said, "I don't know. It might be a special great Tao, but he can't completely grasp my speed. Therefore, when he burst out, he was only 6 times the speed of light. It won't be difficult to catch up with him." Chapter 2265, Gate of Heaven. Han Fei didn't dare to stop at all. The crisis of an impasse was definitely not so simple, although his temporary breakthrough might change his luck. However, he didn't dare to be careless, because the crisis that enveloped him didn't disappear. At this moment, he was charging towards the interior of the ruins of gods at 6 times the speed of light. This was because he didn't know if there was a time limit for the stolen power. If there was, how long could it be used? This was what he needed to consider. Han Fei still wanted to accelerate the time around him with the Great Tao of Time, but maybe because the speed was too fast, the Great Tao of Time somehow intertwined with the Great Tao of Space. He didn't have the time to accelerate the time around him, so he couldn't continue to increase his speed. Then, to Han Fei's shock, after only 10 seconds, a vague figure caught up with him. Oh, not 1, but 2. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. There was more than one person on the other side? One of them was the middle-aged man who attacked him just now. He didn't know the other person. It seemed that he was also on their side. Besides, this person was so fast too. He caught up together with the middle-aged man. After running for less than a second, Han Fei judged that the person chasing him had reached 8 times the speed of light. There's a secret. Han Fei's first thought was not how he escaped this disaster, but that he had confirmed one thing, which was that there was a secret in the ruins of gods. Otherwise, it was impossible for two super powerhouses of this level to appear in a row. 8 times the speed of light, 6 times the speed of light. Han Fei estimated that at this speed, the other party would catch up with him in 4 seconds at most. In other words, not even a minute. However, at present, Han Fei was still confident that he could continue to steal this person's speed. However, the moment the second middle-aged man approached within 1,000,000 kilometers of him, the first middle-aged man suddenly escaped from the other person's grasp and also burst out with an ultralight speed faster than his. Shoot, Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. These people also walked more than one great Dao. This spatial Dao had been deprived by him, but he still had other great Daos that could activate ultralight speed. Now, Han Fei didn't think about anything else. Anyway, he must not be caught up by these two. If he was caught up with by the strong masters of this level, as long as they attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist them. Therefore, Han Fei looked back again, and the two of them activated protective barriers at the same time and even Dao patterns to protect their souls. However, in the next moment, the two of them lost their speed and fell directly into the seabed. Rumble, rumble. Waves rose from the bottom of the sea again, and 2 trenches appeared. Countless creatures were crushed to death by these two people, but at this moment Han Fei didn't leave. He suddenly realized that his understanding of the void-stealing technique was too simple. His purpose was to make these two people unable to chase him, so why did he only deprive them of their speed? If they had other great Daos of speed and continued to chase him, how could he continue to deprive them? Therefore, Han Fei didn't escape, but passed the two of them and gave up the 2 great Dao insights he had stolen. Instead, he deprived them of their consciousness. He wanted to stop these two people from chasing him and make them fall asleep. Then, wouldn't his goal be achieved? However, at the next moment, Han Fei felt that he was too naive. The 2 strong masters fell into a dizzy state at the same time, but they were still far from falling asleep. Han Fei immediately discovered that he wasn't strong enough to make them sleep. He could only make them temporarily dizzy. Besides, Han Fei could feel that with the strength of these two people, it was impossible for them to be in this state for long. He would be lucky if this state could last half an hour. Ignoring the two of them, Han Fei continued to run for his life. According to his calculations, it might take more than half an hour to reach the ruins of gods. Han Fei was speechless. Why is the wilderness so big? Why is the sea realm so big? I've already run faster than light, but it still takes so long to run from one place to another. It's too much. Han Fei didn't know that there was actually another person watching him in the dark. However, this person wasn't looking at Han Fei, but at the 2 strong masters. When he saw with his own eyes that the two of them were in a dizzy state, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what method this guy had used. About 100 seconds later, Han Fei was rushing when he suddenly saw that the space in front of him suddenly opened, and a white door of light appeared. Han Fei saw a figure bathed in white light standing at the door. Hiss! Heavenly race! Gate of heaven? Han Fei was shocked. This door was too special. Before Han Fei entered the sea realm, he had heard Chu Hao talk about the heavenly race, because Chu Hao was sure that a small vine of the demon purification pot was in the heavenly race. After entering the chaotic wasteland, he often heard about some super forces in the sea realm, including the Gate of Heaven, the Infinite Mining Area, Fistlight Mountain, the East Sword Pavilion, the Ghost Strait, and the City of Terror. Although no one knew what these forces were, it didn't prevent them from knowing that such a group of forces existed in the East Sea Divine Realm. No wonder there are 3 of them. Han Fei instantly thought that the one who came to him first should be the fastest and strongest. However, he didn't expect that he had such a powerful technique as the void-stealing technique. The second person caught up with the first person who told him the information, and then the two were chasing him together. However, these 2 people didn't know that he could use the void-stealing technique 3 times, so they were tricked again. And this one should be weaker than the 2 of them, but probably not much weaker. However, Han Fei couldn't figure out why the other party was chasing him. When did the Gate of Heaven and the Ghost Strait become so close? Did they want to avenge the people from the Ghost Strait? Han Fei couldn't help but stop, because the person on the opposite side didn't do anything, and he didn't see the person clearly, so he wasn't sure if the person was real. The reason why he dared to stop was that the 2 people behind him were still trapped in dizziness and hadn't woken up. Even if another such powerhouse came, he still had the blood fiend to use, but he had to know why the other party came to him. Han Fei said in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" The strong master in the door of light took a few steps out, revealing his resolute face. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This middle-aged man's temperament was exactly the same as the other 2, with an inexplicable pride. The middle-aged man said, "At first, I just wanted to take away the divine artifact on you so I might not really kill you. However, now it seems that your secret is not as simple as that divine artifact. You've just turned your origin sea into a star, but 2 powerhouses at the edge of the Dao-proving realm were tricked by you. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. A divine artifact? The god-slaying boxing gloves?" Han Fei immediately understood. Because the god-slaying boxing gloves was refined from the sacred bone, it could let people see a strange divine path and was rated as a high-quality godly weapon. When he was fighting the people from the Ghost Strait, the god-slaying boxing glove burst out with terrifying power. Especially when the Emperor Sparrow used his body to pierce through their yang souls, this scene should have been seen by others. Han Fei's heart did a flip. At that time, the only strange person among them was the man in golden armor. That person was the first to run. He thought that he was just a disciple of a big clan who slipped away. Now it seemed that the person's dressing and temperament were somewhat similar to these people. He was probably from the Gate of Heaven. In an instant, Han Fei figured out a lot of things. The people of the heavenly race were exploring the ruins of gods, and there happened to be a few super powerhouses here. His weakness was that he knew too little about the sea realm and didn't discover the identity of the golden armored man immediately. Otherwise, if he had killed that person immediately, none of this would have happened. Now that he had exposed too much, even if he gave them the god-slaying boxing gloves, this person wouldn't let him go. With this in mind, Han Fei sneered, "If you want my treasures, come and get them." At this moment, Han Fei was 5 million kilometers away from that person. This was a distance he deliberately left. If he was too close, he was afraid that he might be sealed by some kind of array and unable to escape. Buzz! Without a word, Han Fei rushed out again. But at this moment, in the direction where Han Fei escaped, a figure walked out and instantly erupted with a terrifying speed at least comparable to his. Han Fei was shocked. With a flip of his hand, Bloodfiend appeared and charged at the figure. Then he turned around and ran in another direction. If Han Fei's guess was correct, since the golden armored man had run away, he wouldn't miss Bloodfiend. Now the other party seemed to have many people. Even if he had to abandon Bloodfiend, he had to save his life. But on this side, as soon as Han Fei ran out, another figure blocked his way. The figure held a sword and slashed at Han Fei with the power of the late-stage star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, the figure in front of him suddenly shattered, and a sword shadow appeared in Han Fei's hand. It was the sword shadow just now. At this moment, Han Fei gave up 6 times the speed of light to obtain this sword. He thought that speed could be stolen at any time, but in the face of these strong masters, he couldn't resist at all. And he discovered, to his shock, that this was just a fucking clone. After he deprived the power of this sword, this clone actually shattered. Shuda, Chapter 2266, Clone and Stealing. When Han Fei found that the person was just a clone, he immediately realized that there were only 3 late-stage star transformation realm experts. This undoubtedly gave Han Fei a boost. He was afraid that there were still strong masters behind. If that was the case, even if he had the void-stealing technique, what could he do to these people? However, even if the 2 people failed to catch up, the person in front of him was not easy to deal with. He clearly knew that he had a strange technique like the void-stealing technique. Therefore, he took out his clone to stop him. Sure enough, when he stole the power of the sword, the middle-aged man who walked out of the door of light suddenly attacked, and a white sword light appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei only had time to block the attack with the stolen power. Clang! Bang! The place where Han Fei was instantly exploded, and he was sent flying 100,000 kilometers. His body retreated rapidly in the void, and his chest caved in. Huh! The middle-aged man seemed a little surprised. This person's physique was actually so strong. Although he had stolen the power of his blow, it was only an ordinary blow. But this time, he had unleashed 80% of his strength in an attempt to penetrate him. Cough, cough. Han Fei spat out a mouthful of golden essence blood. Before he could stabilize himself, another figure appeared behind him. This time, Han Fei learned to be smart. He knew that this person was probably just a clone, so his attention was not on this clone. Instead, he controlled the Bloodfiend to attack the middle-aged man. Bloodfiend naturally rushed over immediately, but this time Han Fei casually punched out, trying to block the clone's attack. However, with a bang, the fist mark exploded. The clone that shouldn't have any combat power erupted with terrifying power and almost pierced him. Boom, 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 boom. Han Fei broke through the void again and was thrown into reality by the clone from the void. He hit the seabed and left a trench. Cough, cough. At this moment, Han Fei saw the original body and the Bloodfiend rushing at him at the same time. In an instant, Han Fei activated his great Dao and the god-slaying boxing gloves appeared in his hand, sacrificing punch. The middle-aged man pressed Han Fei with his palm, trying to kill Han Fei with a slap. However, when he activated his great Dao with all his strength, the power unleashed by Han Fei was probably no weaker than his. He punched out, setting off a terrifying explosion where the 2 were, and the turbulent seawater rolled out crazily. Bloodfiend arrived and slapped the middle-aged man with his withered hand. The middle-aged man's body withered at a visible speed. Clang, deprive. The middle-aged man was not stupid. After he clearly discovered that Han Fei had the ability to steal other people's power, he no longer planned to use his original body to attack. Therefore, the person Han Fei and Shueisha pierced was only a clone. Han Fei extended his hand, and a sword light flashed. Han Fei, who was already prepared, didn't even look back. The power of the heavenly Dao burst out. In the next moment, the sword light behind him disappeared and appeared in Han Fei's hand. Holding a sword in one hand and the vast ocean navigator in the other, Han Fei charged in the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed to. Huh! Bang! The terrifying sword Chi cut through the void, swept thousands of kilometers, and slashed out a phantom in the void. The moment Han Fei slashed out, he gave up the power of sword control and looked at the phantom. His eyes turned cold as he continued to steal. This time, what Han Fei stole was the other party's reaction. Puff the phantom that was about to attack suddenly fell into a daze and couldn't react in time to block Han Fei's sword. Finally, when the sword Chi rushed over, it pierced through the phantom. Han Fei's heart turned cold. This was also a clone. The other party had already left the moment he confirmed his location, and he would have to suffer the backlash of luck brought by the vast ocean navigator again. Buzz! Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. The consciousness of the first two powerhouses he stole seemed to be withdrawn by the other party. So soon? Han Fei was shocked. He couldn't continue to fight. This fucking bad luck came so suddenly. He could have endured it for at least half an hour, but now the other party had broken free in 100 seconds. If the other party really chased over, with this person's current strength, it would be difficult for him to escape. At that moment, Han Fei put away the vast ocean navigator and looked at the empty door of light in the void, saying casually, "You dare not come out to see me." However, 4 or 5 people walked out of the void in a row. The middle-aged man sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare to see a junior like you? From the looks of it, the power you can steal is limited. When you stole my power for the first time, your 6 times the speed of light disappeared. I guess you can't steal multiple powers at once. You should be able to steal 3 powers at the same time, but you've already used it on the 2 of them, so when it comes to me, you can only steal 1 of my powers at the same time. You want to force my original body to appear so that you can directly steal a certain power of my original body to buy you time to escape. I have to say, this is a divine technique. I will search your soul and get this divine technique." Han Fei frowned. "You think you can surely beat me?" The middle-aged man snorted. "You think you can escape? Even if you are a genius, how can you escape from me?" With that said, the middle-aged man even smiled contemptuously. "Oh, and your navigator can actually find where I am. It seems to be an extraordinary treasure too. You have 2 magical treasures and a strange divine technique. If you were born in our heavenly race, we would definitely nurture you. What a pity, Buzz." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Really? By the way, I have something to tell you." The middle-aged man sneered. "Cut the crap. Do you think you can buy yourself the time to run away?" Han Fei said. "Hey, what I want to tell you is that, go fuck yourself." "Buzz." The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He was not interested in wasting time with this brat and charged at Han Fei. However, in front of Han Fei, the river of time suddenly appeared, and a figure seemed to be trying to drill into the river of time. The middle-aged man sneered. "You're quite bold to enter the river of time. However, come out." Bang! The middle-aged man stepped into time. The moment he entered time, he felt that his mobility was deprived and his body was rapidly decaying. But in the next moment, it turned out that this person was still a clone. At the moment Han Fei attacked, the middle-aged man appeared outside the river of time and blasted Han Fei out. After this blow, the middle-aged man wanted to disappear, but nothing appeared in his mind and he fell into dizziness. At this moment, another Han Fei appeared. He sneered. "Do you think you're the only one who can summon clones?" Han Fei didn't try to stuff the middle-aged man into the river of time or take him to a certain period of time. This was because there was a time limit to stealing the other party's consciousness. Once he entered the river of time, the other party might wake up instantly. Then all his efforts would be in vain. Buzz! Han Fei's face was slightly pale. When he returned to the outside world, he activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to replenish his energy and set off at full speed again. Because he had experienced the middle-aged man's Great Tao of Space, when Han Fei activated his Great Tao of Space, he could already burst out 4 times the speed of light, which was a small gain. On the basis of 4 times the speed of light, Han Fei accelerated himself with the Great Tao of Time, so that even if he didn't steal other people's speed, he could still exert nearly 6 times the speed of light. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed forward at full speed because the strongest of the 3 should have woken up. He had only shaken them off for 100 seconds. If the other party chased him at 9 times the speed of light, it wouldn't be long before they caught up with him. In less than 100 seconds. In the place where Han Fei was fighting the powerhouse with many clones, the leader of the heavenly race grabbed into the void and pulled the person out. The man frowned. He felt that it was ridiculous. The 3 of them, who were almost at the peak of the star transformation realm, had been tricked by a brat who hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star? As soon as he woke up, he tried to wake up the other person, only to find that the other person was unconscious. But since that guy didn't attack them while they were in dizziness, it must be that he couldn't kill them and didn't dare to stay long. Since he had woken up, they could naturally wake up too. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, when he saw the powerhouse with many clones fall into dizziness, he casually grabbed him out and continued to chase Han Fei. The gate of heaven had already become enemies with this person. Even if they didn't, this person had too many secrets. They were here to investigate the ruins of God. Unfortunately, they couldn't enter the inner part of the god's ruin but encountered such a strange guy at the periphery. If they took down this person, they might be able to obtain some secrets. Chapter 2267, Eye of Disaster. After this battle, Han Fei discovered to his shock that even though the void-stealing technique was extremely powerful, it was still not enough in front of a real strong master. This was because of his lack of basic strength. Although after he activated his Great Tao, he could narrowly fight a late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouse, the gap was still too big. In particular, in the Sky-Opening Realm, one could summon clones at any time. Even Sea Establishment Realm powerhouses could summon many clones at any time as long as they were willing to use their soul power. In the Sky-Opening Realm, one could easily take out part of the power of the soul to create a powerful clone that could create a single blow. Therefore, the people of the heavenly race must be unwilling to fight him head-on after knowing how terrifying the void-stealing technique was. The reason why he could force the person to appear in his original body just now was that if he wanted to penetrate the river of time, a clone might be able to do it, but his power wouldn't be enough to last long. That was why Han Fei could force his original body to appear for a moment and seize the opportunity. And the him in the river of time was not the current him, but the past him. Taking advantage of the moment he entered the river of time, he used the time fishing technique to fish his past self over. As for his real self, he had used the twin divine technique in the previous battle and hid his black mist body. Therefore, although the result seemed simple, the process was not simple at all. Overall, Han Fei was quite satisfied with the result of this battle. This meant that he temporarily had the capital to resist a late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouse. As a person who had only opened the sky for more than 300 years, it was shocking that he could resist a powerhouse at the late stage of the Star Transformation Realm, or even at the edge of the Tao Proving Realm, even in the Sea Realm. What Han Fei didn't understand was what the Heavenly Gate meant. Was it a door? Things were definitely not that simple. He knew too little about the heavenly race. He only knew that outsiders called the heavenly race the Gate of Heaven, which was a big force in the East Sea Divine Realm. The status of the Gate of Heaven was on par with the Divine Capital Dynasty and the City of Terror. Its name even suppressed other forces. It was impossible for it to appear just to show off. It was just like the An family's triangular divine seal in the chaotic wasteland. The God's Arrival technique was equally terrifying. They claimed to be able to borrow the power of gods. Han Fei guessed that if a monarch-level powerhouse used the God's Arrival technique, would some special power descend? If there was, did it mean that not all the gods had died? Of course, this was all Han Fei's guess. He just felt that there was something wrong with the door of the Gate of Heaven. When he escaped this time, he would definitely study it carefully. As the saying went, only by knowing your enemy and yourself could you win every battle. More than 270 seconds later. Han Fei didn't know if anyone was chasing him. Anyway, he knew that he had to make the best use of his time to run. He was still a distance away from the inner area of the Ruins of Gods. He estimated that in another 200 seconds, he would have run for almost half an hour. And if he erupted at an ultralight speed all the way, he should be able to reach the inner area of the Ruins of Gods in another 200 or 300 seconds. However, the more one didn't want something, the more it would happen. Han Fei continued to run for less than 10 seconds and a voice appeared in his mind. Do you think you can run? Fuck! Han Fei felt terrible and kept paying attention to this person. At this moment, the power that he had deprived had all disappeared. This meant that the two people who had fallen into dizziness woke up one after another. What Han Fei was worried about now was not the person behind him, but if the other two people would come at him too. Hearing this person's voice transmission, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. After the leading middle-aged man knew that he could steal their power, he definitely wouldn't rush up to fight him alone. If it were him, he would definitely throw his two companions into his origin sea. If this person wasn't as strong as the previous two, he should be able to carry them forward. There was no reason for him to leave them behind. However, he didn't know what he would do. At this moment, this person had really caught up. Han Fei frowned, but he didn't stop running. Buzz, buzz. Two figures appeared one after another, one behind Han Fei and the other beside Han Fei. One of them was the strong master who had just fought him. However, Han Fei didn't see the strong master who could burst out 9 times the speed of light. The other party's speed far exceeded his, which meant that he was very likely to be blocking him in front. Han Fei's heart sank. Behind him, the middle-aged man who was fighting him said coldly, "Brat, even if the gods come today, they can't save you." Han Fei ignored this person. He wanted to continue running, but these two people quickly approached him. However, Han Fei didn't use the void-stealing technique again. These two people were not stupid. Since they dared to chase him, how could they make the same mistake again? Therefore, the two people chasing him now were only clones. With the power of the clones, it would be good if they could maintain such a high-intensity speed for 10 seconds. Therefore, their purpose was to stop Han Fei. Swish, swish, the two clones attacked one after another. They didn't hide their identities. In the short battle, since they had figured out Han Fei's methods, it was very easy for them to find a solution. Sure enough, at the moment the two clones attacked, a clone projection appeared in front of Han Fei at the same time, and 4 clones appeared at the same time. However, Han Fei didn't even blink and charged at the 4 of them. Why were there 4 clones here? Of course, it was to test out. Han Fei knew what these people were thinking. They were testing to see if Han Fei could steal the power of these 4 clones at the same time. The 4 clones attacked together, almost sealing Han Fei's way. In fact, these people had basically reached a conclusion, but just in case, they made this attempt. And Han Fei had nothing to hide. They didn't know who he was. At present, he had shown the void-stealing technique, the god-slaying boxing gloves, a powerful physique, and the great Tao of time. However, in addition to these great Taos, he still had many great Taos. Therefore, as long as he could run, Han Fei didn't mind exposing his abilities this time. Swishta. At the moment when the 4 of them were about to attack, 3 of the clones' attacks were instantly stolen by Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand, and 3 great techniques instantly smashed at the 4th clone. Boom! Han Fei flashed past and didn't care about the result of the attack at all. He was just being attacked tentatively. What he needed now was time. In the void in front of Han Fei, 3 middle-aged men were walking side by side. One of them said, "Sure enough, this kid can only steal 3 times at a time. In this way, our clones should be able to penetrate him without us doing anything." Another person shook his head. "It might not be just 3 times. Perhaps he's just putting on a show for you. After all, everyone wants to keep their trump cards." "However, I think what you said about the clone fighting is right. This guy's methods are strange. I don't want my original body to suffer another loss, or I'll lose face." The middle-aged man in the lead said, "We can try." Han Fei knew that nothing good was coming. He had to do something. For now, the void-stealing technique couldn't give him a sense of security. The only thing that could give him a sense of security was the 3 void marks given by his eldest senior brother. However, Han Fei knew that he would have to face many things. There were 3 monarchs on his must-kill list. How many times could the void marks help him? Besides, after today's matter, the heavenly race would also be on his list. At least, he wouldn't be able to get over it if he didn't take revenge. At this moment, Han Fei's void lines extended into time. He was looking for who he should catch and who he could catch. 12 clones suddenly appeared in front of him, which made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. "Son of a BH teach, if I have a chance, I will definitely kill you." Han Fei asked, "Emperor Sparrow, do the people of the heavenly race know you?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "I know them from my inherited memories, but I don't know them. As a prehistoric ferocious beast, I usually fight with divine beasts and won't bother with those humanoids." Hearing that, Han Fei immediately said, "How many clones at the level of Blood Fiend can your frenzying eye affect?" 3, but it has to be a clone. Otherwise, at most, 1, and the frenzying time is very short. Han Fei grinned. "Okay, Drind. Fuse. Swish. Swish." A pair of black wings suddenly grew on Han Fei's back, and his eyes turned scarlet. It was meaningless to try to dodge the clones on the opposite side because the 3 strong masters was definitely in front of him. Buzz. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of stopping, the 3 powerhouses couldn't help but smile disdainfully, wondering what other tricks Han Fei had. However, Han Fei's eyes lit up. 3 of the 12 clones suddenly lost their minds for no reason, and 3 of the attacks unleashed by the other 9 clones were instantly stolen. In just an instant, 6 clones lost control. He does have a trump card, but it shouldn't be that weird technique, but his companion spirit," the leader sneered. "Even so, he can't walk over." As the leader said, even if Han Fei stole 3 attacks, it was still not enough. Those who were frenzied would attack randomly, but their attacks wouldn't be accurate. In the end, there were still 6 clones. 1 twisted the void and sucked Han Fei into a crowd, making it impossible for him to escape. 1 slashed out a terrifying swordlight at Han Fei. The rest had different means and rushed over together. Han Fei stomped and made a prompt decision. The 3 powers he stole exploded at the same time, creating an endless void vortex. Because they were clones, it was difficult for them to maintain the subsequent power. Therefore, all 12 clones fell into the endless void together with Han Fei. At this moment, one of his clones activated the great Tao of Void, twisted the void, and sucked Han Fei out. They wanted Han Fei's treasures and divine technique. If he was trapped in the endless void, what could they get? Seeing another 20 clones appear around him, Han Fei took a deep breath. He knew that if this went on, he would be killed sooner or later. He immediately roared, "Eye of Disaster," Chapter 2268, The Real Ruins of God. When the strong master caught up, Han Fei knew that he couldn't escape without special means. He didn't have any great killing weapons on him. In the sky-opening realm, the things that were useful were probably all kinds of secret treasures at the monarch level. Of course, even if they had treasures, they probably didn't dare to take them out at this moment, because they didn't know if he could steal their treasures and divine weapons. But why would such late-stage star transformation powerhouses need to use treasures like godly weapons to deal with Han Fei? Just like now, more than 20 clones had completely restrained Han Fei. At this time, Han Fei had no choice but to activate the Eye of Disaster. He couldn't run now. Han Fei stopped running and released the Blood Fiend. With a thought from Han Fei, Blood Fiend immediately rushed out. Then Han Fei sneered, "You want to kill me with just your clones? Aren't you underestimating me?" At this moment, Han Fei held his head high and looked down at the battle like a king, his eyes full of disdain. As for the 3 powerhouses of the heavenly race, their expressions were ugly at this moment. When they saw the Blood Fiend destroy a clone with a single blow, they had already judged the combat power of the Blood Fiend. A Blood Fiend at the edge of the Tao-proving realm. How can this thing be controlled by such a brat? Then what should we do? Although that kid only has 3 strange stealing powers, such a strange technique is too terrifying. He can even steal our thoughts and great douse. If his strength is comparable to ours, who below the monarch realm can do anything to him? Yes, this kind of strange technique shouldn't exist. How can there be such a strange technique in this world? The leader frowned and said, it's impossible for this technique to be so invincible. We can't block it just because we don't understand its mechanism. Or maybe this technique has some restrictions that we don't know about. Since ordinary clones can't block him, we'll just send stronger clones over. From the looks of it, this guy doesn't seem to be able to fully unleash the true strength of the Blood Fiend. This is our chance. I'll block the Blood Fiend. Han Fei didn't care about those clones. Although this was not the primordial ancient land, the Blood Fiend could use the power of the world spontaneously. A mere 20 late-stage Star Transformation Realm clones were only enough to fight the Blood Fiend for dozens of rounds. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the late-stage Star Transformation clones had been killed. During this period, of course, there were clones that wanted to cross the Blood Fiend and directly attack Han Fei. But after all, they were not their original bodies and weren't strong enough, so Han Fei could snatch their power. Han Fei even used the snatched power to kill his way into the array and fight with the Blood Fiend. Boom, 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 woom, woom. In the God's Ruin, many people looked at the Sea of Stars because there were suddenly 4 dazzling stars in the Sea of Stars. This sudden situation naturally attracted the attention of many people, but this time no one was willing to join in the fun in the direction of the starlight explosion. How could an ordinary person dare to erupt with such brilliance in the Sea of Stars? It would take a long time for everyone to observe the stars and hunt enemies. For example, it might take a lot of effort for a sea monster fortress or a mobile castle to search for prey. This was because if the starlight was not obvious, prey was difficult to find. But today, the stars were shining brightly. Something big must have happened, otherwise they wouldn't be so bright. They were shining because the great Tao power in their origin seas were mobilized abnormally. At this moment, Han Fei had already defeated most of these clones. Han Fei sneered. Are you really not coming out, you pieces of shit? If you're not coming out, I'm leaving. If you don't kill me today, next time I meet someone from the heavenly race, I must kill them. Now we're enemies. Humph. Shut up, brat. Buzz, 5 figures suddenly descended in a row. Han Fei was shocked. These were still clones. The other party didn't hide it, but these clones were completely different from the ones just now. Just like Han Fei could use the void descending technique to summon clones of different levels and strength according to his needs. These 5 clones might be as strong as the clones just now, but their continuous combat ability was definitely different. The leading clone, with red light circulating around his body, held 2 swords and casually slashed twice, setting off a sword tide. The sword light almost blinded Han Fei. That person went straight for the Blood Fiend and entangled with a murderous aura dragon. With a thought from Han Fei, the heavenly Tao guided a terrifying power into his body. The powerhouse holding the 2 swords suddenly lost 70% of his strength. As for Han Fei, his strength soared, and at the same time, he deprived 2 of his clones of their consciousness. Han Fei laughed. You 3 Beastards, are you so poor? You want to kill me with just 5 clones? Where do you get your confidence? 2 of the clones fell into a frenzy and attacked indiscriminately. As for the clone that was originally entangled with the Blood Fiend, because his strength was greatly reduced, he was blasted back 30,000 kilometers by the Blood Fiend. Han Fei's strength soared, attracting a huge wave of knives, which rushed at 2 of the clones. In the rear, the 3 people from the heavenly race looked calm. They didn't think that the 5 clones could take Han Fei down, but they did restrain Han Fei. At this moment, in the field, 4 more clones descended. The leader of the heavenly race said curiously, You know that it's impossible for you to win with your current means. You can make 3 people lose control and seize the abilities of 3 people. With this Blood Fiend and yourself, 8 clones should be the limit you can withstand. I want to see how you plan to deal with the 9 clones here. The leader didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Han Fei. If he sent out 9 clones alone, he might not be able to take Han Fei down. However, there were 3 late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouses here. Although they hadn't reached the peak of the Star Transformation Realm, it was more than enough for each of them to create a few powerful clones. In fact, when Han Fei saw the 4 clones that appeared again, he was indeed in a bad mood. The Eye of Disaster hadn't caused any abnormality yet. If this dragged on, he might have been killed. Buzz. The frenzying eye erupted, but the clones this time were not the one-time clones from before, so only 2 clones were out of control. Seeing this scene, the leader of the heavenly race couldn't help but smile. It seems that your strength has its limits. The stronger the clones are, the less likely they are to lose control. It seems that I've overestimated you. Then, what trump cards do you have now? At this moment, the void suddenly changed, and the clones that lost control were isolated by the void. The Blood Fiend was teleported out by some spatial power. There were only 3 sober powerhouses left. Although Han Fei had stolen the power of the leader's clone, it was still unrealistic for him to fight 3 alone. As soon as the 2 sides collided, Han Fei was caught in a void storm. This was the other party's Great Tao, and Han Fei, who walked the same Great Tao, didn't walk as deeply as that person. Therefore, although he tried to stir the void, his strength was soon suppressed. As for the other two clones, one kept slashing with a sword and the other was good at palm techniques. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Clang, clang, bang, bang, bang. However, as soon as the two parties fought, they found that their terrifying power couldn't penetrate Han Fei. Although the sword Qi cut Han Fei's skin and flesh, it couldn't break his jade bones. Although the palm technique exploded, it couldn't crush Han Fei's flesh and blood. Although the void storm was violent, Han Fei's physique was too strong, so the effect it caused seemed to be the same as the sword Qi. Although Han Fei was covered in wounds in the blink of an eye, the clones were also injured. Roar. Dharma Idol World. Ignoring the pouring energy, Han Fei activated his Dharma Idol and instantly punched thousands of times, causing huge waves and explosions in the void. The three clones fought Han Fei for more than 20 seconds, but this guy still maintained such a peak-level outburst. The three people behind the scenes were horrified. This guy shouldn't be so strong, one of them said. Did he use a secret method? Another person said, let me tell you something. For some reason, I can't see the depths of his soul sea, but when I observed the sea of stars, I found that this guy hasn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. The leader's eyes turned cold. Indeed, I found it too. Now that you mention it, I'm even more sure that he hasn't turned his origin sea into a star. At that moment, the three of them were shocked. A person who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star could block the siege of their clones. This meant that the other party's strength would soar at least 3 times in the future, and this was their conservative estimate. In fact, according to the strength of the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race, a heavenly talent who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star had to be at least 5 times stronger than his 3 clones. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to resist their clones. Bam, bam, bam! Han Fei was trading injuries with the 3 clones. In another 7 or 8 seconds, he might have to reverse time. And at the moment when time was reversed, these 3 people might take action. For sky-opening realm powerhouses, they could temporarily step into the river of time. As long as they killed him in the river of time, it was impossible for him to reverse time. Therefore, 7 or 8 seconds later was the key. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly felt a great sense of crisis, because he saw a figure descend. This was the one who summoned the Door of Light and fought him. However, this time, Han Fei felt that this person was more like his original body. Han Fei was about to deprive this person of his consciousness and let him attack randomly when a new projection appeared behind him. Han Fei knew that the 3 of them were serious. This clone might carry at least 30% to 40% of their strength. Han Fei asked, Emperor Sparrow, where is the disaster? Why isn't the disaster coming yet? The moment Han Fei asked this question, the ground suddenly sank, the seabed collapsed, and a swath of turbid sand flew up. Around him, the void distorted and an endless void vortex appeared. Han Fei felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes again, there was nothing around him. There were no clones of the heavenly race powerhouses, no seawater, the air was dry, the ground was dry, and his perception couldn't spread out. Before Han Fei could react, the Emperor Sparrow automatically canceled the fusion. In the next moment, a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. I sensed the aura of gods and divine beasts. I told you that you can't use the Eye of Disaster randomly. The position you are in, the enemies you face, and the situation you are in determine the level of the disaster. This time, I'm afraid you've triggered the gods. Han Fei, Chapter 2269, Human, you seem quite talented gods, divine beasts. Han Fei was speechless. He knew that a disaster had probably descended, but he didn't know how it happened or where this place was. However, when the Emperor Sparrow said the word God, he immediately felt very insecure. And divine beasts, weren't they the mortal enemies of the Emperor Sparrow? Also, where were the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race? Where were the countless clones? Not only were the clones of the heavenly race powerhouses gone, but the Blood Fiend was also gone. This made his heart sink. The Blood Fiend was one of his super trump cards. If he lost it, it would be extremely difficult to get another Blood Fiend. Han Fei glanced at his feet. It was a wasteland of rubble. He should be on a hill. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the power he deprived was gone. This meant that either the other party broke free or those clones died. But now was not the time to care about that. He had to figure out where he was. Han Fei walked all the way up to the top of the mountain. When he saw that half of the mountain was flat, his heart suddenly turned cold. Without thinking, he suddenly took out the Green Thunder wine gourd and blocked in front of him. A dazzling knife light imprinted in Han Fei's eyes and slashed at the mountain. I can't resist this. Han Fei's first thought was that he couldn't resist this knife at all. Although he saw the knife light with his naked eye, he couldn't see the trajectory of the knife light at all. Therefore, he immediately summoned the Green Thunder wine gourd to block in front of him. Clang, bang, Han Fei felt that he was hit by a big star. Before he had time to think, he was smashed into another mountain like a meteor. Rumble. The entire mountain collapsed, and Han Fei was cut into the ground. Cough, cough! Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. He was injured after only 1 slash, and his arms were dripping with blood. Huff. Fortunately, no lives were lost. Han Fei was relieved and then looked at the Green Thunder wine gourd. However, he was shocked to find that a crack appeared on the Green Thunder wine gourd. Yes, a crack was cut through half of the gourd's belly. Hiss, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. A godly weapon was almost destroyed by a single slash. What would happen if it hit a person? However, when he was about to collect his essence blood, he discovered, to his shock, that the essence blood he sprayed out was gone. Gulp. Han Fei's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked down at his hands and found that the blood was bubbling out of his upper arm. It was flowing down his arm and going to drill into the ground. Fuck. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei immediately activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. No matter what, he couldn't let his essence blood be stolen. Buzz. When the divine brilliance descended, the injuries on Han Fei's body quickly healed. He didn't heave a sigh of relief until he felt that he was at his peak state. It seems that I can't be injured in this damn place. Han Fei realized the danger here. He hadn't even discovered who the enemy was. It was as if the terrifying knife light came out of nowhere. Bang! Breaking free of the collapsed ruins on his body, Han Fei stopped moving and sat quietly in the ruins. He was not in a hurry. As long as no one came to beat him now, it was a good thing. No matter what, he had to survive this day first. As long as this day passed, the vast ocean navigator could be reset. If he couldn't figure out the direction, he would leave it to the vast ocean navigator. On the other side, the three strong masters of the heavenly race sensed the danger earlier than Han Fei. The moment Han Fei's combat power became abnormal, the leader of the heavenly race grabbed the other two and teleported himself thousands of kilometers away. Elder Yi, what happened? Where did the power come from? Another person said. Not good. I lost contact with my clones. The leading man was horrified. It's the aura of the ruins of gods. Our clones and that brat have fallen into the ruins of gods. How is it possible? The real ruins of gods is still far away from here. How can there be the aura of the ruins of gods here? The leader said. I don't know. Perhaps the battle was too intense and triggered something we don't know. Look, the battlefield has all collapsed and is enveloped by gray fog. Something is wrong with the space there. With that said, the leader felt a little bad because the space fluctuations in that place just now were getting smaller and smaller, and everything was slowly calming down. This meant that the place would probably return to normal, but their clones were gone. This time, in order to take Han Fei down, he had even split at least 30% of his soul power to create clones. But now their clones had disappeared, and they had almost completely lost contact with them. Once their clones were destroyed, it meant that their strength would be greatly reduced. This wasn't something that could be easily recovered in thousands of years. It would probably take tens of thousands of years to repair this lost part of their strength, or use countless resources to repair it. However, they didn't dare to enter the ruins of gods, because they had already explored it once, and all three of them returned with injuries. The power in the ruins was too terrifying. There seemed to be gods fighting, so their expressions were so ugly. Elder Yi, what should we do? With the power used to create this clone, I can almost refine a powerful avatar. If it dies in the ruins of gods, the loss will be too great. It doesn't matter if that little thief dies, but our clones, the leading man said, don't panic. In the end, there's still our clones who have powerful strength. That brat can't compare to them. We have entered the ruins of gods before, so our clones will immediately realize it and give up chasing that brat to find a way to return. Although we've lost contact with them, I think they must just be isolated by the ruins of gods for the time being. 6 hours later, Han Fei felt that he might have survived half of the impasse. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue to use the Nine Palace Luck Ruler now. Today, he was still in the impasse. Just as he was about to continue to sit cross-legged and survive the day, suddenly, a misty phantom appeared in the void. When Han Fei took a closer look, it was a fist mark. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Where did the fist mark come from? The fist mark seemed to be wandering aimlessly in the void. When it met Han Fei, it seemed to find its target and bombarded Han Fei. Feck, why me? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. When he saw the fist mark, he had already activated his Grey Dao with all his strength and even used the invincible eye to unleash his Dharma idol. This was because he knew that the punch was terrifying and not something he could easily block. Besides, even though Han Fei had unleashed so much power, he still raised the Green Thunder Wine Gourd. Anyway, there was already a crack on it. He couldn't change to another godly weapon to block. Boom, the power of the punch sent Han Fei flying through 6 mountains in a row and blasted him into a ruin. Crack, the Green Thunder Wine Gourd let out another crisp sound. In the ruins, Han Fei was about to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique when a footprint fell from the sky. On the other side, there was a roar, and Han Fei felt that his head was cracking. Fuck! In an instant, Han Fei tried to steal the power of the footprint and the demonic sound. However, when he used the void-stealing technique, he felt that his body was about to swell and explode because the power he stole was too strong. Puffer spitting out a mouthful of blood, Han Fei tried his best to release these powers. Rumble, Han Fei didn't know how many mountains he had bumped into or how much blood he had vomited. Anyway, he was hit here by several forces. At this moment, Han Fei realized that these powers were not from the same person. It was as if some people were fighting here. However, there was clearly no one here, which made Han Fei guess that it was just the aftermath of the Battle of the Strong. In this area, there was residual power imprinted in the mountains, rivers, and land. Once it was stimulated from the outside, it began to wreak havoc. To Han Fei's shock, even the residual power was not something he could resist. The green thunder wine gourd in his hand had sunken, which showed how terrifying the residual power was. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei continued to repair himself. He didn't know where the next attack would appear. He really hoped that Blood Fiend could be by his side now, so he didn't have to do it himself. It's all the fault of those 3 bastards from the heavenly race. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill you. Half a day later, a divine brilliance descended. Han Fei couldn't remember how many times he had used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Anyway, he felt that the vitality he got from the number 3 revived place might have been consumed. Hold on for another 4 hours. In another 4 hours, the vast ocean navigator will be reset. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to forcibly use the vast ocean navigator again. No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he could guess where he was. Although he didn't know how he came to the ruins of gods, he had come in. Once he suffered a backlash of luck in this damn place, the result would be terrifying. Han Fei waited for more than 10 seconds and was relieved to find that no more power erupted. Did he come to a safe place? He immediately sat cross-legged, ready to survive the last 4 hours. However, as soon as Han Fei sat down, he felt a voice calling in his heart. Human, you seem quite talented. It's destiny that makes us meet. Chapter 227D, I'm a God. The moment this figure appeared, Han Fei trembled and immediately tensed up. He hated hearing unexpected voices in such a weird place. Anyway, he firmly believed that these smooth talkers were all liars. There were too many liars in this world. They either coveted his body or his soul. Now that Han Fei suddenly heard this, he was scared. Blood Fiend was only a powerhouse at the edge of the Tao-proving realm. However, this person might be the remnant soul of a god. If it was really the remnant soul of a god, he could only count on the demon purification pot or eldest senior brother. Han Fei looked in the direction of the voice. The voice came from a place 3 mountains away. There was a dazzling golden light, as if there was some peerless treasure there. I'm not going, Han Fei thought to himself. Anyway, I just need to hold on for another 4 hours. I'm too close to the place where the golden light is spreading. I have to get away as soon as possible. At this moment, Han Fei no longer cared about being attacked by the residual power buried in this world. As long as he could stay away from the golden light, it was worth 10 beatings. Swish to Han Fei had just run several mountains away when the voice sounded in his ears again. Don't go. I can give you a great opportunity. Hearing this, Han Fei immediately burst out with ultralight speed. No, I have to run for my life. Unfortunately, as soon as Han Fei's ultralight speed erupted, he saw a vague shadow appear in midair. The power of the great Tao he had just activated instantly dissipated, and his ultralight speed failed to erupt. Fuck. Senior God, I came here by accident and don't want any opportunities. I still have something to do, so please don't chase me. Human, come here. I mean you no harm. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This guy must be fucking alive. To be able to talk to him like this and summon a phantom, he must be the remnant soul of a god. Han Fei immediately said, Senior, I don't want any inheritance, nor do I want any treasures. Well, there are 3 super powerhouses on the verge of Tao proving outside. They want everything. They are strong, their blood is fragrant, their marrow is fresh, and they have a lot of resources. Senior, open a way for me. I'll lure those 3 people over for your dinner now. All these years, Han Fei had traveled all over the world and encountered all kinds of situations. The more one said that he didn't have any ill intentions, the more malicious he was in his heart. He must be out of his mind if he believed this voice. However, although Han Fei thought so, the remnant soul of the god was obviously unwilling to let him go. The phantom suddenly triggered this place, and Han Fei saw that the sky was distorted. The old voice said leisurely, Star Cloud Divine Waterfall. He was horrified. This was even stronger than the space great Tao of the heavenly race. Han Fei could feel that layers of the void were sealed here. Han Fei immediately unleashed all great Taos in one sword with all his strength. However, after his full-strength attack touched the so-called Star Cloud Divine Waterfall, dozens of ripples erupted. A transparent film was about to be penetrated, but it was soon covered by the distorted space. And his full-strength attack had already shattered under this power. Han Fei's face immediately sank. Fuck, what should I do now? The Star Cloud Divine Waterfall was shrinking, forcing Han Fei to go to the place where the golden light was emitted. Senior, let's talk nicely. Hey Senior, you're forcing me. Hey, why are you accelerating? The Star Cloud Divine Waterfall twisted the void and sucked Han Fei in. Han Fei felt that the power of his great Tao was unstable. The aura of the great Tao growing in his origin sea was dissipating into the sea of stars. Han Fei was shocked. It was too risky to break through at this moment. He might be minced by the Star Cloud Divine Waterfall. Although he didn't want to go to the place that emitted golden light, he had to go there at this moment. Han Fei retreated again and again, only to see that the deep valley behind him was shining with golden light. But the closer he got to that damn place, the more tense he felt. Finally, when Han Fei was a certain distance away from the golden light, suddenly, before Han Fei could react, the void where he was forcibly teleported. When Han Fei took a closer look, he was shocked. At some point, he had already appeared in the valley. At first glance, he saw a 1,000-foot-long figure nailed in the golden mist by 5 huge jade-like spears. To Han Fei's shock, he could see the spears that were like skyscraping jade pillars and the golden light that was thousands of meters high. However, no matter how he opened his eyes, he couldn't see what was in the golden light that the spear pierced through. It was as if a person was standing in front of you, but you couldn't see his face or his body clearly. You could only see a golden light. This was a very strange feeling, even stranger than the god-scaring painting he had once obtained. As of the god-scaring painting, it was just that his spiritual power was not enough to brand that pattern in his soul, and he had clearly seen this huge figure, but his eyes and brain had deceived him, saying that it was a golden light. Gulptha, this was the first thing that shocked Han Fei. In addition to this, Han Fei also saw that there were nearly 1,000 people sitting here. 80% of them had turned into living corpses with no spiritual charm, no soul, and no blood and energy. They had clearly been dead for a long time. As for the remaining nearly 200 people, they were still alive. However, some people's chi and blood were drained. Their bodies were almost skin and bones, but some just looked a little haggard. Han Fei even saw the clones of the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. Yes, although they had many clones, there were only 3 of them here. Perhaps after entering this place, their clones fused together. Or maybe, these 3 clones were the strongest, so they were forcibly teleported over with him by this mysterious figure. When Han Fei arrived, the 3 of them turned their heads and looked at Han Fei with fury and hatred in their eyes. Han Fei was immediately upset. You chased me and forced me to come here. Otherwise, why would I come to this damn place? Why are you blaming me now? Han Fei immediately said, What are you looking at? You old bastards, I can't wait to get your original bodies here. If you have balls, don't let me get out of here alive. Otherwise, I must wipe your heavenly race out. At this moment, someone sneered. Then you have to get out of here alive first. You can't leave this damn place. Look how many people have already died here. The one who spoke was a man who was very close to the golden light. They seemed to be trying to approach the golden light. Oh no, to be precise, they were trying to approach the pillar. Before Han Fei asked what they wanted to do, a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. Human, I see that you are talented and have extraordinary luck. Break this seal and I can give you 3 treasures and opportunities. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but say, These people are all dead, but they still can't get the treasures. Senior, I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet. Look at those 3. Their original bodies are about to reach the longevity realm. Try to get those 3 over. They will definitely be able to break the seal. While responding to the mysterious voice, Han Fei pointed at the clones of the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. The voice didn't respond to Han Fei, but said, Seal breakers are not about strength, but whether or not you can comprehend the Tao. Human, I see that you're very talented and your luck is good. Have a try. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, I guess you said the same thing to everyone here, didn't you? Do you think I'm stupid? However, Han Fei suddenly sensed something different from this mysterious voice, because it wanted him to break the seal and comprehend the Tao. Then, was breaking the seal the same as comprehending the Tao? The golden light was nailed to the ground by the 5 spears. If he wanted to break the seal, he had to break the 5 spears first. And if he wanted to break the 5 spears, he might have to comprehend the spear Great Tao. Therefore, everyone was close to the 5 spear pillars to try to visualize and comprehend the true meaning of the spear Tao. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This didn't seem to be a problem for him. With the demon purification pot, it was only a matter of time before he saw through this technique. Even if the demon purification pot didn't work, he seemed to be able to figure out the spear Tao here through the green jade bridge. But here came the problem. Even if he could comprehend this Tao, who knew if this golden light could really let him go after it was freed? Also, there were more than 200 living people and more than 800 dry corpses here. Obviously, many of their powers had been extracted. Even Han Fei felt that his vitality and power were fading. This golden light had already killed more than 800 people. Would he keep his word? Han Fei pointed at the clones of the 3 strong masters. The 3 of them looked at him resentfully and seemed to be trying to attack him here. However, someone immediately reminded them, People of the heavenly race, if you want to live longer, don't attack. The leader of the heavenly race said, No fighting allowed here? The man said, You can attack, but the power you unleash will be instantly absorbed by the golden light. You can't hit anyone at all. Someone said, No matter how you make enemies outside, here you should think about how to break this seal first. Everyone, breaking the seal is the only way to survive. Otherwise, as our energy dissipates, we will be exhausted sooner or later. Han Fei didn't intend to attack, but seeing so many people sitting cross-legged, he wasn't worried that the 3 old thieves would attack him. The heavenly race leader narrowed his eyes and said, It can absorb our strength in an instant. Is it a monarch-level powerhouse? This time, no one answered him. Everyone heard an old voice echoing in the void. I am a god. Chapter 2271, Tao Fusion Book. These words were like thunder in the ears of Han Fei and the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. It was a little absurd yet terrifying. Weren't gods extinct? Now a guy suddenly appeared and claimed to be a god. However, Han Fei believed that because although his body was nailed to the ground, he still had the strength to trap so many people here. It almost didn't make sense that he could bring him and the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race over from such a long distance. Han Fei felt that if it weren't for the Eye of Disaster, this unreasonable thing might not have happened at all. Except for Han Fei and the clones of the three strong masters of the heavenly race, the others didn't have any special reaction to this. Obviously, they had long known that this golden light called itself a god. Han Fei immediately calmed down. Whether this golden light was a god or not, it couldn't be simple to trap so many strong masters at once. Han Fei glanced around. These people were all in the sky-opening realm. The ones who died were probably also in the sky-opening realm. So, more than 800 sky-opening realm powerhouses had died here. Han Fei guessed that even if this golden light was really a god, it was definitely not a good god. A god actually absorbed the energy of sky-openers who were like ants in his eyes. Wasn't this bullying? Which decent god could do this? At this time, Han Fei temporarily put aside the grudge between him and the three strong masters of the heavenly race and looked at the 5 spear pillars. The spear pillar was engraved with strange Tao patterns, emitting a faint grayish-red mist. Each pillar was about 1,000 feet high and was about 2 meters thick. The tips of the spears were nailed in the golden light and couldn't be seen at all. What everyone could visualize was the bodies of the spears. Han Fei looked at the Tao patterns on the pillars and seemed to be attracted. In a daze, Han Fei seemed to see a spear in the sky. The spear was completely red, and then there seemed to be Tao patterns imprinted on the spear from the outside. Tao pattern mark? The spear pillars seemed to be able to trigger Han Fei's mind. For a moment, he forgot where he was, and many doubts appeared in his heart. This was the first time he visualized the birth of Tao patterns, also the first time he saw the birth of Tao patterns. He had thought that the Tao patterns were lines created by someone and were mostly used for arrays. But when he saw the scene where the Tao patterns were born on the spear, his heart suddenly stirred. Were Tao patterns artificially created? When Han Fei first came into contact with Tao patterns, he felt that they were a little strange. The lines of the Tao patterns were complicated or simple and completely irregular. Later, the 10,000 Tao patterns compiled all kinds of heavenly Tao patterns, disassembled them, and recorded 10,000 ways to use the heavenly Tao patterns. According to the book, the Tao patterns themselves were meaningless. But once they were used in arrays, they could borrow the power of gods. Han Fei didn't cultivate arrays for a long time, but later he directly became an array master. Almost no one could compare to him because he had learned the use of the Tao patterns in the 10,000 Tao patterns. By disassembling the Tao patterns and integrating them into arrays, he could make the arrays several times stronger. But today, Han Fei suddenly had another idea. Did he really need to remember the Tao patterns? The 10,000 Tao patterns classified, compiled, and disassembled Tao patterns. But from what Han Fei saw just now, the Tao patterns seemed to be born naturally and didn't seem to need to be deliberately engraved or disassembled. It was more like you needed it, and then this world understood your intentions, so it attached a layer of Tao pattern to your technique. Interesting. So Tao pattern can be used like this? We should have the heavenly Tao spontaneously form Tao patterns. Buzz! As if realizing something, Han Fei suddenly came back to himself, only to feel excited. Then, Han Fei's expression changed. At this moment, he felt that 30% of his chi and blood had disappeared. He was now a sky-opening realm powerhouse. How many resources would it take to replenish 30% of his chi and blood? Before Han Fei could think about how the Tao patterns were born, he sensed a sad aura. When Han Fei turned his head, he saw that a strong master who was close to the spear pillar had withered. His vitality was dissipating at a visible speed, and his great Tao was annihilated. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. He could feel the sadness of that person. As a strong master, it was not that he couldn't die, but who would be willing to die for no reason like this? Roar, go to hell. Suddenly, he heard someone roaring on the other side. Han Fei looked over, only to see a half-dead sky-opening realm powerhouse. He seemed to know that he was about to die, so he directly burned all the remaining flesh, blood, and essence in his body, burnt his soul, and launched a peak-level dazzling blow, trying to penetrate the golden light. Han Fei clearly saw that this person's attack was full of the Tao runes of the spear pillars. It could be seen that this person had probably comprehended a lot of the Tao runes of the spear that suppressed this god, so he could launch such a terrifying blow. Han Fei estimated that the power of this blow was comparable to his all-great Taos in one sword. If he blocked it head-on, he might be injured. This person's attack was destined to fail. His peak attack was shattered into starlight the moment it entered the golden light. This person's body was annihilated in midair, with no chance of rebirth. 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses died in a row, which made Han Fei realize the danger of this so-called god. Han Fei quickly mobilized the resources in his origin sea to make up for his lost chi and blood and return to his peak state. Then, he went to comprehend the new technique that appeared in his mind. Tao Fusion Book Incomplete. Introduction. There are rules in the world that can define all techniques, nurture the great Taos, and carry all living beings. The source of all things is the heavens and earth. Cultivators compete with the heavens for the great Tao, which is a great defiance. Merging with the heavens is the right way. Fusion with the heavens can carry the will of the heavens, grasp the heavenly Tao patterns, and summon all techniques. Comprehension, 37% remarks. The fusion of the Tao is not to the heavens, but to the strong. Han Fei was immediately excited. The demon purification pot was indeed omnipotent. After only one visualization, he had already comprehended 37% of the Tao patterns. At this speed, it seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to completely comprehend this thing. Once he completely mastered the Tao Fusion book, he might have a way to break the seal. Of course, it was still too early to break the seal. Therefore, Han Fei remained still and continued to visualize. About 3 months later, Han Fei was woken up by abnormal astronomical phenomena. It turned out that while Han Fei was meditating, someone else died. However, this time Han Fei found that his qi and blood were only reduced by more than 20%. It must be that the visualization time was not as long as the first time. When he looked at the Tao Fusion book again, his comprehension level was 43%. This surprised Han Fei. It shouldn't be. Why did his comprehension speed slow down? Could it be that the further he went, the more profound it became? Han Fei looked at the 3 strong masters. Although they were clones, their strength and realm were much stronger than his. Therefore, they shouldn't have consumed much qi and blood so far. Han Fei saw that not far away, someone sighed slightly. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, may I ask how long I've been in here? I feel that I've only visualized it twice, but several seniors have already died. Did it take us decades to visualize it once?" The man glanced at Han Fei and shook his head slightly. "How can it take so long? You've only been here for more than half a year." "They died because they were trapped here for too long and their resources were exhausted." Han Fei was secretly relieved to hear that only half a year had passed. It was a good thing, as long as it didn't take decades. However, Han Fei wasn't optimistic now, because 80% of his resources had been exhausted in order to survive the heavenly lightning baptism. The rest were just some ordinary resources. Even if they could be used to restore his qi and blood, it wouldn't last long. The amount of resources required for each person to recover to his peak was different. Han Fei's physique was extremely strong, so the amount of resources required for replenishment was naturally more. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent. No matter what, he had to digest the Tao Fusion book first, 3 years later. This was Han Fei's 15th visualization. In the past 3 years, he had witnessed the death of a dozen sky-opening realm powerhouses, and 3 new sky-opening realm powerhouses had come. Naturally, they were here to hunt treasures, only to be trapped here. This time, Han Fei was in the visualization state. The picture that appeared in his mind was that he was standing between the heavens and earth, as if his body was one with the heavens and earth. As Han Fei waved his hand, wind blew and thunder rumbled. At that moment, Han Fei felt a strange power spreading in his body. Han Fei recognized this power. It was the power of the 4th divine pill on the demon purification pot's vine. Huh? I haven't been able to refine the 4th divine pill yet? Han Fei had never known this. He thought that he had completely refined the 4th small pill, but it turned out that it was not the case. The remaining power of this small pill was still in his body. Relying on the 4th divine pill, Han Fei had already partially fused his Tao. This was because the power of this divine pill was to ride the clouds, control the stars, and subdue the sea. At this moment, perhaps because he had truly comprehended the Tao Fusion book and the origin of the Tao patterns in the world, this part of the power appeared immediately and dissipated in his body. Han Fei felt that his origin sea was stirring, and his many great Taos were suddenly connected to the sea of stars, as if they were about to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Human, you've comprehended the Tao pattern. I didn't misjudge you. You're a person of great luck. It's worth it to take you here from billions of kilometers away. At that moment, Han Fei knew that he had completely comprehended the Tao Fusion book. Then he activated the remaining power of the 4th small pill, and his origin sea began to spontaneously fuse with the Tao. This couldn't be hidden from this god, so he immediately communicated with Han Fei. Chapter 2272, God Sealing Technique. Han Fei said, "Senior, since you want me to help you break the seal, why don't you remove the seal and let me communicate with my origin sea and completely fuse with the heavenly Tao first?" Since you've already comprehended the fusion with the heavenly Tao, you'll be able to finish it in a few years at most. At that time, you'll be able to easily use Tao patterns without having to communicate with your origin sea. Han Fei's heart sank. This son of a Beta Che was suppressing everyone, not giving them a chance to enter their origin seas, because once they entered their origin seas, they would have a chance to escape from the Sea of Stars. However, this also confirmed Han Fei's other guess. This so-called god was afraid that they would run away. However, if this guy was a real god, with the power of a god, he could easily catch them back even if they escaped into the Sea of Stars. No, something is wrong. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person was definitely not as powerful as he imagined. Even if he was really a god, his strength should have fallen to rock bottom because he couldn't even control the Sea of Stars here. How could he be a god? Han Fei couldn't help but guess that if this guy wasn't a god but could suppress so many people, his strength was probably only at the monarch level. However, even if this guy only had the strength of a monarch, he was not someone he could resist now. Without knowing the real strength of this god, Han Fei certainly wouldn't do anything irrational. Another moment later, when Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, the information in his mind prompted him that he had fully comprehended the Tao Fusion book. He could feel some changes in his origin sea, but he didn't know how much had changed. He couldn't know until the anomalies in his origin sea disappeared. About half a year later, Han Fei felt that the anomalies in his origin sea seemed to gradually calm down, so he looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei level 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 200,000 1/6 chaotic chi, 660,000 spiritual power, 5,562,698 perception range, 6.5 million kilometers, strength, 5,214 649 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 99, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 99, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 99, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level never 2014,014, 621 Darty 16,000. Main art, Void Fishing level 9, Void Stealing Technique. Monarch level, Ultra Quality, huh? Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. His spiritual power and strength had inexplicably increased. His soul power hadn't increased much, only about 100,000 points, but his strength had increased by 200,000 waves, which really surprised Han Fei. He knew that fusing the Tao with the heavens would strengthen the Tao of balance, but he didn't expect that just fusing the Tao with the heavens would increase his strength by a small amount. Besides, Han Fei had a feeling that he seemed to be able to borrow more power from the heavenly Tao, but he didn't know how much combat power he could unleash. But in any case, this was a major breakthrough. In addition to the increase in strength, Han Fei also felt that the demon purification pot seemed to be slightly moving. In his mind, Han Fei could see that on one of the small vines of the demon purification pot, the fifth divine pill was half red and showed signs of maturity. The fifth small pill is about to mature? Han Fei was excited. He didn't know how long he had been nurturing the fifth small pill. Countless resources had been poured into it, but it didn't seem to mature. But now, it showed signs of maturity, which meant that it would mature soon. Is it because the medicinal properties of my fourth divine pill haven't been completely digested, so the fifth small pill is still not ripe? Han Fei felt that it was very likely. Even he didn't know that the fourth divine pill still had some power that he hadn't digested. It seemed that this crisis had some benefits. Although he was still trapped, he had two great gains today. Han Fei felt that more than 40% of his chi and blood had disappeared for no reason. He was speechless. A lot of resources in his origin sea shattered and replenished his chi and blood. The joy Han Fei had just gained instantly disappeared. This fish shit god was too fucking disgusting. He was absorbing his chi, blood, and energy all the time. At this rate, in a few years, the resources in his origin sea would be insufficient. Han Fei quickly put aside other thoughts and observed the 5 spear pillars again. He had already comprehended the Tao patterns. When he looked at the spear pillars again, what he saw was not the visualization picture on the spears. This time, what Han Fei saw was an inexplicable light projecting such a spear. This spear seemed to burst out from the stars and fall, triggering the great Tao rules of the heavens and earth to attach to it, seizing infinite power and complicated Tao patterns to brand it. The spear light was like a falling star, and the blow seemed to shatter the sky and crack the earth. In an instant, the spear pierced through a golden light and nailed it to the ground. Puffer. The moment the spear beam stabbed down, Han Fei felt intense pain in his eyes. His eyes almost couldn't take the power of the spear. If it weren't for the fact that he was a body cultivator, his eyes might have exploded. So strong, what a powerful spear. Han Fei felt that if xuanhuan were here, he would be overjoyed. He, who was good at spear techniques, might have comprehended many spear techniques because of witnessing such a terrifying spear technique. However, without xuanhuan's multi-dimensional brain, he couldn't deduce combat skills from countless angles in his mind. Wait, suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. That didn't seem right. Xuanhuan had xuanhuan's strengths, but for a sky opener, what couldn't be simulated? Just like how the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race created clones to deal with him, his void descending technique could create countless more clones than them. As long as he was willing, as long as the clones were below his level, he could use their power at will. If he used his clones to fight his clones or created thousands of projections to simulate, wouldn't the effect be much faster? Suddenly, Han Fei found that he seemed to have neglected something. Void fishing, from beginning to end, had 9 levels of techniques. Han Fei only thought the void descending art was not that useful. But now that he thought about it, it didn't seem right. Sea Establishment Realm and Sky Opening Realm powerhouses could create many clones even though they didn't know the void descending art. Then, what were the advantages and disadvantages of void descending art? Because he rarely needed to create clones, Han Fei rarely used void descending, but now it didn't seem right. Since void descending was a great technique, the clones it created must be fundamentally different from ordinary clones. Unfortunately, this place was not suitable for studying void descending, but Han Fei took this to heart. In addition to thinking of the void descending technique, as Han Fei had seen how this spear was shot, this spear technique immediately appeared in Han Fei's mind. God Sealing Spear Unrated. Introduction. This technique comes from the spear of a god. It's a god-sealing technique derived from the comprehension of divine combat skills. The strong often use all things in the world to condense a technique and brand it with the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth, giving it the power of god sealing. This technique can seal the body and suppress the soul. Once sealed by this technique, one has to break the Tao pattern mark in the seal to escape. Of course, with stronger power and the corrosion of ancient times, one can also break the seal. Comprehension, 7% deduced art, not available effect, the orthodox god sealing technique, not something other kinds of sealing techniques can compare to. Shortcoming, to comprehend this technique, one must fusing the Tao with the heavens and master the Tao patterns. Remarks, this spear technique, coupled with different Tao patterns, can unleash different attacks. A sealing technique? This was the first time Han Fei had seen a special sealing technique. Han Fei had naturally mastered a lot of sealing techniques, but the essence of sealing techniques was strength suppression. Generally speaking, sealing techniques mostly used arrays to suppress. Except for the array, Han Fei really hadn't seen any sealing methods. Barrier was different from the seal. Barrier was a protective power that spontaneously operated with the help of something. As for array seals, one had to engrave a great array to let the power of the heavens and earth circulate in the array. The god sealing spear was even more direct. It extracted the essence of the heavens and earth and imprinted the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. There were countless combinations of these Tao patterns. Who knew what Tao patterns that person had engraved on the spears when he used the god-sealing spear? Fortunately, he had mastered the god-sealing spear and comprehended the Tao patterns. When he completely comprehended the god-sealing spear, the Tao patterns on the spear could be revealed. As long as the Tao patterns were revealed, a breaking way would naturally appear. Many thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind, and he couldn't help but put on an imperceptible smile. After a while, Han Fei replenished his qi and blood and continued to observe the spear Tao. Another 2.5 years passed. After experiencing nearly 20 explosions in his eyes, Han Fei finally completely comprehended the god-sealing spear. However, Han Fei didn't immediately remove the seal. This golden light didn't care about the strong masters here at all. They were just tools that it had captured to remove the seal. However, this god-sealing technique was a sealing technique that was even beyond the means of gods. Even if everyone present was an emperor, how many of them could comprehend the means of gods? Even if someone could comprehend it, they would often be sucked to death before they could finish comprehending it. After thinking for a moment, Han Fei suddenly got up and walked to the spear pillars. Buzz. Suddenly, many people looked at Han Fei. What was this person going to do? Chapter 2273, A Deal with the God. In this valley, thousands of people were sitting cross-legged, most of them dead. Only a small number of people were close to the spear pillars. Besides, those who could approach the spear pillars were all quite strong. Otherwise, they would be injured by the spear light. Han Fei had been here for almost 6 years, but hadn't moved close to the spear pillars. Most people felt that Han Fei wasn't strong. At this moment, Han Fei got up and walked to the spear pillars, which was actually a very strange behavior. This was because most people would choose the closest position they could withstand the moment they were detained here to observe the Tao patterns on the spear pillars and the spear light around them. In terms of comprehension, the closer one was, the better the effect. Who would wait 6 years before moving closer to the spear pillars? Even the 3 elders of the heavenly race looked at Han Fei. Ignoring their gazes, Han Fei jumped 100 kilometers forward. Hissay, many people gasped. This valley was very big because it was meant to suppress a god. But this one was only more than 1,200 kilometers long. Han Fei was originally about 800 kilometers away from the spears. Why did he suddenly jump forward like this? Did he really think this was a trial? But Han Fei didn't stop at all. 700 kilometers, 600 kilometers. When Han Fei stepped into the range of 300 kilometers, someone woke up from his visualization and stared at Han Fei. Many people couldn't help but become nervous. Someone swallowed. Is he going to break the seal? He has only been here for 6 years. How can he comprehend this seal so quickly? Can he break the seal? Such a terrifying spear beam is nothing to him. He must have comprehended this spear technique. For a moment, the audience was in an uproar. Only the clones of the 3 heavenly race powerhouses looked solemn. When they fought Han Fei, they knew how terrifying he was. Just imagine, a person who hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star had escaped from the hands of the 3 of them. This strength was rare in the world. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link, https bomb so sssbjmia to support us. It was not that there were no such people in this world, but there were very few of them. In the entire East Sea Divine Realm, there were only a handful of people who could do this. Those who could be so strong were all people with great determination. Their origin sea was different from ordinary people's. As for the specific reason, others didn't know. Now that their heavenly race had a deep grudge with Han Fei, if Han Fei could break the seal and survive today, he would definitely become a great threat to their heavenly race in the future. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be afraid, but could Han Fei be regarded as an ordinary person? In their opinion, this guy had a chance to prove his Tao. Proving the Tao represented the position of a monarch. In the entire sea realm, which monarch wasn't terrifyingly strong, even the heavenly race had to be careful of the revenge of a monarch. However, when Hanfei stepped within 100 kilometers of a spear pillar, their hearts sank, knowing that he must have comprehended something. Clatter, immediately, many strong masters stood up and looked at him eagerly, hoping that Hanfei could break the seal. Even the sealed god was surprised. Human, have you figured it out? Hanfei's speed slowed down. Regardless of the sharp spear light, there seemed to be some power erupting around him, which was a very powerful spear intent. Someone finally exclaimed, "He has comprehended it, he has comprehended it. Someone can finally comprehend these spears." Someone clenched his fists and shouted, "Brother, although I don't know your name, the lives of hundreds of us are in your hands. If you save us, we will owe you a favor, a life-saving favor." Many people's hearts stirred and they couldn't help but echo, "Bro, if we can get out this time, besides the favor we owe you, I can give you all my resources and I'll still return your favor." Someone shouted, "That's right. If you save our lives, we can give you everything we have. As long as you can break this seal, we'll definitely repay your kindness. If we don't, we'll have inner demons and can't make any progress in this life." When Hanfei heard this, his heart stirred. Good lord, this one was even more ruthless than the last one. Although he really wanted the resources of these people were too proactive. It was fake that they couldn't make any progress, but it was true that they would encounter inner demons when they tried to prove their Tao. But in fact, how many emperors could prove the Tao? Now that he was bragging, it was hard to say if he could reach the edge of Tao proving. Besides, who told them that he was going to break the seal now? Hanfei still ignored these people and chose to respond to the god. Hanfei said, "Senior, I've comprehended it, but I haven't comprehended it yet. You should know that to break this seal, firstly, one needs to completely fuse the Tao with the heavens and completely comprehend the heavenly Tao so that he can grasp the power of the heavens and earth at will and turn it into Tao patterns. Secondly, he needs to comprehend the spear intent of this spear beam. Only when the two are both achieved can this seal be broken. Am I right?" The god didn't deny it and confirmed Hanfei's words. "Yes, you're right," Hanfei said. "I can come this far mainly because I'm a master of arrays. I got the Tao pattern records before, but unfortunately, the Tao patterns in the books are not detailed. Fortunately, I cultivate every day, so I can understand the Tao patterns on the pillars. However, my understanding is not enough, so I can't easily grasp the Tao of the heavens and earth and turn it into Tao patterns. But at this moment, when I visualize the spear pillars, I can already almost visualize the meaning in the spears. However, I'm still far from breaking the seal." The unknown god asked, "Then what do you want to do now?" Hanfei didn't speak, but directly stepped about 10 kilometers away from the spear pillars. His eyes stung because he couldn't look at the sealed creature directly. He could only see a golden light. Therefore, Hanfei jumped and stood directly at the top of the spear pillar, braving the infinite spear intent. At this time, Hanfei said, "Senior, I need some help to break this seal." The god seemed to see hope of breaking the seal. He stopped bluffing and asked, "What help do you need?" Hanfei said, "I need to become stronger and fuse with the heavenly Tao. Only by completely fusing with the heavenly Tao can I comprehend the heavenly Tao." The god said leisurely, 3 years ago, I saw a large amount of the Tao runes of the heavens and earth pour into your origin star. How could you not have fused with the heavenly Tao yet?" Hanfei was overjoyed. As he expected, the great hoodwinker wasn't sure if he had completed the great Tao fusion. Hanfei said, "Senior, I walked many great Taos at the same time, so I only fused one Tao 3 years ago." With that, Hanfei activated the Great Tao of Gravity, which turned into the Great Tao of Space and then the Great Tao of Yin-Yang. Hanfei said, "Senior, look, it's difficult for me too. Now only when I grow strong enough can I help you. As you can see, I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet. Even if my Great Tao and my origin sea completely fuses with the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be complete, right? If you can help me turn my origin sea into a star..." At this point, Hanfei didn't hide his intentions anymore. "You want me to work for you without paying me? How could there be such a good thing in the world?" Sure enough, the god pondered for a moment and replied, "How much has your origin sea been developed?" Hanfei said, "Senior, my origin sea has been opened for 270,000 kilometers. The god said, "Well, then I'll help you expand your origin sea to 300,000 kilometers and then help you turn it into a star." Hanfei immediately said, "Senior, I'm a genius. How can my origin sea be only a mere 300,000 kilometers? In that case, it'll be only 600,000 kilometers after turning into a star. Then what kind of genius am I? At that time, if the star transformation limits my talent, I won't be able to fuse the Tao with the heavens. Then what should I do?" Hanfei said pitifully, but he just wanted to see if this creature would flip out. Hanfei bet that it wouldn't because he was the one with the highest chance of breaking the seal. Sure enough, the god said, "The star transformation is not the core of the sky-opening realm. The path after the star transformation is. Human, I see that your luck and talent are very good, and you shouldn't care about the star transformation so much." "Fortin," Hanfei sneered in his heart, but he looked conflicted and uneasy. "Senior god, I've heard that one can only turn his origin sea into a star when he feels he can. It's like transcending a heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation comes, you can naturally feel it. The god was obviously silent for a while. He didn't expect Han Fei, who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, to know this. Besides, very few people knew this secret. At least, most itinerant cultivators didn't know this secret. This was because the opportunity to turn one's origin sea into a star was very difficult to grasp. Most people only wanted to turn their origin seas into stars after reaching that opportunity, but they didn't have a clear idea that they could do that. At this time, in order to continue to maintain his dignified image as a god, the god said, mortals are stupid and fall into the cliché. They all think that the star transformation is a miracle that can help them become a god. Little do they know that this is just their wrong perception. Han Fei cursed in his heart, "Go to hell, you liar. This is what my senior brother Azure Dragon said and was confirmed by my eldest senior brother." If senior brother Azure Dragon was wrong, how could eldest senior brother not correct him? Han Fei had thought that he could trade with this god, but now it seemed that this was just an old insidious ashhole. Han Fei immediately pretended to be shocked. Really? So they are wrong about this. The god seemed to be much more relaxed and continued, of course. Mortals are stupid. As a genius, you should know the truth. Han Fei said, "Senior god, please give me some resources. I'm going to expand my origin sea and turn it into a star." The god paused and immediately said, "I'll give you 50,000 kilometers of resources first. When you turn your origin sea into a star, I'll give you some more. Otherwise, if you turn your origin sea into a star too quickly, without proper guidance, it may affect your potential." Han Fei sneered in his heart and didn't believe a word of it. But on the surface, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior God." Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Senior God, since it's inevitable that I'll break the array, can you let these people go? Their vitality is flowing away quickly." "If you don't let them go, I'm afraid that when I finish turning my origin sea into a star and fusing all my Tao's fuse with the heavens, nearly half of these people will die, right? Right?" the creature said in an old voice. "I seal this place as an array. It can only trap people, but not release them. Unless I break the seal, I can't break the array." Han Fei's smile widened. He instantly understood that the old insidious ashhole was afraid. He left these people here because he was afraid that they would go out and get a monarch or even stronger powerhouse here. This meant that this so-called god was not as strong as he imagined. How could there be a god in the sea realm now? What he was afraid of was monarchs. If even a monarch could make this so-called god afraid, which meant that his strength was much weaker than he imagined. Immediately, Han Fei calmed down. "If I don't skin you, I'll be letting down the chi and blood I lost." Chapter 2274, Sealing, the God. The deal between the god and Han Fei certainly wouldn't be seen by others, which would damage his image as a god. Therefore, when Han Fei jumped to the top of the spear pillar, a golden light blocked everyone's vision. However, Han Fei's voice could be heard. He said, "Everyone, although I can break this seal, it won't be so fast. It will take at least 10 years and at most 100 years. 10 years? 100 years? Some of the people who were still alive secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and some frowned. Yes, even if this person was a genius who had an epiphany within 6 years and could avoid the spear runes here, this was a seal that suppressed a god. How could it be broken so easily? However, some people's resources couldn't last that long. Immediately, someone hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, my resources are exhausted. If anyone is willing to share some resources with me, I will give you a great technique and an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure." For a moment, everyone was excited. Although Han Fei couldn't break the seal directly, he gave them hope. For a moment, all the emperors were refreshed, feeling that as long as they had the capital, they could hold on for another 100 years. Han Fei certainly wouldn't care about such things. In fact, the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. In the wilderness, there were no good or bad people. If they could wait, then wait. If they couldn't, he wouldn't care. Now, his attention was on the gaming between him and the god, and he was in no mood to care about them. Han Fei sat cross-legged on a pillar, and a small ball appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei recognized that it was a small world. This thing had the magical effect of consolidating the origin sea when it was fused into the origin sea. But this small world was obviously not big, because this god only said that he would give Han Fei 50,000 kilometers of resources. These 50,000 kilometer resources were naturally the 50,000 kilometer resources in addition to the 270,000 kilometers. For Han Fei, this was already a considerable amount of resources. After all, even killing strong masters like An Taiping and Chu Shokang couldn't get him so many resources. After all, the further it went, the more terrifying the increase in resources would be. Han Fei estimated that the 50,000 kilometer resources were at least the entire wealth of a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Buzz? Han Fei led this small world into his origin sea, only to feel that the small world exploded in his origin sea. And then Han Fei felt that the value of these resources was extraordinary, and many treasures and ores were gathered in it. Exploring the origin sea was a long process. Since this god couldn't see through Han Fei's origin sea, he naturally couldn't see the acceleration of time in Han Fei's origin sea. Even if Han Fei deliberately pretended to expand his origin C, a year later, the resources in Han Fei's body were used up, and his origin C was naturally expanded to 20,000 kilometers. This breakthrough improved Han Fei's overall strength slightly again, his strength increased by hundreds of thousands, and his soul power also increased slightly. The natural increase in strength brought about by expanding his origin C was a relatively stable cultivation. Therefore, Han Fei wished that this god could give him another 100,000 kilometers of resources. In that case, his soul power and physical strength might be able to break through the 6 million mark or become more balanced. 1 year later, Han Fei slowly opened his eyes as if he had woken up from cultivation. He was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, when his origin C was opened to 300,000 kilometers, he had already been waiting for this so-called god to ask him questions. With the means of this god, he could definitely observe the sea of stars and detect the changes in his origin C. Even if he hadn't turned his origin C into a star yet, its expansion couldn't be hidden from this guy. However, this god didn't speak, which puzzled Han Fei. "Senior God, are you there?" The old voice seemed to have passed through centuries and fell into Han Fei's ears. "You didn't try to turn your origin C into a star." This sentence showed that the god knew whether Han Fei had turned his origin C into a star. Han Fei said with a smile, "You may not believe it, but after my origin C reached 300,000 kilometers, I suddenly realized that if my origin C can reach 400,000 kilometers, it might be a great opportunity for me to turn my origin C into a star." At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have forgotten the truth, the god said. After pondering for a moment, the so-called god finally said, "You are indeed deceiving me. In fact, you have already figured out how to use the heaven and earth Tao patterns and how to crack this spear beam. Human, do you know the consequences of deceiving a god?" Han Fei chuckled. "Oh, Senior, are you kidding me? I'm timid and can't stand being scared by you, so I suddenly forget how to break the seal." The god groaned for a moment. "Human, what do you want?" Han Fei smiled. "Senior, why don't you give me another 500,000 kilometers of resources? I'll definitely remember it." At that moment, Han Fei seemed to feel some kind of rage, but he didn't care. It was only a matter of time before they fell out. When he used the 50,000 kilometers of resources unscrupulously, he was already prepared to fall out with this guy. The god said, "Human, I calculated that your luck was extraordinary, so I brought you here. Since I can bring you here, I can also destroy you." Han Fei sneered. "Oh, really? Senior, you want to destroy me? I'm so disappointed." As he spoke, Han Fei's aura soared and he activated his great Tao. With a wave of his hand, treasures condensed into a spear, and there were heavens and earth Tao patterns engraved on it. "What are you doing?" This time, the god was horrified. He didn't expect Han Fei to dare to attack him. He didn't expect that this person would seal him after setting him up. He could use certain powers because he had already broken a part of the seal. If he was sealed again, what could he do? "Stop! Human! Stop!" Han Fei's sudden outburst woke the emperors up from their visualization. They looked at the spear that appeared in the terrifying void and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Someone exclaimed, "Is this the spear light that seals this place? What's going on? Is that fellow Taoist going to break the seal? He has really comprehended it. He can actually use such a spear beam." Buzz! In the next second, a golden light erupted, directly blocking everyone's vision. In the golden light, the so-called god shouted, "Human, you haven't even turned your origin C into a star. Who gave you the courage to attack a god?" Clang! At this moment, the spear light stabbed down, and the god continued, "Human, do you think anyone can seal me? It's easy for me to suppress you." "Then do it," Han Fei sneered. With a thought, a strange power between the heavens and earth injected a certain power into him. For a moment, Han Fei's body shone with golden light, puffless. Then the defense of the golden light that should have been indestructible was deprived by Han Fei in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his body carried a terrifying power, which made it difficult for him to move. He felt that his body was stiff as if he were petrified. Bang! A terrifying pressure fell on Han Fei, which was caused by the god. However, how could he know that Han Fei had directly deprived him of his defense? Therefore, this attack was destined to be futile. Instead, Han Fei's sealing spear pierced through the creature's golden light body. The moment this seal was inserted, Han Fei clearly felt that the golden light that was crushing him weakened by at least 30%. "How is that possible?" the god roared. Han Fei said with a smile, "Senior, I haven't turned my origin C into a star yet, but I can still let you be sealed for another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. The one in the past suppressed you with 5 spear beams. I'm weak, so 5 seals are definitely not enough. But I can use 50, 500, 5,000, or 50,000. What do you think?" At this moment, Han Fei was not afraid at all, his mouth full of mockery. The creature still wanted to struggle. "How dare you?" Han Fei continued to condense the spear pillar. While imprinting the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth, he replied with a smile, "From the moment I comprehended this sealing technique, I knew that the person who used this technique just casually used it. Just like what I'm doing now, I casually borrowed the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth. Therefore, the person who sealed you doesn't treat you as an opponent at all. This can only mean that you are very weak to him." After that, Han Fei continued, You know that most of these people can't break this seal, but you still don't dare to let them leave. You're afraid that they will find a monarch-level powerhouse, right? So you're afraid of a monarch. In other words, your strength is not enough for you to beat a monarch. You don't even dare to confront an ordinary monarch. In the end, Han Fei suddenly stood up. So, no matter what your real strength is, you are really weak now. Han Fei was very sure when he said this. Of course, although he guessed that the god might be at his weakest now, he was still the one who could forcibly detain many sky-opening realm powerhouses. If he wanted to negotiate with him, he had to create a better condition for himself, and this condition was to seal him. Only when the strength of this god was greatly reduced could he have hope. Therefore, the second spear pillar stabbed down without hesitation. Han Fei said, "Senior God, my spear pillar is just casually created. Perhaps you can break it in a few days, but at least I've got a chance. If I want, you can be completely sealed. Now only if you listen to me can you break the seal." Chapter 2275, Blackmail. The God. Although Han Fei was quite confident, he was afraid that he would be counterattacked by this god if he was careless. However, he had the capital. His capital was to admit that he could break the seal of this place. This guy had been suppressed here for a long time and definitely wanted to get out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have detained so many people here. Since he wanted to go out and he could break the seal, even if he offended him, he had no reason to kill him. As long as he didn't kill him, he had a chance to summon eldest senior brother. Anyway, he had won this bet. Although Han Fei didn't use the 9-palace luck ruler to measure his luck now, he knew that the crisis of the impasse was already over. Now, what Han Fei was most concerned about was how many resources this god could give him. He had only dug 3 treasures at the periphery of the ruins of gods, but he had almost led himself into an impasse. It could be seen that danger and opportunity coexisted. Even if he was given another chance to dig, he wouldn't let his original body dig again. Otherwise, if he caused too much noise and provoked a late-stage star transformation powerhouse, he would be in danger. However, this god must be very rich. Compared to the massive amount of resources, Han Fei didn't care so much about treasures now. What he lacked the most now was resources. As his origin sea was expanded, the further he went, the more resources he needed. Even if Han Fei knew that his plundering ability was very powerful, it would take him years to expand another 50,000 kilometers of his current origin sea. Even if he killed 2 more late-stage star transformation powerhouses, it wouldn't be enough to expand another 50,000 kilometers of his origin sea. Therefore, how could Han Fei let go of such a great opportunity? The god saw the second seal continue to suppress down, and the entire space trembled slightly. It wasn't easy for him to break through some seals. How could he be sealed again by a junior? The god said, "Human, stop, let's talk nicely." "Hee hee," Han Fei grinned. "Senior, I'm very reasonable. Give me another 500,000 kilometers of resources and I can help you out." The god asked, "How can I believe you?" Han Fei said. "As a sign of sincerity, I can help you break the 2 original spear pillars first and then replace them with the seals I set. My seal is not strong enough, so when our deal is completed, you can break the seal in a few days or months." Han Fei was not stupid. Without a seal, how could he resist this guy who claimed to be a god? After a while, the god replied, "I don't have that many resources. With the size of your current origin sea, you probably don't need 500,000 kilometers of resources. And I can at most increase your origin sea by 90,000 kilometers. Han Fei said in disbelief, "Senior, don't lie to me. You're a god, but you told me that you only have so few resources." At this moment, for the first time, this god regretted calling himself a god. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and say, "I'm trapped here. Where can I get resources?" Besides, this 90,000 kilometers of resources are enough for you to expand your origin sea by more than 260,000 kilometers. It's already an extremely exaggerated amount of resources. Han Fei shook his head. "This has nothing to do with me. Without resources, you have to give me other things. For example, the divine crystal, the heavenly Tao Jade essence, the mystic yellow soil, the chaotic spiritual earth, the primordial spirit earth, ultra-quality godly weapons, the flesh and blood of gods, and the like." Han Fei immediately added, "Senior, don't say that you don't have it. There are many good things buried on the periphery of this place. I've dug some out." This god couldn't move now, or he would have jumped up and slapped Han Fei through. "Do you really think I'm a god? Primordial spirit earth? Divine flesh? Are you kidding me?" However, at this moment, Han Fei had the initiative. How could he dare to challenge him? He said leisurely, "I can give you 5 pieces of the heavenly Tao Jade essence, 11 pieces of the divine crystal, and as much the mystic yellow soil as a mountain. And I also have a piece of a broken chaotic treasure, but it requires the reforging of a peak-level godly weapon refiner to have a chance to restore to the chaotic treasure." Shoot Nes-e Han Fei's expression was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. This was the first time he had heard that the mystic yellow soil was calculated by the size of a mountain. And 5 heavenly Tao Jade essence? Damn, this god was rich. And the quality of divine crystals was probably not much weaker than the heavenly Tao Jade essence. Also, what was a chaotic treasure? What was a godly weapon refiner? He had heard it for the first time. Forget it, he wouldn't ask. He couldn't show his ignorant side. Anyway, it was at least a godly weapon. As it happened, his gourd had a hole and became a remnant weapon. He wondered if this could be used to repair it. But how could Han Fei let him off so easily? He pondered for a moment and said, I'm indeed tempted by what you said, but these resources are not enough for me to turn my origin sea into a star. Therefore, this is not enough. Senior, you don't really think I will believe that these are all you have, do you? With that said, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and carved 2 words in the void, true and fake. Han Fei asked leisurely, is he telling the truth or not? However, at the next moment, Han Fei frowned slightly. The vast ocean navigator failed. Then, the god said, your navigator is good, but its limit is only in the sky-opening realm. It's useless against me. Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that the vast ocean navigator and the 9-palace luck ruler both had limits. They were both human sacred weapons, but in theory, they were only at the same level as sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, because of its special nature, it was probably comparable to a godly weapon. However, this thing couldn't be used on a monarch, which meant that it had a limit. Han Fei shrugged. Anyway, I don't believe it. With my strength and resources, I can get these resources with a little time. But senior, your seal can't be removed with a little time. Han Fei didn't mind. He just wanted to trick the other party. If this was really his limit, he wouldn't force it. Anyway, after this wave, he still had another wave. The god was silent for a while and then said, I can also promise you an ultra-quality godly weapon, but I won't give it to you until you completely break the seals. Han Fei smiled. It's a deal. Hearing the words ultra-quality godly weapon, Han Fei was satisfied. An ultra-quality godly weapon was enough to make the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race crazily hunt him in person. Although it was because he was weak, it was enough to prove how tempting an ultra-quality godly weapon was. Besides, to be honest, even if this god really gave him so many resources, he probably wouldn't be able to digest them in a short time. Besides, he didn't want to force the god into a corner. The path of cultivation must be full of twists and turns. If this deal was successful, his gains in the ruins of gods could be described as extremely abundant, probably even comparable to more than his 1,000 years of cultivation. After making the deal, Han Fei said, Senior, how about you give me a few more people? The 3 guys who came with me are all clones of strong masters. Senior, can you help me kill them? Also, I have a blood fiend puppet. You should know it. Han Fei knew himself well. Even if he absorbed all the resources now, he might not be able to kill these 3 clones. Besides, he wanted whetstones. It was full of whetstones in the wilderness. Wasn't it better to use the sea monster fortresses to sharpen his knives? Why did he have to use the old farts of the heavenly race to sharpen his knives? The god said, I'm sealed and can't do anything. I can control the will of the heavenly Tao in this area just because my bloodline is connected to the ground veins here. But those 3 people have already reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Although they can be killed by the will of the heavenly Tao, everyone else in the area will be killed too. As for your blood fiend puppet, it's trapped in another place. After I'm unsealed, it will appear. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In that case, please give them space to fight, in the outside world. It had been more than a year and many people had paid a lot of resources to fight for 10 years of vitality. Although they weren't sure if Han Fei would save them, they felt that Han Fei had to save himself, right? Since he had to save himself, he might save them by the way. At most, they would give all their wealth to Han Fei. Anyway, as long as they could get out alive, they could get resources. Therefore, in this year, no one died. Buzz. The moment the 2 spear pillars appeared, Han Fei was no longer enveloped by golden light. He stood at the top of the spear pillar and looked down at the emperors. Everything is going smoother than I expected. It may only take me a few days to break the array. Hissaboom, fellow Taoist. Are you serious? Fellow Taoist, you're my savior. If you can break the seal, we'll give you everything we have. Some people were nervous. This god would let them go, right? Could this seal really be broken? Someone shouted, Fellow Taoist, have you negotiated with Lord God? Han Fei knew what they were worried about, so he said, Don't worry. Since I can break the seal, I can guarantee your safety. Of course, before that, I have something to ask you for help. Fellow Taoist, please say it. I'll do anything for you. Yes, fellow Taoist, just tell us. We'll do our best. Fellow Taoist, you can rest assured. No matter what, I must help you finish this matter. For a moment, everyone stood up except for the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race whose faces were all dark. Han Fei casually glanced at the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race and said, Well, I can save you, but I hope you can agree to one condition of mine. In your lifetime, you must kill one of the heavenly race's sky-opening realm powerhouses, no matter who it is. Buzz. At that moment, the 3 elders of the heavenly race were shocked. What a ruthless brat. There were nearly 200 sky-opening realm powerhouses here, including many late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. With such a large number of forces targeting the heavenly race, the consequences could be imagined. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? Fellow Taoist, as long as I meet those arrogant guys from the heavenly race, I'll definitely kill as many as I can. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This will be the most important thing for me to do after I leave this place. Immediately, someone pointed at the clones of the three elders of the heavenly race and said, "Fellow Taoist, these three people are your enemies, right? Are they from the heavenly race?" For a moment, everyone looked at the three of them. The leading elder of the heavenly race snorted. "You can't attack here. What can you do to me? A bunch of clowns dare to touch the people of our heavenly race? You overestimate yourself. Heh, you're really arrogant. I can't touch you now, but when the seal on this place is broken, can you run away?" At this moment, Han Fei suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Now, you can attack at any time here. Senior God has agreed to no longer swallow your power. The three elders of the heavenly race, Merst, chapter 2276, all emperors give resources." When Han Fei said that this place was no longer swallowing energy, everyone immediately sensed it and exclaimed. Someone was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, my vitality is no longer flowing away. Someone almost went crazy. Good, good. It happens that the resources in my origin sea are about to be exhausted." Someone cupped his fists. "Thank you, fellow Taoist and Lord God. How should I address you? We still don't know your name." "That's right, fellow Taoist. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. How can we not know your name?" "Prah," Han Fei said frankly. "My name is Han Fei." Someone smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, wait a moment." "We'll cut off their damn heads now," someone echoed. "Kill them. Damn the heavenly race. How dare they make an enemy of our fellow Taoist Han Fei? They must be courting death." Someone unleashed the combat power of the late-stage star transformation realm and took the lead to attack. How dare three clones be so arrogant to us? They really don't know how to write the word death. At that moment, in the valley, great technique swept across the sky. None of the more than 200 sky-opening realm powerhouses were mediocre. With several late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses taking the lead, the three people from the heavenly race were drowned by the power of these people in a moment. The surrounding 100 mountains were flattened, and the scene was a mess. During this period, Han Fei saw the strength of the three strong masters of the heavenly race. With a flip of their hands, their strength reached tens of millions, their speed reached the peak, and all the emperors were sent flying. However, even if they were so strong, their energy was quickly consumed under the bombardment of more than 200 strong masters. How could mere clones resist these ruthless people who were used to fighting in the wilderness? Therefore, the three of them only lasted for 100 seconds before they were shattered by the emperors. Someone held a lightning hammer that shook the world and blasted out 10,000 lightning strikes. Someone released a strange poison that corroded the void. Someone shot out a spear beam which contained 30% of the power of the god-sealing spear. Seeing this scene, Han Fei exclaimed in his heart, at times there was strength in numbers. They were all in the sky-opening realm, and a group of evil spirit could even drag a strong master like entyping to death, let alone a group of emperors who were used to fighting in the wilderness. Satisfied, Han Fei cupped his hands at the emperors and said, "Thank you for your help. Please wait a few months for me to break the seal." "Haha, it's just a small matter. How can it delay fellow Taoist Han Fei from breaking the seal?" "Just break it and don't worry about us." At the moment when the three clones shattered, on a big ship outside the ruins of gods, the three heavenly race powerhouses suddenly opened their eyes. Almost at the same time, they felt that something was missing. They had been waiting here all these years for the return of their clones. But at this moment, their hope was shattered. The clones that carried nearly 40% of their strength had actually died in the ruins of gods. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. The leader said, "Let's go. This place can destroy our clones, so it can also destroy us. Since our clones are dead, that brat must have died long ago. Now it seems that there must be a big secret here. We have to ask the monarchs of our race to come here." With that, the big ship turned around and jumped away in the void. In the deal, both Han Fei and the god were quite careful, mainly because the god was too careful. Every time Han Fei broke a spear pillar, he would give Han Fei 20% of the promised resources and various treasures. Han Fei had been preparing for more than half a month when he suddenly rose to the sky and forged spear pillars with the mountain and some of the advanced refining materials in his origin sea. At that moment, everyone looked at the sky and felt the sharp spear beam Dao runes in the spear pillars. Then, they saw the void tremble, and strange marks appeared all over the sky. When those marks were imprinted on a spear pillar, a god-sealing spear appeared. When 36 god-sealing spears appeared in the sky in a row, Han Fei used the 36 spears to form a sealing spear array, which was based on the god-sealing spears. Knock, 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 knock. The moment all the spear arrays enveloped him, the golden light dimmed and the range was reduced by more than 10 times. All the emperors witnessed this scene and were excited. Someone was shocked. Fellow Taoist Han Fei is really talented. In just 6 years, not only did he comprehend this spear Dao, but he can also use Dao patterns at will. A peerless heavenly talent is really a peerless heavenly talent. Although there are Dao patterns between the heavens and earth who can use them easily, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han Fei to use them so easily. Oh, how can someone who can challenge the heavenly race and escape from the clones of the three heavenly race powerhouses be mediocre? For a moment, praise sounded, and they saw hope of getting out. Han Fei didn't stop in the sky. Instead, he pressed his palm on the god-sealing spear set up by the former powerhouse. On the spear pillars, the Dao patterns disappeared one after another and finally dissipated. When half of the dense Tao patterns dissipated, cracks appeared on the spear pillars. This scene made all the emperors hold their breaths. They were already prepared to die, but they didn't expect to survive miraculously. Sometimes, when luck came, it couldn't be stopped. Bang! When the first spear pillar shattered, the golden light that had shrunk by more than 10 times expanded by 4 or 5 times again. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, jumped to another spear pillar and said, "Senior, it's time to give me the second portion of the resources." 1 month later, when the third spear pillar shattered, everyone clearly felt that the world was different. They had a feeling that they could go out. At this moment, in addition to the 2 spear pillars on the golden light, Han Fei temporarily sealed this so-called god with 108 spear pillars. On this day, Han Fei stood on the 4th spear pillar and looked at the more than 200 strong masters. "Everyone, there are still 2 spear pillars left before this seal is broken. Now that you can leave this place, you'd better leave quickly. It's best if you can leave the ruins of gods within half a month. Don't step into it again." How could these sky-opening realm powerhouses not understand what Han Fei meant? From the moment they saw that he rebuilt the seal but removed the original seal, they knew that Han Fei didn't trust this so-called god, but his strength wasn't enough to seal this god-level powerhouse with a spear pillar. Therefore, every time Han Fei wanted to remove a spear pillar, he had to set up 36 spear pillar seals to replace the original spear pillar seal. Now that there were only 2 spear pillars left, Han Fei became even more careful. If the remaining seals couldn't seal this god, the consequences were not something they could bear. At this moment, no one refused. No one wanted to bet on this last probability. Besides, it wouldn't do them any good whether they bet or not. If they won, they would only live, but if they lost, they would die. And since they could leave now, why bother? Immediately, someone cupped his fists. "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, when we meet again, let's drink and chat happily. I, Man Jiang, take you as my friend. Today, I can't help you." "Please excuse me," someone echoed. "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, after we leave today, we'll become enemies with the heavenly race. We'll kill as many heavenly race sky openers as we can." Someone looked grateful. "Fellow Taoist Han Fei, I'm Lu Wen. I can't repay you. All my resources are here. Brother Han, please accept them." Although Han Fei only asked them to help kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse of the heavenly race, they would definitely choose those they could kill to kill and wouldn't seek death. As sky openers, in order not to have any inner demons in the future, they didn't mind giving Han Fei their current resources. "Brother Lu is right. Brother Han, please take my resources." Brother Han, for a moment, a lot of resources were sent to Han Fei. Although these people were not necessarily good people, since they could reach the sky-opening realm, their conscience must be clear. No matter how important resources were to them, they could give them up at this moment. Han Fei cupped his fists. "In that case, thank you everyone. The sea is vast and the road is long. Take care." When all these people left, the god groaned. "Human, do you think I will hurt them?" Han Fei smiled. "I don't know." The god said indifferently, "There are no friends on the path of cultivation. These people are just impulsive. If they are really caught by the heavenly race, they will definitely sell you." Han Fei laughed. "It's fine. I'll trample on the heavenly race someday. I'm afraid they don't know me." Han Fei didn't hide his clones. Both Neza and Zhang Daqian had their own uses. However, if he guessed right, Han Fei's name would definitely be known in the Divine Capital Dynasty this time. Another month passed. When Han Fei stood on the last wall pillar, a small world flew in front of Han Fei. When Han Fei stuffed this small world into his origin sea, there was a mystic yellow soil mountain inside. Good lord! When Han Fei saw the mystic yellow soil mountain, the god said, "This mystic yellow soil mountain is enough to consolidate your origin sea. It's my reward for saving me." Han Fei smiled. "Senior, don't forget, there's still the last ultra-quality godly weapon." The god said leisurely, "Actually, the 4 seals have been broken. You should know that they can no longer trap me." Han Fei smiled and said, "I know, but it can trap you for a while. If you don't give it to me, I'll find a monarch over during this period of time. Do you really think a heavenly talent like me is stupid?" The god didn't speak but said, "Break the last seal, and I'll give it to you." Han Fei shook his head. "When I break the last half of the seal, you have to give it to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from the ruins of gods." "Okay." Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Senior, I have a blood fiend puppet in the late stage of the star transformation realm. You should return it to me after such a long time, right?" Perhaps because the blood fiend was too far away from him, he didn't perceive it. Therefore, before breaking the seal, he had to take the blood fiend puppet away. The void twisted, and a blood fiend puppet inexplicably jumped out of a mountain. Han Fei was relieved to see that. Fortunately, he didn't lose it. This puppet was equivalent to a super expert. It was very important, and no less important than an ultra-quality godly weapon. It would be a great loss if he lost it. Chapter 2277, God's Prayer Bead. As usual, after Han Fei broke about a third of the Tao patterns on the last spear pillar, with a faint crack appeared on the spear pillar. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, it's time to give me the ultra-quality godly weapon." This god didn't dare to bet. With this half-seal as the foundation, plus Han Fei's seals, it could suppress him for at least 2 months. Of course, if he was willing to erupt, it might not take 2 months. But as Han Fei said, he wasn't sure if Han Fei could summon a monarch. On the expansion of the Origin Sea, he knew that Han Fei had the guidance of an expert behind him, which was why he didn't dare to take the risk to bet. However, compared to his freedom was definitely more important than an ultra-quality godly weapon. Therefore, the so-called god thought for a moment and threw out a red bead. The moment this fiery red and round bead appeared in front of Han Fei, information appeared in his eyes. T.E. Name: God's Prayer Bead. Introduction. The God's Prayer Bead was refined for 30,000 years with the chaotic spiritual treasure, lotus seed of the Sea of Bitterness, injected with the essence blood of a god. Wearing this bead, you can be compatible with the Heavenly Tao and borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao unconditionally to temper your body and soul every day. When activated in battle, it can increase your combat power by 10%. It can protect your soul from illusions. The bead is holy and can block all evils and avoid billions of poisons. It can slowly increase the luck of the wearer. A quality, ultra-quality, godly weapon, attached souls. None effect. By using the Heavenly Tao to temper the body, it can protect the wearer's soul and clear the mind. The wearer will be immune to all evil and poisons, and it can also increase luck. TR, recastable, unrefined, AW unrefined, 2RDAW1. Don't put a soul into it easily. The soul can't be fused with the bead unless it's compatible with it. Wow. When Han Fei saw some of the attributes of the God's Prayer Bead, he was refreshed. It was a supportive godly weapon. This was definitely a fucking supportive godly weapon. It didn't seem to have much effect in all aspects. Tempering the body every day meant that the body would only be tempered slightly every day. It could only borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao to increase his combat power by 10%, while the God-slaying boxing gloves could increase his combat power by 30%. However, the God's Prayer Bead had many functions. Faced with the guys from the Ghost Strait who cultivated the young god, it was simply invincible. Besides, the fact that it was immune to all poisons shocked Han Fei. In this case, didn't it mean that he didn't even need to nurture his anti-poison ability? Furthermore, this thing could increase one's luck. Luck was extremely mysterious. Generally speaking, one couldn't snatch luck. Only in special environments could one snatch luck. Therefore, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this God's Prayer Bead an ultra-quality godly weapon. Buzz. Han Fei's eyes flashed with infatuation, but then he felt the void tremble. Han Fei picked up the God's Prayer Bead and stuffed it into his Origin Sea. In the next moment, he immediately disappeared. Come on, if he didn't run now, should he wait for this person to break free from the seal? Swish, swish, swish. Han Fei shot out nearly 6 times the speed of light. This was mainly because he had sensed the space great Tao of the heavenly race powerhouse and learned some of its essence, which increased his speed to 4 times the speed of light. With the power of time and his own strength, he could burst out 6 times the speed of light. Ignoring what happened next, Han Fei only had one thought in his heart: run. Whether the other party was a real god or not, he was at least at the level of a monarch. He had tricked him so much. If he didn't run now, should he wait for the other party to catch up with him? After running for half a day, Han Fei finally left the ruins of gods. At this time, he had no time to think about digging for treasures. He swore that he would never come to the ruins of God again. Under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei ran straight to where Zhou Jingjing and the others were. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that only half a day after he ran, a big crack appeared on the last spear pillar. The golden light had all been retracted, and the skeleton of a strange fish was revealed. The bones were crystal clear and golden, as if made of completely fused gold and jade. If Han Fei saw it, he would be shocked. Is this a fucking god? How can the bones be a god? It must have been nailed to death for tens of thousands of years. Chugga-chugga-chug. Under the skeleton, an oval golden shell rose from the ground, and then a turtle head emerged from the soil. The little turtle was shining, but a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. All his strength was gathering towards the spear pillar, and he muttered, "Hurry, hurry. I wonder if the Emperor Sparrow has discovered me. It's over. The Emperor Sparrow of this generation has been born. I have to return to the divine beast race quickly." Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei, didn't know that the real god was dead, nor did he know that everything was fake by a little turtle, nor did he know that the little turtle was actually panicking too. While Han Fei was running for his life, the little turtle was also desperately trying to break the seal. One day later, Han Fei, who was racing, suddenly heard the voice of the Emperor Sparrow in his mind. He said, "For some reason, I seem to feel the aura of a divine beast." "What the ruins of gods is suppressing is probably not a god," Han Fei said. "Even a divine beast is not something I can resist, right? Fuck, you can still feel him from so far away." "Is he chasing me?" "No, I have to run quickly." All these years, Zhou Jingjing had been wandering outside the ruins of gods. However, more than 20 days ago, she had already begun to run for her life. For some reason, in just 5 days, she encountered 3 waves of lone wolves, all of whom were in the sky-opening realm. 2 of them were even star transformation powerhouses, and although the other one hadn't turned his Origin Sea into a star, he was almost there. She had been chased by 2 of them. If she hadn't summoned the 5 strong masters of the whale fortress, she would have been killed. Even so, all 5 of them were injured. Later, Zhang Daqian told them to run. No matter where they ran, they should stay away from the ruins of gods first. Zhang Daqian naturally knew that his original body was in an impasse. Part of the reason he brought Little Fatty with him was to prepare for emergencies. If his original body needed to be reborn, Little Fatty might be able to help him. But now it seemed that there were many strong masters fleeing in the ruins of gods. Although he didn't know why they were running, it didn't seem to be a good thing. In the depths of a certain strait, Zhou Jingjing and the others set up an array that they thought was very powerful but was actually not very powerful in Han Fei's eyes. Zhou Jingjing felt that she had run far enough after running for half a month. She needed to maintain her peak strength to face the crisis. Zhang Daqian didn't object. In this array, there were only Zhang Daqian and Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing said, "Why don't you want to stay in the whale fortress? 2 stars together can be easily discovered." Zhang Daqian said indifferently, "I'm only at the peak of the sea establishment realm. It doesn't matter. Besides, I have a reason to stay outside." Zhou Jingjing was puzzled. "Are you waiting for your original body?" Up to now, Zhou Jingjing didn't know that the person beside him was the real Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian said, "Yes, I don't know how long it will take for my original body to stay there. If anything happens to my original body, I'll have to take back all the things my original body left behind." Zhou Jingjing rolled her eyes. "If something happens to him, how strong is his opponent? Take it back? You're just an avatar at the peak of the sea establishment realm. How can you take the things back?" Zhang Daqian smiled faintly and said, "Don't look down on sea establishers. There are many cases of sea establishers killing sky openers." Zhou Jingjing snorted, thinking that Han Fei had disappeared for more than 6 years. In the past 6 years, there had been no news from him. She had a feeling that he must have encountered trouble. Otherwise, with that guy's terrifying strength, how could it take so long? In fact, everyone in the giant whale fortress had complaints. This was because in the past 6 years, she only dared to carefully release some sea establishers to gain experience. Most of the time, everyone had to stay in the giant whale fortress. This was because the ruins of gods was too dangerous. There were countless sky openers entering and leaving this place. In the past few years, they had encountered dozens of sea demon fortresses. They were all here to explore treasures. Who dared to have a trial here easily? Originally, Zhou Jingjing and the other emperors were going to explore the treasures, but they were stopped by Zhang Daqian. However, the resources needed for 110,000 people to cultivate could be said to be an astronomical figure. In addition to the huge supply of resources before, now that it had suddenly decreased, many people already had complaints. Suddenly, a spear beam pierced through the sky, and the terrifying spear technique penetrated the seal set by Zhou Jingjing and the others. "Heh, you call this an array? It's ridiculous. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your resources. Otherwise, kill." Zhou Jingjing was shocked. How could they be discovered? The other party asked them to hand over the resources, but he definitely wouldn't believe she had handed over all she had got. Therefore, the moment she handed over the resources, the other party would definitely ask for more. In the wilderness, Zhou Jingjing had never trusted anyone except Han Fei. Buzz? With the thought of Zhou Jingjing, the giant whale fortress appeared, and 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses walked out of the giant whale's mouth in a row. The middle-aged man with the spear looked disdainful. "Oh, so it's a sea monster fortress. Then there should be more resources. All 5 of you are injured. You're no match for me. Hand over the resources. Don't force me to take action." Since it involved resources, Zhou Jingjing certainly couldn't give in. Besides, among the 5 of them, someone seemed to have observed the sea of stars and immediately shouted, "This person's star isn't dazzling, but ordinary. He's just holding on. Jingjing, don't be afraid. We can fight him." Zhou Jingjing immediately perked up and shouted, "Attack." Puff-adjust, as Zhou Jingjing was about to attack, a spear beam burst out and nailed the guy we spoke just now to the bottom of the sea before Zhou Jingjing and the others could react. The middle-aged man grabbed at the void backhand and grabbed another spear beam, piercing through the air. Old fifth of the giant whale fortress was blown up by that stab. 2 casual attacks stunned Zhou Jingjing and the others. Wasn't it said that this guy's star was not dazzling? Wasn't it said that he was weak? Why was he so strong? Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 people on Zhou Jingjing's side were nailed through. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing burst out a knife light and narrowly resisted the spear. This was because she had observed Han Fei's battle and integrated the momentum of the draw technique into it. "Huh?" The man couldn't help but laugh in surprise. "Interesting. You can block my spear?" The man condensed another spear. This time, dowel patterns appeared. This stab didn't allow Zhou Jingjing to fight back at all. At that moment, it was as if all her strength was suppressed and she couldn't resist at all. Clang. Just when Zhou Jingjing felt that it was over and her giant whale fortress was about to be destroyed, suddenly, Zhang Daqian thought of something and immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist Lu Wen, wait a moment." "Huh?" Lu Wen was shocked and couldn't help but stop. He looked at Zhang Daqian and frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "I don't know him. Besides, this is just a brat at the peak of the sea establishment realm. How dare he call me fellow Taoist? Does he want to die?" Lu Wen narrowed his eyes. Boy, you're bold. Zhang Daqian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. My name is Han Fei. Chapter 2278, The First Group of Followers, Fellow Taoist Han Fei. Lu Wen was shocked. How could this person be Han Fei? Lu Wen was puzzled. After staring at Zhang Daqian for a few seconds, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the distant void. Someone was flying over at an ultra-light speed. A few seconds later, when Han Fei appeared, he couldn't help but tease. Fellow Taoist Lu Wen, if I had come a step later, I'm afraid my avatar would have been killed by you. Hiss. Lu Wen looked at Zhang Daqian and then at Han Fei. He immediately retracted his killing intent and smiled bitterly. Well, I really didn't know that these people were actually Brother Han's subordinates. I almost killed them by mistake. I'm really sorry. The moment Han Fei returned, Zhou Jingjing and the other sky-opening powerhouses of the giant whale fortress were all relieved. As long as this person returned, everything would be fine. However, what shocked them was that in the past few years, Han Fei seemed to have experienced a lot. They didn't understand why a super powerhouse like Lu Wen had such an attitude towards Han Fei. In their opinion, Lu Wen was already a star transformation level powerhouse, and he was not an ordinary star transformation level powerhouse. With his strength, he could easily fight 5 alone. Even if such a powerhouse was no match for Han Fei, wasn't his attitude a bit too friendly? Han Fei smiled and said, as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Fellow Taoist Lu Wen, didn't you leave a few months ago? Why are you still wandering outside the ruins of gods? Lu Wen looked embarrassed. Brother Han, well, after we came out, we wanted to leave directly, but we had consumed a lot in the ruins of gods and hadn't recovered our strength yet, so we wanted to get some resources first. Considering that you should still have a few months, most of us just left the ruins of gods and hunted nearby. Because there were many strong masters who came for treasures, it was easier for us to hunt, so we didn't leave in time. Han Fei immediately understood and said, I see, but fellow Taoist Lu, I'm afraid we have to go far away now. If I've guessed right, that person will come out in half a month at most. Hiss, Lu Wen was shocked. So fast? Lu Wen was shocked and immediately cupped his fists at Han Fei. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Han. Otherwise, I would have wanted to hunt here for a few days. In that case, Brother Han, shall we go together? Han Fei shook his head slightly and smiled. Brother Lu, do you think that person will let me go? Lu Wen shivered and seemed to understand something. It seemed that the relationship between Han Fei and that god was quite strange. They must have some secrets that they didn't know. Now that Han Fei said so, he certainly didn't dare to go with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care about that. He said, Brother Lu, you seem to have a deep understanding of that Tao sphere too? Lu Wen knew that Han Fei's avatar must have synchronized the scene just now with his original body. He said with a smile, we've been trapped here for so long, it would be a lie to say that we didn't comprehend anything. However, we definitely comprehended much less than Brother Han. It's impossible for us to create a spear pillar. Han Fei nodded slightly. That was true. The spear pillar was right there, and everyone was in the sky-opening realm. Who wouldn't comprehend something? However, as Lu Wen said, it was impossible for them to comprehend much. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. Han Fei nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Lu Wen, I'm going to leave first. I have to run for a while in case that person catches up with me. Lu Wen was also horrified. He cupped his hands at Han Fei and said, Brother Han, thank you. I wish I could have helped you. Oh, Brother Han, I think that if you want to avoid that person, it's best for you to go to a superforce, the Divine Capital Dynasty, where countless strong masters gather in the East Sea Divine Realm. Great Monarch East Marshal rules the Divine Realm alone and is the strongest monarch in the East Sea Divine Realm. I think that person will definitely not dare to chase you to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Great Monarch East Marshal, the strongest monarch in the East Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei nodded. Then, thank you for your guidance, Brother Lu. After Lu Wen left in a hurry, Zhou Jingjing and the others looked at Han Fei weirdly. Why didn't we understand their conversation just now? Who are you talking about? Why does it sound like there is a strong master chasing you? Also, what kind of enemy would make you run to the Divine Capital Dynasty to seek the protection of the Great Monarch East Marshal? Seeing that Zhou Jingjing and the others were full of doubts, Han Fei waved his hand and the healing chains moved back and forth on their bodies. Zhou Jingjing and the others' injuries were recovering rapidly. Zhou Jingjing was the first to recover. She hurriedly asked, the person just now? Han Fei said, just a friend. You've been waiting nearby for the past few years. Good. Zhou Jingjing really wanted to roll her eyes at Han Fei, but then she said, are you going to the Divine Capital Dynasty? Before, Han Fei didn't tell Zhou Jingjing and the others that he was going to the Divine Capital Dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year competition, but there was no need to hide it. He had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion for a while and then go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. For a long time to come, he probably wouldn't find a whetstone to polish himself. In fact, after experiencing the baptism of lightning in several life-and-death battles, his foundation had basically been consolidated, and he no longer needed to find people to fight like before. Therefore, Han Fei paused and said, something unexpected happened in the ruins of gods. From now on, I won't hunt any sea monster fortresses. Therefore, you don't have to be my bait in the future. Therefore, I'll give you another chance. Are you still willing to follow me? If not, considering your good performance over the years, I'll give you a sum of resources and let you go your separate ways. Immediately, behind Zhou Jingjing, the few sky-opening realm powerhouses were all shocked and looked at Zhou Jingjing. In fact, they had secretly warned Zhou Jingjing several times. Han Fei was a real heavenly talent, not something ordinary itinerant cultivators could compare to. If they followed Han Fei and often entered dangerous places, something might happen to them one day. Although they had to be careful as the sea monster fortress, they didn't have to be followers of others. Zhou Jingjing couldn't help but think of Lu Wen. He just casually attacked and beat 5 alone. This meant that they were too weak. So what if they were in the sky-opening realm? In the wilderness, there was no shortage of sky-opening realm powerhouses. What was lacking was powerful sky-opening realm powerhouses. As for the sea monster fortress, would digging and looting really make people powerful? It was as if they were walking a normal template. If they cultivated hard, they would slowly become stronger. But people like Han Fei walked an extreme path. Although it was dangerous, the upper limit of their growth was much higher, and there were many more opportunities. For example, during the years when they served as bait for Han Fei, their strength soared. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Jingjing suddenly raised her head. If we are willing to follow you, how will you treat us? Han Fei glanced at the people behind Zhou Jingjing casually and then at Zhou Jingjing. Are you going to turn your origin sea into a star soon? Zhou Jingjing said. In fact, I've already begun to transform my origin sea into a star. I've already completed 1/5 of the process. Han Fei was surprised. This was something he didn't expect because he had never asked before. Han Fei asked, why are you still so weak when you're about to turn your origin sea into a star? Zhou Jingjing, all the emperors, Zhou Jingjing and the others were speechless. Weak? Han Fei thought for a moment. Well, it seems to be okay. Lu Wen has turned his origin sea into a star for a long time. He has already walked a distance on the road after he turned his origin sea into a star and had gained many opportunities, so it's natural for him to fight 5 alone. However, you are still too weak. If you follow me, I can teach you some great techniques that can improve your strength by leaps and bounds. However, if you follow me, your lives are mine. What I'm going to do in the future is very dangerous, and you may die at any time. Are you still willing to follow me? Han Fei's heart did a flip. A star transformation powerhouse was actually not weak. He shouldn't despise her. If he wanted to overthrow the city of scavengers, he had to have some help. After all, his enemy was not only the city of scavengers, but also the city of origin. And these were just his enemies in the chaotic wasteland. As for the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm, he would definitely go there in the future. The little vine of the demon purification pot must be obtained by him. In this case, he had too many enemies. The basic combat power he needed should be in the sky-opening realm, right? There might be no harm in slowly recruiting people from now on. Besides, Zhou Jingjing and the others were not the key. The population in the sea monster fortress also had great potential. If these people grew up, they would also be a combat power. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep wandering in the wilderness. Otherwise, he could try to get a mobile castle. Zhou Jingjing's heart skipped a beat when she heard that Han Fei could teach her techniques. She believed what Han Fei said. She had only watched him fight for a few years, but her strength had already soared. If Han Fei taught her techniques in person, it could be foreseen that their strength would quickly grow. Zhou Jingjing looked back at the others. Some of them shook their heads slightly, and some fell into deep thought. Zhou Jingjing seemed to know what they were thinking, so she said, Then what about the 100,000 people in my whale fortress? Han Fei said, I won't take you to the divine capital dynasty. The 10,000-year competition is coming, and all the strong masters are gathering. It'll be extremely dangerous there. It's meaningless to take you there. If you are willing to follow me, you can wait for me outside the chaotic wasteland. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. If I don't find you within 100 years, you can leave on your own. Zhou Jingjing was delighted to hear that. She really didn't dare to go to the divine capital dynasty, but if it was a remote place near the chaotic wasteland, why didn't she dare? However, Zhou Jingjing was thinking, isn't Han Fei afraid that we will run away? However, she remembered the navigator that Han Fei once showed and immediately understood. Yes, with that kind of treasure, why would he be afraid that they would run away? Therefore, Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath. I'm willing to follow you. Chapter 2279 Young Soul appeared. It was not easy to recruit followers, especially in a place like the wilderness. How could people submit to him so easily? Han Fei felt that Zhou Jingjing and the others could be recruited because he had known them for a long time and had a certain understanding of their nature and pursuit. Therefore, when Han Fei recruited them, he gave them a batch of resources, which was less than 1/5 of the resources given to him by the fake god. As for the specific amount, it was probably enough for a sea establishment realm cultivator to completely open up his origin sea. For a sky-opening realm cultivator, this amount of resources was actually not much, but not little either. In addition, Han Fei had indeed taught Zhou Jingjing and the others some great techniques. He had passed on some secret techniques such as the chaotic demon body that Taiyuan cultivated, the ancient desolate war body that he had once used, the 100-beast soul devouring of the Beast King, Tianqing's void divine movement technique, and so on. Among them, some were for the Venerable Realm, some for the Sea Establishment Realm, and some for the Sky Opening Realm. Han Fei had used these things in person. With Han Fei's current strength, he could release some of these things. Because he didn't have absolute trust in Zhou Jingjing and the others for the time being, Han Fei still held back. As for whether they would be given more care in the future, it depended on their performance 30 years later. In the ruins of a secret realm in the wilderness, a statue covered in dust was sitting cross-legged like an ancient object that had been dormant for a long time. In this secret realm, there were a few venerable-level crabs cultivating and attracting spiritual energy. Suddenly, the statue opened its eyes and a certain golden light burst out. Huff! As Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, the dust on his body was instantly dispersed. Crack, crack, crack. As Han Fei slowly got up, cracking sounds came from his body. This time, Han Fei smiled and then calmed down, frowning slightly. It matured. Han Fei sighed slightly. The resources he had obtained from the fake god had been used up in less than 3 years. For the rest of the time, Han Fei had been waiting for the 5th divine pill to mature. While waiting, he tempered his body in the swamp of the Sea of Stars and comprehended the Tao of Speed in the Sea of Stars. Unfortunately, Han Fei felt that it was because he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star that he hadn't made much progress. His basic speed hadn't reached 5 times the speed of light yet. The only good thing was that in the past 30 years, his physique and soul had reached a great balance. Han Fei, whose strength had soared, deeply realized the shortcomings of his soul. Over the years, he had been tempering his will and waiting for the 5th divine pill to mature. Now that the 5th divine pill was ripe, Han Fei knew that it was time for him to repair his soul. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in his origin sea, where the demon purification pot's vines grew. Looking at the little pill that was already red, Han Fei couldn't help sighing. You were about to mature more than 30 years ago, but you didn't mature until now. I fed you a lot. It's up to you whether or not I can refine a young soul today. Yes, Han Fei wanted to build a young soul. Since he saw the young souls of the people of the Ghost Strait, Han Fei had already set this goal. It didn't make sense that they could cultivate the young soul, but he couldn't. His soul wasn't weaker than theirs and was even much stronger than most people's. The Emperor Sparrow once said that the fusion of the soul and will could produce the young soul. Senior brother Azure Dragon had also said that will could replace the soul and become invincible. It was the path of the extreme Tao body cultivator. Han Fei thought that the soul was still useful. The god-slaying boxing gloves and the god's prayer bead were both useful for the soul. Besides, the immunity to all techniques was only theoretical. Besides, the physique of an extreme Tao body refiner might not necessarily be stronger than his. Therefore, Han Fei still felt that he should fuse his soul and will and cultivate the young soul first. In this way, if his body was not destroyed, his soul wouldn't be destroyed either, which would greatly increase his chances of survival in the Sea Realm. Han Fei extended his hand, and the 5th divine pill automatically fell into Han Fei's palm. Having waited for this day for so long, Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He had deduced it countless times in his heart and felt that there shouldn't be any problem. Han Fei grabbed the 5th divine pill. With a thought, he appeared at the edge of the Sea of Stars, stepped into the swamp of the Sea of Stars, and then into the Sea of Stars. In the Sea of Stars, Han Fei sat cross-legged and his invincible will condensed the invincible golden body. Under such circumstances, Han Fei activated the void fishing, grabbed the 5th divine pill, and swallowed it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his body was extremely light. When he came back to his senses, he found himself sitting cross-legged. My soul has left my body. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although his soul left his body, it was not far away because he seemed to be imprisoned by some power. It's the power of will. Han Fei realized that it was the invincible will that locked his soul, body, and soul. However, this couldn't complete the fusion of will and soul. In the past, Han Fei could also use the invincible will at will. In the past, Han Fei's soul could leave his body, but it didn't have much combat power and was fragile, so it was meaningless. For ordinary people, even if they could do the above two things, it didn't mean that they could fuse their will and soul. For example, in the Ghost Strait, the people specialized in cultivating the soul. The secret techniques passed down from ancient times could fuse the will and the soul. However, it couldn't be done overnight. They had to practice it from a young age and slowly cultivate with secret techniques until their will and soul were almost fused. Only when they cultivated the young soul could this cultivation end. However, Han Fei didn't have that secret technique, nor did he know how to fuse the soul and will. Perhaps he would understand it in the future, but at least not for now. But Han Fei had the 5th divine pill. The 5th divine pill could help the soul leave the body and open the 8th consciousness of the human soul. When the soul left the body, the mountains and rivers would shatter, the earth would sink, and he would feel that he was everything in the world and everything in the world was him. This was the original effect of the 5th divine pill. Han Fei thought that it was definitely to cultivate the yang soul. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his soul was expanding infinitely. He felt that his soul was about to explode. His soul was expanding and his will was suppressing. The two trembled at the same time. It might have been a day, a month, or only an hour. At this time, Han Fei's consciousness was no longer under his control. He felt that his soul was being crushed bit by bit. The terrifying pain was different from the physical pain. It was like his soul was being shattered. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the sky had collapsed. After a long time, Han Fei regained some consciousness. He forgot who he was. He seemed to be everything in the world. With a thought, a large amount of energy was swallowed by him. However, after a long time, Han Fei began to wonder, who am I? What am I swallowing? Where was the thing I swallowed? When Han Fei realized this, he saw a golden brilliance and a mist that looked like a faint blue mist. The two were interweaving and tangling. The two were also converging, forming a pale gray mist that was neither gold nor blue, like the wisp of haze produced by sunlight penetrating the clouds. When he gradually saw what the hazy mass was, Han Fei slowly looked shocked. Is this me? Buzz. For a moment, infinite memories quickly appeared, filling his mind. Yes, Han Fei instantly woke up. He was cultivating the Yang soul. He suddenly realized something and immediately looked down, only to find his body sitting cross-legged not far away. Han Fei quickly raised his hands and found that it was a hazy figure, a little weak, but he felt that he could even exert his strength. Han Fei casually slapped the distant sky, the void exploded, and a void storm was born. It spun for a moment before disappearing. Yang soul? Is this the Yang soul? Han Fei immediately looked at his information to see if there was any change. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 103 Sky Opener. Soul Enlightenment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 200,000 1/16th Chaotic Chi, 290,000 Soul, 5,082 Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 5,746.546. Waves First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish level 99, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow level 99, Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow level 100. Main art, Void Fishing level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch level, Ultra Quality, After cultivating for more than 30 years, he had used the Heavenly Tao Jade Essences and had been wearing the God's Prayer Bead, so it was natural for his strength to grow. Han Fei had even thought that he should have broken through the 6 million mark in soul and body. However, cultivating in the sky-opening realm was clearly more difficult than he thought. But this time, Han Fei was immediately attracted by his level. In the past, every time he looked at the information, his level showed 101, but this time it became 103, and there were 2 more words after the sky opener, Soul Enlightenment. Han Fei didn't understand what Soul Enlightenment meant for the time being, but in the next moment, Han Fei found that the column that showed spiritual power had become Soul. This change made Han Fei a little confused. The data behind seemed to be the original spiritual power data, but why did it become Soul now? In the past, Han Fei had always felt that the soul was the limit of spiritual power, the quantification of spiritual power. The relationship between the two was that the soul contained spiritual power. But now it seemed that his spiritual power had directly turned into his soul. What did this mean? What was the relationship between the two? Chapter 28a, Extreme Tao Dual Cultivation of Body and Soul. Han Fei failed to understand the new data template, but he could still feel the power of the Yang soul. It was just a strange feeling. He could touch the soul body, and he felt that even if he fought a strong master with his Yang soul body, it would be fine. It felt like he was fighting with his own body, and everything was natural. Thinking of his body, Han Fei stepped in, and the Yang soul disappeared into his body. As for the Yang soul that had entered his body, at first, he felt that the recontact with his body was a little jerky, but as he moved a little, he could control it freely again. However, when Han Fei wanted to continue to separate his Yang soul from his body, he immediately felt that his soul and body were separated. It was a feeling of independence that his soul had completely left his body. He even felt that it was fine without a body. However, Han Fei didn't really do that. He had tempered his body thousands of times and experienced countless hardships to have his current body. How could he abandon it so easily? Han Fei immediately woke up the old turtle. Old Yuan, wake up, What's wrong? Have we reached the Godfiend Sea? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. You only know the Godfiend Sea. Han Fei said, let me ask you something. Do you know the real relationship between spiritual power and soul? The old turtle paused and said, don't you know it? The power of the soul is naturally the strength of your soul. Spiritual power can be understood as the time for which you can fight with your soul. The power of the soul is the external manifestation of spiritual power. Han Fei frowned. The old turtle didn't know this knowledge. He couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, you are also in the sky-opening realm. You should know the cultivation method after the sky-opening realm, right? Had you heard of soul enlightenment? Old Yuan was silent for a moment and said, when you said this word, I seem to remember something, but I really don't remember. I'm just a remnant soul. Most of my soul was annihilated by that calabash, and I forgot too many things. You know that. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, stop calling yourself a remnant soul. I gave you a lot of ownerless souls. I think you've recovered long ago. Don't say that again, okay? Then should I stay sober? Han Fei thought for a moment. He was already so strong, and the people he came into contact with now were all in the sky-opening realm. The old turtle no longer had any advantage. However, although he didn't have to make the old turtle fall asleep now, it was meaningless. It didn't matter to him now whether the old turtle was around or not. He might as well let him sleep and wake him up when he went to the Godfiend Sea. This way, he wouldn't have to listen to his nagging. Han Fei said, "Forget it. Go back to sleep. I'll be in the Divine Capital Dynasty in a few years. There will be fights. If I really need you, I'll call you." Divine Capital Dynasty? The old turtle's heart stirred. In the past, demonic cultivators like us didn't dare to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty easily. Anyway, I've never been there. Hun Fei sneered in his heart. What a weakling. Ignoring the old turtle, Hun Fei summoned the Emperor Sparrow. As soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he said, "Recently, don't call me out or fuse with me." Hun Fei was puzzled. "Why?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "I've thought about it. That guy decades ago must be from the divine beast race. Although I haven't sensed the aura of a divine beast in this life, my inherited memories tell me that it's a divine beast. Besides, there are too many people who go to the so-called 10,000-year competition this time. There must be many strong ones. If I appear, I'm afraid you will immediately be killed." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay. But I have a question. Do you know if there is a soul enlightenment realm in the sky-opening realm? Huh?" Immediately, the Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei suspiciously. "How do you know this word?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "What's wrong? Does this word have any special meanings?" The Emperor Sparrow didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "In my inherited memories, the first step of cultivation in the sky-opening realm is to turn the origin sea into a star. The second step is to find a star path, and the last step is to reach the peak. In fact, there is still a step between the second step and the last step. However, this step varies from person to person. Some people's third step is world creation, some's third step is monarch path, and some is soul enlightenment. In fact, soul enlightenment is very easy to understand. When the soul becomes as immortal as the heavens and earth, it is called soul enlightenment. Of course, it can't be really as immortal as the heavens and earth. It's just a metaphor." Han Fei's heart trembled. "Wait a moment. The first step is to turn the origin sea into a star, the second step is to find a star path, and the third step is soul enlightenment, right? I went straight to the third step? I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is soul enlightenment the third step?" The Emperor Sparrow, "Theoretically, yes." Han Fei asked, "What do you mean by theoretically? Can't it be the first step?" Immediately, the Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei deeply with a strange look. "Have you comprehended the soul?" Han Fei shouted. "Yes, I have." The Emperor Sparrow's neck was immediately tilted, and he looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. "What I just said is that the first step is to transform the origin sea into a star, and the third step is soul enlightenment. But it's not absolute. However, the first step of a normal person is never soul enlightenment, and star transformation is closely connected to the star path, so these two steps are the first and second steps." "Did you encounter a great opportunity?" Han Fei said. "I ate a fruit." "Eat a fruit?" The Emperor Sparrow raised his voice. Han Fei sounded as if he had just eaten a candy. However, when he thought that even he became this guy's spiritual beast, it wasn't surprising that he had a great opportunity. He said, "So, your soul can leave your body now?" Han Fei said, This should be the so-called Yang soul, right?" With that said, Han Fei showed the Emperor Sparrow how his soul left his body. It seemed that it was easy for his Yang soul to leave his body. Then, Han Fei punched the void and created a void storm. How is that possible? The Emperor Sparrow screamed and looked at Han Fei in shock, dumbfounded. Han Fei asked, "You seem surprised? Is there something wrong with my Yang soul?" The Emperor Sparrow rolled his eyes at Han Fei. "Yours is much more advanced than the Yang soul. It's not just the Yang soul." This time, it was Han Fei's turn to be stunned. "What do you mean? The Yang soul is also divided into levels." The Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. "Remember what I told you? When the soul and will are fused, one can produce a Yang soul. Those who cultivate the Yang soul can only brag that their soul won't be destroyed, but they will never say that their soul is immortal. Secondly, when the Yang soul attacks, he can only use soul techniques, but the soul can't be used as the body. I remember I also said that when the Yang soul and your great Tao of origins are fused, you can comprehend the higher level usage of soul power. In other words, any great technique you use can have the runes of the soul attached to it, so it can both hurt the enemy's body and destroy his soul. In this way, you can kill both your enemy body and soul." Han Fei was stunned and asked, "Didn't you say that this is a power that only monarchs can master?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "Yes, the soul enlightenment realm of the sky-opening realm should only be about the Yang soul. You can only comprehend the power of dual killing of body and soul when you reach the longevity realm. Where did you get this fruit? Can you get me one too?" Han Fei, Han Fei said, "There's only one in the world." The Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Do you dare to take the extreme Tao?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Stream Tao, body refining? Extreme Tao soul refining? The Emperor Sparrow took a deep look at Han Fei. Extreme Tao dual cultivation of body and soul. Huh? Han Fei felt his brain wasn't working well enough. Extreme Tao dual cultivation? The Emperor Sparrow said. This is just a guess in my inherited memories. It seems that no one has walked this path before, but I think that there should be such a path in this world. Some people walk the path of extreme Tao body refinement, and some walk the path of extreme Tao soul refinement. Logically speaking, taking only one of these two can be called extreme. But if someone cultivates both body and soul to the extreme until he can't go further anymore, and then balance the two and reach an ultimate balance, it will be the extreme Tao dual cultivation of body and soul, which can also be called the extreme Tao of balance. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. It seemed that Senior Brother Azure Dragon had mentioned this before. However, the extreme balance that Senior Brother Azure Dragon mentioned only referred to the absolute balance of strength and soul, not the dual extreme Tao. However, the Emperor Sparrow gave him a new idea. As for how to understand the word limit, if his strength reached the strength of an extreme Tao body refiner and his soul also reached the strength of an extreme Tao body refiner, wouldn't this be equivalent to extreme Tao dual cultivation of body and soul? It sounded awesome. But for some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt that his blood was boiling. However, as soon as Han Fei's blood boiled, the Emperor Sparrow poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, "But don't be happy too early. This is just a guess. In theory, the extreme Tao only becomes the extreme Tao because they only choose one between body refinement and soul refinement. That's why it's called the extreme Tao. This idea is actually contradictory. You are just walking on your own limit, which is fundamentally different from the original extreme Tao. Besides, there is no absolute balance in this world. But I think you can try walking this path. Whether you can continue or not, you will become a strong master of an era, provided that you don't die." Gulp, tsk, he only heard, "You will become a strong master of an era." Chapter 2281, Merfolk Chanters 1 month later. Because he had wasted too much time in the wilderness, Han Fei had to hurry up with his journey. On this day, Han Fei fused himself with the heavens and earth and was racing at nearly 6 times the speed of light. Yes, this was because he had taken the 5th divine pill. Not only had he refined a more powerful Yang soul that could kill both body and soul, but he could also use a part of the heavenly Tao at any time and greatly borrow the Tao of space of the heavens and earth. It was also because of this breakthrough that Han Fei's strength and soul were so close for the first time in history. He could borrow the power of the heavens and earth by 50%. Han Fei felt that if he encountered a strong master at the level of 3rd Xie from the Crab King city again, he might not be a match for him. For a moment, Han Fei placed his strength at the level of xuanhuan, 2nd Xie of the Crab King city. It was not until today that Han Fei felt that he had the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, in this sea realm, he would have to be careful even if he just wanted to find a whetstone. While Han Fei was running, he suddenly heard eldest senior brother's voice in his mind. "Junior brother, Feng Yu is looking for you. Is it convenient for you to meet her now?" "Senior sister Feng Yu?" Han Fei immediately stopped and replied, "Eldest senior brother, I can see her anytime." Then a bronze door appeared and Han Fei stepped in. Han Fei was quite curious. Why did Feng Yu suddenly come to him? Did something big happen? Because Feng Yu also said that she was going to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Was this an E-Pal meeting? But they weren't E-Pals. After all, they had met once before. Buzz, on the mountain in the Void Temple, when Han Fei came in, he found that Feng Yu was already there. Feng Yu waved her arms and said, Junior brother, Junior brother." Han Fei glanced at eldest senior brother and bowed. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." To readers. Our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link, https://cteenurl.com lan39hapcn6j to support us. Eldest senior brother nodded slightly, and then Han Fei looked at Feng Yu and said, "Senior sister Feng Yu, are you looking for me?" Feng Yu asked. "Junior brother, where are you now? Are you already in the Divine Capital Dynasty?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not yet. I'm still in the wilderness. I reckon it's still a year or two away." Although Han Fei's speed was not slow now, it was impossible for him to travel all the way. Han Fei estimated that it would take him about 2 years to reach the Divine Capital Dynasty. Feng Yu immediately said, "Wow, you've been walking for decades, but you haven't arrived yet?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Do you know how many dangers I've experienced?" However, Han Fei still said, "Senior sister Feng Yu, if you are in a hurry, I can arrive early." Feng Yu thought for a moment and said, "Junior brother, how's your current strength?" Han Fei thought for a moment and replied, "Senior sister Feng Yu, what strength do you need me to have?" Feng Yu said, "At least have the combat power of the star transformation realm. It's best if you have a few powerful friends. Do you?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Feng Yu choked and then looked at eldest senior brother. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on my strength?" "That's too much," eldest senior brother said. "It doesn't matter. Little junior brother has great luck and his strength has completely stabilized. Ordinary late-stage star transformation cultivators shouldn't be a problem for him." At this time, Feng Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, little junior brother's foundation was unstable decades ago, but it's stable now?" Han Fei was lost for words. Senior sister, it's been almost 50 years since we last met. Can't you let me grow a little? Feng Yu pouted. It had only been 50 years. However, since eldest senior brother said that little junior brother was not weak, he shouldn't be weak. Feng Yu said, little junior brother, since you haven't reached the Divine Capital Dynasty yet, please help me save 2 people. You are the person I know closest to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat when he heard that it was about saving someone. The senior brothers and sisters in the Void Temple treated him well, and Feng Yu had even given him a godly weapon, Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. Now that she was in trouble, how could he sit idle? Han Fei immediately said, save who? I'm less than 2 light years away from the Divine Capital Dynasty. I can arrive there in 5 months at most. Huh. Your speed can reach 6 times the speed of light? Feng Yu was shocked. Even eldest senior brother couldn't help looking at Han Fei as if he didn't expect it. Just now, he said a year or 2, but now it was only 5 months. In fact, Han Fei was holding back. If it was really urgent, he could arrive in 4 months. If his life was in danger, he might be able to arrive in 3 months with the help of the Great Tao of Time. Of course, rushing wasn't good and consumed a lot of energy. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Then it shouldn't take 5 months. They're not in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Well, I want to ask you to help me save 2 little brats. One is called Feng Qingcheng, and the other is called the Feng Xinglu. The 2 of them should be trapped in a place called the Sea of Chant, about half a light year away from the Divine Capital Dynasty. I've never been to the Divine Capital Dynasty, so I only know the name of this sea area. Han Fei said, okay, as long as the name is correct, I'll go to them now. Feng Yu hurriedly said, junior brother, the 2 of them are not weak either. Feng Xinglu has already turned his origin sea into a star, and Feng Qingcheng is at the peak of the sea establishment realm. They have many treasures on them, but they are still trapped there. I reckon their opponents are not ordinary people. Therefore, junior brother, if the situation is special, you'd better find a way to save them or stall. Anyway, just wait for me to come. I estimate that it will take me 4 years to arrive. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. A strong master who had already turned his origin sea into a star? You call him a brat? Also, what do you mean by it will take you 4 years to arrive? There are less than 5 years before the start of the 10,000-year competition. You might as well come when the competition starts. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Okay, senior sister, don't worry. Take your time. When you arrive, I'm afraid we'll all miss the 10,000-year competition. Han Fei didn't take this matter seriously. He thought to himself, so what if I meet a mobile castle? As long as the other party isn't a monarch, what's the big deal of saving 2 people? Not to mention that his strength had soared, he still had the Blood Fiend. Without 2 late-stage star transformation powerhouses, he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, eldest senior brother said, Feng Yu, calm down. Let little junior brother handle this matter. Feng Yu nodded. Junior brother, if you catch the 2 of you, beat them up, kick their butts, and make them widen their eyes without blinking. Han Fei, After leaving the bronze door, Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head slightly. It seemed that someone from Feng Yu's family had sneaked into the Divine Capital Dynasty. He guessed that they were probably her younger brothers or sisters. However, he was speechless because their strength was not low. It seemed that senior sister Feng Yu could also be called Auntie Feng Yu, Tisk, 3.5 months later. A big black ship that looked like a furious shark was sailing steadily in the tide. This ship was about the size of a dragon ship, more than 30,000 meters long, and many people lived on it. There were often some strong masters who broke through the void and left. On the observation deck on the top floor of the hull, a middle-aged man was sitting on a throne. At this moment, someone was reporting to him, Captain, we've basically locked onto the whereabouts of those 2 people. According to the tip-off 5 days ago, a man and a woman appeared in an itinerant ship camp. One's strength had just entered the sky-opening realm, and the other was at the peak of the sea establishment realm. However, their disguise was not good. They once quarreled with others and revealed the great Tao of Fire God. These 2 people followed an exploration team to explore a valley-secret realm at the edge of the Sea of Chant. They probably wanted to sneak out of the Sea of Chant with this exploration team. The middle-aged man asked indifferently, where is this team? The man replied, according to the reports of some of our merfolk chanters in the Sea of Chant, they appeared in the northwest a day ago. The follow-up intelligence hasn't arrived yet. The northwest? With their strength, they won't be able to escape in a day. If they go to the northwest, they probably want to enter the Wind Valley camp and then leave with disguise. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and then instructed, lock down the northwest. The black shark will stop near the Wind Valley and wait for them to walk into the trap. Another 7 days passed. A 10-person exploration team was rushing at the bottom of the sea at 3 times the speed of light. This 10-person team had 4 sky openers and 6 sea establishers. It was just an ordinary team of explorers. Such a team usually wouldn't attract anyone's attention. In places close to the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were countless such teams. No one here dared to call themselves a king. Sea establishers were just called sea establishers instead of kings, and sky openers just sky openers instead of emperors. When the big forces encountered this small team, they wouldn't even bother to rob them. When the small teams encountered this small team, they were evenly matched and battles often broke out. Under normal circumstances, the mortality rate of these people was actually not high. This was because in a sea area, the major camps needed such people to provide resources. They were like hard-working bees, painstakingly collecting honey every day. No one wanted to kill bees, didn't they? The leader of the team said, "We'll reach the camp of the Wind Valley in half a day. We've gained a lot this time. We have to thank fellow Taoist Lu Xing and Miss Ching Cheng for joining us." The one called Lu Xing looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. At this moment, he raised his head slightly, looking slightly proud. "It's just that this secret realm is too simple and has been dug out. I just calculated with my fingers and found out that it still has secrets." As for the woman called Ching Cheng, she was not gorgeous at all. She looked ordinary, but people couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. The girl curled her lips slightly, thinking to herself, "You only know how to brag. It's all because of my perception. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu Xing, you're quite valiant. I have an acquaintance in the Wind Valley. He knows a secret realm." 5 groups of people went there, but all of them returned injured. "Brother Lu Xing, shall we continue to cooperate? If we dig up that secret realm, we will definitely make a fortune." The corners of Lu Xing's mouth twitched. "Do you really think I'm a secret realm explorer?" he said proudly. "No, Ching Cheng and I should set off for the Divine Capital Dynasty. If we're late, we won't be able to make it in time for the 10,000-year competition." Someone in the team smiled and said, "Brother Lu Xing and Miss Ching Cheng are really bold. Only you heavenly talents dare to rush to the Divine Capital Dynasty alone at this time." We sigh, "Hey, boss, that's because you're not a heavenly talent. 10,000-year competition. Fisk, tisk. Those who can participate are all top heavenly talents, right?" Lu Xing said proudly. "Of course, the entire sea realm has been mobilized. It can be seen how unprecedentedly grand the competition is this time." Buzz. Suddenly, everyone's vision blurred and a sea anemone rose from the bottom of the sea. The tentacles were coming at them at an incredible speed. However, everyone looked calm. Obviously, such things happened often. The leader shouted, "There's an ambush. Prepare for battle." Aha! For a moment, a chanting voice sounded, and everyone in the team was shocked. The leader's expression changed drastically. "Not good. Merfolk chanters, all sea establishers, enter my origin sea." Chapter 2282, Dead End. In the Sea of Chant, there lived a special race called Merfolk chanters. There were many creatures in the sea who liked to sing and could unleash soul attacks through singing. However, there were not many people who could form a large-scale race. Among large-scale races, there were not many who could produce a reasonable cultivation system. Even if there was a reasonable system, there were even fewer who could go far in this system. It was just like how the Millennium Snappers also sang, but they didn't have a specific system, so it was difficult for them to go far. Of course, it might also be because they weren't born in the sea realm. Anyway, under the restrictions of many conditions, the Merfolk chanters were famous even in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Ah ah ah! As the rhythmic singing sounded, this team of 11 people had no time to react at all. Most of them had illusions appear in their eyes. There were also differences in illusions. Some illusions could be resisted as long as one's will was firm and their soul resistance was strong enough, while some illusions were actually a kind of soul attack branded in one's soul almost identical to reality, and the Merfolk chanters were this kind of exclusive soul-refining race. Their soul power was abnormally strong, so strong that they could control a sea area. The strongest in the race was a monarch, which was one of the basic conditions for the Merfolk chanters to survive. Aha! Because all of this happened too quickly, only 4 people in the 11-person team blocked the singing voice. They were Feng Xingliu, who was disguised as Lu Xing, Miss Ching Cheng, who was only at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm, the captain of the team, and a sky-opening realm female cultivator with a soul treasure. At this moment, it was too late to recall these Sea Establishers. This was because they were instantly caught in an illusion. If they were forcibly recalled, their souls would be penetrated. Down below, the demonic sea anemone rose. It was a star transformation realm demonized plant. If there was no one like Feng Xingliu hidden in this team, it could suppress the entire team alone. How could Feng Xingliu not know about it? Therefore, he reacted faster than everyone else. A fiery spear appeared in his hand. This flame was extremely hot, covered with a strange purple flame that was even crazier when encountering water. The spear shot out a wave of fire that swept out for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was as if a flame demon god had descended. The terrifying flames directly burned the soul power that was trying to penetrate over. The demonic sea anemone shot out a water arrow from each of its countless tentacles, which exploded continuously. Under this spear, the demonic sea anemone was pierced through, and half of its body exploded. Then, the demonic sea anemone triggered the void and jumped to escape. It was not that it didn't want to take these people down, but it felt that if it attacked forcibly again, it would be the one to die in the next moment. However, before the battle ended, heavy echoes suddenly sounded in this sea area. The captain who had just rushed out endured 100 echoes and was forced back. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his battlesuit was tattered. Feng Ching Cheng clasped her hands together and strange white flames erupted from her body, preventing the demonic sound from affecting her. The captain said in shock, It's the Echo Demon Realm, the Echo Demon Realm of the Merfolk Chanters. Only 8 Merfolk Chanters in the Sky Opening Realm can create such an Echo Demon Realm. Why do the Merfolk Chanters attack our small team? We are just a small team. The captain was shocked and puzzled, as he thought there were at least 8 Merfolk Chanters in the Sky Opening Realm here. According to the strength of the first Merfolk Chanter, he might have already turned his origin sea into a star. 8 of them appeared at once. This was not as simple as 8 ordinary Sky-Opening Realm creatures. They might be able to escape from ordinary Sky-Opening Realm creatures, but the Echo Demon Realm was equivalent to the domain of the Sky-Opening Realm. If they didn't break through quickly, they would slowly be obliterated. Aha! Even the captain had been seriously injured. How could the other sea establishers withstand such an echo attack? Feng Xingliu's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted at Feng Qingcheng, "Enter my origin sea." However, Feng Qingcheng shook her head. "Something's wrong. Without me, you can't escape. Are your protective jade slips used up?" Feng Xingliu held up a hand and created a flame barrier to protect everyone. He said solemnly, "Then I'll defeat them." The captain said, "I'll attack in the opposite direction. Wunyang, take care of the others. Be prepared to leave the battle at any time." Feng Xinglu instantly broke through the void and erupted with an ultralight speed. A purple light condensed on the spear beam with a wisp of divine splendor. Clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound in the entire Echo Demon Realm stopped, replaced by a sound barrier, blocking where Feng Xinglu's spear pointed. Rumble, a terrifying power erupted in the Echo Demon Realm. Because the range was limited, the power instantly swept behind. The other Sky-Opening Realm powerhouse named Wunyang staggered slightly and almost failed to block the terrifying power. What a strong defense. While Feng Xingliu was exclaiming, they didn't know that under his blow, the 8-star transformation realm chanters all vomited blood and almost failed to withstand this blow. Deng, 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 gang. Feng Xingliu's attack failed, but a hurried sound wave seemed to hit the captain, and his head exploded and his body flew back. When his head regrown, he said in shock, "Chanting tide?" "Why is there a chanting tide?" Feng Xingliu asked. "What is the chanting tide?" The captain said, "That's the power that only late-stage star transformation realm merfolk chanters can unleash." Feng Qingcheng's heart stirred. She extended her hand and pointed, and a white flame covered Feng Xinglu and the captain. The power of the chanting tide couldn't shake them anymore. The captain was slightly relieved, but then he cupped his hands at the void. "My lord, we are just an ordinary team. I am their captain. I am willing to give all my resources to you. Please spare our lives." Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. In the captain's opinion, it was impossible to win this battle. Not to mention that he still had many sea establishers to protect. How could the 3 of them, who were still sober, resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse? He couldn't help but glance at Feng Xingliu. Unfortunately, the strength that Feng Xingliu had shown so far hadn't reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Otherwise, they might still have a chance to fight back. Seeing that the captain actually surrendered, Feng Xingliu immediately shouted, "On the path of cultivation, we can't submit to anyone. Old Qin, this matter started because of me. I won't implicate you. Because of you." Before the captain could react, he saw Feng Xingliu holding a spear and standing proudly. 100-foot-long flame phantom soared into the sky like a fire god. His aura soared crazily. Feng Xingliu shouted coldly, "You bastards have been chasing me for years. Today, your wish has been fulfilled. However, I'd like to see if someone can keep me here." Fire god storm, roar. On Feng Xingliu, flames were steaming and suffocating. In an instant, the seawater within 100,000 kilometers formed a storm vortex, dyeing the entire sea red. The voice in the Echo Demon Realm was actually burned by the flames, intermittent. One could vaguely hear a crisp voice shouting, "Retreat, retreat, don't resist it, head on." Feng Xingliu's eyes were spitting fire. Retreat? Where to? Buzz. The firestorm took shape, and in the storm, all great dows froze. Those who wanted to break through the void or even burst out at an ultralight speed discovered that this storm could even swallow the speed of light. Their great Tao couldn't break free from this storm at all. Bang, bang, bang. These people were swept backward, and the 8-star transformation realm powerhouses were instantly minced by the flames. Their souls were burnt in the flames and were about to disappear. In the field, the only late-stage star transformation merman shouted fiercely, "Swishta!" At this critical moment, a big black ship suddenly leaped into the air. On the ship, someone stepped on the void and punched out, leaving a blue mark in the firestorm. Seeing this punch, Feng Qingcheng suddenly appeared behind Feng Xinglu. As she pushed with one hand, a shell appeared in front of Feng Xinglu. Bang! Amidst the terrifying explosion, a strange phenomenon suddenly erupted, and a grayish-black pillar of light blasted out again. In the next moment, Feng Xingliu was sent flying. His body was smashed to the ground and dragged tens of thousands of kilometers, shattering dozens of mountains along the way. Feng Qingcheng's expression changed, but her reaction was extremely fast. At the moment the power fluctuated, a green thread attached to Feng Xingliu. She couldn't leave Feng Xingliu, or the enemy would seize the opportunity. Once the enemy seized the opportunity and caught her, Feng Xingliu could only surrender. The The moment Feng Xingliu flew out, Feng Qingcheng followed like a shadow and landed lightly on the ruins. The firestorm finally dissipated. An arrogant voice sounded in the void. Interesting. You've just turned your origin sea into a star but already have such combat power. I'm afraid few people in your realm would be your match. What a pity. If you had kept a low profile, I wouldn't have chased you. Hand over all your godly weapons, divine techniques, abnormal flames, and that girl. Then I can let you go, but that girl must stay. Old Qin and the others in this team were already stunned. They discovered, to their shock, that Feng Xingliu was actually a hidden super powerhouse, but in the next moment, this super powerhouse was pierced through. Black shark? Old Qin swallowed as he listened to the person on the black shark talk about godly weapons, divine techniques, and abnormal flames. What kind of fucking treasures were these? He had never seen any in his life. However, he immediately realized that Lu Xing had only joined their team to avoid the pursuit of the black shark. In your dreams, a ruin exploded. Although there was a big hole in Feng Xingliu's body, he still stood proudly, as if he were the boss of the black shark. After that, Feng Xingliu took out a jade slip. Who do you think you are? How dare you rob me? Believe it or not, I'll call my men over and destroy your den. Have you reached the longevity realm? The man on the black shark chuckled. I know that your family must be extraordinary. As long as I hunt you, my black shark can just leave and sail into the wilderness. Even if your family has a monarch, so what? I guess you have a monarch jade slip, but do you dare to use it? The appearance of a monarch will definitely alarm other monarchs. If you don't use it, you still have a chance to escape. If you use it, neither you nor this little girl can escape. Otherwise, why would you have escaped until now? The guy on the black shark snorted. Suddenly, his body flashed and the giant shadow of a devil shark appeared beside Old Qin. He casually grabbed Old Qin and suppressed everyone in this team. Feng Xingliu's face changed slightly, and then the powerhouse of the black shark said, Well, you don't care about these ants, do you? As he spoke, Old Qin was crushed and his soul was grabbed by the black shark powerhouse, unable to escape. Feng Xingliu said coldly, Do you only know these dirty tricks? Chapter 2283, Show off my wealth. I'm full of godly weapons. Black Shark said, You should know that you can't escape. That's right. 2 late-stage sky-opening realm powerhouses and nearly 10 star transformation realm powerhouses. How can 2 little kids escape? At this time, behind Feng Xingliu, in the void, an old man walked out. The old man smiled faintly. Child, the 10,000-year competition is so cruel. The competition is one thing, but whether you can participate or not is another. This little girl has an innate Tao body. If this news gets out, you won't even be able to get out of the Sea of Chant, let alone the Divine Capital Dynasty. Black Shark said, Hey, old Li, don't covet this. What I promised you is only godly weapons and divine techniques. The old man chuckled. You still owe me one. Black Shark nodded slightly. He had been secretly hunting this kid. In the 7 hunts against him, this brat took out 13 protective jade slips. This girl was even more awesome. She seemed to have endless treasures. This time, if he let him go again, it would be difficult to catch him again. Therefore, he had no choice but to cooperate with the old guy in the Wind Valley. With the 2 of them working together and the Black Shark, he must take this brat down this time. The flames in Feng Xingliu's eyes were steaming, and her expression was ugly. He had run out for decades, and her protective jade slips had almost been used up. Now, there was only a late-stage star transformation jade slip left, as well as a monarch-level jade slip that Feng Qingcheng also had. However, he didn't dare to use the monarch jade slip. It would be fine if he used it elsewhere, but this place was too close to the Divine Capital Dynasty, and there were monarchs guarding this sea area. If he really used it, he wouldn't be able to control what happened next. He said, I can give you godly weapons, divine techniques, and strange fire, but if you want my sister, believe it or not, I'll kill you first. Feng Qingcheng frowned slightly. This idiot. If he really gave these things to them, it would be over. The old man smiled faintly. Taking out the monarch jade slip is no different from courting death. If you dare to use it, let's die together. Black Shark said, Boy, I only want the innate Tao seed. I won't take her life. This is my bottom line. After that, the captain, Old Qin's soul, was crushed with a bang, but he didn't die. The Black Shark didn't want to cause any unnecessary changes. He said, You have 10 seconds to consider. Otherwise, I can send these ants to hell first. Shameless. Feng Xingliu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he almost had no way out. No matter what, he couldn't hand over Feng Qingcheng, or his Tao heart would be destroyed in this life. Feng Qingcheng took out a red jade slip, on which flames were flickering. When they saw this jade slip, the Black Shark man and the old man both retreated. Although they were very tempted by the godly weapons and divine techniques, they couldn't resist Feng Qingcheng's innate Tao body. Of course, they knew that these 2 people must have extraordinary backgrounds. But so what? With their strength, if they could snatch an innate Tao body and seize the path, they would have a high chance of proving their Tao. If they could, why would they be afraid of revenge? Therefore, even if Feng Qingcheng took out the monarch jade slip, they still didn't retreat. Feng Qingcheng said, Then let's just fight to the death. If this jade slip is broken, the 2 of you will definitely die, but we might not necessarily die. Just as the two parties were in a stalemate, suddenly, Black Shark and the old man's eyes fell in the direction of the Black Shark. A young man appeared out of thin air. That was because he was too fast. At an ultralight speed, he crossed millions of kilometers in an instant and arrived here. As soon as the young man appeared, all the powerhouses on the Black Shark were shocked. The young man said, "Hey, strictly speaking, I also have an innate Dao body. Do you two want it? Then each of you can have an innate Dao body. Isn't it great?" Feng Xingliu was stunned. What was going on? Someone came up to deliver himself? Feng Qingcheng tilted her head and looked at the young man. No one knew what she was thinking. Black Shark narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" The moment he spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A strange power seemed to be imprinted on his soul, and he subconsciously retreated. In the next second, the space was distorted. Then the members of the team controlled by Black Shark had all been moved away and appeared not far away from Feng Xingliu. The young man was nowhere to be seen on the Black Shark. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the twin divine technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to save people from the hands of a late-stage sky opener." Black Shark was angry, but he quickly recognized Han Fei's real realm. "Heh, you really don't know your place. This brat who uses fire is a star transformation powerhouse after all. But how dare you, a nobody who hasn't even turned your origin sea into a star, get involved in this matter?" The old man was also a little surprised. "You haven't turned your origin sea into a star, but you can erupt with 5 times the speed of light? It seems that you are also a heavenly talent who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition?" Tesk, the old man's heart stirred. This kind of heavenly talent was usually very rich and had countless treasures. The old man chuckled. "Do you really have an innate Dao body?" Han Fei chuckled. "What's there to hide? Is a mere innate Dao body worth hiding?" Feng Xingliu couldn't help looking at Han Fei, wondering why there was someone who was even better at bragging than him. A mere innate Dao body? Also, what realm are you in? Why are you here if you haven't turned your origin sea into a star? Do you want to die? Feng Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a strange light. He seemed to be quite powerful. This person was really not afraid at all. She could even feel Han Fei's abnormally powerful soul. How could a person who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star have such strong soul power? Also, how did he save those people just now? Han Fei clicked his tongue and looked at Feng Xingliu. "Are you Feng Xingliu?" Feng Xingliu immediately widened its eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Along the way, he had used the name Lu Xing, but had never used the name Feng Xingliu. How did this guy know it? Also, even if you fucking know, why did you expose my real name? Feng Xingliu asked. "Who are you?" Han Fei didn't answer, but continued to look at the plain-looking girl with big eyes. "Are you Feng Qingcheng?" Feng Qingcheng took a slight breath and bowed gracefully. "Who are you?" Han Fei got the answer from her expression and then said, "Someone is really mad at you because you sneaked out and asked me to kick your butt and make you widen your eyes without blinking." Hiss! Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng trembled, and a figure popped up in their hearts at the same time. However, they really couldn't understand. That guy should still be far away, right? And who was this guy? Han Fei took out a long, fiery knife with a flip of his hand, which almost made Feng Xingliu's eyes pop out. Feng Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened. "My sister's phoenix feather violent saber? Where did you get it?" Han Fei chuckled and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Black Shark and the old man and said, "This is also a godly weapon. Do you want it?" Then Han Fei extended his hands, and a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. He continued, "This is also a set of godly weapons. I'm not bragging, but I'm full of godly weapons. Do you want them?" Han Fei chuckled weirdly. "My weakness is that I don't like to carry protective jade slips because no one has ever given me that thing. Why don't we fight for 30,000 rounds? For a moment, Black Shark and the old man didn't know how to deal with him because they couldn't figure out Han Fei's way at all. This guy hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star yet, but dared to yell at them, could reach 5 times the speed of light, had multiple godly weapons, and dared to challenge late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. No matter what, it didn't seem normal. Feng Xingliu looked at this guy speechlessly. "Are you here to show off your wealth? In terms of wealth, I can set kill you. How dare you show off your 2 godly weapons? Believe it or not, I'll accidentally drop more godly weapons than you when I'm just walking." The Black Shark snorted. "Cut the crap. I'd like to see what qualifications a brat who hasn't turned his origin sea into a star has to challenge me." Then the Black Shark attacked directly, punching out as if he wanted to kill Han Fei with one punch. At this time, the power of the heavens and earth was added to Han Fei's body. When Han Fei wore the god-slaying boxing gloves, his combat power was increased by 30%. When Han Fei wore the god's prayer bead on his neck, his combat power was increased by 10%. Because his soul and body were almost balanced, Han Fei could use the power of the heavenly Tao to increase his strength by 50%. With this superimposition, Han Fei's combat power almost doubled. His strength exceeded 10 million waves. How could it be a joke? In the past, he had to circulate his great Tao to unleash such strong combat power, but now, he was still in his original body. If it were any other time, Han Fei would definitely go up to fight. However, this time he was here to save someone. Although his strength was tens of millions, the other party was at the late stage of the star transformation realm after all. There was no doubt that their origin seas were bigger than his, and he didn't know how far they had walked in the star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, even if Han Fei's strength doubled, although he wasn't afraid of the other party, he probably wouldn't be able to fight them head on. He was here to save someone. How could he let the people he was to save watch him being beaten up? Therefore, Han Fei activated his great Tao again, but he didn't dare to activate it with all his strength. Otherwise, his body might explode from the infinite power. Therefore, Han Fei only doubled his strength again and planned to test the other party's strength first. At this moment, Han Fei held the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber and slashed. The sea split and the void exploded. Clang! Bang! Han Fei and the Black Shark flew back thousands of kilometers almost at the same time. Hiss! Black Shark was shocked. Fuck, he hasn't turned his origin sea into a star? Then what will he be like after he turns it into a star? Feng Xinglu was also shocked. Where did this weirdo come from? How could he be so strong without turning his origin sea into a star? Impossible. It didn't make sense. It couldn't be. Could it be that this person was more talented than him? Impossible, impossible. He couldn't accept this. Feng Qingcheng's eyes lit up and many words appeared in her mind. He's talented and a peerless genius, even comparable to my sister. He really has an innate Tao body. While the old man was shocked, he quietly moved towards Feng Xinglu, intending to attack him. However, a blood fiend body quietly blocked his path. Han Fei said leisurely, "Old guy, don't be hasty. I'm here to save them. If you don't hit me, I'll lose face." After colliding with the blood fiend, he said in shock, "A blood fiend puppet at the peak of the star transformation realm?" Chapter 2284, Devour the Dharmakaya. Since Han Fei ran out of the ruins of gods, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely different from before he entered the ruins of gods. Although his physique and soul were not strengthened much, his foundation was abnormally firm. He had already opened his origin sea to 400,000 kilometers, cultivated his young soul, and showed the advantage of the Tao of balance. Han Fei's attack stunned Feng Xinglu. Although these two people had extraordinary backgrounds, they didn't expect to meet such heavenly talents so easily. They didn't even know such a heavenly talent before. Oh no, there were two. In his life, there were indeed two people who had such abnormal talent and strange combat power. One was Feng Yu, this indescribable woman, the strongest heavenly talent in the history of their race. As for the other, they didn't know if he counted, but he wasn't from their race. Feng Xinglu looked at Feng Qingcheng dumbfounded. Seriously? That level? Feng Qingcheng pursed her thin lips slightly. He should be at the same level as sister. If he can really resist this black shark without being defeated, his talent might be able to enter the heaven role. Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. Really? Feng Qingcheng said, you just don't read enough books. Some divine range families have young descendants with atavistic bloodlines, some have divine heritage, and some are born with the Tao body. We came to the East Sea divine realm this time to see the heroes of the world, including talented powerhouses and the descendants of divine heritage. This might be the first one we meet. Seeing Feng Qingcheng's beautiful eyes shine, Feng Xingliu couldn't help but say with a black face, "Hey, why are your eyes shining? Why are you smiling? Aren't you afraid that he will be defeated? How can a person who can make sister give him the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber be ordinary? If he's really so talented, he might be my brother-in-law." Him? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but mutter. How could Feng Yu fall for this show-off? While Feng Xingliu curled his lips, Han Fei had already put away the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. He planned to disguise himself as someone from the Fistlight Mountain. How could he keep playing with the knife? Take my blow. Han Fei launched a horizontal punch, and a golden fist mark burst out at an ultralight speed, carrying strange runes. Black Shark sneered. Even if you have a secret technique, how can it last long? Old Joe, can you be stopped by a puppet? As Black Shark spoke, he punched horizontally. He was also a body refiner. By cultivating the Black Dragon Fist, he could create a scene of 100 dragons rampaging. Bang, 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 dang, knock, 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 knock. However, when the two fists collided, Black Shark felt terrible. He seemed to see a supreme demonic shadow. His face couldn't be seen, but there seemed to be a path in front of him. As long as he walked on it, he seemed to be comparable to a god. Divine path? Black Shark's breathing was rapid, but he couldn't see the divine path clearly for long before he was awakened by the pain in his soul. It turned out that every fist mark of Han Fei carried a strange power that seemed to be able to directly brand his soul. He could still feel a little discomfort from the punches, but in an instant, after thousands of punches, he felt that his soul seemed to be baptized and purified by lightning. In just this round of confrontation, his soul dissipated and he was almost possessed. What kind of fist technique is this? Black Shark was horrified. Not only did he almost lose himself in the so-called divine path, but this guy could also directly attack his soul. How could he continue to fight? His body could still withstand the blow, but his soul would be shattered. Then his combat power would plummet and he would be in danger. However, this didn't scare Black Shark away. It just made him realize that he couldn't fight Han Fei in close combat. This guy's strength wasn't inferior to his, and his soul could even cause infinite piercing to him. Immediately, Black Shark retreated and stomped, and a black shadow thousands of meters long appeared in the sea. Raksha divine body, dark curse. A Dharmakaya. Hanfei was sure that this was a Dharmakaya. When the Dharmakaya fused with the Black Shark, it would become a Dharmakaya fused with the Black Shark, countless people exclaimed. The Rakshasa divine body, Boss actually used his Dharmakaya? Who is this person? How can he force Boss to this point? The one who was most frightened was Old Kin, the captain of Feng Xingliu's team. As soon as he reconstructed his body, he couldn't help but exclaim, Rakshasa divine body? The Rakshasa divine body ranked within the top 1,000 on the Dharmakaya list. Feng Qingcheng snorted. How dare he show it off when it hasn't even entered the top 100, Feng Xingliu said. Hey, that's still a Dharmakaya. Does anyone else have one here? Feng Qingcheng said. I'm not afraid of him even if I don't have a Dharmakaya. Roar. As soon as Feng Qingcheng said so, another giant thousands of meters tall rose from the ground. However, this giant was shining with golden light. It was Hanfei's Dharma idol. Many people exclaimed, he also has a Dharmakaya. What kind of Dharmakaya is this? Why is he in the Dharmakaya? Why does this Dharmakaya look exactly like this person? Feng Xingliu's eyes widened, and Feng Qingcheng exclaimed, Dharma idol world. He has already fused with his Dharmakaya. Even if he has fused with the worst Dharmakaya, it's still a Dharma idol. No Dharmakaya can compare to a Dharma idol. This was the first time Hanfei had seen a Dharmakaya other than the firmament martial god body. For some reason, when Hanfei saw this Rakshasa Dharmakaya, his throat moved and he felt a little hungry. However, Hanfei, in the state of the Dharma idol world, still blasted out a large number of golden fist marks. As for Black Shark, he roared angrily. Even if the other party had a Dharmakaya too, he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. How could he fight him? Ah, knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. Compared to the battle between Hanfei and the Black Shark, the battle between Blood Fiend and Old Zhou seemed ordinary. As for Feng Xingliu, he had nothing to do now. Just a moment ago, he thought he was doomed, but at the next moment, a thug came out. Besides, this thug was ostentatious, arrogant, and ferocious, but for some reason, his personality was a bit like Feng Yu's. Black Shark roared crazily. The Rakshasas eat blood. Thick black fog burst out with strong corrosive power. When Hanfei's fist touched it, he felt that his flesh and blood were corroded. Heaven enlightenment, Booma, a divine pillar descended from the sky, and a large amount of black fog was purified. Hanfei's fists rained down and blasted part of Black Shark's soul out of his body. For some reason, Hanfei felt more and more hungry. Even he didn't realize that his Dharma idol, which was originally only 10,000 meters long, was getting bigger and bigger. He didn't come back to his senses until it was more than 20,000 feet long. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Hanfei grabbed the Rakshasa Dharmakaya with both hands. The Black Shark detonated the phantom frantically, trying to shatter the Dharma idol. But his hands were entangled by the other party's power. With a thought from Hanfei, 2 golden arms extended from his Dharma idol, grabbed the Rakshasa Dharmakaya, and bit down. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. How could it be eaten? Feng Xingliu was also confused. He couldn't help but look at Feng Qingcheng. What's going on? Isn't the Dharmakaya condensed from the power of the heavens and earth? Is he eating Black Shark's Dharmakaya? Feng Qingcheng was slightly confused and opened her mouth. Well, I don't know. The Dharma idol is a burst of power borrowed by the original body. It's not mentioned in the books. Sheila puh, 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 puh. 4 big hands and a mouth suddenly exerted strength and tore apart Black Shark's Dharmakaya. Crunch, crunch. Seeing that the Raksha Dharmakaya was about to disappear, Hanfei opened his mouth and bit something. There seemed to be a power between the heavens and earth that was swallowed by him. Then, Hanfei suddenly felt that the power of his Dharma idol seemed to have increased by 10%. Hanfei was a little confused. He mainly relied on the second divine pill to cultivate his Dharma idol. At that time, when he used his Dharma idol, his strength was only increased by 30%. He had used it a lot, but this was the first time he wanted to swallow someone else's Dharmakaya. Hanfei couldn't help but remember that he began to comprehend his Dharma idol by fusing with the firmament martial god body. Hanfei's heart suddenly trembled. Seriously? He remembered that the information of the second divine pill said when one comprehended the Dharma idol world, he would use his body as the Dharma idol. With the 9 heavens above his head, he stepped on the abyssal sea, and his Dharma idol could be 33,000 feet long, swallowing all into his true body. In the past, he had never understood the true meaning of swallowing all things into one's true body, but now it seemed that something was wrong. If he hadn't met this person, he probably wouldn't have known that he could eat other people's Dharmakaya. Puffer Black Shark was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his hair was disheveled. He was about to go crazy. Who the hell is this? Why is he fighting so unreasonably? His Dharmakaya could eat? At this moment, although Hanfei was surprised, his hands didn't stop. His 20,000-foot-long body kept punching the Black Shark with 4 fists. Although the latter's Dharmakaya was broken, he wasn't completely defenseless. However, his original purpose of summoning his Dharmakaya was to block Han Fei's strange fists. Now that the Dharmakaya was gone, Han Fei's fist mark fell like big stars. Even if he could block it, he didn't want his soul to be shattered by the other party. At this moment, old Joe, who failed to break through the blood fiend, screamed, "Black Shark, I'm done playing. You can play by yourself." The old man realized that something was wrong. This was because in this 100,000-year competition, many strong masters would try to hunt the strong masters who came to participate in the competition. They didn't hunt before because there was only one Sea Establishment Realm competition in the past, but this time there were competitions for Venerables, Sea Establishers, and Sky Openers. They knew that the Sky Opening Realm powerhouses who came to participate were definitely extraordinary, so many people tried to hunt them. However, this didn't mean that they could really hunt unscrupulously. These people were too strong, especially this one. He hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star but was suppressing Black Shark the whole process. How many heavenly talents of this level were in the East Sea Divine Realm? Where did he come from? How could the power behind him not have left him any trump cards? Such a person might not even be afraid of monarchs. Forcefully hunting him would only backfire in the end. Black Shark was furious. He was about to retreat. However, Han Fei pressed on. The giant ran in the air and chased after him at an ultralight speed. Han Fei shouted, "You can get lost, but leave the shit behind." Black Shark, Chapter 2085, casually give away godly weapons? The Black Shark certainly couldn't accept it. He turned around and roared, and a Black Shark companion spirit fused with him. Black Shark's voice was icy. "Brat, do you really think I can't beat you?" Han Fei didn't listen at all. He activated the sacrificing punch, and what burst out of the god-slaying boxing gloves was scarlet fist marks and weird phantoms that no one could see clearly. Ghostfire Sabertail. Black Shark erupted, and a large amount of purple-gray poison spewed out of his body. He grew a tail, which was like a sickle. This knife was poisonous and burst out with all his strength wrapped in a large amount of immortal chi. He tried to break Han Fei's strange fist technique without close combat. Clang, bang. With an instant explosion, the sonic boom and tide thus formed soared to the sky. Han Fei's Dharma idol world dimmed and almost disappeared under this blow. Secret technique? Although he was surprised by the explosion of the Black Shark, he didn't really care. It wasn't a problem for the Dharma idol to disappear. Indeed, Han Fei's punch was shattered and his Dharma idol disappeared, which showed how powerful the Black Shark was. He was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to dominate this sea area to this day. However, what made Black Shark speechless was that this person actually grabbed his poisonous tail barehanded. For a moment, Black Shark felt that this was fucking crazy. Aren't you afraid of the poison of the sky-opening realm at all? Also, he wondered again, did this person really not turn his origin sea into a star? How could his physique be so strong? On this side, because their battle was too fast, Feng Qingcheng was only at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm and couldn't see through it. Therefore, she kept asking, "How is it going?" Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. Wow, he actually resisted Black Shark's terrifying saber beam with his body. I suspect that he's an extreme Dao body refiner. Hiss. The members of the team beside Feng Xingliu trembled. Who the fuck was this guy? An extreme Dao body refiner was a legendary super powerhouse. As soon as such a person appeared, he would be hunted by all parties. However, after seeing the terrifying Dharma idol just now, they felt that nothing was impossible for these heavenly talents. Feng Qingcheng rolled her eyes. That's impossible. His Dharma idol requires the power of the soul to support it. It's impossible for him to walk the extreme Dao. Maybe he's merely a dual cultivator of body and soul. Merely? Everyone? Merely a dual cultivator of body and soul? Han Fei grabbed the man's giant tail and roared, flinging him to the bottom of the sea. In his chest, the god's prayer bead burst out a halo. The weird poison was purified before it could infect Han Fei's body. Bam, 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 bam. Unfortunately, after Han Fei smashed him dozens of times, the tail turned into a spiral cone. Han Fei couldn't hold it anymore, and the flesh on his hands cracked. But Han Fei counterattacked and stood on the Black Shark first. Although there were nearly 10 late-stage sky-opening powerhouses on the Black Shark, the power Han Fei showed was not something they could resist at all. Han Fei waved his hand in the air, and several spear pillars descended one after another, sealing the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. At this time, he was the butcher. Black Shark, who was one step slower, looked at Han Fei with an ugly expression from 10,000 kilometers away. "Brat, you're really looking for death. Believe it or not, I'd rather give up this innate Dao body and summon the monarch of the Sea of Chant." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he imitated the arrogant look of the Emperor Sparrow. "Then summon him. If you dare to summon him, I dare to kill him. How dare an unknown monarch challenge me? You make it sound as if you're the only one who can get reinforcements. My senior brother can kill a monarch with one finger." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Han Fei said matter-of-factly. He even sneered. "If I hadn't promised to gain experience alone, that old man wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have to kneel in front of me now." Han Fei was not kidding. In fact, he was confident that he could take down Black Shark without relying on eldest senior brother, but he didn't want to expose the void-stealing technique now. Besides, there were monarchs in the Sea of Chant after all. Black Shark? Ma? Feng Liu was speechless. He was also a little uncertain. Judging from this guy's momentum, demeanor, and this arrogant look, he really seemed to be from a big force. He couldn't help but look at Feng Qingcheng. Is this a heavenly talent who has awakened a divine heritage? Feng Qingcheng said. He can be from any of the 5 divine realms, but I think the West Sea divine realm is the most likely. I heard that in the Wild Sand Sea in the West Sea divine realm there are mostly body refiners. There are often people with unparalleled combat power and crazy personalities. Feng Liu said weakly. But how can Feng Yu make friends all the way to the West Sea divine realm? Feng Qingcheng was confused and said blankly, who knows, maybe he made friends all the way here? At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly at the bow of the Black Shark and said arrogantly, why? Can't afford to lose? You want to snatch their godly weapons, divine techniques, and innate Tao body. I can't just do nothing. Leave a godly weapon and 500,000 kilometers of resources behind, and you can go. Even if I want more, you don't seem to be able to afford it. With that said, Han Fei took out the Green Thunder wine gourd that had been damaged but repaired. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Han Fei raised his head and took a few mouthfuls of liquor, then wiped his mouth and said, it's not that I look down on you, but even my drinking gourd is a godly weapon. What do you have? Don't tell me you only have the dream of proving your Tao. Black Shark's eyelids twitched a few times. He didn't dare to provoke this person. He could tell that this person's heart was as still as water and his aura was calm, and he was absorbing the power between the heavens and earth invisibly. He clearly had a heavenly heritage. In terms of bloodline, Black Shark also vaguely felt that he was suppressed, although he felt that this person was bragging when he said that he could kill a monarch. However, if this person was a heavenly talent of a divine heritage family or a disciple of a hidden monarch family, he was probably not someone he could afford to offend. However, this guy wanted too many resources. 500,000 kilometers of resources. Are you fucking going to take my resources to turn your origin sea into a star? Black Shark narrowed his eyes and said, do you really think I dare not to summon a monarch? Han Fei shrugged. Go ahead. I didn't stop you. Hurry up and summon a monarch and then I can kill him and you. Han Fei had already made up his mind. Since it was Feng Yu who asked him for help, if he couldn't resist these people, he would call over the eldest senior brother and then the used void mark would be taken as Feng Yu's. As for him, he could ask the eldest senior brother to kill the monarch. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could suppress him. Then, he could spread his name through the mouths of the people on the Black Shark and create a superbacker for himself. In this way, no matter what happened in the Divine Capital Dynasty, if anyone heard Han Fei's name in the future, they would have to think twice before they messed around with him. Therefore, Han Fei really didn't care if the Black Shark would ask a monarch for help at all. He even hoped that he could really call a monarch over. Tiesk. The way eldest senior brother fought was really fascinating. Just the thought of the eldest senior brother's heavenly Tao chains made his blood boil. Even Feng Liu and Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but look at each other in shock. It seemed that Han Fei wasn't bluffing. Because Han Fei had boarded the Black Shark by force, or the Black Shark would have run away. Black Shark's face sank. What if I don't give you the resources? Han Fei smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter if you don't give the resources to me. I can't kill you now, and you don't deserve me to summon my eldest senior brother. However, all the ants on your ship must die. I want this ship. How can fighting not make money these days? Otherwise, if my senior brothers and senior sisters find out in the future, they would laugh at me. Han Fei paused. Why don't you summon a monarch? What's the name of the monarch you know? Hurry up. The corner of Black Shark's mouth twitched. Although he didn't believe that Han Fei had such a powerful background, he didn't dare to. This was because once he called a monarch over, there would be no turning back. There were probably only 2 outcomes for him. The first was that the young man on the opposite side had used some method to summon a method to suppress the monarch. Then he would definitely die. The other was that the young man opposite him had the means to resist the monarch and then run with the boy and girl. Black Shark didn't think that Han Fei really didn't have any trump cards because Han Fei was too confident. He was even more arrogant than the boy and girl. And the identity of the boy and girl must not be simple, because when Han Fei first appeared, he said that the 2 of them sneaked out secretly. They had sneaked out, so they didn't bring guards with them. Otherwise, who would let a little girl with an innate Tao body run out so easily? Besides, from the beginning, Han Fei was obviously looking for someone. This was probably because the force behind these 2 people had used their connections to look for them, and the connections this kind of force could mobilize must be a top force, which explained why Han Fei was so arrogant. Huff Black Shark was tense. Whether he summoned a monarch or not, the most troublesome one would be him. If the monarch came and couldn't kill them, not only would he make enemies for the monarch, but the monarch would find out that he was robbing the boy and girl secretly. The consequences could be imagined. Therefore, Black Shark compromised in the end and said in a low voice, I only have 1 godly weapon. As for the resources, it's not enough even if I give all my resources to you. Really? Han Fei couldn't help but say in disdain, you're not a newbie who has just turned your origin sea into a star. You don't even have 500,000 kilometers of resources? Black Shark's face was black. Do you know how many resources that is? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng suspiciously. Well, am I really asking for too much? The corners of Feng Xinglu's mouth twitched. Do you think this is your home? The people outside are very poor. When Feng Xinglu said this casually, Black Shark was almost angered to death. He thought to himself, fuck, are all the heavenly talents of big forces so arrogant? Han Fei was shocked. This boy got his meaning perfectly. Han Fei was a little confused. Really? Han Fei immediately looked at Black Shark impatiently. Then give me all your resources, and let me see what kind of godly weapon it is. After a while, when Han Fei took a green lotus seed, information popped up in his eyes. Han aims soul, subduing lotus seed. A lotus seed born from the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, soul-subduing lotus after 80,000 years. This lotus seed has a soul-protecting effect and can block the soul attack of ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators. Quality, low-quality godly weapon, attached soul, nunny effect. Protect the soul, recastable. R, recastable. R, unrefined. R, remarks R. R, an ordinary soul-protecting godly weapon. If you can gather 18 of them, they can make a high-quality godly weapon. Han Fei glanced at the lotus seed and muttered, a low-quality soul-protecting godly weapon. That's it? How do you have the cheek to give it to me? Then, Han Fei casually threw it to Feng Qingcheng and said, I don't want it. I've never used a low-quality godly weapon in my life. Feng Qingcheng, Feng Qingzheng, Feng Xingliu, Feng Shark, Black Shark. Black Shark's heart was bleeding. Feng Xingliu thought to himself, aren't you pulling seedlings to help them grow by giving this godly weapon to little Qingcheng? Give it to me. Feng Qingcheng, on the other hand, quickly grabbed the soul-subduing lotus seed and was overjoyed, but she still bowed to Han Fei calmly. Thank you, brother-in-law. Puffer Chapter 28:6, Young People Who Haven't Been Beaten by Society. Han Fei almost vomited. Brother-in-law? Who is your brother-in-law? Han Fei thought to himself, come on, I may be even younger than you. Don't call me that. The soul-protecting godly weapon was actually a very good thing. Han Fei wanted to keep it for himself, but considering that Feng Yu owed him a favor now, he might as well let her owe him another one. He had a feeling that this trip to the divine capital dynasty was not simple. He still had to work for Mo Qi. How could he easily get involved in the matters of the Time Temple? Also, he had offended the heavenly race this time. If he guessed right, the heavenly race should have suffered a lot of pursuit over the years. Some of their sky-opening realm powerhouses must have been killed, but they would definitely know who was targeting them. Therefore, his name would definitely be known by the heavenly race. Now, nothing seemed to have happened yet. However, he hadn't reached the divine capital dynasty yet. However, at this moment, Han Fei casually threw the godly weapon out as if he despised it. Not only did it hurt Black Shark, but it also made him more certain that this person had a powerful background. How could he give away a godly weapon so easily? He didn't even blink. He wouldn't believe it even if he was told that this guy wasn't from a great force. He had planned it well, and he was going to succeed. At the very least, he could grab a godly weapon or a divine technique, right? Now, because of Han Fei, he had to give away his godly weapon and resources. At this moment, on the Black Shark, the sky-opening realm powerhouses had almost taken out all their resources. They didn't dare to not take out their resources since even their boss had already done it. In the end, Han Fei got a total of about 360,000 kilometers of resources. He felt that this was the normal resource reserve of a fleet, which was much more than the resources of Chu Shokang and the others. This also meant that the resources in the wilderness were more abundant than in the chaotic wasteland. 360,000 kilometers of resources was not a small amount. According to Han Fei's estimation, if he could completely consume this resource and use it to open up his origin sea, he could expand his origin sea to at least 530,000 or even 540,000 kilometers. For the first time, Han Fei had an idea. It didn't seem to be difficult to expand his origin sea. He used to think that tens of thousands of kilometers of resources were a lot. How many mineral veins, spiritual spring, spiritual stones, and other messy things did he have to dig? But now it seemed that it was not a big deal. As long as he was strong enough, he could easily grab a lot of resources. However, Han Fei had never thought that ordinary people in the sky-opening realm wouldn't be able to easily snatch the resources of the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. Wasn't that courting death? More people, like the team Feng Xingliu joined, ran around digging resources, exploring secret realms, and then obtaining a little something, went to the major camps to exchange for resources. In this way, they could slowly expand their origin sea and strive to turn their origin sea into a star as soon as possible. Therefore, Han Fei actually didn't understand the pain of these ordinary sky-opening powerhouses. He naturally felt that it was too troublesome and tiring to dig for resources by himself. These things could only be snatched. As for how others accumulated so many resources, it had nothing to do with him. After Han Fei received the resources, he flashed and appeared beside Feng Xinglu and the others. With a thought, he put away the Blood Fiend and then shouted at Black Shark, "When I turn my origin sea into a star, I'll come back to fight you again. Prepare some resources first. Psycho, swish." the black shark ran away in a hurry. As for why Han Fei didn't attack the others on the black shark felt that it was only natural. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei didn't even glance at the crew of the black shark. His arrogant posture showed that he didn't care about the so-called ants at all. A person like Han Fei wouldn't bother to personally deal with these ants. In fact, he didn't need to do it himself. The blood fiend wasn't something ordinary people could resist. After the black shark left, the place where Han Fei and the others stood temporarily became an extremely dangerous place. Fist marks and knife intent were everywhere. Ordinary sea establishers probably didn't dare to approach it. When Han Fei appeared beside Feng Xinglu and the others, the team leader surnamed Zhou and the others didn't dare to make a sound or even look up at Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at them casually and said, "Don't go to the Wind Valley. Those people should be from there. You can go anywhere else and find other camps. No one will cause you trouble." Captain Zhou quickly cupped his hands. Yes. After that, he gave the team members a look. He really couldn't stand the fact that he almost died this time. In fact, he was quite angry at Feng Xinglu, thinking to himself, "Why do you have to stay in our team?" However, he didn't dare to show any disrespect on the surface. Feng Xinglu snorted. "Wait a moment." Feng Xingliu's face sank. He looked at Captain Zhou and the others and said, "I didn't expect to drag you into danger this time, causing old Zhou to almost die." "This is my fault," Captain Zhou hurriedly said. "It's all right, Brother Lu Xing. Fellow Taoist Feng, the black shark has always been rampant in the Sea of Chant. Countless people have died in their hands." Feng Xingliu shook his head. "No matter what, I can't let you risk your lives with me for no reason, otherwise I won't be at ease." After that, Feng Xinglu took out 7 or 8 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Yes, Han Fei wasn't mistaken. They were all sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Although they were mid-quality ones, they were still sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Then he took out a star shell and said, "There are 100,000 kilometers of resources here. Take it as a small compensation for you, old Zhou. I don't have many resources left. This is all I have." Han Fei, 1, Captain Zhou, quote, Captain Zhou, quote, 40 C Saploti, quote, 100,000 kilometers of resources, a small compensation. Han Fei couldn't get so many resources at all when he was in the chaotic wasteland. He couldn't get so many resources even if he fought in the scavenger arena for 10 years. It wasn't that there weren't so many, but that there weren't even half of them. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He had thought that he was already a big show-off, but he didn't expect this guy to be even a bigger one. Was this the style of Feng Yu's family? Captain Zhou would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures and 100,000 kilometers of resources. How many fucking secret realms would you have to explore to get them? How could resources be obtained so easily? He and Feng Xinglu were just strangers. In fact, even if he really died this time, it wouldn't affect these big shots. He knew that from today on, they wouldn't have any more interactions. Therefore, although Captain Zhou said that he couldn't accept it, he had already taken it. Feng Xinglu waved his hand. "Old Zhou, don't stand on ceremony with me, it's just a little resource." Han Fei wanted to roll his eyes. Did he ever stand on ceremony with you? Unless they were fools, they would only gladly accept the resources. On the other hand, Feng Xingcheng seemed to really want to stop Feng Xingliu, but she couldn't do so in front of so many people. Han Fei immediately realized that this girl should be more sensible than Feng Xingliu. Old Zhou and the others couldn't wait to fly away. They didn't say a word along the way, wishing they could fly billions of kilometers away. After old Zhou and the others ran away, Feng Xingcheng jumped up and knocked on Feng Xingliu's forehead. "Are you stupid? Do you know how many resources you gave away?" 10 times more than what they got from exploring the secret realm this time. 10 times. Feng Xingliu frowned. "So what? Old Zhou and the others almost died for us, you heartless girl." Feng Xingcheng almost wanted to bite him. "That's different. Even if you teach him a great technique, isn't it better than giving him resources? It's better to teach him how to fish than to give him fish. Do you understand? We've almost used up all the money we brought this time." Feng Qingcheng, who was furious, suddenly realized that Han Fei was still there. She immediately shut up and changed into an obedient ordinary girl. Feng Qingcheng said, "Sorry about that, brother." Feng Qingcheng didn't know how to address Han Fei. Since he denied that he was her brother-in-law, she might as well call him brother because this person was of the same generation as her sister. Calling him senior was too distant, so it wouldn't be good to call him senior. Han Fei shrugged slightly. "I agree with you. In fact, it's not good to give them so many resources. It's actually very difficult for them to divide the resources. It will inevitably cause internal strife in them. This is the wilderness. There is no deep friendship in the wilderness, but benefits." Feng Xinglu blushed. "I think they're quite nice. They're not heartless people." Hearing his words, Han Fei asked with a smile, "Do you want to follow me to see what will happen to them?" Feng Xinglu said, "Fine, old Zhou is my good friend. How can I be wrong about him?" Half a day later. In an extremely distant sea area, old Zhou looked around sharply. At this moment, there were only 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses from his team beside him. Old Zhou said, "These resources are actually not bad. I'll get 6 of the 8 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and each of you will get one. As for the resources, the 3 of us will get 70%. The rest will be given to the others. Any objections?" The other 2 were not as strong as old Zhou. At this moment, in the boundless wilderness, if they objected, the consequences would be unpredictable. Therefore, even if old Joe directly said an extremely unreasonable distribution method, they did not refute. After all, they could get some benefits, and sea-quelling bizarre treasures were priceless. Huh? Feng Xingliu, who was peeping from a distance with Han Fei, was dumbfounded and his face turned dark. No, I have to get these resources back. This is too much. Although Feng Qingqing couldn't see what happened, from Feng Xingliu's expression, she knew that what happened next must be very different from what Feng Xingliu thought. Han Fei stopped him. How can you get back the things you already gave away? If you don't suffer a loss, you won't know how dangerous the wilderness is. Do you know why old Joe gave each of them a piece of sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Feng Xingliu's expression was ugly as he shouted, "Of course it's because of their friendship. After all, they are a team." Han Fei sneered. Team? Han Fei sneered. Let me tell you, it's just because he was afraid that those two would join forces to fight him. If there is only one sky-opening realm cultivator here, he might have already killed him. Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. No way. Han Fei chuckled. No way. Believe it or not, after he distributes the resources, he will let these two people leave. Then, he will take the 30% of resources that should be given to the sea establishers, including the resources from your exploration of the secret realm this time. Feng Xingliu took a deep breath and his eyelids twitched. Well, old Joe is usually quite good to these sea establishers. With his character, before Feng Xingliu finished speaking, the other two sky-opening realm powerhouses who had taken the resources had already flown away and left the team. Seeing this, Feng Xingliu's eyes spewed fire, and the flames on her body evaporated. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. He must have never experienced the beating of society. Feng Xingliu immediately shouted, "Don't hold me back. I'm going to teach him a lesson. I treated him sincerely and never despised him because of his identity." But he, Han Fei, rolled his eyes. "They almost died for you. How can you take back those resources?" Feng Qingcheng nodded quickly. "Anyway, I can't do that. Feng Xingliu, thank you for reading on myfreewebnovel.me, Chapter 28-7, 10,000-Year Competition Qualification Token." Feng Xingliu lost his face this time and didn't say anything along the way. As for Feng Qingcheng, she was not as her name suggested at all. Firstly, she was not beautiful, and secondly, she was talkative. "Brother Han Fei, how did you know my sister?" The next moment, 3 Zhou Mingruis appeared before of the 3 of them. It happened so abruptly that they did not even see how it happened. "Wow, this is amazing!" Zhao Enqi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Zhou Mingrui in front of her almost looked as if he had a real tangible body. She understood that this ability would be very useful in a battle, as it could create opportunities for many kinds of tactical combinations. "Why can't I do this?" Xiao Shengyun asked with a frown. "First, although you can copy other people's skills, you are not familiar with the principle of the skill itself," Zhou Mingrui commented indifferently. "The principle?" Xiao Shengyun looked thoughtful. Zhou Mingrui continued, "It's like forging a blade. You've only learned how to forge the same blade after watching the ironsmith do it. But ironsmith knows the principle behind the forging of any blade. He can use this principle to create another blade, or even improve it to forge an even better blade. To sum it up, you know how it is formed, but you don't know why it is formed. This is the difference between us. You only know the effects of the phantom prison, but you didn't know that the energy in the phantom prison is also phantom energy, which is a power that you could have made use of." With a whoosh, the 3 Zhou Mingruis suddenly brandished their fists and attacked. The powerful stance made everyone except Yan Wuye dodge subconsciously. However, the fist turned into a semi-shadow halfway through the swing and fate just like a cloud of mist blowing past. Nothing touched them at all. But at that time, you could clearly turn illusions into reality and directly shatter my bone armor. Xiao Shengyun quickly followed up with another question. "Like this?" Zhou Mingrui appeared in front of Xiao Shengyun again. Just like before, he threw a punch at him. The intense attack still prompted Xiao Shengyun to make a subconscious reaction. However, he suppressed his intuitive reactions and stared at Zhou Mingrui's shadow. In the split of a second, Xiao Shengyun felt a change in the shadow. It was no longer a shadow, but Zhou Mingrui's actual body. Strictly speaking, this is just an elaborate smokescreen. The fist stopped in front of Xiao Shengyun. Zhou Mingrui retracted his hand and continued to explain. "While you concluded that my shadow was actually a shadow, my real body had already switched places with the shadow using the power of the phantom prison." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhou Mingrui's original position on the sofa. Sitting there, his figure was swaying slightly. Indeed, it was only a shadow on the sofa. The real Zhou Mingrui leaned forward to flick Xiao Shengyun on his forehead. However, when his finger was about to touch his forehead, it turned into a shadow again. Han Fei said, "Haha, we once went through a trial together." Han Fei thought to himself, "Although she tested me, it's still a trial," Feng Qingcheng said. "Just because of it that my sister gave you a godly weapon, you have to know that this Phoenix Feather Violent Saber was her first godly weapon. Many people asked her for it, but she didn't give it to them. I asked for it too, so did Feng Xingliu." Feng Xingliu immediately said huffily, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't ask for it. I didn't." Feng Qingcheng snorted. "You didn't get it. Then, you went to forge a starstream sword, but it wasn't famous." Feng Xingliu exploded like an angry cat. Feng Xingliu exploded like an angry cat. "Feng Qingcheng, I'm warning you. Don't speak nonsense. Is there anything in this world that I can't get? I just don't want that knife." Han Fei sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he hadn't been beaten by society. He really didn't know how the disciples of the big forces open the sky. However, when he thought of how rich Feng Xingliu was, Han Fei didn't find it strange. Why would he bother with a boy born with a silver spoon? Ignoring Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingcheng tilted her head and continued to ask Han Fei, "Brother Han Fei, you haven't told me why my sister gave you the phoenix feather violent saber." Feng Xingliu's ears pricked up slightly. He was also curious. How could Feng Yu be so kind? Han Fei smiled and said, "It's a long story. Maybe she's very lonely. It's rare for her to meet someone as lonely as her, so she took me as her best friend." Huh? Feng Qingcheng and Feng Xingliu were both stunned. What? Lonely? However, Feng Qingcheng said, "I see. My sister thinks that everyone in the world is mediocre. It's rare to meet a top heavenly talent like you, Brother Han Fei. If it were me, I would take you as my best friend too." Cough, cough, cough. Feng Xingliu coughed and reminded Feng Qingcheng to watch her words. "What are you talking about? Don't be deceived by this guy." Ignoring him, Feng Qingcheng continued. "Brother Han Fei felt a headache. Why did she have so many questions?" Han Fei said, "We have to leave the Sea of Chant quickly. This is a sea area with a monarch guarding it. If your identities are discovered by the monarch, it will be troublesome." Feng Xingliu said, "Didn't you say that it was easy for you to kill a monarch? So what if a monarch comes?" Han Fei was speechless. "I said that because I was trying to save you. If a monarch comes, I'll use the void mark, and your sister will pay for it. Now that you have been saved by me, if a monarch comes, the void mark used will be on me. Am I stupid?" Han Fei immediately said, "I was just bragging." Huh? Well, if Feng Qingcheng and Feng Xingliu both stared at Han Fei. "Is that appropriate? We all thought you could really kill a monarch, but you were just bragging." Feng Xingliu's face changed slightly. "If a monarch really comes, won't the three of us will be taken down?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. So let's go." Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingcheng, this was the first time the two of them had seen someone who could brag without any guilt. Slaying a monarch? The majestic image that Han Fei had created just now instantly collapsed. Therefore, Feng Qingcheng entered the Origin Sea, and Han Fei and Feng Xingliu quickly left the Sea of Chant. On the other side, Feng Yu was rushing towards the East Sea Divine Realm. Yes, she hadn't reached the East Sea Divine Realm yet. Considering the safety of the two troublemakers and the fact that little junior brother had opened the sky not long ago, she was very anxious. However, she had only been running for less than 4 months when eldest senior brother's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. 11, little junior brother has found your younger brother and sister and they're already out of danger. Huh? So fast? Feng Yu was speechless. These two people contacted her through the family crest, so they must have encountered great danger. Little junior brother solved it so easily, it seemed that she had underestimated this junior brother. In less than 400 years, his growth speed seemed to have exceeded her expectations. Half a year later, Han Fei was in a place very close to the Divine Capital Dynasty, probably only 2.2 light years away. For the Divine Capital Dynasty, this was equivalent to the suburbs, not very far away. In the past 6 months from the silly boy and girl, Han Fei finally knew where Feng Yu's family came from. Their family was from the South Sea Divine Realm, and in the Central Sea Divine Realm there was a place for their family. This race was descendants of a god. Some of their descendants had awakened their divine bloodline when they were born, so they were extremely powerful when they grew up. Han Fei also knew where Feng Yu went 300 years ago. The place where Feng Yu went was the Central Sea Divine Realm. It could be said that all the super forces in the 4 divine realms had a place in the Central Sea Divine Realm. As for the Central Sea Divine Realm, it often introduced some real peerless heavenly talents from the other 4 divine realms. The outstanding people in the trial of the Central Sea Divine Realm could not only show the prestige of their families, but also obtain richer resources, more powerful cultivation techniques, and more magical techniques. In short, the Central Sea Divine Realm was above the other 4 divine realms. The reason why Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng secretly came to the East Sea Divine Realm was that Feng Yu's performance in the trial in the Central Sea Divine Realm was quite outstanding. It was said that she crushed all the heavenly talents and was extremely dazzling. As a result, the threshold of Feng Yu's family in the South Sea Divine Realm was almost stepped flat, and the visitors were all from top-notch big clans. It was for this reason that Feng Yu didn't come to the East Sea Divine Realm in time. The Feng family's attention was all on Feng Yu, so they didn't notice Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng sneaking out. When they discovered what happened, the two of them had already stolen a lot of treasures and ran away. Most people didn't know where they went. However, because Feng Yu knew Feng Xingliu well, he guessed where they were. However, if there was no surprise, there would be strong masters from the Feng family who would arrive before Feng Yu. After all, with 2 little babies gone, many people panicked. Bang! Feng Qingcheng easily suppressed 3 peak-level sea establishment powerhouses with a strange magnetic field flame. Feng Qingcheng said, "Hand over the qualification token for the 10,000-year competition, and I'll spare your lives." Someone in the field had an ugly expression, but he still reluctantly took out a faint red bead with the word "Sea Establishment" on it. This was the qualification token. Only with it could one participate in the 10,000-year competition. Without this, you couldn't even register. Han Fei didn't know this rule before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared about the quota and would have just come to snatch it. Han Fei and the others had already snatched it dozens of times. The Divine Capital Dynasty didn't restrict the competition for the qualification token. However, this qualification token had special restrictions. That was, venerables could only rob those in the venerable realm of the qualification token, sea establishers could only rob those in the sea establishment realm, and those in the sky opening realm could only rob those in the sky opening realm. Furthermore, it stipulated that everyone could only fight in the void and couldn't affect the outside world, or they would be seriously punished. As for how to distinguish whether it was the sea establishment realm or not, it depended on the qualification token itself. This was because it was said that every qualification token was condensed from a bit of the soul of the great monarch East Marshal. No one could take it away, nor break it. If a sky opener dared to kill a sea establisher or a sea establisher killed a venerable, the qualification token would detect it immediately and automatically brand you. At that time, could any strong master be stronger the great monarch East Marshal? Once one was branded by the qualification token, he would be killed. However, this rule only worked within 0.3 light years from the East Sea Divine Realm, but in places like the City of Scavengers, they only got unactivated qualification tokens. As long as you held the token and entered the range of the Great Monarch East Marshal's perception, which was within 0.3 light years, the qualification token would be immediately activated. Activating the qualification token meant a lot. This meant that when the qualification token was activated, one could only fight people in the same realm as him. This greatly guaranteed the safety of the trial takers who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Of course, the only bad thing was that the qualification token couldn't be stored in the body. It would temporarily be branded on the wrist of the owner. It was impossible to hide how many qualifications a person had. Therefore, the competition for the qualification tokens was very crazy. The only good thing was that within 15 days after the qualification token was snatched, this person would still be protected by the mark, but if it was beyond 15 days, he could only pray. Most people entered a hunting ground the moment they entered the Divine Capital Dynasty with the qualification token. However, there were still some people wandering in the periphery wilderness, specifically targeting their peers. Some even formed teams to attack. From the looks of it, Han Fei and the other two could be taken as a team. However, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu didn't attack anyone below the sky opening realm. Therefore, when Feng Qingcheng was fighting, no one would be afraid of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. At this moment, Feng Qingcheng waved her wrist. I've already got 50 qualification tokens. Shall we continue? Han Fei immediately glanced at her. What are you talking about? Of course we have to continue. I've already arranged everything. When the time comes, we'll sell the qualification tokens outside the arena of the 10,000-year competition. Do you know how many people will come to buy them? Countless. That will be countless resources. Feng Xinglu frowned. I don't think this is good. It's just mere resources. Bah. Han Fei couldn't help tilting his head and looking at Feng Xinglu. The mere resources can make a monarch go to the Sea of Stars to explore. Therefore, no matter how rich your family is, if you don't want to improve, you will only use up all your resources one day. A man should work hard and can't just rely on his family. Otherwise, he is nothing but a disgrace. Feng Qingcheng immediately raised her hand. Brother Han Fei is right. We can't just rely on our family. Thank you for reading on myfreewebnovel.me Chapter 2288. Aunt Han Fei was very impressed with the rule that the qualification token could be snatched. This was a good way to select talents. This was a shortcut for a real powerhouse to rise. Many itinerant cultivators were usually pitifully poor, but in battles, it was very likely that their bicycles would turn into motorcycles, cars, or even supercars. Besides, this was clearly a bug. Could it be that no one had paid attention to how the qualification tokens were dealt with later? This was worth thinking deeply. Perhaps it was deliberately done by the great monarch East Marshal. Quite a few people had the same idea as Han Fei. At this moment, Feng Qingcheng had finished snatching, and Han Fei was observing the Sea of Stars. We should be not far from a certain camp now. The surrounding stars are dense, and it's the best place to hunt. Are you two ready? Feng Xingliu seemed to be persuaded by Han Fei's words, so he nodded. Then, let's fight. But I still want to visit the Divine Capital Dynasty. I've never been there. It's said to be very beautiful. Han Fei immediately shouted, Are you a woman? Why do you like beautiful places? Do you know what a man should pursue? Scolded again, Feng Xingliu shouted. What do men should pursue? Han Fei rubbed his fingers. Resources, of course. With resources, you can do whatever you want. Think about it. Since you were born, everything you use is resources, isn't it? Feng Xinglu's face sank. I don't think so, but it seems to be true. Han Fei said, Don't bicker. Just admit it. You're nothing without your family. Say that again? Han Fei said. So what? If you have the ability, snatch tens of thousands of qualification tokens. If you don't want the resources, give them all to me. Feng Xingliu said, no, I snatched them so they should be mine. Looking at Feng Xingliu that was crushed by Han Fei's words, Feng Qingcheng shook her head slightly. Her brother was really stupid. Suddenly, Han Fei said, come on, there are 6 or 7 shining stars in the northwest. Someone must be fighting there. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingcheng stepped to the side of Feng Xingliu and disappeared. Han Fei and Feng Xingliu used an ultralight speed at the same time, rushing at 5 times the speed of light. The reason why it was 5 times the speed of light was that 5 times the speed of light was the speed of Feng Xingliu. When Han Fei first knew that Feng Xingliu could burst out at 5 times the speed of light, he was shocked. This was the power of a rich family. Feng Xingliu could already unleash 5 times the speed of light, although he had just turned his origin sea into a star not long ago. Many people couldn't comprehend an ultralight speed after turning their origin seas into stars. Of course, he was an exception, because he had got all kinds of opportunities, but Han Fei's current extreme speed was less than 6 times the speed of light, unless he accelerated by controlling the surrounding time power. Han Fei had thought that this battle might last for a while, but to his surprise, the battle was over less than 100 seconds after they ran out. So fast. They eliminated their opponents in the same realm so quickly. It seems that this is a team that specializes in this, Feng Xingliu asked. The stars over there have dimmed. What should we do now? Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. What should we do? This is my home ground. Of course we should chase them now. Feng Xingliu looked at the navigator in Han Fei's hand curiously and asked in surprise, oh, what kind of godly weapon is this? Han Fei said, this is a human. This is a sacred weapon. Sacred weapon? Feng Xingliu was puzzled. Why haven't I heard of a sacred weapon? If it's not a godly weapon, shouldn't it be a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This is something artificially refined. Is it a weapon? Feng Xingliu said. That's not necessarily true. My family's Fire Dao rebirth wheel is also a weapon, but we call it a chaotic spiritual treasure. It's just 1 level higher than the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. What wheel? Han Fei was stunned. What the hell is this? Feng Xingliu was stunned. You don't know about the Feng family's Fire Dao rebirth wheel? Han Fei was stunned. Should I know? Feng Xingliu was choked for a moment. It seemed true that outsiders didn't know much about it. Therefore, he said proudly, Fire Dao rebirth wheel means that once a person dies, his body is gone, and his soul is unable to be saved. Through this wheel, we can forcibly step into the river of time, the river of life, and the legendary reincarnation ancient Dao to forcibly pull his soul back and transform it into a fire spirit. In addition to having no body, he can still be an extremely powerful fire spirit. Han Fei was shocked. Fuck, what? Is there a river of life? And what kind of place is the reincarnation ancient Dao? Good lord, the knowledge of the children of the big clans is really different, but I can't show that I'm an uneducated idiot. Therefore, Han Fei snorted. Isn't your Fire Dao rebirth wheel refined by humans? Feng Xingliu said. Yes. It's said that it was refined before the death of my family's god. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So, he should be called a chaotic sacred weapon. Come on, a chaotic spiritual treasure should be called a chaotic spiritual treasure. Just like the chaotic green lotus, it was born naturally. Isn't it easy to get confused if these two are both called chaotic spiritual treasures? Feng Xingliu seemed to think about it seriously. Well, that does make sense. Sigh, it's not easy to find the chaotic spiritual treasure. That chaotic green lotus is indeed delicious. Unfortunately, I only ate a chaotic green lotus when I was young. I don't remember what it tastes like now. Han Fei almost wanted to kick Feng Xingliu to death. Are you showing off? So what if you've eaten a chaotic spiritual treasure? Do you know that my wife has eaten a whole one? Han Fei and Feng Xingliu chatted for a long time, but this guy kept talking about the trivial matters of daily cultivation, how bad the divine pills tasted, how uncomfortable the family's medicinal bath was, and how his body twitched when he practiced the divine technique. Han Fei felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Feng Xingliu had been showing off all the way, but he didn't know what he had said, so he could only echo occasionally and make casual comments, once again full of hatred for the big clans. But Feng Xingliu didn't know it. Because Han Fei saved him and Feng Qingcheng, although he really wanted to compete with Han Fei, he often forgot about it and accidentally chatted with him. Feng Xingliu said, actually, if Feng Yu hadn't been born a few days earlier than me, she would have called me elder brother. Hey, why are you dragging me, Buzz? Suddenly, Feng Xingliu, who was angry at the fact that he was born a few days late, was pulled away by Han Fei. The two of them crossed thousands of kilometers and suddenly appeared in front of a man in a golden robe. Seeing that man, Feng Xingliu frowned and immediately said, leave this guy to me. Han Fei ignored the idiot Feng Xingliu. Leave him to you? Do you know how many people there are? On the opposite side, the person didn't expect to be hunted. He was first stunned, but then he seemed to look at the sea of stars and found that the stars of these two people didn't seem to be as bright as his, or even much worse than his. Immediately, the man sneered. Do you want to rob me? Do you know who I am? Hearing that someone wanted to compete in identity, Feng Xingliu stomped and fiery clouds rose. You ant, do you know who I am? Feng Xingliu learned the term ant from Han Fei. Han Fei had said it when he snatched the black shark. However, at that time, Han Fei said that to make himself look like a disciple of a superforce because this was what those superpower houses always said. However, Feng Xingliu said this word purely because of the other party's words. Do you know who I am? He, Feng Xingliu, had been competitive all his life and never wanted to be outdone. How could he stand this? Therefore, he used the word ant. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Good lord, this guy was literally a mockery godly weapon. For two people who regarded each other as an ant, the final result would definitely be a fight. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, the young man opposite him didn't intend to escape. Instead, with the thought of him, 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared in a row. Including him, there were a total of 5 sky-opening realm powerhouses who had already turned their origin seas into stars. The people who were released were also a little stunned. Brother Yi, you found a new target so quickly? The young man surnamed Yi sneered. I didn't find them, but they sent themselves to me. They probably found my traces by accident and found me alone, so they came to me. Someone looked at the sea of stars and sneered. What? Their stars are much less resplendent than mine. Humph. Hey, who gave you the illusion that you can rob others? Feng Xingliu's face immediately turned cold and he pointed at the man. Shut up, ant. Quickly hand over the qualification token, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The moment the man was pointed at, his face immediately turned cold. Bastard, if I don't take out your soul and crush it inch by inch today, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Han Fei saw that both parties were already ready for a fight. Then, what was he waiting for? He glanced at Feng Xingliu. Let's see who can snatch more qualification tokens. Feng Xingliu, Fine Fire God Descends, Chapter 28-9, It's my first time, so I'm a little nervous. Feng Xingliu already couldn't wait to fight. He knew that Han Fei was extremely strong. No matter what, he couldn't be beaten 5-0. That would be too embarrassing. He had to kill one of them first and then try to kill the second. Therefore, when he heard that Han Fei was going to attack, he started fighting before Han Fei. Both parties were full of confidence in this encounter battle. The man surnamed Yi felt that with the strength of these two people, it was impossible for them to have stronger powerhouses in their origin seas. Therefore, even if they could still call a few people out, it was impossible for them to win. And Feng Xingliu felt that even without Han Fei, how could 4 or 5 ordinary star transformation realm cultivators be a match for him? Therefore, as soon as the two parties entered the void, they attacked head-on. However, the mentality of both parties was different. As for the man surnamed Yi, he felt that these two people were mediocre and didn't need him to do anything, so he didn't do anything at all. The others also looked down on them, so only 2 people on his side attacked. As for Feng Xingliu, he was eager to prove his ability and used his ultimate moves. As for Han Fei, he didn't use the boxing gloves at all but only clenched a simple fist mark, which looked much weaker than Feng Xingliu. Yet, the moment they exchanged blows, the person who was facing Feng Xingliu suddenly changed his expression and his soul trembled in shock. Puff the moment. The man's expression changed. The flame knife light spread out for 3,000 kilometers and completely crushed him. His body was burnt to nothingness, and his soul was directly annihilated by the scorching power. At the same time, on Han Fei's side, a fist mark pierced through the depths of this person's soul. Bang! This person's body and soul exploded at the same time. Han Fei was now in the soul enlightenment realm and had formed a Yang soul. He could directly attack people's souls. Therefore, under this punch, this person's body and soul were annihilated at the same time. At the moment the two of them died, a total of 5 qualification tokens appeared on their bodies and quickly disappeared into Han Fei and Feng Xingliu's wrists. What? How is that possible? Not good, retreat. Rumble, rumble. The weather changed, and 2 great Dao cracks crossed the sky in a row, indicating the death of 2 star transformation powerhouses. The young man surnamed Yi's expression changed drastically. He was also extremely shocked. How could they be so strong? 1 move, only 1 move. How strong were they? One had just turned his origin sea into a star, but his star was quite dim, and the other didn't seem to have turned his origin sea into a star yet. How could they kill a strong master who had turned his origin sea into a star many years ago in 1 move? However, at this moment, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu had already continued to attack. Their speed was so fast that they had no choice but to resist them with all their strength. Because they had underestimated their enemies too much, they were very close to them. Who knew that these 2 people would kill one of their teammates in 1 move? Besides, these 2 people didn't stop at all and rushed straight at them. The young man surnamed Yi retreated without thinking. He didn't care about his 2 companions. This time he made a mistake. The other party showed such strong strength, although his realm wasn't high. He must be a heavenly talent. It wasn't worthwhile for him to fight the 2 of them alone. Most importantly, he felt that the fact that a person who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star could penetrate a star transformation level powerhouse meant that he had astonishing potential and he might not be able to beat him. Seeing that the young man surnamed Yi was about to run, Han Fei said, "Feng Xingliu, these two are yours." Feng Xingliu was overjoyed. "Then wouldn't it be that I fight 3 alone, but you fight only 2 alone? I won." "Okay, 100, Fire Phoenix restriction. Fiery saber." Han Fei didn't care about the silly Feng Xingliu. After unleashing 6 times the speed of light, he caught the guy who was fleeing at less than 5 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye. To be honest, Han Fei was surprised. This person probably didn't have a simple background. He wasn't at the late stage of the star transformation realm, but he could erupt with nearly 5 times the speed of light. This kind of person was definitely a heavenly talent. At least, he would be a top powerhouse if he were in the city of scavengers. However, the young man surnamed Yi was even more surprised than Han Fei. He subconsciously thought to himself, how is it possible? How can he burst out with the speed of light without turning his origin sea into a star? How can his speed be faster than mine? This speed is at least 6 times the speed of light. What kind of monster is this? Han Fei stopped the young man surnamed Yi and punched him. The latter didn't dare to be negligent. His body immediately emitted a white light, and he also clenched his fist and punched at Han Fei. Boom, sir, crack. Boom. The entire right arm of the young man surnamed Yi and half of his body exploded. But Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly, because he saw that the man's flesh and blood, bathed in the white light, recovered instantly as if they hadn't been penetrated. Huh? Thank you for reading on freewebnovel.me. Han Fei knew how strong he was. Even without the god-slaying boxing gloves, he had the power of more than 9 million waves, and he could punch out a fist soul. Logically speaking, half of this person's body should have exploded, and part of his soul would have been destroyed by him. However, this magical white light seemed to be even more magical than his heaven enlightenment divine technique. It actually easily restored his body. Buzz. This person retreated tens of thousands of kilometers, but Han Fei didn't chase him. As the person retreated, a door of light that emitted holy light appeared behind him. Heavenly race? Han Fei asked casually. Are you from the Gate of Heaven? Over the years, Han Fei had some understanding of the heavenly race. The Gate of Heaven was just a general term for the entire heavenly race. They were a sect just like the Fistlight Mountain and the Go Straight. However, in the Gate of Heaven, it was the heavenly race that controlled everything. In the EC Divine Realm, the Gate of Heaven was a very powerful force, second only to the Divine Capital Dynasty and as famous as the City of Terror. In terms of overall strength and external activities, it was stronger than places like Fistlight Mountain and the Go Straight. However, Han Fei had never understood what the door behind them meant. The young man surnamed Yi said, "That's right. Not only am I from the Gate of Heaven, but I'm also from the heavenly race. Fellow Taoist, no discord, no concord. It doesn't matter if those people die. However, you and I are both heavenly talents. If we join forces, who can be our match?" Han Fei only punched once, and the young man surnamed Yi knew that he was no match for this person. If it weren't for his Gate of Talent, he would have been seriously injured by the power of that punch just now. That punch could injure both the body and the soul. He didn't know what method the other party used, but this person was probably a top heavenly talent of the Fistlight Mountain. He didn't dare to imagine what he would be like if he was punched a few more times. Therefore, he took the lead to propose cooperation. He believed that with the reputation of the Gate of Heaven and his identity as a disciple of the heavenly race, he should be no weaker than this person in terms of seniority. If he could obtain this guy's help, he would be able to snatch many qualification tokens. However, Han Fei glanced at him contemptuously. "Who do you think you are to join forces with me? Are you qualified?" Rumble. Before Han Fei finished speaking, the great Dao crack appeared again. It seemed that Feng Xingliu had killed another one. Han Fei wasn't surprised. Except for late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, these people were no match for Feng Xingliu at all. The young man surnamed Yi's face changed drastically. He took out a talisman and waved his hand. The talisman unfolded, and billions of sword streams surged at Han Fei. After throwing out this blow, Yi didn't say anything but prepared to escape at an ultralight speed. However, Han Fei simply ignored the billions of sword streams. The void around him distorted, and less than 1/10 of the power of the talisman fell on him. Han Fei didn't block this 10th of power at all and punched at the young man surnamed Yi. Bang! This punch was 30% more powerful than before, because Han Fei had slightly activated his great Dao. Mainly, he wanted to see how effective the Door of Light was. He didn't believe that any random person could surpass his Heaven Enlightenment divine technique just because of a damn door. The young man surnamed Yi exploded, but under the white light, he recovered in the next moment. Huh? Interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Golden fist marks erupted continuously. The young man surnamed Yi shattered again and again. On the 7th time, the Door of Light finally dimmed. But this time, Han Fei didn't attack again. "You won't kill me?" Rumble. In the distance, the great Dao cracks appeared again. Feng Xingliu had already killed 3 star transformation powerhouses. This speed was very fast. Yi Yuan was shocked. The god of death with fire had come. He never expected that he would die like this. But in the next moment, Han Fei didn't attack him but looked at him casually. At this time, Feng Xinglu had already flown over. When he stopped at Han Fei's side, he laughed. Haha, I won. You haven't even killed him yet. Han Fei shrugged casually. Okay, you win. Feng Xinglu's surging aura was immediately extinguished. He was speechless. You admitted defeat so easily? Han Fei didn't know how to communicate with Feng Xinglu. He said, you did a good job. Hey, why are you shaking so much? Am I shaking? Feng Xinglu looked down and found that his legs, hands, and body were trembling. Subconsciously, Feng Xinglu's voice trembled. It's my first time killing someone. I'm a little nervous. Huh? Chapter 2090. Who are you looking down on? Han Fei's eyes widened. Fuck, you look so ferocious, so I thought you had killed countless people. Is this your first time killing someone? But he quickly realized that he must be talking about the first time he killed a humanoid human like him. As for the sea demons and sea beasts, he must have accidentally killed some of them in battles. However, this was not within the consideration of Feng Xinglu. Judging from this guy's reaction along the way, he and Feng Qingcheng were both rookies who had just entered society. The difference was that Feng Qingcheng was smart. However, Han Fei thought that these big clans must have been trying to nurture their decisive personality since they were young. For example, when Han Fei and the others were still fishermen, they had already begun fishing trials and then competed for resources with other villages. Han Fei didn't want Feng Xinglu to expose all his trump cards to Yi Yuan, so he interrupted. Then keep shaking. Let me handle it. Not kill him? His first reaction was that Han Fei was still a little afraid of his identity as a heavenly race member, or that he had some trump card of the heavenly race, so he didn't want to kill him directly. With this in mind, Yi Yuan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If the qualification tokens were gone, he could just snatch some from others with his strength. If the resources were gone, it would be the same. Anyway, in the hunting grounds outside the Divine Capital Dynasty, a large number of people had come to participate in the 10,000-year competition. How could they all be as strong as Han Fei? Yi Yuan shook his wrist and 9 qualification tokens flew out in a row. This is all the qualification tokens I have at present. Because I don't deliberately pursue the amount of resources in my origin sea now, the resources I have are not much. It's less than 70,000 kilometers. I'll give them all to you. So poor? Feng Xinglu, that had been holding back, couldn't help but ask, isn't it said that the heavenly race is a very powerful force? Why can't you even take out 100,000 kilometers of resources? Yi Yuan's cheeks burned from the mockery. The heavenly race was the heavenly race, but not everyone from the heavenly race was rich. Besides, as a late-stage star transformation cultivator, he needed a lot of resources. His origin sea only had normal reserve resources. Who would reserve hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers of resources? If there were such resources, he would have used them long ago. According to Han Fei's past personality, he definitely wouldn't let it go. He might even take a look at Yi Yuan's origin sea. But today he just casually waved his hand and took the resources. What's your name? Yi Yuan? Although Yi Yuan didn't know why the other party asked his name, he didn't hide it. Han Fei nodded and said, Yi Yuan, right? From now on, you have half a month. In half a month, I will find you again. There's no reason. I just don't like your heavenly race. Yi Yuan, right? How could he beat someone for such a ridiculous reason? Yi Yuan's heart sank. In the next moment, he felt Han Fei pressing forward. He wanted to resist, but was repelled by Han Fei's fists. Bang, 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 dot, knock. Han Fei punched Yi Yuan's head hundreds of times, turning Yi Yuan into a pig head, and then kicked him away. Yi Yuan didn't dare to stop and ran. Han Fei shouted behind him, remember, you only have half a month. Don't run if you have balls. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Even after Yi Yuan ran far away, he was still trembling with anger. Ashhole, no matter who you are, next time I'll grind your bones into dust and stuff you into the endless void. Aha! After what he did last night, Han Fei collected the 9 qualification tokens happily and then looked at the shocked Feng Xinglu. Look, I got 12 qualification tokens. What about you? Feng Xinglu's face sank. 9, but we don't compete in this. Also, why did you let him go? What if he runs away? Who will have the time to chase him? Han Fei smiled. Do you know the heavenly race? Feng Xinglu said. I know, a big force in the East Sea Divine Realm. I learned about it when I came. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Oh? Tell me about it. Feng Xinglu pondered for a moment. Isn't knowing the heavenly race enough? What else do we need to know? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. You mean you only knew the name? Damn it, Han Fei was lost for words. Aren't you curious about this superforce? When they fight, a door of light will appear. Aren't you curious? Feng Xinglu said. I'm not curious. Feng Qingcheng knows it. I can just ask her. You haven't told me why you let him go. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Let me give you an example. For example, I met you by chance, and then I beat you up, snatched your godly weapon, snatched your resources, and beat you black and blue. Then I said that I'll beat you up every time I see you, and will come to you in a few days. Then what will you do? Feng Xinglu said, I'll kill you. Han Fei said, but you can't kill me. Feng Xingliu's eyes were about to spew fire. He shouted, then I'll call my brothers and sisters to beat you to death. Smack. Han Fei clapped his hands. That's right. So what do you think Yi Yuan will do? Will he find his brothers and sisters to beat me? Feng Xinglu was a little confused. I think so, Han Fei said. So when the time comes, we can also rob his brothers and sisters. After that, we'll release all of them and let them summon another group of brothers and sisters over. Then we can just wait for the resources to be sent to us, right? Then we won't have to look for enemies. Feng Xinglu instantly took a tumble. Oh, that makes sense. With their strength, I can fight a group of them, and the two of us can fight a lot of them. Well, that's really a good idea. Feng Xingliu's heart trembled, and he felt that he had learned another move. Then his body continued to tremble. Han Fei asked, why are you still shaking? Feng Xingliu didn't care at all. I don't know. I just want to shake. By the way, cultivation is not easy. Was I impulsive today? I used to spare my enemies' lives when I beat them. This time, I couldn't control myself. It feels a little strange. Han Fei said, on the path of cultivation, there are a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. If you don't kill, others will kill you. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Didn't your family teach you that? Feng Xingliu said, yes, but I rarely came out before. I didn't expect the battle to be so fierce. Half a month later. During this period of time, it was mainly for Feng Qingcheng to find someone to practice with. Unfortunately, this girl's strange magnetic fire was too powerful. Few people could withstand her attacks, so after searching for half a month, Feng Qingcheng still didn't find a decent opponent. During this period, Han Fei also learned some information about the heavenly race from Feng Qingcheng. The so-called heavenly race was said to have once had a god who called himself the heavenly monarch. He could suppress the heavenly Tao and was said to be a very powerful god. Because their ancestors were powerful, no matter how poor their bloodline was, it couldn't be much worse. Therefore, there were often some heavenly talents in the heavenly race. As for the door of light behind them, the mechanism was actually like this. The so-called door of light was like the An family in the city of origin, a manifestation of bloodline. The heavenly race called this door of light the heavenly gate, saying that it was an additional power given to them by the heavenly Tao. Every door of light represented that this person had awakened a mysterious talent other than self-cultivation. There were all kinds of talents. In combat, if they encountered a powerful opponent, they could summon a door of light, just like the triangle divine seal of the An family. Hearing what Feng Qingcheng said, Han Fei understood. No wonder Feng Xinglu took Feng Qingcheng with him. Without Feng Qingcheng, this guy wouldn't have been killed by his own stupidity. Half a month later, Yi Yuan and the others were only doing some ordinary hunting on the periphery of a wilderness camp. He wasn't sure if Han Fei would return, but no matter if Han Fei came or not, he really couldn't take it lying down. This time, he had called all the people he could call. In a short period of time, he had called a total of 13 people who were no weaker than him. Someone said, Yi Yuan, are you sure that person will come? Someone smiled. Half a month has almost passed, right? Someone sneered. This time, although those two are geniuses, with our strength, we won't be defeated no matter what. Some said coldly, my confinement gate will be enough to lock their combat power. In addition to Yi Young's Skylock Gate, they won't be able to borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. Humph, no matter what means they have, I don't believe they can be our match. These people didn't hide their figures, nor did they hide in anyone's origin sea. They just strolled on the sea. Buzz, when most of them didn't think that Han Fei and the other guy would come to them, suddenly everyone looked at the distant void and saw two figures rushing over. From afar, Han Fei sneered. Yi Yuan, you only found a dozen people. Who are you looking down on? Thank you for reading on freewebnovel.me, Chapter 229-1, Raging Fire Burning the Sky. Fist from the beginning, Han Fei had expected this scene. He knew that Yi Yuan wouldn't leave, and he also knew that he would definitely find helpers and come back. This was a common problem for the children of the big clans. Because of the pride in their bones, they couldn't afford to lose. When Yi Yuan saw Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, he was furious and shouted, It's them, it's them. These two are extremely ferocious and arrogant and don't take our heavenly race seriously at all. One Yi Yuan exploded, and his emotions seemed to be contagious. Someone immediately shouted, Brat, I heard that you are a genius. You haven't turned your origin sea into a star, but you can defeat Yi Yuan. You even shouted for him to come back to find you. We're here today. If you have balls, don't run away. Han Fei looked at Feng Xinglu, who immediately shouted, How can you mere ants make me escape? Come on, I'm going to fight 12 alone today. Han Fei was lost for words. I just asked you to trash talk them. Why did you go this far? However, regardless of whether Feng Xinglu could kill 12 people or not, the other party exploded on the spot. Yi Yuan scolded angrily. It's this beast-starred who killed 4 of my good friends in a row. If I don't kill him today, how can I vent my anger? Feng Xingliu raised his chin proudly and looked at Yi Yuan and the others with his nostrils, saying coldly, Ants, come and die. Fuck, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. However, there were also people on the heavenly race's side who could hold themselves back. They sneered. Come on, tell us your names before you die. If your family comes to us in the future, our heavenly race will wipe out your family too. Han Fei raised his head. I'll tell you when you win. Ants don't deserve to know our names. Feng Xingliu was immediately refreshed. Yes, ants didn't deserve to know their names. Although Han Fei had a bad temper, he was good at trash-talking the enemies indeed. He didn't know what Feng Yu would think after knowing that he was led astray by Han Fei. At least for now, Feng Xingliu felt very happy and excited during this period of time. Open the heavenly gate. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Isn't this my spear technique? In the next moment, a door appeared behind each of the 13 people, including Yi Yuan. The open doors were dazzling, making them look like gods that had descended to the mortal world with a door. Skylock. A strange light burst out of someone's door. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that this place isolated the power of the heavenly Tao, making him unable to borrow strength. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Wow, this talent is not bad. It can even block the heavenly Tao. Interesting. Then someone shouted, "Imprison Heavenly Kingdom Seal." As soon as this technique was activated, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu felt that there was dozens of times more gravity space on their bodies. The area within 100,000 kilometers seemed to be sealed, but this power should only be on the two of them. Feng Xingliu frowned slightly, as if he felt some discomfort, but he didn't take it seriously because Han Fei was calm, so he had to look calm too. Then, someone from the heavenly race shouted coldly, "Sword Domain." In the entire void, a sword tide erupted. Someone else shouted, "Unparalleled strength, extreme speed, soul-killing technique." For a moment, all kinds of talents descended. Seeing the extraordinary techniques that filled the sky, Feng Xingliu, who had underestimated the heavenly race members, felt a little worried. He seemed to overestimate himself. Now he didn't know if he could beat 12 of them. He couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, only to find that Han Fei entered the arena calmly, glanced at him casually, and said, "Just go all out, otherwise I'm afraid you will be beaten up." At that time, Feng Xingliu's eyes were spitting fire, and flames were steaming on his body. "Who are you looking down on? I am an unparalleled heavenly talent of the Feng family. How can these people beat me up?" Fire God Tentacle, Realm Whip. Buzz, as Feng Xingliu roared, the void trembled, and the sword domain was already unstable. Countless heaven flame tentacles waved across the sky with astonishing strength, shattering the sword chi and trembling the void. Kill. At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others had all rushed over. Compared to forces like the Ghost Strait and Fistlight Mountain, the Gate of Heaven walked the Tao of balance. What they advocated was dual cultivation of body and soul, and they were in pursuit of balance. At this moment, these people all erupted with power that ordinary late-stage star transformation cultivators didn't have. For example, the one with speed talent could burst out 7 times the speed of light, which was even faster than Han Fei, and the terrifying power that erupted from the one with strength talent was much stronger than Han Fei's. Of course, this was also because the power of the heavenly Tao was sealed, and Han Fei couldn't borrow power. But no matter what, he had already been recognized as a top heavenly talent by Yi Yuan. It seemed natural that he could unleash super combat power. Therefore, Han Fei didn't hide it. He secretly activated his great Tao and doubled his strength. When Han Fei's strength doubled, his fist marks gathered in the air and turned into a stream of light. When the 5 heavenly race powerhouses charged at Han Fei and attacked him with their swords, they discovered, to their shock, that this guy's strength was too terrifying. Ding ding ding, clang, 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 knock, knock, knock. Someone was shocked. "That's strange. This guy's physique is too strong. He's not afraid of my windfire sword stream." Someone was shocked. "This person's fist mark can shake my soul and almost penetrate my soul and almost penetrate my soul." "Everyone, pay attention to his fist mark." Someone shouted, "This is tricky. Activate all our secret techniques." Buzz. It turned out that when a group of people in the late stage of the sky-opening realm fully unleashed their strength was still quite terrifying. Feng Xingliu was already extremely strong, right? But at this moment, fighting 1 against 5, he actually couldn't take them down. Although he fought with great momentum, and the 5 strong masters of the heavenly race were whipped around by him, he was inexperienced. Seeing that they couldn't take down Feng Xingliu, the people of the heavenly race directly exchanged injuries with him. After all, not all the children of the big clans were as delicate and inexperienced as Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingsheng. Therefore, when the battle technique of trading injuries for injuries appeared, Feng Xingliu was shocked and exclaimed, "Ant, how dare you hurt me? Ant, you hurt me. I'm going to burn you. Ant, do you want to die? Your injuries are worse. Ant, how dare you hurt me? You're done. You won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Ant, Feng Xingliu was screaming in pain, and he was cursing like a machine gun. But in fact, these people no longer dared to underestimate Han Feng Xingliu. They could understand Feng Xingliu. Perhaps he was a disciple of a superforce. Although he was powerful, his combat experience was too poor. He was too reckless in fighting and frequently used big moves. Because he relied on big moves in fighting, the people of the heavenly race could barely resist him and had to ask reinforcements. They couldn't withstand the bombardment of Feng Xingliu. At this moment, on average, each of them had been blown up once. However, although the battle on the other side was not so magnificent, the 8 people who surrounded Han Fei were all miserable, because they discovered, to their shock, that their bodies couldn't even withstand a single punch of Han Fei. As long as Han Fei punched them, half of their bodies would explode and their souls would be impacted. Although there were 8 of them, their strength, whether it was soul attacks or strength attacks, couldn't shake Han Fei. The soul attack seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to make a single splash. Han Fei resisted the power attack with his body. Up to now, they could only cut Han Fei's flesh with ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures and a godly weapon. However, this guy also had a strong recovery ability. The wounds they cut were healed soon under the divine splendor. For a moment, the brothers Yi Yuan called over were all dumbfounded. They had begun to use secret techniques. It wasn't their problem if they still couldn't beat Han Fei, but that Han Fei had completely exceeded the range of ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators. Retreat. Yi Yuan, stop fighting. He's too strong. It's meaningless to continue fighting. Hearing this, many people already wanted to retreat. They didn't know where these 2 beasts came from, but they were too strong and didn't seem to be something they could deal with. However, at this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Don't you think it's too late if you want to leave now? Feng Xingliu, stop hiding your real strength. Attack with all your strength and take them down." Feng Xingliu was shocked. How did Han Fei know that he was hiding his real strength? He didn't use the real killing technique because his family said that this killing technique was too powerful and shouldn't be used under normal circumstances. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but look impressed. Han Fei is really awesome. He can even see my hidden killer move. On this side, Han Fei attacked with all his strength without holding back. He attacked with speed, strength, and soul, imprinting a punch on a person's body. That person's body seemed to twist, collapse, and explode. However, as soon as Han Fei pierced through a person, he suddenly heard rumbling sounds. He couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. A fire phoenix appeared behind Feng Xingliu. The fire phoenix extended its claws and crushed a heavenly race powerhouse with a single claw. Even his door of light dimmed and finally disappeared. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, Feng Xingliu is quite something. Why didn't I find that this kid had such a powerful divine technique before? He didn't know that he just said, "Don't hide your real strength," casually, and Feng Xingliu had shown his big move. The fire phoenix nodded and pecked like a hen. A heavenly race member who was about to escape was pecked to death. His soul was destroyed, and the rumbling sound of the great Tao appeared again. Han Fei hurriedly shouted, "Feng Xingliu, don't kill them." Chapter 2292 Call for Top Heavenly Talents. A moment later, 10 people were suppressed in front of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. They were all nailed to the seabed by a strange spear and lined up in a row. Among the 13 people, 2 of them were killed by Feng Xingliu before Han Fei could remind them. The other one ran away because he was even faster than Han Fei. At this moment, Feng Xingliu's chest was heaving. His body was trembling slightly, so were his legs and hands. In order to suppress this trembling, Feng Xingliu pretended to be dancing but looked like on drugs. Han Fei couldn't do anything to him. God, this guy looked so damn stupid, he could only turn his head away from this fool. At this moment, the 10 people from the heavenly race were shocked, because the power that Han Fei just unleashed was at least 30% stronger. They didn't know how this guy could become stronger indefinitely. Anyway, at that time, Han Fei punched them one by one, and their souls were injured, so they couldn't run at all, nor could they outrun Han Fei. A top heavenly talent. At this time, they realized what level of powerhouse they had encountered. Before, Yi Yuan was not strong enough to test the strength of Han Fei and the others. He only felt that they were stronger than him, but not to the point of being unable to resist. But now, with so many of them, they had finally tested the real combat power of these 2 people. These 2 people were both top heavenly talents. If the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race didn't come out, they would probably have to double their number to suppress these 2 lunatics. At this moment, Han Fei was standing in front of Yi Yuan. This guy was lying on the seabed, his body sealed by the spear and unable to move at all. This was the horror of the god-sealing spear. Feng Xingliu had already secretly asked Han Fei what seal technique this was and wanted to learn it. Yi Yuan was horrified. He was doomed this time. He didn't expect to be tricked by one person twice. Last time, Han Fei didn't have any intention of killing him. Perhaps he just wanted to use him to fish more strong masters of the heavenly race. But this time, it was 13 against 2. They had suffered a crushing defeat. How could he let the 10 of them go? The others were also horrified and thought to themselves that they were going to die this time. Because they were going to participate in the 10,000-year competition with the qualification tokens on them, they couldn't use some of their trump cards. Otherwise, if it was detected by the spiritual will of the great monarch East Marshal, their lives would be a small matter and it might even affect the heavenly race. Bang! Han Fei kicked Yi Yuan's face and then crushed it. It was extremely insulting. As a heavenly talent of the heavenly race, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Even though he had become a prisoner, he still roared angrily. Bang! Han Fei stomped and then smiled contemptuously. Are you looking down on me or what? I've already told you that I'll come to you in half a month. But look at you, what a bunch of idiots you bring over. They can't even withstand a single blow of mine. Han Fei's disappointed tone stunned even Feng Xinglu. He thought to himself, these people are actually very powerful. If I fight 8 alone, I might not be able to win easily if I don't use a great technique. However, he was on Han Fei's side now. When Han Fei kicked Yi Yuan, he naturally followed suit. Bang! Hey, this feels good. Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up. When he looked at them from a high vantage point and thought of their tones when they first met him, he immediately felt proud. Oh, I heard that Feng Yu beat a lot of people in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Does it feel like this? This feels so good. No, I have to step on a few more. Then, Han Fei saw the stupid operation of Feng Xingliu. Bam, bam, bam. Feng Xingliu stepped on them one by one, and every person he stepped on he shouted, ant, bang, ant, bang, ant, bang, ant, bang, ant. Han Fei didn't know what was wrong with Feng Xingliu. He quickly stopped him. Can you stop stepping for now? I'm asking them questions. Feng Xingliu was a little disappointed. He hadn't finished stomping yet. At this moment, he stepped on a person's face but didn't take his foot away. He seemed to quite enjoy this feeling. Feng Xingliu said, go on. Han Fei turned his head and was suddenly stunned. What did I just say? Fuck, it's all Feng Xingliu's fault. Han Fei snorted, your heavenly race is so mysterious. It's said that there are countless heavenly talents in your race like fish in the sea. Why haven't I seen any of them? Someone shouted. How can the top heavenly talents of our race care about such a trivial matter? Don't you want to find the top heavenly talents of my race? Let me go if you have the guts. I'll call them over and see if you dare to fight them. This person was just deliberately provoking Han Fei because he was worried that if Han Fei only let 1 or 2 people go back to inform the others, he would be doomed, so he provoked him first. Bang! Han Fei kicked him. Shut up, am I asking you? Han Fei certainly knew what the man meant, but he didn't care. After kicking the man, Han Fei said leisurely, I'll give you another chance. Hand over all the qualifications and resources you have, and I'll let you go. Yi Yuan, right? I'll come to you in a month. You'd better bring the top heavenly talents of your heavenly race with you. Otherwise, you'll die next time. Oh, remember to give me all your resources. I have a way to judge if you keep any resources. Whoever dares to keep any will be killed on the spot. These people were shocked and didn't dare to challenge Han Fei at this moment. It was obviously not worth it to bet their lives for some resources. However, they didn't actually carry many resources with them. None of them had more than 70,000 kilometers of resources. The least one was Yi Yuan, who was robbed by Han Fei half a month ago. He only had 8,000 kilometers of resources with him. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Perhaps because it was not good to bring too many resources to such a hunting ground, these people generally didn't bring much resources. Han Fei said, next time, whoever has less than 50,000 kilometers of resources will be killed on the spot. Bam, bam, bam. The seals on the God-sealing spear were broken one after another. These people didn't stop and immediately fled. They were weaker than their enemies, so they had no choice but run. After running for half a day, someone shouted angrily, arrogant. Next time, I'll call my cousin over and trample on him for 3 days and 3 nights. Someone was furious. That fire player is dead meat. I'll make him shout, I'm an ant 10,000 times. Someone shouted angrily, I'll ask my cousin to take her godly weapons and cut them up. I'll make them eat rotten fish and shrimp alive and disgust them to death. Yes, that's right. Everyone, if we don't get back at them, how can we maintain our Dao heart? Activate the manpower and quickly call for reinforcements. In a month, let's gather outside the Tomorrow Camp and teach them a lesson. Okay, I'll go first. More than half a month later, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were still accompanying Feng Qingcheng to hunt sea establishers, and they were just waiting for someone to hunt them and then snatch the resources. Anyway, with the backing of the heavenly race, they were not afraid of not getting enough qualification tokens. What Han Fei and the others didn't know was that at this moment, in the hunting ground outside the Divine Capital Dynasty, some people were running around. Some strong masters who had been stepped on by Han Fei went to a big ship. Cousin, you have to help me. The handsome cousin who was drinking with a female cultivator from the Ghost Strait looked unhappy. You always come to me after you are beaten up. Haven't you learned your lesson? The man hurriedly said. Cousin, 2 guys with secret identities popped up out of thin air. One has just turned his origin sea into a star, and the other hasn't, but they defeated 13 of us. Blah blah, cousin. He looks down on the top heavenly talents of our heavenly race, which means he looks down on you. The handsome young man's face turned cold. Really? How dare they bully our heavenly race just because they have extraordinary identities? Humph, I'll follow you to teach them a lesson. On the other side, cousin, I was beaten up. All my resources and qualification tokens were snatched away. Blah blah, cousin. That guy said that there are no heavenly talents in our heavenly race and called us ants. I can't stand this. How dare they call our heavenly race members ants? How arrogant. Do you know which force he is from? Since he is a top heavenly talent, he is definitely not a nobody. Cousin, I don't know. They said that if we can't beat them, we don't deserve to know their names. But one of them is unparalleled in fist techniques, and the other is controlling fire to resist the enemy. I suspect that one is from Fistlight Mountain, and the other might be from the City of Terror. Humph! A mere Fistlight Mountain dares to challenge our heavenly race? The City of Terror is just our defeated opponent. How dare they insult you? Wait for me to take my god-slaying spear and nail them to death. The man was immediately refreshed. My cousin is going to use the god-slaying spear. Those two brats are dead meat. How dare they fight against our heavenly race? They just had no idea how strong our heavenly talents are. 1 month later, tomorrow camp. One figure after another appeared in the sea outside. Huh? Yi Tianlong, you're here? Hey, Yi Shuilu, are you here too? Huh? Yi Jiajia, they even invited you over. Do you think 2 thieves are worth your time? Suddenly, someone looked at the sky, where someone was riding a flying dragonfish. Hiss, that's Yi Shanling. Didn't this guy say that hunting is boring? Why is she here now? Chapter 2993, 2 Brags. Tomorrow Camp was a relatively famous camp on the periphery of the Divine Capital Dynasty. It was a large trading camp. The city here spanned 30,000 kilometers. It was said that in the war between the East Sea Divine Realm and the Savage Sea Demons, when it was at its fiercest, the Sea Demons once fought to the Tomorrow Camp. At that time, the strong masters guarded the camp, and the great monarch East Marshal fought the Sea Demon monarch bravely and repelled them all the way to the Sky Crater world. So far, the savage sea demons and undead creatures didn't dare to cross the Sky Crater world at all. The strong masters of the heavenly race had gathered in the Tomorrow Camp. This naturally couldn't escape the notice of some people. For a moment, the itinerant cultivators in the Tomorrow Camp were all watching the show, so were the big clans. They wanted to see what had happened that caused a lot of top heavenly talents of the heavenly race to come. At this moment, in the Tomorrow Camp, Han Fei, Feng Xingliu, and Feng Qingcheng were sitting in a courtyard around a big pot. Slurp, Feng Xingliu was shocked and sighed. They're all liars. My family are all liars. They said that cultivators don't need to eat and we just need to swallow spiritual energy and chaotic chi. However, they never said that hot pot was so delicious. Feng Qingcheng nodded quickly. I agree with you on this. It seems that the clan is still hiding something from us. They must not tell us because they don't want us to be greedy for food. Feng Xingliu said, That's right, liars. I was 18, but I didn't know that there was such a thing as hot pot in this world until today. Feng Qingcheng nodded quickly. Yes, I wonder if sister knows. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng, who were discussing hot pot, suddenly looked in confusion at Han Fei, who squirted his food out of his mouth. What's wrong? Han Fei looked at them in shock. Wait a moment, how old did you just say you were? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. Feng Xingliu wiped the corner of his mouth and grabbed a barbecue lobster. 18. Why? Han Fei suddenly looked at Feng Qingcheng and asked, What about you? Feng Qingcheng thought for a moment. Brother Han Fei, although I'm only 11 years old, you don't have to find it strange, because our way of calculating age may be different from yours. Han Fei's heart was pounding. That made sense, but he wasn't sure how old these two were. Feng Qingcheng said, Our family records every 100 years as 1 year, so according to normal time, Feng Xingliu is 1/800 years old. While stuffing garlic prawns into his mouth, Feng Xingliu echoed, Yes, that's right. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He waved his hand and put away the hot pot. Immediately Feng Xingliu shouted, Hey, I haven't finished eating, I haven't finished eating, I haven't finished eating. Han Fei said, No time for you to eat. The enemy is already here. Eat after the battle. Feng Xingliu glanced at the outer domain and muttered, There seem to be a lot of them this time, right? More than 30 of them. It seems that a few of them are much stronger. Han Fei said, Isn't that obvious? If they don't find someone stronger, how can they win? Remember, try to keep them alive this time, okay? Our first windfall is coming. Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up. Haven't we already got our first windfall? I already have 29 qualification tokens and 200,000 kilometers of resources. What Feng Xingliu showed off was not the number of 200,000 kilometers, but the fact that he had earned so many resources himself. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Look at you. How can you call that a windfall? If you get so many resources at once, it can still be considered a windfall, but it took you 2 months to get them. This is called labor, understood? Feng Xingliu looked in the direction of the heavenly race. Is this the standard of windfall? Han Fei thought for a moment. At every stage, the criteria for a windfall are different. This depends on your needs. For example, this time, if you and I can't get 500,000 kilometers of resources each, it'll be embarrassing. Feng Xingliu was shocked. He wasn't a fool. 500,000 kilometers of resources was really a big number. How could he get it so easily? Feng Qingcheng said, Brother Han Fei, it's not easy to take out so many resources, is it? The difference between 500,000 miles of resources and 100,000 miles of resources is not small. Everyone knew that when calculating resources, it was measured by 10,000 kilometers. The resources that could expand the origin sea by 100,000 kilometers were called 100,000 kilometers of resources. And the resources that could expand the origin sea by 500,000 kilometers were called 500,000 kilometers of resources. 500,000 kilometers of resources was 25 times more than 100,000 kilometers of resources. Han Fei decided to blackmail the heavenly race hard this time because he felt that it would cost him a lot of resources to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. If he didn't save enough resources, he wouldn't be at ease. On the big ship with the heavenly clan's seal, the 4 top heavenly talents occupied the bow deck, each in a comfortable position, leaning or sitting. Among these 4 people, 2 were men and 2 were women. The burly and handsome man was called Yi Tianlong. He was good at fist techniques, but if you thought that he was only good at fist techniques, you were wrong. This person was also very good at the Tao of the soul. The one dressed in green and holding a slender sheathed long saber was called Yi Shuilu. He was good at sabers and could be ranked in the top 5 in his generation in the heavenly race. Few people in the same realm as him could resist a single slash from him. The one with a crooked braid was called Yi Jiajia. She looked cute and cared a lot about her image. She carried a small bag on her back and was good at the universe technique. The last woman who came on a flying dragonfish was called Yi Xianling. This person was very good at bewitching techniques and could enter the top 3 of her generation in illusion techniques in the heavenly race. However, this person didn't only know these soul techniques. Her god-slaying spear had once suppressed a late-stage star transformation cultivator. Seeing everyone, Yi Xianling giggled. "Oh, Jiajia, you're here too? Are you here to see men or to fight?" Yi Jiajia looked at her coldly and sneered. "Do you think everyone is like you? I don't want to talk to you." At this time, the brawny man said, "Hey, don't fight every time you see each other. Why do women make things difficult for women? Shut up." Yi Jiajia and Yi Xianling scolded in unison, making Yi Tianlong shrug his shoulders. He thought to himself, fine, keep quarreling then. Yi Shuilu was a cold guy. He snorted. "The enemy seems to be here." Huh! Instantly, Yi Tianlong and the other 2 stopped bickering. They looked in the direction of the tomorrow camp, where 2 young men were walking over leisurely. One of them was holding a few skewers of grilled shrimp and eating while walking. In fact, the 4 of them didn't just come here because they were asked to. They were really curious about what the 2 guys who could defeat the 13 heavenly talents of the heavenly race were like. Besides, one of them hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star yet. From the description of Yi Yuan and the others, they were sure that these 2 people were not someone Yi Yuan and the others could deal with. And they wanted to fight the heavenly talents of other races in advance, so they came. Looking at Feng Xingliu, who was in fiery red, and Han Fei, who looked like a normal human, Yi Jiajia exclaimed, "Little brothers, you're so handsome," Yi Xinling said, "and you said you weren't here for men." Yi Jiajia snorted, "Humph, old woman, do you think I'm like you?" The corner of Yi Xinling's mouth twitched. "Yi Jiajia, just wait for me to tear your mouth apart." In the rear, when Yi Yuan and the others saw Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, their eyes turned red. Yi Yuan roared, "It's them! It's them!" Someone shouted, "Cousin, the one who played with fire stepped on me. Just cripple him and leave him to me." Someone was furious. "Cousin, the one playing with fire is not the most arrogant one. The one next to him, you must nail him through. I'll cheer you on." Yi Xianling looked back and shouted coldly, "Shut up, you useless things." At this moment, Yi Tianlong stepped on the bow of the ship, looked at Han Fei and Feng Xingliu from a distance, and his voice rolled away. "It's the 2 of you who have repeatedly robbed our heavenly race and scolded our heavenly race for being incompetent." With a faint smile on his face, Han Fei replied as he walked, "Yes, it's me. I think your heavenly talents are a mess. Why, the 3 of you are wearing fancy clothes and bringing a little loli with you. Why, are you giving her to my brother as a wife?" Feng Xingliu immediately looked at Han Fei. "Wow, how do you know I like this type?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and ignored him. Yi Jiajia snorted. "Heh, little brother, it depends on whether the brother next to you is worthy." Originally, this was just the trash-talking segment, but when Feng Xingliu heard this, he immediately straightened his face. "Hey, Aunt, who do you say is not worthy? Yi Jiajia, Han Fei didn't know why ants became Feng Xingliu's catchphrase since Feng Xingliu followed him. "This ant didn't offend you." Yi Xianling said, "Tieski, since you're here, why don't you tell me your names?" Han Fei chuckled. "If you want to know our names, it depends on whether you are qualified or not. I heard that you are the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race. Let's see if you can withstand my punch." Yi Tianlong sneered. "If you want to compete in fish technique, fine. I dare not to say that my fist technique is in the top 10 of the same realm, but it's more than enough to beat you." Quan Fei sneered. "Not even in the top 10? Then how do you deserve to fight me? My fists once shook the north and south, suppressed the sea and the sky, and I'm known as the #1 fist emperor in the world. How do you deserve to be my opponent?" Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei again. If Han Fei was known as the #1 fist emperor in the world, how could he be weak? Immediately, Feng Xingliu roared, "I once controlled the fire to burn the sea and the divine beast, known as, the #1 fire emperor in the world. Ants, hand over your resources quickly. The heavenly race powerhouses, Wick? 1? Yi Tianlong and the others were speechless. Are these 2 brags? What kind of joke is that? #1 fist emperor and #1 fire emperor? Behind Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, many strong masters from the Tomorrow Camp were watching the battle. Hearing their bragging, they were all speechless, thinking to themselves, "These 2 are dead meat. Do they know who their opponents are?" Chapter 294, Who Dares to Touch My Spoils Outside the Tomorrow Camp? The onlookers were watching. The heavenly race chose to fight outside the Tomorrow Camp to consolidate the reputation of the heavenly race and suppress these so-called heavenly talents who provoked the heavenly race. Since the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race had come, it was obviously impossible for them to fight in groups. Their pride wouldn't allow them to fight 4 against 2, let alone dozens against 2. Therefore, Yi Tianlong stood straight at the bow of the ship and said, "Don't say useless things. I am Yi Tianlong, a disciple of the 5 lineages of the heavenly race. You provoked our heavenly race. Even if you are from a top big clan in the East Sea, you have to give an explanation today. Which of you fights me first? Yi Tianlong looked straight at Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was good at fist techniques and was probably a top heavenly talent of Fistlight Mountain. Although the overall status of the heavenly race was higher than the Fistlight Mountain, this didn't mean that the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race dared to underestimate the top heavenly talents of the Fistlight Mountain. Everyone knew how big the wilderness was. No matter which force it was possible for them to have strong masters. However, heavenly talents all had their own pride. They all felt that their strength and talent were unparalleled. Especially since Han Fei hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, Yi Tianlong didn't think that there was a strong master in this world who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet but could beat him, no matter how others bragged about how powerful he was. Han Fei's lips curled. It seems that you want to fight me one-on-one? Big guy, it's not that I look down on you, but you don't know how to write the word stupid. Boomer. The people on the heavenly race's big ship were in an uproar. Although they knew that Han Fei was arrogant, they didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Someone immediately shouted, "Evil thief, don't be arrogant. Brother Tianlong is a top powerhouse in the Tao of Balance. Do you think you can beat him? I wonder who gave you the confidence to underestimate the strong masters in the world." Han Fei picked his ears and smiled. Really? Then come on. Since you insist on sending me resources, I can only accept them as you wish. With that, Han Fei stepped forward, his arms shining with golden light, and he deliberately pretended that his fist technique was amazing. On the heavenly race's side, Yi Xianling and the others were also happy to see Yi Tianlong fight Han Fei to see the other party's true strength. With Yi Tianlong's strength, it was enough to verify Han Fei's true strength. As for Feng Xingliu on the other side, they were not in a hurry. Water and fire were incompatible. Feng Xingliu was definitely Yi Shuiliu's. As early as when the powerhouses of the heavenly race arrived, the nearby marine creatures had already fled. Even if their battle would mostly be in the void and wouldn't involve the real sea area, ordinary creatures didn't dare to take the risk. With swishes, figures broke through the void and entered the void. As soon as he entered the void, Yi Tianlong took the lead to launch a fierce attack at Han Fei. Han Fei saw that the other party's fist mark rumbled, and he also punched out at the speed of light easily. Furthermore, Yi Tianlong's fist mark was full of metal sharpness and felt like sharp blades. However, why should Han Fei be afraid? Han Fei's golden fist mark burst out, and the two instantly fought. Knock, 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 bam, bam, bam. A terrifying void ripple vibrated in the void. The power was so strong that it caused ripples without stopping. Even the people outside felt that the void here was about to shatter and didn't dare to get too close. In the void, the two of them exchanged hundreds of thousands of punches. Bang! The two of them flew back at the same time. Han Fei twisted his head slightly, a smile appeared on his lips, and a trace of blood oozed out. In just a short period of time, Han Fei knew that Yi Tianlong's physique was not as good as his. His body was more seriously injured than his, but he should have walked a certain distance after turning his origin sea into a star. Furthermore, his gate of talent should be a kind of physique-strengthening power, like body hardening, but even so, it was much weaker than his. However, in general, this person's physique was already not bad. He should have a body-refining technique of the heavenly race. He might be able to easily get the body-refining techniques that Han Fei painstakingly obtained when he was young. If he had refined them since he was young, his strength now was naturally not weak. In addition to his good physique, this Yi Tianlong's attack also carried a soul attack. However, this kind of soul attack was much weaker than his. This was because the other party's soul attack was only in the range of a great technique, just like when he used ownerless souls. Although it could also injure the soul of others, it was not very useful against those who had the Yang soul. Therefore, Yi Tianlong's fist technique was useless to him. He couldn't shake his Yang soul at all. Therefore, after a tentative melee battle, Yi Tianlong's blood was surging. His body was bruised in many places, some places cracked, and blood oozed out. He seemed to be more seriously injured than Han Fei. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Yi Shuiliu, Yi Jiajie, and Yi Xianling couldn't help but constrict. Yi Tianlong was one of the best body refiners of his generation. In the entire Gate of Heaven, Yi Tianlong could enter the top 10 in his realm. Yi Xianling said, although this person has a small victory, he's not much stronger than Yi Tianlong. Now it depends on their follow-up erupting of potential. Yi Jiajie snorted. Humph, this person's strength is not bad. It's normal for the two of them to defeat Yi Yuan and the others. It seems that a good little brother has appeared on Fistlight Mountain. Unlike the heavenly race members, the powerhouses who came to the Tomorrow Camp were all shocked. They knew Yi Tianlong, but they didn't know who Han Fei was at all. Many people speculated, this must be a top heavenly talent of the Fistlight Mountain. I've seen records from ancient times that the Fistlight Mountain once suppressed the heavenly race and the City of Terror. It's said that the Fist God was born at that time and his fist broke through the galaxy. I wonder if he has the bloodline of the Fist God, someone sneered. You believe it? That happened tens of thousands of years ago. I don't believe in the bloodline of the Fist God, but the Fist Mountain is one of the super forces after all. It's not strange for a few strong masters to be born there. Someone clicked his tongue in wonder. These two people are so arrogant and provoked the heavenly race. It seems that they are preparing to shine in the 10,000-year competition this time. Someone shook his head slightly. I don't think it's enough. Although Yi Tianlong is strong, he is not the strongest. In the past 100,000 years, the heavenly race vaguely has a terrifying reputation and strength that exceeds the City of Terror. In the same realm, there should be many people who are stronger than Yi Tianlong. At this moment, a door of light appeared behind Yi Tianlong, and red light threads appeared on Yi Tianlong's body. These light threads swam on his body and flickered. Han Fei could feel that the other party's physique was rapidly strengthening. On the heavenly race's side, someone said, Brother Tianlong's talent ability has appeared, and his strength has soared by 30%. In addition, he didn't use his full strength just now. This guy has no chance. Someone looked at Han Fei hatefully, hoping that Yi Tianlong would smash him into a meat pie. Buzz! I'd like to see what kind of heavenly talent this Fist-Light Mountain can produce. Roar. As Yi Tianlong roared, a strange phantom appeared on the surface of his body. There seemed to be a phantom of a monster vaguely enveloping him. At this moment, Han Fei put on a disdainful smile, and a pair of gloves appeared in his hand. In the previous 2 rounds, Han Fei didn't use the God-slaying boxing gloves because it was unnecessary. Besides, using the God-slaying boxing gloves would expose his identity. Han Fei must have been famous in the heavenly race. As soon as he used the God-slaying boxing gloves, he officially confirmed that he and the heavenly race were mortal enemies. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Tianlong didn't recognize the God-slaying boxing glove. He just felt that it was natural for a top heavenly talent to have a powerful pair of boxing gloves. He also had a pair of godly weapon boxing gloves that he was wearing, swishta. At that moment, Han Fei burst out with 6 times the speed of light and punched out with the Dragon Punch, which contained an invincible fighting intent, as if he wanted to break through Yi Tianlong with one blow. The latter roared, and 10,000 beast shadows seemed to be galloping behind him. At the same time, Yi Tianlong sneered, and with a flash between his eyebrows, a void fist mark seemed to fuse with the fist mark in his hand. He shouted, Soul-destroying demon fist. In the rear, Yi Xianling and the others were refreshed. Although they despised body refiners, the power of these animals couldn't be underestimated. Ordinary heavenly talents couldn't resist such terrifying power. Yi Yuan and the others were also shocked. At this moment, Yi Tianlong was like a demon god, as if he was controlling tens of thousands of demons to pounce on his opponent. On the other hand, Han Fei was nothing special except for his speed. Bang! Because the two were too strong, the shockwaves collided, but what shocked Yi Tianlong was that at that moment, he saw that Han Fei was still smiling, as if his soul was not affected at all. How is that possible? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt his vision blur. He saw an incomparably majestic figure that was shining like a star. At that moment, Yi Tianlong felt that he was like an ant, not worth mentioning at all. In front of him was a road. He had a feeling that if he walked on this road, he would become a god. Is this a divine path? At that moment, Yi Tianlong's eyes turned red. What did he see? A divine path? How is it possible? In the history of the heavenly race, who has ever seen a divine path? But he saw, no, impossible. How can it be a divine path? Where am I? I am Yi Tianlong. Who is corroding my soul? Aha. In reality, after Yi Tianlong attacked, he suddenly went crazy and shouted, Impossible, it can't be a divine path. Where am I? Immediately, the heavenly race members realized that something was wrong. What was wrong with Yi Tianlong? Unfortunately, Han Fei wouldn't give them a chance. His fist marks were like starlight, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of fist marks hit Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong's soul dissipated, and he struggled as if trying to get out of a predicament. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He thought to himself, this person's Dao heart is very firm. He actually has the will to escape from the god-slaying boxing gloves. Then he saw Yi Shuilu draw his saber, and he immediately grabbed at the void. A spear shadow rose into the air, and the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth imprinted on its body. Swish! Yi Shuilu had already taken action. He wanted to save Yi Tianlong. Fire God's triple strike. However, Feng Xinglu, who was also watching, was not really watching the show. Since Yi Shuilu dared to attack, how could he let him? Therefore, the two of them instantly fought. Puffed! The god-sealing spear pierced through Yi Tianlong and nailed him to the bottom of the sea. Because everything happened too fast, Yi Xianling and Yi Jiajia attacked one after another, but they only saw a blood fiend blocking in front of them. Han Fei summoned 2 more god-sealing spears and sneered. Who dares to touch my spoils of war? Chapter 2295, End of the Top Heavenly Talents. Nobody expected that Yi Tianlong would be nailed to the seabed by Han Fei. In theory, even if Yi Tianlong was no match for Han Fei, it was impossible for him not to have any trump cards. However, Yi Tianlong had inexplicably fallen into a strange crazy state just now, shouting that it was impossible, so Han Fei took the opportunity to penetrate him and nailed him to the bottom of the sea. Most of the spectators were in the sky-opening realm. They were surprised that Yi Tianlong was nailed through by Han Fei, but when they saw the Dao patterns that could gather with a wave of Han Fei's hand, they couldn't help but gasp. Grasping the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth wasn't just about talent. It wasn't something that could be mastered just because one's realm was high enough. One had to be able to completely fuse his great Tao into the heavenly Tao and turn himself into a part of the heavenly Tao at any time. Only then would he have the foundation to master the Tao patterns. Even if many people could already fuse as a part of the heavenly Tao, it didn't mean that they could master the Tao patterns. They could only master a part, but they had no idea how to completely master or use the patterns between the heavens and earth. For example, Han Fei could use it because he had mastered the Tao Fusion Book. And what level was the Tao Fusion Book? It was very likely a Tao pattern technique shown by the divine beast in the ruins of gods. However, how could ordinary people have the chance to learn a magical technique like the Tao Fusion Book? Therefore, when Han Fei was proficient in using the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth, even Yi Xianling and the others had already confirmed that Han Fei had definitely obtained a super inheritance. This kind of divine technique to control the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth was extremely rare even in the heavenly race. Ordinary small races had never had such an inheritance before. Therefore, the moment Yi Tianlong was suppressed by Han Fei, Yi Xianlong immediately reminded him, Yi Shui Liu, the other party's background should be greater than we imagined, and he has many trump cards. Don't let your guard down. Use all your strength to suppress them. Yi Shui Liu had also discovered it, so the moment Yi Tianlong was about to be suppressed, he had already taken action. Unfortunately, he was one step too late and was blocked by this fire-playing guy. Yi Shui Liu knew that the two of them had an extraordinary background, so he naturally attacked with all his strength. As for Feng Xinglu, he was a person who used big moves the moment he started to fight, because this guy didn't seem to have any small moves at all. Rumble. In the void, flames swept tens of thousands of kilometers away. A series of strange fire techniques burst out, and the entire sea of fire burned the soul. There was even the shadow of a fire seed, which was like a god, like a spiritual body in the fire, bombarding Yi Shuiliu intensely. As for Yi Shuiliu, he seemed to be very talented in protecting his soul. Holding the godly weapon, the flowing water saber, he was also not to be outdone. For a moment, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Han Fei thought that this kind of battle was suitable for Feng Xinglu. This guy lacked combat experience too much. The reason why he could keep winning was that he was too strong, so strong that others couldn't resist his attacks at all. In fact, if he didn't use his ultimate divine technique, the strength of Feng Xinglu seemed to be about the same as Yi Shuiliu's. The two of them fought back and forth, and their momentum and scale far exceeded his battle with Yi Tianlong. At this moment, Han Fei was looking with a smile at Yi Xianling and Yi Jiajia who were rushing at him, which gradually turned into a frown. That's not right. Logically speaking, my identity should have been seen through by now. The heavenly race definitely knows about the god-slaying boxing gloves. Han Fei was puzzled. When he revealed the god-slaying boxing gloves, he was already prepared to confess his identity. This time, he came with the intention of becoming famous. It wasn't easy for him to come to the Divine Capital Dynasty. In addition to participating in the competition, he also wanted to make a name. Many times, ordinary people didn't have great opportunities just because they weren't famous enough. Besides, he had planned to create a powerful identity for himself. But now it seemed that these heavenly talents didn't know his identity at all. This was strange. Didn't those people inform the others in the heavenly race? But no matter what, Han Fei had already chosen to attack, so he didn't hold back anymore. At this moment, with the power enhancement of the god-slaying boxing gloves, the power enhancement of the god's prayer bead, and the power of balance, Han Fei's strength almost doubled. However, Han Fei knew that this wasn't enough. He could seal Yi Tianlong because Yi Tianlong wasn't prepared at all. He didn't know that Han Fei had something like the god-slaying boxing gloves, so he was caught off guard and ended up sealed. He had underestimated his enemy. Therefore, Han Fei also activated his Great Tao, but not much, only doubling his strength. He couldn't fully activate his Great Tao now because his physique couldn't keep up and couldn't carry the terrifying power. Unless one day his golden jade marrow filled his entire body, maybe it could carry the full power of his Great Tao. However, Yi Xianling and Yi Jiajia, who had already watched the battle, wouldn't underestimate their enemy. Therefore, as soon as they stepped out, they chose not to fight one-on-one, but to fight together. Yi Tianlong had already been sealed. If the two of them fought one-on-one, once they were sealed, could Yi Yuan and the others defeat Han Fei? Therefore, they chose to join forces without hesitation. Anyway, they were women. They didn't have to obey the rules so strictly. The key was to win. As soon as he came up, Han Fei heard an extremely enchanting voice. Furthermore, he felt that a certain power was trying to invade his soul and create an illusion for him. However, they might not know that he had already entered the soul enlightenment realm. His Yang soul had already appeared, and his entire soul had changed. It was no longer something that could be affected by mere enchantment and illusions. Even if it could, it was not something that Yi Xianling could affect. However, Han Fei pretended to be stunned for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xianling and Yi Jiajia felt that their chance had come. Yi Jiajia activated some kind of great technique or great Tao and suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. At this moment, infinite gravity was pressing at Han Fei. As for Yi Xinling, she took out a blood-colored spear. As soon as the spear appeared, countless strange rune chains appeared in the void and imprinted on it. Then, the spear seemed to cross space and directly imprinted on Han Fei. All the emperors saw that Han Fei's figure only paused in the void for a moment. In the next moment, he was instantly suppressed by Yi Jiajia with the power of the universe here, and then pierced through by Yi Xianling's spear. The entire process only took an instant. Someone exclaimed, "That's it?" Someone was surprised. "Wasn't he very brave just now? Why was he killed so quickly?" Someone said indifferently. Two top heavenly talents attacked at the same time, and I heard that Yi Xianling is good at creating illusions. It's normal that this person was penetrated. On the heavenly race's side, a group of heavenly talents immediately smiled. Someone laughed. "This arrogant bastard, does he really think he's invincible? He doesn't know that he's just a clown." Someone said proudly, "How can anyone survive my cousin's god-slaying spear? This guy is dead meat." Yi Yuan even shouted, "Sister Xianling, keep him alive." This person must have a lot of resources. When Feng Xinglu saw it from a distance, his face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Fire God Storm, Great Sky Burning Technique." Yi Shuilu's infinite water-intent saber beams were instantly vaporized by the fire technique. The latter was shocked, but how could he let Feng Xinglu leave and interfere in the battle there? His flowing water saber, which he had never drawn, was unsheathed with a clang. Hualalala waves suddenly appeared in the void, covering the sea of fire, and the two collided again. However, Yi Jiajia's expression suddenly changed. No, he faked it. Yi Xianling and Yi Jiajia were shocked at the same time and began to look for Han Fei's original body. Indeed, their victory came too easily. It was as if this person had delivered himself to them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Therefore, the moment Han Fei was pierced through, Yi Jiajia realized that something was wrong. This person seemed to split, twin in one. Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away from the two of them. The moment they attacked just now, Han Fei knew that the two of them wouldn't hold back and would definitely try to kill him. Why should he fight them when he wasn't familiar with their techniques? Now Han Fei had already had a rough idea of their means. Buzz. A mere 1,000 kilometers could be covered in a blink of an eye. Yi Xianling felt a huge force attacking her from behind. She tried to use her soul barrier to block Han Fei, only to see that Yi Xianling's soul barrier was penetrated by a punch. In an instant, Han Fei threw out thousands of punches. If Han Fei didn't use the god-slaying boxing gloves, Yi Xianling might have been able to block it. However, when the god-slaying boxing gloves was branded on Yi Xianling's body, the latter's mind exploded. She saw a magnificent body which she instinctively thought was a god and wanted to worship. Han Fei reached into the void, and a spear appeared, imprinted with the patterns of the heavens and earth. Yi Jiajia certainly couldn't allow this to happen. Once Yi Xianling was nailed, she might not be able to fight Han Fei alone. After all, this person had already shown extraordinary strength. Yi Jiajia directly mobilized all the power within 10,000 kilometers and even deprived Han Fei of the right to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This girl is interesting. Her great Tao can snatch the good fortune of the heavens and borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. However, she still underestimated Han Fei. Even without the enhancement of the power of the heavenly Tao, Han Fei's strength was not something she could easily resist. At that moment, Han Fei reversed time, condensed Tao patterns from his past practice, and continued to stab down. Buzz. At the same time, activating the void descending technique, Han Fei created a clone and punched out, blocking Yi Jiajia. Bang! Boom! The moment Han Fei and Yi Jiajia collided, Yi Xianling had been nailed into the outside world from the void and stabbed into the seabed. As for the god-slaying spear, it was also suppressed by Han Fei. How could Han Fei let go of such a high-end trophy? Chapter 2296, Complete Annihilation. All of this happened too quickly. Before the others could react, they saw that Han Fei had just been pierced through. But in the blink of an eye, he had appeared beside Yi Xianling, summoned the god-sealing spear, and nailed it down. In the eyes of most people, it was as simple as piercing a child for Han Fei to nail through Yi Xianling. Only Yi Xiajia knew that this matter was not simple. It was impossible for Yi Xianling not to have the power to use her god-slaying spear at that moment. She didn't use it probably because she didn't have the time. Yi Jiajia immediately looked at Han Fei's boxing gloves. This thing was the key. Both Yi Tianlong and Yi Xianling lost their minds when they were punched by Han Fei. Although Yi Xianling seemed to have been nailed through in an instant, Yi Jiajia still noticed this detail. The moment she was nailed through, she was momentarily absent-minded. Buzz. With a thought, Yi Jiajia deprived this power of this space and gathered it on an axe. When Han Fei saw the axe, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, Lolas were all strong. Knock, knock, knock. Han Fei's fistlight and the giant axe collided 100 times, and Yi Jiajia said, "There's indeed something wrong with your boxing gloves. It's not that you are stronger than us, but that your boxing gloves have the effect of striking the soul. Unfortunately, I protected myself with the power of the heavenly Tao and can completely block the aura bursting out of your boxing gloves. You can't hurt me with the same method." Han Fei sneered. Little lowly, don't celebrate too early. Is it your heavenly gate that can absorb the power of the heavenly Tao here, or is it your great Tao? Well, let me see what range you can absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. With a thought from Han Fei, a projection descended every 10,000 kilometers. When Han Fei's projection appeared 30,000 kilometers away, he immediately felt relaxed. Han Fei grinned. 30,000 kilometers? Hey, I'm really curious. How much heavenly Tao power can you use in such a large area, and how much can your body carry? Buzz. In the next moment, a 10,000 feet golden body suddenly appeared in the sky. Fuck. What is this? A Dharmakaya? What a huge Dharmakaya. Feng Xingliu was a little worried just now, but now it seemed that he was really stupid. Han Fei could even suppress a late-stage sky-opening realm powerhouse. How could he be suppressed by two little girls? At this moment, looking at Han Fei's 100,000-foot-long Dharma idol, he felt envious, thinking that it was much stronger than his Dharmakaya. He couldn't help but think to himself, I must fuse with my Dharmakaya and create my own Dharma idol. Yes, on the heavenly race's side, not everyone was stupid. Someone exclaimed, this is not a Dharmakaya, but a Dharma idol. Look, it looks exactly like this person. Someone was shocked. What? Dharma idol world? Is this person really from the Fistlight Mountain? An onlooker was shocked. We don't even have a Dharmakaya, but this guy has already created his Dharma idol world? Good lord, is he really a heavenly talent of the Fistlight Mountain? Is he the personal disciple of the Fist Monarch? Yi Jiajia was the most shocked because she found that her universe technique couldn't suppress this guy anymore. She mobilized the power of this space to try to crush Han Fei. At that time, Han Fei clenched his fists and punched into the sky. In an instant, the void exploded, ripples rolled, and Yi Jiajia vomited a mouthful of blood. Others didn't know how terrifying Han Fei was, but she knew. If one wanted to penetrate her universe technique, his strength couldn't be lower than hers. He had to be at least 1.5 to 2 times stronger than her to do it. Even if Han Fei activated his Dharma idol, Yi Jiajia didn't think that his strength could exceed hers by 50%. But the fact was that she was wrong. She had completely underestimated Han Fei's strength. This wasn't supposed to be the power of a person who hadn't yet turned his origin sea into a star. In the next moment, Han Fei's voice rumbled, my fist shakes the north and south, but I've never suppressed a ferocious beast lowly. Now that I've caught you, you can't escape. Boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. Han Fei turned this battle into a close-quarter battle again. He used an ultra-light speed and Yang Soul strikes. Under his first 100 punches, Yi Jiajia was blown away. It wasn't until Han Fei summoned the God-sealing spear from the void and nailed Yi Jiajia on the seabed that the people of the heavenly race were all dumbfounded. What happened? Why were the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race defeated too? This person hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, right? Did he fake it? He was actually in the late stage of the star transformation realm, wasn't he? Yi Jiajia, who was nailed to the seabed, was beaten black and blue. She was about to go crazy. How could she let others see her gorgeous face being beaten like this? This was even more humiliating than defeating her. However, she didn't know what kind of spear Han Fei used. She was nailed through and couldn't even move her fingers, let alone to recover. She was stabbed into the seabed by the spear pillar like a skewer of barbecue. The one who had the same idea as her was Yi Xianling, who was also nailed through. She was a heavenly talent, riding on a dragon and extremely noble. How could she have expected that she would be nailed to the bottom of the sea and watched by everyone? For a moment, she almost broke down. However, Han Fei didn't care what they were thinking. He roared, Feng Xingliu, you can practice with that so-called top heavenly talent. Don't let him run, or I will look down on you. Han Fei had already grasped the personality of Feng Xingliu. This guy could be quite obedient, but he wouldn't allow anyone to say that he was incompetent. Any such words would drive him crazy. Now, thinking that if he couldn't win, he would be despised by Han Fei, Feng Xingliu felt terrible. How can I, Feng Xingliu, not win? How can this idiot escape from me? Han Fei has already nailed 3 enemies, but why haven't I taken down one? Han Fei is right. I was just practicing. I didn't unleash my full strength. By the way, the battle has just begun. It's not that I'm not strong, but Han Fei, this guy is a little abnormal. Although Feng Xingliu was narcissistic, he knew that Han Fei was stronger than him. In the face of a late-stage star transformation cultivator, he could only be hunted, but Han Fei could blackmail a late-stage star transformation cultivator and suppress a whole ship of people alone. His strength was obvious. With this in mind, Feng Xingliu felt better. He replied, Why are you fighting so fast? I'm still warming up. I haven't fought in a long time. Let me have some fun. When the onlookers heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. You call it a warm-up? Is this how you warm up? However, Feng Xingliu and Han Fei came to fight these heavenly talents together, and their strength was obvious. Han Fei had already caught 3 and left 1 to him. The Sky Openers in the Tomorrow Camp all understood that real strong masters were never afraid of fighting. Especially those with great backgrounds, they were even more passionate about fighting. The people of the heavenly race could blame no one. Anyway, it was good that the onlookers believed him. Who knew that a superpower house like Feng Xingliu was so vain and liked to brag? On this side, Han Fei stepped across the sky. As for the heavenly race's heavenly talents, they were horrified. 3 of the 4 top heavenly talents had been nailed through. How could the rest of them be a match for Han Fei? Perhaps they could gang up on Han Fei, but they were already shocked by Han Fei's strength and thought that they couldn't beat him at all. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei came, many people wanted to run. Han Fei shouted, "I won't kill you, but if anyone dares to run, I'll cut off the heads of the coquettish woman and the pig-headed lowly and destroy their souls. Therefore, their lives are in your hands. If 1 runs away, I'll kill 1. If 3 run away, I'll kill them all." Hearing that, who would dare to run away? How would they explain to the clan if Yi Xianling and the others were killed because they ran away? If that was the case, the clan would definitely kill them. Someone saw Han Fei for the first time, so he wasn't beaten by him. He said angrily, "Do you know what you are doing? If anything happens to them, you will never be able to leave the divine capital dynasty in this life." However, Han Fei grabbed backhand and pinched Yi Xianling's head. Boom, Anyway, these people couldn't be killed under normal circumstances. Han Fei casually squeezed her head and crushed it. Then he looked at the person who spoke and said, "In my life, I hate it when someone threatens me. If you threaten me again, I'll kill her on the spot." At this moment, who dared to threaten Han Fei again? They didn't dare to run or curse. They could only stare at Han Fei angrily. However, Han Fei pointed at them as if nothing had happened and said, "Everyone, hand over all your resources and qualification tokens." Chapter 229-7. I, Han Fei, specialize in slapping your heavenly race's face. At that time, Yi Yuan and the others were all dumbfounded. Especially Yi Yuan. He had been beaten by Han Fei 3 times. When Han Fei glanced at him, Yi Yuan shivered. "Fuck, why are you looking at me? I'm just an ordinary heavenly talent." Yes, I'm just an ordinary heavenly talent. Yi Yuan couldn't help but remember what Han Fei said last time. If Han Fei caught him again and found that he had less than 50,000 kilometers of resources, he would kill him. He swore that he really didn't take these words to heart. It was just that his origin sea happened to replenish another 50,000 kilometers of resources this month. Yes, it just so happened that, seeing that Yi Yuan took the initiative to take out resources, the others thought to themselves, since someone is taking the lead, so be it. Someone thought to himself, I'm blackmailed. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly talents of the clan was detained by this lunatic, I would have definitely gone up to fight him. On this side, the strong masters of the heavenly race lined up to hand over resources and qualification tokens, and Feng Xingliu was immediately stunned. Is this what it means to subdue an enemy without a fight? Feng Xingliu immediately felt that he had learned another move. Hey, wait, all the resources have been taken away by Han Fei. What can I earn? Immediately, Feng Xingliu's face changed greatly. Han Fei, leave some for me, leave some, chirp, wind strike sky, fire phoenix divine technique. Whoosh. When someone saw the divine phoenix in the sky, he immediately exclaimed, What? The phoenix divine race? This is a member of the phoenix divine race in the South Sea divine realm. Fuck, he's a disciple of the divine bloodline. Oh. If this is a disciple of the divine bloodline, then many people looked at Han Fei in a different way, thinking that he must be a disciple of the divine bloodline too. If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bloodline, how could he defeat 3 heavenly talents alone? If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bloodline, how could he master the Dharma idol world? If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bloodline, how could he be so unscrupulous? On the other side, Yi Shuilu couldn't resist Feng Xingliu. He felt that the surging fire origin almost burned through his soul. The soul-protecting godly weapon in his mind had already flown out of his mind and appeared outside. However, Feng Xingliu remembered that Han Fei said that no killing was allowed this time, so he grabbed Yi Shuilu and blasted him to Han Fei. Han Fei had already expected that Feng Xingliu couldn't hold on anymore, so he condensed another god-sealing spear and nailed Yi Shuilu through. At this point, the 4 top heavenly talents of the heavenly race had all been nailed to the seabed by Han Fei, which shocked and awed the surrounding emperors. In the dark, someone secretly left, but Han Fei didn't care. Feng Xingliu couldn't wait to rush to Han Fei. I'll collect the resources for you. Han Fei didn't care. The attraction of resources was actually not much to Feng Xingliu at all. This guy just wanted to collect resources for the pleasure of collecting resources. After that, even if he said that he wanted to buy 2 boats, this guy could throw out resources tens of thousands of kilometers to him. Money was nothing to him. Han Fei estimated that this guy had never personally spent money on anything before. Perhaps his family's treasure house was open to him and he could take it as he pleased. If it weren't for Han Fei's words, Feng Xingliu probably still wouldn't have cared about resources. Fine, collect them all. After a while, when Feng Xingliu collected a lot of resources, he went aside and slowly counted them. Han Fei pointed at the people from the heavenly race and said, Yi Yuan, come here, I only know you. Yi Yuan couldn't have felt worse. What do you mean by, you only know me? I don't know you well. Why do you make it sound like I'm your man? However, at this moment, he had to bite the bullet and stand up. The 4 top heavenly talents, Yi Tianlong and the others, were called over by him through his connections. Okay, if anything happened to the 4 of them, he would probably die 100 times. Yi Yuan braced himself and said, we've already given you the resources. What else do you want? Han Fei smiled and said, all of you, follow me. Then Han Fei left the void, grabbed at the place where Yi Tianlong and the others were nailed, and took them over. Then he inserted them into the bow of the big ship of the heavenly race, like 4 skewers in a row. Han Fei said, everyone, get on the boat. Seeing that the people of the heavenly race hesitated and didn't dare to leave, Han Fei sneered. I said I wouldn't kill you, so I won't. Why are you so wishy-washy? Where is your face? For a moment someone shouted, what do you want? Han Fei said, I want you to stay on the boat. If you don't mind flying for many days, fly in the sky. Someone said in a low voice, with so many of us here, if he dares to kill us, he will definitely become a mortal enemy of the heavenly race. Now that he hasn't killed us, he must be worried about this result. Someone pondered, now that we're being held by him, we can't run or fight. Let's just get on the boat. When everyone got on the boat, Han Fei flipped his hand and 36 god-sealing spears fell from the sky. Immediately, the people of the heavenly race all shouted, what do you want to do? Han Fei sneered, you are all my prisoners of war. Stay on the boat. Wait for your family to ransom you. Those that no one comes to ransom will be killed. Hiss, damn it, what? Is it not enough to threaten us? He even wants to threaten our race? However, after a round of chattering, these people's hearts sank. This time, their clan probably had to come to ransom them. After all, there were too many people being controlled this time. There were almost 40 of them. If their clan didn't do anything, nearly 40 sky-opening realm heavenly talents of the heavenly race would die. This loss was too great. On the side, seeing Han Fei skillfully trick them into boarding their ship, seal them, and then blackmail them, Feng Xingliu was really impressed. Oh, so resources could be blackmailed? He couldn't help but call out Feng Qingcheng. As soon as Feng Qingcheng appeared, she saw the 4 strong masters nailed to the deck. Feng Qingcheng wasn't stupid. How could she not even distinguish between the sea establishment realm and the sky opening realm? She looked at the dozens of strong masters on the ship and then at the 4 people who had been nailed through. She couldn't help but ask, wow, I've only been in your origin sea for a while. What have you done? Feng Xingliu said. Nothing. It's as simple as fighting and collecting money. Well, Han Fei wants to imprison them and extort resources from them. Feng Qingcheng couldn't have felt worse. She tilted her head and looked at Han Fei, and then at the excited Feng Xingliu, asking, blackmail the heavenly race? Feng Xingliu said, yes, I think I can make a lot of money this time. When I go back to the clan, my father will definitely praise me and say that I've grown up and can make money by myself. Feng Qingcheng immediately rubbed her head. No, she had to rest for a while. Her brain couldn't keep up. Feng Xingliu had never done such a big thing since he was born. Feng Xingliu might not know what kind of existence the heavenly race was, but she, Feng Qingcheng, did. The Phoenix Divine race was not much stronger than the heavenly race. In fact, they were comparable. The heavenly race had been in the East Sea Divine realm for so many years, and they had produced more than 1 or 2 peerless powerhouses. The heavenly race had more than 1 or 2 monarchs. Han Fei was leading Feng Xingliu to fight the heavenly race to the death. Feng Qingcheng pointed at the 4 skewers and asked, who are these 4? Feng Xingliu immediately said proudly, humph. These 4 claim to be the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race, but their strength is nothing. Looking at Feng Qingcheng's furious eyes, Feng Xingliu said, okay, their strength is not bad. They're actually quite powerful. Unfortunately, they are still much weaker than me, so it's only natural that they were defeated by me. Feng Qingcheng naturally knew the strength of Feng Xingliu. Although her brother was naive and even a bit stupid, he was indeed strong, extremely talented, and had a divine bloodline. He had always been nurtured as the absolute core seed of the Phoenix Divine race. Therefore, when Feng Xingliu said that these people were just slightly weaker than him, Feng Qingcheng immediately understood. It turned out that these 2 had caught a few top heavenly talents of the heavenly race, then suppressed dozens of ordinary heavenly talents, and then used them as chips to ask for resources from the heavenly race. However, how could she not think of the impact it would have? Although the Phoenix Divine race was not afraid of the heavenly race, there was no need to offend the heavenly race at this time. Immediately, Feng Qingcheng said softly, Brother Han Fei, swishta. As soon as Feng Qingcheng said this, all the descendants of the heavenly race looked at Han Fei, including Yi Tianlong and the other 3 who were nailed to the bow. Feng Qingcheng? Feng Cheng, right? Yes, my name is Han Fei, and I specialize in slapping the face of the heavenly race. You'd better hope that I don't meet you again, otherwise I'll beat you up again. Hiss! The onlookers knew that Han Fei must have had a big conflict with the heavenly race. If there was no conflict, Han Fei wouldn't have slapped the heavenly race's face so hard. Besides, in front of so many people, Han Fei dared to say and do it, so he was not afraid that the heavenly race would target him. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. How dare he openly challenge the heavenly race? This guy was really something. Feng Xingliu had never thought that someone could rob and blackmail Sun righteously, so he immediately shouted too, I, Feng Xingliu, slap. But Feng Qingcheng slapped his arm. Shut up. Chapter 2298, Give Me or I'll Kill You. Unfortunately, Feng Xingliu was already on the same boat with Han Fei. It was almost impossible for him to disassociate himself from Han Fei now. It was not that Feng Qingcheng didn't want to cooperate with Han Fei, but she felt that the two of them were too high profile. However, since things had already developed to this point, she had no choice. However, Feng Qingcheng wasn't afraid. The Phoenix Divine race and the Heavenly race were on the same level, so she wasn't worried that they would really dare to do anything to them. Besides, now that they had the qualification tokens, even the Heavenly race didn't dare to do anything rash. She was just more curious about which family Han Fei was from. This subverted her understanding of the children of big clans. She didn't know where her sister made such a friend. After imprisoning the people on this ship, Han Fei and the other two stayed on the ship of the Heavenly race for half a month. On this day, at the strong request of Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng, they had their 15th hot pot meal. Han Fei said, "Let me tell you, I'm never eating this thing again. I'll fight whoever makes me eat it again." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Han Fei. For two people who had never eaten in their lives, hot pot was obviously more attractive than Han Fei. Buzz! Suddenly, in the sky, a team of 5 or 6 strong masters appeared. These people were all in the late stage of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei might not be able to win against any of them. Unfortunately, none of these 6 people were chasing him outside the ruins of gods. However, Han Fei could understand that the 3 people lost their clones, which must have greatly weakened their strength. The first thing they did when they returned to the clan must be to cultivate in seclusion. It was normal for them not to appear at this time. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng immediately shut up and looked warily at the void not far away. Feng Xingliu took a deep breath and said, "Han Fei, I can't beat them. I can't beat any of them." When he really felt the other party's strength, he didn't hesitate to show weakness, just like when he faced the black shark. If it weren't for the existence of the black shark, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of those ordinary sky-opening powerhouses. The strength of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was worlds apart from that of an ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. According to the Emperor Sparrow, star transformation was only the first step, and a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator should have reached the 3rd step, which was close to the perfection of the star transformation realm. Therefore, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator referred to a strong master who had reached the 3rd step of the star transformation realm. As for the perfected star transformation realm, it meant that they had already finished the 3rd step and were on the verge of Dao proving. Now, 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses had appeared at the same time, which made Feng Xingliu break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "I really can't beat any of them." Han Fei, on the other hand, leisurely grabbed a skewer of garlic shrimp from the grill. Crunch, who are you? Humph, are you Han Fei? How dare you detain the people of our heavenly race? Do you know the consequences? Among them, an old man looked at the 4 top heavenly talents who were strung on the deck of the bow. His voice was icy, his face was dark, and he questioned, "Damn it, I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words." Han Fei grabbed the nearest Yi Tianlong and unleashed his power. Bang! In the next moment, Yi Tianlong was crushed. Han Fei looked up at these old men, his eyes equally icy and ruthless, as if he didn't care about the life of the so-called heavenly talents of the heavenly race at all. "How dare you!" Immediately, several old men shouted. They wanted to take action, but they didn't dare. The 4 people at the bow of the ship were heavenly talents that the heavenly race had tried their best to nurture. The lives of the other 30 people on the ship were also in the hands of Han Fei. This ship was suppressed by layers of seals nearby. They were sure that if they attacked by force, the other party could kill everyone on the ship in a short period of time. Han Fei sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're here to ransom these people, show me your sincerity, or I'll kill them now." With that, Han Fei said to Feng Xingliu, "Bring the others up." Feng Xingliu was slightly stunned, thinking that Han Fei was really bold. He was facing 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses alone, but he was still so calm. He was even crazier than Feng Yu. In the past half-month, the people on the ship had been controlled by Han Fei. Just because he said he wouldn't kill them didn't mean he wouldn't seal their strength. In fact, after collecting all the resources on them, Han Fei set up a large array to absorb their vitality and energy. After half a month, these people's strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%, and everyone had lost a lot of weight and their vitality was weak. At this moment, Feng Xingliu reached out and grabbed all these people to the deck. Since he had already offended them, he could only continue to offend them. When Yi Yuan and the others saw that 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses had come, they immediately felt that spring had arrived and were overjoyed. Immediately, someone shouted, "Patriarchs, you're finally here. Patriarchs, save me. Patriarchs, you must punish this thief." Smack Ed. A void hand slapped down, and Han Fei's voice sounded, "Who are you calling a thief? I'll give you the chance to speak again. How do you address me?" The man was stunned. He didn't expect Han Fei to dare to hit him under such circumstances. Was he crazy? However, when he looked up, he saw that the patriarchs had no intention of speaking or attacking. He thought to himself, "What's going on? Are the patriarchs being threatened? When he looked at Han Fei's murderous eyes again, he shivered. Fuck, I was too careless. He thought of something and asked tentatively, fellow Taoist, slap. Han Fei continued to smash half of his body. Who the fuck is your fellow Taoist? I'll give you one last chance. Call me big brother. The man, immediately, one of the old men was about to speak, but Han Fei glanced at him and the old man immediately shut up. They had already seen that this kid was ruthless and completely unafraid of the heavenly race. In addition, with the people from the Phoenix divine race here, this person's background must be extraordinary, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant and domineering. If they wanted to save these people, they couldn't be impulsive. Seeing this situation, the man's heart sank. He knew that he had to call Han Fei big brother. Big brother. Han Fei grinned. That's it. Only then did Han Fei continue to look at the old men and say, well, from now on, you old beastards, speak nicely. I'll kill a person if anyone dares to speak rudely to me. Their lives depend on you. Yi Yuan and the others almost collapsed. How arrogant was Han Fei? He called the patriarchs old beastards and spoke so arrogantly as if he were deliberately provoking the patriarchs. Feng Xinglu looked at Han Fei and couldn't help but admire. This guy was really not afraid of death at all. Although he was proud, he never dared to do this. Only a lunatic would yell at peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. At this time, the old man in the middle walked out. Han Fei, right? What do you want? What do I want? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and the others and said, pay the ransom. 100,000 miles of resources for each of them. Then, Han Fei pointed at Yi Tianlong and the others. 500,000 kilometers of resources for each of the four. I only want resources. Han Fei had thought that he might need godly weapons, but then he remembered how short of resources he had been. If he had enough resources, he could turn his origin sea into a star as soon as possible. Once he did, it would be equivalent to reaching the middle stage of the sky-opening realm and completing the second step. At that time, his strength would definitely soar, and star transformation required a lot of resources. After the star transformation, his future would be unknown. He still didn't know what his star path would be, so he had to get enough resources first. Besides, Little Black, Little White, Emperor Sparrow, Little Fatty, Little Gold, and the others all needed resources. He had to raise an entire family alone. If he didn't demand an exorbitant price now, when would he have the chance again? Hiss! Feng Qingcheng couldn't help but secretly take a breath. Even not counting these 4 top heavenly talents, what Han Fei wanted was an astronomical figure. This number was enough to open up 1,000,000 kilometers of origin sea from scratch. Ordinary people, even the children of divine bloodline families, might not be able to use up so many resources from birth to star transformation. Han Fei was asking for too much. The leading old man's face changed slightly. Can you hold it? Han Fei said. If you give it to me, I can hold it. I won't make things difficult for you as long as you give me these resources. Don't you know why I want so much? The old man said, including the 4 of them, 100,000 kilometers of resources for each person. That's it. And then you don't touch the people of our heavenly race anymore, and our people won't cause you trouble either. Han Fei casually grabbed the soul of Yi Tianlong. Under the obliteration of his power, Yi Tianlong's soul was immediately damaged. Han Fei sneered. Do you think I'm bargaining with you? Do you think I'm afraid of becoming enemies with your heavenly race? I was alone and helpless back then, and you guys almost killed me. You think you can make me forget about this matter with so few resources? Do you think I've never seen resources before? Are you giving me the resources or not? Or, I'll kill them. Chapter 22999, Knowledge about Star Transformation. Han Fei's attitude was very firm. He was certain that the heavenly race would give the resources to him. On this ship, there were 40 star transformation powerhouses of the heavenly race. How many resources were needed to nurture a star transformation realm powerhouse? This was an astronomical figure in the first place, and nurturing a top heavenly talent level star transformation realm powerhouse would only consume more. The resources and time spent were all cost. 40 sky-opening realm powerhouses were an extremely huge force in any power. Who could abandon them so easily? Therefore, although Han Fei asked for a lot, the people of the heavenly race didn't dare to refuse. The only thing Han Fei had to worry about was whether he would be hunted by the real powerhouses of the heavenly race after he let them go. However, in the past half-month he had done something. In the 10,000-year-old competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were conditions and restrictions for the sky-opening realm competition. This restriction was that only those who had cultivated for less than 30,000 years could sign up. The qualification token would verify the participant's qualification. Those cultivating more than 30,000 years wouldn't be recognized by the qualification token. This was undoubtedly good news. Many late-stage sky-opening powerhouses had cultivated for more than 30,000 years. Of course, there must be some peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses who hadn't cultivated for 30,000 years in powers like the heavenly race. Han Fei didn't know how many there were, but he was confident that with his current strength, he could escape even if he couldn't beat them. Besides, Han Fei didn't hide his identity because he wanted to tell them that he had a divine technique and could steal their power. He might not be able to defeat the veteran peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, but he could definitely escape from those who hadn't cultivated for 30,000 years. Faced with Han Fei's aggressiveness, the 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses looked awful. This matter had gone viral. Han Fei's name had long been known in the heavenly race. Now he was even listed on the genius list of the East Sea Divine Realm. He was just not famous yet. This time, when the heavenly race learned that the Phoenix Divine race was involved, they felt that something was wrong. Han Fei's identity was probably not that simple. Therefore, they had indeed brought a lot of resources this time. If they really couldn't come to an agreement, they would use the resources to ransom these heavenly talents. But who knew that this was not a matter of negotiation at all, but that Han Fei didn't negotiate with them at all. He just wanted money and made it clear that he would kill these heavenly talents if they didn't pay. He made it so simple and direct that all their previous preparations were useless. But the resources these old men brought were not as many as Han Fei wanted. According to the resources Han Fei wanted, they had to give him at least 1.2 million kilometers of resources, and they only had 500,000 kilometers of resources with them. The leading old man said in a low voice, "The resources we brought are not enough to ransom them, so one of us has to go back and report." Han Fei sneered. It turns out that the dignified heavenly race can't even take out such a small amount of resources. It's ridiculous. Fine, if you can't make the decision, let the one who can. One more day you make me wait. An extra 100,000 kilometers of resources has to be paid. The time limit is 10 days. If no one comes in 10 days, I'll start to kill, one a day. This matter had already spread in the world through Tomorrow Camp. In the past half-month, many strangers came to the camp. At this moment, there were actually people peeping. However, when the old man glanced at them, these people immediately retreated and ran away. They were not as reckless as Han Fei and didn't dare to challenge the heavenly race. However, the discussion behind them gradually became louder. Outsiders only knew that the divine race and the heavenly race were having a conflict, so many people came to watch this big show. Feng Xingliu secretly asked, "How did the heavenly race offend you? Aren't we a little ruthless this time? I feel that I've never seen so many resources since I was born." Han Fei said, "Nothing. It's just that 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race chased me when I wasn't paying attention and almost killed me. Now that I'm here, how can they not pay a price?" Feng Qingcheng and Feng Qingliu's hearts stirred. 3 peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were chasing Han Fei, trying to kill him. They had seen Han Fei's strength. Although he couldn't suppress a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, it wasn't a problem for them to tie if he unleashed his full strength. However, being besieged by 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, even Han Fei probably couldn't resist them. No wonder Han Fei was hunting the heavenly race crazily. It seemed that he was taking revenge. Han Fei suddenly said, "Hey, Xingliu, how big was your origin sea when you turned your origin sea into a star?" Feng Xingliu said, 490,000 kilometers. I felt that I could transform it into a star, so I did. Why, are you going to transform your origin sea into a star? Gosh, so large? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu and then shake his head. No, my origin sea is only 400,000 kilometers long. It shouldn't be time for me to turn it into a star yet. Feng Xingliu didn't have any concept of star transformation, so he wouldn't be surprised. However, Feng Qingcheng looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Brother Han Fei, haven't you felt the opportunity to turn your origin sea into a star yet?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not at all." Feng Qingcheng said, "According to our family's records, ordinary people will turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are between 200,000 and 400,000 kilometers long. Generally speaking, those who turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are within 300,000 kilometers can only be considered ordinary. For them, the bigger their origin seas, the better. Most of these people are itinerant cultivators. Unless they have a great opportunity after turning their origin seas into stars, it's difficult for them to reach the perfection of the star transformation realm. Those who turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are between 300,000 and 400,000 kilometers, even if their previous aptitude is ordinary, can be considered heavenly talents. As long as they don't die, the probability of them reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm is very high. Han Fei had already discovered that Feng Qingcheng was a little encyclopedia. He couldn't help but ask, "Then," Feng Qingcheng said, "it's not easy to expand one's origin sea to between 400,000 and 500,000 kilometers. It's not something that can be done just because you want to. First of all, you have to have the resources to carry that space. And the upper limit of the Great Tao, the bloodline, talent, and luck will all become the conditions to the star transformation. Therefore, after 400,000 kilometers, there will be a completely different world every step. Even if one was born in a big clan, his origin sea might not exceed 400,000 kilometers. However, the bloodlines of big clans are usually extremely strong, so are their inheritance. Generally speaking, there won't be many people with poor talent in the main branches of the big clans. But it's already not bad if a heavenly talent can be born from a branch of a big clan. And there's a watershed between 400,000 kilometers and 500,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked, "What is the watershed?" Feng Qingcheng blinked. "Doesn't Brother Han Fei know?" Han Fei said. "I don't know. And my sect doesn't tell me." Sect? Feng Qingcheng thought to herself. Since Han Fei said that it was a sect, he shouldn't be from a big clan. To be able to accept a disciple like Han Fei, this sect must be quite strong. Since Han Fei said that his origin sea had reached 400,000 kilometers, at least he had broken through the threshold of 400,000 kilometers. But according to Han Fei's strength, it seemed natural. Therefore, Feng Qingcheng continued, 480,000 kilometers is another threshold. If one's origin sea exceeds 480,000 kilometers, he will be a 1 in a million heavenly talent. At least in our family, he will immediately be regarded as the hope of our family. And those who turned their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are 640,000 kilometers long are the hope of hope. Why? Han Fei was puzzled. He thought that expanding the origin sea only required enough resources. Feng Qingcheng said, 49 is a magical number, which corresponds to the heavenly Tao. Han Fei asked, "It depends on the heavenly Tao," Feng Qingcheng said. "According to the records, 250,000 kilometers, 350,000 kilometers, 490,000 kilometers, 650,000 kilometers, and the legendary 810,000 kilometers. These numbers are the best numbers for star transformation. For example, you might turn your origin sea into a star when your origin sea is 290,000 kilometers long, but you might not be stronger than those 250,000 kilometers. You might turn your origin sea into a star when your origin sea is 390,000 kilometers long, but you might not be stronger than those 360,000 kilometers. Or even, those who have turned their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are 390,000 kilometers long might not be stronger than those 360,000 kilometers. Therefore, many people who know this secret will choose to turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are 360,000 kilometers long because this is something many people can do. I'm talking about the children of the big clans. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The range of his origin sea had already surpassed this number. The next best number for him was 490,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Then what if Feng Xingliu waits until his origin sea reaches 640,000 kilometers? Feng Qingcheng said, "He can't. The further you go, the more important the number is. When Feng Xingliu feels that he can turn his origin sea into a star, it's the best time to do so. This feeling will only last for a short time. It's very likely that you won't notice it and will miss it. Then, if you continue to open up your origin sea at this time, you will forever miss this opportunity. Since 490,000 kilometers is most suitable for him, even if he persists to 630,000 kilometers, he might not be able to surpass his current talent." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Therefore, Feng Xingliu was actually very strong. His star transformation corresponded to a favorable number of the heavenly Tao, so even if he was stupid, he was still very strong. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Qingcheng, are there many people who turn their origin seas into stars when they are 640,000 kilometers or 810,000 kilometers long?" Feng Qingcheng said, "The number of people who turn their origin seas into stars when they are 640,000 kilometers long is pitifully small. In 10,000 years, there might be no more than 10 such people in a single divine realm. The number of people who turned their origin seas into stars when they were 810,000 kilometers long only exists in the conjectures of ancient books. There are no historical records of such a person. Of course, the former are more. The number can be 10 times or more." Han Fei nodded. How big was a divine realm? There were only 5 divine realms in the entire sea realm. In that case, as soon as Han Fei thought about it, Feng Qingcheng said, "Except for the Central Sea Divine Realm, all the strong masters will go to the Central Sea Divine Realm in the end, so in total, there are about 100 of such people in the entire sea realm. Of course, I mean every 10,000 years. Feng Qingliu snorted. "Actually, I'm a little regretful now. If I can jump the threshold of 630,000 kilometers, I'll be a legendary heavenly talent." Han Fei ignored Feng Xingliu's bragging. This guy's number was 490,000 kilometers. No wonder he was so strong. Unfortunately, this guy was too inexperienced. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to fight a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Han Fei was excited. He didn't know how large his origin sea would be when he experienced the opportunity to turn his origin sea into a star. At this time, Feng Qingcheng smiled. "Brother Han Fei, no matter what, try to keep a low profile before you turn your origin sea into a star. After the star transformation, the range of your origin sea will double. Even if you turn your origin sea into a star when it's 250,000 kilometers long, you can fight a person whose origin sea is 480,000 kilometers long, but hasn't turned his origin sea into a star, and even have a chance to beat him. Therefore, before you turn your origin sea into a star, you have to keep a low profile." Chapter 2300, I'll teach you how to make money. Han Fei had actually wanted to ask about this for a long time. He had no concept of the range of his origin sea. When he asked Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others before, they just said that he would find out when it was time. However, the problem was that it was not yet time, but he was really curious about it. This time, it was mainly because he would get a lot of resources, so Han Fei couldn't wait to understand the true meaning of the star transformation. With Feng Qingcheng's explanation, Han Fei immediately had a clear understanding of the star transformation. Of course, no one could hear Han Fei's conversation with Feng Xinglu and Feng Qingcheng. 3 days later, outside the ship, the void trembled and a young man descended. Although this person looked like a young man, the elders were respectful to him. He must be an old monster hundreds of thousands of years old who pretended to be a young man. After the young man arrived, he glanced at the heavenly talents on the boat and the people still nailed to the bow. There was no special fluctuation in his eyes. The young man slowly turned his eyes to Han Fei. "Are you Han Fei?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes." The young man said, "I can give you the resources you want, but you should know that taking these resources is equivalent to making an enemy of the heavenly race." Han Fei was still smiling. "I don't care." "Who cares?" The young man? Although he didn't understand what Han Fei said, Han Fei's attitude explained everything. Since they were going to be enemies, the young man from the heavenly race wasn't afraid. If he could give him the resources now, he would naturally have a way to snatch them back in the future. This person then looked at Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingcheng. "The Phoenix Divine Race wants to be enemies with our heavenly race?" Feng Xingliu was about to say something when Feng Qingcheng said calmly, "You can understand it that way." Since it had already happened, if the Phoenix Divine Race cut ties with Han Fei, they wouldn't be able to face Han Fei. At least, Han Fei saved their lives. Besides, Feng Qingcheng seemed to find that it was not convenient for Han Fei to tell the name of the sect behind him. She might as well take this opportunity to let the Phoenix Divine Race participate as Han Fei's backer. In this way, this favor was actually no less than Han Fei saving them. In this way, her sister didn't have to return the favor to Han Fei. Feng Xingliu grinned. "Just as I thought. What heavenly race? I've never heard of you. Ants." Han Fei, Feng Qingcheng, shut up. "Funk," the young man snorted coldly. "In that case, our heavenly race has nothing to say. The winner takes all. The resources are yours." Then, the man threw out 3 small worlds. After all, there were too many resources, which couldn't be contained by star shells. Han Fei reached out, grabbed the 3 small worlds, and put them into his origin sea. He had no intention of sharing this resource with Feng Xingliu. Feng Xinglu had collected less than 280,000 kilometers of resources, which was about 1/20th of what he received this time. However, Feng Xinglu had also collected a bunch of qualification tokens. When the qualification tokens were sold, it would be another huge sum. Therefore, from the looks of it, Feng Xinglu had actually earned a lot. In theory, he had to give money to Feng Xinglu, but who knew how many resources he would need? Feng Xinglu had no concept of money, but Feng Qingcheng should know it. However, this girl didn't mention it the whole time, which made Han Fei a bit ashamed. After Han Fei checked the resources in the small worlds in his origin sea, he said to Feng Qingcheng, "Enter Feng Xinglu's origin sea first." Feng Qingcheng nodded. This young man's background was unknown. She didn't know if he was 30,000 years old or not. If not, he was a super powerhouse in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Just a wave of his aura could kill her. Of course, this person shouldn't be so reckless. If Feng Qingcheng was dead, the Phoenix Divine Race would definitely start a war with the Heavenly Race. Therefore, even if this young man wanted to take action, his first target should be Han Fei. However, Han Fei was not afraid of this person at all. Not to mention that he was alone, this person must be crazy to dare to attack him after knowing that he had the void-stealing technique. Han Fei winked at Feng Xingliu and waved his hand. The Dao patterns on the God-sealing spears disappeared. Buzz. Instantly, Yi Tianlong, Yi Shenling, Yi Jiajia, and Yi Shuiliu were enveloped in white light. When the white light dissipated, the 4 of them were super powerhouses again. However, these people, except for Yi Shuiliu, were all staring at Han Fei. Although they had been sealed these days, they had seen and heard everything. Yi Shenling's head was crushed by Han Fei, and she looked so miserable. Countless people saw that scene. Yi Jiajia was sealed by the God-sealing spear and had been kicked on butt countless times by Han Fei. Now she just wanted to bite Han Fei into pieces. Yi Tianlon's body was crushed into mud, and his soul was sealed by the God-sealing spear. However, he was a man, so although he was defeated and nailed there, he didn't feel anything. Anyway, the other 3 were nailed like him. But the only thing Yi Tianlong was angry about was that Han Fei was too insidious. If he hadn't been caught off guard by the boxing gloves, he could have fought him at least 3,000 rounds more. Yes, this was what Yi Tianlong thought. He felt that the only person here who could compete with Han Fei was him, but he was tricked by Han Fei and couldn't perform well. Of course, Yi Tianlong would definitely not provoke him again. Otherwise, if he was beaten and captured again, he would lose all his face. Among everyone, only 2 women were talking tough to Han Fei. Yi Jiajia was furious and screamed, "Han Fei, don't get caught by me, or I will skin you, pull out your tendons, and skewer you in the Divine Capital Dynasty to dry for 1,000 years. Wei Xianling gnashed her teeth. "Han Fei, I'll remember you," Han Fei chuckled. "Thank you for your concern. Then remember to come to me more often. You'd better come together. The price is negotiable." "Humph," the young man from the heavenly race snorted. Since you don't mind being our enemy, do you dare to tell us where you're from? Han Fei said lazily. Your heavenly race just needs to know that my name is Han Fei. As for where I am from, you may not believe it, but the heavenly race is not qualified to know it. Arrogant. Now that these heavenly talents had been rescued, the peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were no longer afraid of Han Fei attacking the juniors of their clan. Their tone became domineering. Shameless brat, just say it if you don't dare to tell us where you are from. Don't talk nonsense here, Han Fei sneered. I'm just telling the truth. Since you don't want to fight me here, please leave. Next time we meet in the wilderness, let's fight to the death. Han Fei turned around and walked towards Tomorrow Camp under the angry gaze of the group of peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. After Han Fei and the others left, a heavenly race elder scolded angrily, Howl, he won't be able to walk out of the divine capital dynasty alive. An elder said angrily, it's such a pity to give away so many resources. An elder said indifferently, no matter which force he belongs to, I won't let him leave. The young powerhouse said indifferently, what if he is from the Time Temple? In an instant, all the elders looked at this person in surprise. The Time Temple? How is that possible? When did he show the great Tao of time? Another heavenly talent from the Time Temple came out to gain experience. No wonder this guy is so domineering. He really has a powerful background. However, the young powerhouse said, I'm not sure yet. This guy has just used the great Tao of time. In this world, there are many people who can walk on the great Tao of time, but not many can go far. Even if he is from the Time Temple, so what? The disciples of the Time Temple have to rely on themselves to finish the trial of the Time Temple. Although killing them will incur the wrath of the Time Temple, this guy hasn't revealed his identity, so we don't know anything about his identity. Therefore, none of you know about this. Immediately, the elders all nodded. No matter what happened next, the upper echelons of the family would arrange it. Outside Tomorrow Camp, Han Fei and Fengxing Liu swaggered back, immediately attracting the attention of countless strong masters. Someone wanted to see what the so-called divine race was like. Someone wanted to personally witness what kind of figure Han Fei was to be able to leave unscathed from the strong masters of the heavenly race. Someone muttered, look, he's walking with such an air. He must be a disciple of a certain divine race, and a very strong one. Otherwise, how could the heavenly race compromise? Someone agreed. It's obvious. I've never met anyone who dares to rob the heavenly race in my life except for him. Someone sighed. Even the 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses of the heavenly race can't suppress this person. I think he is probably from a super force of another divine realm. We can only admire him. Someone sighed. I just want to know how many resources he has got. Fengxing Liu asked the same question. Did he really give you all the resources? Han Fei asked. Yes. After a long silence, Fengxing Liu asked, do I have a share? Han Fei looked at Fengxing Liu. How many qualification tokens do you have? Fengxing Liu, 27. Han Fei asked, how many resources do you have? About 340,000 kilometers in total. Han Fei put his arm around Fengxing Liu's shoulder and said, Jing Liu, do you know how long it takes for a normal person to earn so many resources? Fengxing Liu was puzzled. How long? Han Fei raised his head, glanced at the people who were looking at them, and said casually, it may take them nearly 10,000 years. Fengxing Liu asked in shock. So long? Han Fei said, you're not an ordinary person, so of course you don't know. However, I did give you a little too little. How about this? I need resources now, and you know that I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet, but it's not appropriate for me to take your share. Well, how about I teach you how to rob? Bah, I'll teach you how to make money, okay? Take it as a tuition fee. Fengxing Liu's eyes glittered. Really? Chapter 23:1, 100-Year Gathering Tomorrow Camp. Han Fei was going to cultivate in seclusion here for a year. The camp in this range was protected by the Divine Capital Dynasty, so it was equivalent to a safe area. Han Fei knew that the heavenly race must have been prepared at this time, so he didn't plan to go out directly. He would use the excuse of cultivating in seclusion for a year first. As for how to deal with the heavenly race, he would deal with them later. Anyway, with the 9-palace luck ruler, Han Fei was not afraid. 21 days later, Han Fei looked extremely nervous because he was going to expand his origin sea to 490,000 kilometers. Han Fei wondered if he would sense the chance to turn his origin sea into a star at this point. Unfortunately, after Han Fei waited for a full day, his origin sea had been expanded to 490,000 kilometers, but he didn't sense any chance to turn his origin sea into a star at all. Fengxing Liu and the others certainly didn't expect Han Fei to expand his origin sea so quickly, so they didn't know that Han Fei's origin sea had reached the 490,000 kilometer threshold. After waiting for another 2 days, when Han Fei's origin sea was opened to 500,000 kilometers, he still didn't sense anything. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter when he would turn his origin sea into a star, it was already longer than 500,000 kilometers. Even if he couldn't turn his origin sea into a star when the length of his origin sea reached a heavenly number, it didn't mean anything. 3 months later. This time, his origin sea had been expanded to 630,000 kilometers. He couldn't help but be nervous. The further he went, the more resources he would consume. However, Han Fei didn't panic. The resources obtained from the heavenly race, plus those obtained from Black Shark and the resources he robbed these days, totaled nearly 1.4 million kilometers. In theory, these resources should be enough for Han Fei to completely open up his origin sea. However, when he frantically opened up his origin sea, he discovered another problem. That was, there was more and more mist in his origin sea, which became more and more turbid. Han Fei knew the reason very well. This was because although he had established his origin sea, the resources he consumed had all been used to establish his origin sea, and he still lacked a lot of resources to set up his origin sea. As a result, these 1.4 million kilometers of resources were not only to be used to establish his origin sea, but also to lay out his origin sea. Therefore, when Han Fei opened up his origin sea to 630,000 kilometers, he found that he had to spend a lot of resources to lay out his origin sea, and the resources that were theoretically enough seemed to be insufficient. Another 2 months later, when Han Fei finished laying out his origin sea, he found that the consumption of resources was simply beyond his imagination. He calculated carefully and found that the resources he had were only enough for him to expand his origin sea to 700,000 kilometers. However, Han Fei was still relieved, because 640,000 kilometers was a key. To be honest, he didn't want to turn his origin sea into a star when the length of his origin sea was only 640,000 kilometers, because it meant that he wasn't the most talented person. However, star transformation at 810,000 kilometers was just a legend in the sea realm, and he came from a small place like the Raging Sea. Therefore, Han Fei hesitated. After repeatedly inspecting and confirming that his origin sea was in good shape and did not become unstable because of the crazy expansion, Han Fei was finally relieved. He was excited and nervous now. Would he feel the opportunity to turn his origin sea into a star when it was 640,000 kilometers long? Once he turned his origin sea into a star, his strength should be guaranteed. Then he wouldn't have such an urgent need for resources in the short term. Several days later. It's already 640,000 kilometers long. Can I sense the chance? Han Fei went in and out of his origin sea, but it was 640,000 kilometers long. He still didn't sense the opportunity to turn his origin sea into a star. Damn it! Am I the genius who only exists in legends? Do I have to wait until my origin sea reaches 810,000 kilometers? Han Fei was indescribably excited. On one hand, in any case, his origin sea was already more than 640,000 kilometers, so he wouldn't be weak anyway. On the other hand, he felt he was poor again. The resources robbed from the heavenly race and Black Shark, plus all his own resources, couldn't last long. Sure enough, another 2 months later, Han Fei ran out of resources. At this time, his origin sea had reached 700,000 kilometers, and his strength had undergone a drastic change. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, Tundra 3 Sky Opener, Soul Enlightenment, bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,000 1/16th chaotic energy, 380,000 soul, 6292645 perception range, 6.5 million kilometers, strength 62998799 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual heritage, first spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 99, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 101, main art, void fishing level 9, void stealing technique, monarch level, ultra quality. In general, Han Fei had no doubts about the improvement of his soul power and strength, because his origin sea had expanded by 300,000 kilometers. Was it too much to increase his strength and soul a little bit? Not at all, right? However, Han Fei really felt poor now. He finally understood why the strong masters of the sea realm wanted to explore the origin grounds. It was because they needed to consume too many resources. The process of star transformation required too many resources, and most people died on this path. And this was only the first obstacle on the path to the sky-opening realm. It could be seen how many people would die because of the 3 obstacles in the sky-opening realm. This also indirectly confirmed how difficult it was to prove the Tao. At this time, Han Fei couldn't help but feel sorry and happy for the Beast King. He felt sorry for him because the Beast King's origin sea might not be very large. He felt happy for him because the Beast King had proved his Tao just like that. It was amazing. His talent was probably top-notch even in the sea realm. Now, Han Fei knew that he had to leave tomorrow camp. Now that he had run out of resources, of course he had to go get resources. Otherwise, his lackeys would have no food to eat. Of course, before doing that, Han Fei still had 2 things to do. Firstly, there were still more than 2 years before the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, and the 100-year gathering of the Void Temple was this year. The specific time should be in these few days. This was why Han Fei had to wait at the Tomorrow Camp for a year. 2 days later, Han Fei received a message from the eldest senior brother, so he came to the Void Temple from the Sea of Stars through the bronze door. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei came in, the others happened to arrive one after another. Obviously, everyone had been waiting for the gathering. As long as the eldest senior brother informed them, they would come immediately. At this moment, eldest senior brother was already sitting cross-legged, and senior sister Shen Le landed directly on his arm. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he hurriedly said, "Greetings, eldest senior brother and senior sister Shen Le senior." Sister Shen Le smiled casually. "Little junior brother, I heard that you're already strong enough to challenge a late-stage star transformation realm expert. Your growth rate is really too fast. Remember not to be too hasty." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Shenlei. I've been tempering myself in the wilderness and fighting hard every day. My foundation is not bad now. I might not be able to challenge a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, but I can temporarily resist him, although not for long. You can contend with late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses after only 400 years. It seems that eldest senior brother was right about you." Han Fei looked back at the mountain-like big skeleton and bowed. "Nice to meet you, senior brother undead. Burpray, ah." At this moment, on the mountain behind, senior brother Old Desolate seemed to have just taken a sip of wine. Hearing Han Fei's words, he immediately said, "Hey, little junior brother, not bad. I always have faith in your capability. Hey, had you had any drinks recently?" "Yes, but not much." The fifth senior brother, "Well, it seems that you're not as good at drinking as me," Han Fei said. "Of course, senior brother, I know you're good at drinking. However, I'm very good at cooking. Drinking and eating the food I made is a rare enjoyment on Earth. If I meet you in the future, I must have a good drink with you." "Ha ha ha!" The fifth senior brother laughed out loud. "Good, very good. Alas, I didn't expect little junior brother to have such culinary skills. If what you said is true, I'm afraid we'll get drunk together more than once." At this moment, a azure dragon soared into the sky, and senior brother azure dragon came over. He snorted and said, "Old fifth, behave yourself." "Little junior brother, have you improved your speed?" Han Fei said. "Senior brother azure dragon, my normal speed is 4 times the speed of light. If I borrow the power of the heavens and earth, it can be more than 5 times. "Oh?" Senior brother Azure Dragon couldn't help but ask, "Little junior brother, you can already borrow the power of the heavens and earth?" "It seems that your foundation has stabilized a lot," Han Fei said. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Azure Dragon. My foundation has been solidified." It had only been 50 years, and Han Fei's foundation shouldn't have been stabilized yet. However, everyone had their own luck. The fact that Han Fei could stabilize his foundation meant that he had experienced a lot in the past 50 years. At this time, other people arrived one after another. Han Fei said, "Nice to meet you, senior sister Green Lotus, senior sister Red Lotus, nice to meet you." As soon as Feng Yu appeared, she said, "Little junior brother, thank you for helping me save the 2 kids. By the way, have they caused any trouble recently?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "They didn't cause trouble, but I did. Does this count?" Therefore, Han Fei smiled. "Well, haha, no. Feng Yu said, "That's good. Bring them to the Divine Capital Dynasty and don't let them cause trouble again. If you have time, take care of them. This is the first time the 2 of them are so far away from home. I guess my family will send a person over to protect them. I don't know when he will arrive. Just keep an eye on them." Han Fei, okay. Han Fei knew that he couldn't keep it a secret that he had pissed off the heavenly race. Just because he was familiar with Feng Yu didn't mean that he was familiar with the people of the Phoenix Divine Race. Forget it, he'd better wait for Feng Yu to arrive. With his current relationship with Feng Xingliu, the strong master of the Phoenix Divine Race shouldn't do anything to him. At most, they would return him the favor of saving the 2 kids' lives. "Alright, since you're all here, chat after the class." Now that the eldest senior brother had spoken, everyone immediately shut up, sat in comfortable postures, and began to listen to the class. Everyone liked the eldest senior brother's lectures very much. Every small gathering was a small class, but a 100-year gathering was a big class. They would definitely benefit a lot from the big classes. At least for Han Fei, who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, there were many things he needed to make up for, so he must attend the big classes. At this time, the eldest senior brother said, "Heavenly Tao, Star, Path." This time, Han Fei somehow felt that some words in his senior brother's voice seemed to form an invisible power that drilled into his body. He didn't know if it was because he was stronger, but it seemed that he had comprehended something. But Han Fei didn't know what he had comprehended exactly. He just felt that what the eldest senior brother said this time seemed to be related to the great Tao and the path to become a monarch.